In Jiangnan, a somber atmosphere permeated the Yi family mansion. The patriarch, Yi Changfeng, sat impassively at the head of the hall, where 10 urns were aligned on a long table. A 3-star general in camouflage stood solemnly to the side, his face grave as he unfolded the death notices in his hand. Yi Zhenghua, 48, perished in the Northern Theater on July 28, remains unrecoverable. Yi Zhenghua, 43, perished in the Eastern Theater on July 28, remains unrecoverable. Yi Lingtian, 27, perished in the Southern Theater on July 28, remains unrecoverable. Yi Lingjun, 26, perished on the southeastern frontier on July 28, remains unrecoverable. As the 10 death notices were read, the inner hall fell into a deathly silence. The Yi family, with its 3 generations of 10 loyalists, had suffered near annihilation, all perishing on the same day in the 6 war zones of Daxia. The grief was so profound that the very air in the mansion seemed suffocating. Rumble, rumble, above the Yi family mansion. 36 warplanes circled and roared, accompanied by a 19-gun salute, and the entire city sounded alarms and lowered flags to half-mast in honor of the Yi family's fallen heroes. Yet, none of this could alter the tragic fate of the Yi family's loyal sons. Old General. The enemy's scheme was meticulously planned. We never anticipated such a tragedy. Please accept our deepest condolences. General Ningyu bowed deeply to Yi Changfeng, his voice hoarse. The Yi family's 10 prodigies had all fallen victim to attacks in 6 different war zones of Daxia on the same day. Even a fool would recognize that such a coincidence was impossible. This was a calculated root and branch extermination operation targeting the Yi family. Ning Tao glanced at Yi Fan, standing behind Yi Changfeng, the last scion of the Yi lineage. 5 years prior, Yi Fan had been the most prodigious talent in Daxia, but an accident had left him mentally impaired. Now, he clutched a pink Peppa Pig doll, his expression vacant, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, unnoticed by the others. A jade pendant on Yi Fan's chest flickered with golden light, followed by a faint cracking sound. The pendant shattered, revealing a network of fine fissures. Several golden streams of light burst forth from the pendant, rapidly merging into Yi Fan's body. Instantly, a glint of shrewdness flashed in Yi Fan's previously vacant eyes. Damn, I actually sealed myself for 5 years. Unbelievable. 5 years ago, at the tender age of 15, Yi Fan had already embarked on the path of martial cultivation, breaking through the realm of transforming energy, entering the realm of control, transcending the Grandmaster realm, and becoming the undisputed prodigy of the younger generation in Daxia. However, while researching how to use talismans to break through to the martial venerable realm, Yi Fan was struck by a vehicle. This unforeseen incident led him to inadvertently imprison 2 of his 3 souls and 6 of his 7 spirits within the jade pendant he wore on his chest, leaving only 1 soul and 1 spirit to sustain his body in a state of muddled existence for 5 years. With his soul incomplete and his powers diminished, his intelligence regressed to that of a 7 or 80-year-old child. Thus, in the eyes of others, the car accident had transformed Yi Fan into a complete imbecile. Yet, Yi Fan himself was acutely aware that this was merely due to the temporary sealing of his soul. Without external assistance, he could only await the expiration of the soul-locking talisman, a wait that stretched for 5 long years. With the return of his 3 souls and 7 spirits, Yi Fan's intellect and talent were instantly restored. Moreover, his lost powers had surpassed the Grandmaster realm, reaching the pinnacle of the martial venerable realm, placing him among the top 10 in all of Daxia. Gazing at the 10 urns before him, Yi Fan's expression darkened. The urns contained the remains of Yi Fan's eldest uncle, second uncle, and third uncle, as well as the 7 third-generation Yi family members, Yi Fan's 7 elder brothers. Behind the urns of the 7 brothers stood 7 stunning women clad in mourning attire. These were the 7 betrothed. Fiancés, the eldest sister-in-law, Yu Linglong, Daxia's female war goddess, the strongest female general of the younger generation. The second sister-in-law, Ling Yixue, the scion of the Ling family, one of the 4 great aristocratic families of Shangjing, possessing immense wealth and influence throughout Daxia. The third sister-in-law, Shun Mange, an international superstar, the goddess in the hearts of countless men. The 7th sister-in-law, Su Yixue, the daughter of the Su family, a prominent medical family in the Southwest, dominating a significant portion of the pharmaceutical industry. Despite the deaths of their 7 fiancés, these betrothed women had not forgotten their affection and had come to pay their respects, deeply touching Yi Fan's heart. Commenced the funeral procession. Patriarch Yi Changfeng, seated at the head of the hall, issued a stern command. The 7 sisters-in-law, cradling the urns, began to make their way out of the mansion. Outside, the vast open space in front of the Yi family mansion was already filled with people. The old general had dedicated his life to the military, yet the Yi family had met such a tragic end. The crowd couldn't help but sigh with sorrow. Everyone, the Yi family's sons have sacrificed themselves for the nation. Their deaths were honorable. As long as I am here, the Yi family will not fall. Yi Changfeng stepped onto the stage, grasped the microphone, and attempted to speak. However, he could not continue. A white-haired elder mourning the loss of his black-haired children, the Yi family had been virtually wiped out. Yi Changfeng, a frail old man, was on the verge of collapse, choking back his emotions. Yi Changfeng adjusted his composure and looked at Yi Fan standing beside him, feeling a slight easing of the burden in his heart. Yi Fan was Yi Changfeng's only hope. Even if he was mentally impaired, at least he was still alive. Alas, he no longer expected any great achievements from him. After the funeral, he would hasten the wedding between him and the Xian family. It would be a blessing if he could continue the Yi family's bloodline. Even if he could not, marrying the Xian girl, Xian Yufei, would ensure that the Xian family could at least protect Yi Fan for the rest of his life after his own death. Everyone present was deeply moved by Yi Changfeng's appearance. Alas, the old general has had a hard life. The Yi family rendered outstanding service in the founding of the empire, yet now they have met such a tragic fate. Who can deny it? 10 generals from one family, all attacked and killed on the same day. This is far from normal. This is an attempt to eradicate the entire family. And there must have been an inside collaborator, someone in a very high position. Hush! Don't speak carelessly. Do you want to bring trouble upon yourself? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, 2 figures strode purposefully toward the stage. Greetings, everyone. Apologies for the interruption, but with so many witnesses present, I, Xian, will announce something on behalf of Yufei. The person who ascended the stage was Xian Zhenghua, the second son of the Xian family, accompanied by the eldest daughter of the Xian family, Xian Yufei. As everyone knows, the Xian family and the Yi family were betrothed in the past. However, now that Yi Fan has become mentally impaired, the Xian family has decided to rescind the engagement. We request the Patriarch's approval. Xian Zhenghua announced the news calmly into the microphone. These words detonated like a bombshell among the crowd. What? The Yi family had suffered such a calamity, and the Xian family was now seeking to break off the engagement. How is this different from kicking someone when they were down? How ruthless! Is the Xian family so eager to sever ties with the Yi family? Alas, the Xian family is probably afraid. Now that the Yi family has fallen, their mortal enemies will undoubtedly target those families closely associated with the Yi family. If the Xian family does not break off the engagement, they will likely be the first to be purged, but there's no need to be so hasty. What will old General Yi think? Swish, swish, all eyes turned to Yi Changfeng, filled with concern. You, puffed. Yi Changfeng managed to utter only one word before spitting out a mouthful of blood and staggering backward. The nearly 80-year-old patriarch of the Yi family had finally collapsed. The Xian family's rescission of the engagement had become the final straw that broke Yi Changfeng's back. Beside Yi Changfeng stood his adopted son Su Jian, who hurriedly reached out to support him. Father, please take care of yourself. Do not worry, with Su Dong and me. We shall uphold the entire Yi family. Su Jian was adopted by Yi Changfeng many years ago, and Su Dong was his son. Since Yi Changfeng's biological son and grandson were serving in the military, it was primarily Su Jian and his son managing the affairs of the Yi family. Behind Yi Changfeng, Yi Fan, who had regained consciousness, clutched his toy Peppa Pig tightly, struggling to suppress the fury swelling within him as he cast a fierce gaze at Xian Yufei. Xian Yufei and Yi Fan had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, their relationship having always been exceptionally close. A decade prior, the Yi and Xian families had arranged a betrothal for the two, and it was well known throughout the Southwest and even the entire Xia that Xian Yufei was destined to be Yi Fan's bride. Yi Fan had contemplated the possibility of everyone leaving him, but he had never imagined that Yufei would abandon him, especially at such a critical moment. Yufei, you no longer wish to be my wife. Yufei, fidgeting with the hem of her garment, dared not meet Yi Fan's gaze. With her head bowed, she spoke with remorse. I'm sorry, Fan Go. I cannot marry you. 5 years ago, when Yi Fan had become a fool, Yufei had never considered breaking the engagement. After all, at that time, Yi Fan had the support of the Yi family. Despite his condition, his future seemed secure. However, now the Yi family was nearly annihilated, leaving only an elderly man on the brink of death and a fool with the intelligence of a child. What hope would there be for her if she entered the Yi family now? Yufei composed herself, and as she lifted her head, her eyes seemed to convey a newfound resolve. If only you weren't a fool. If I were not a fool, you would still marry me, wouldn't you? Yi Fan continued to gaze at Yufei, the bond of their shared upbringing igniting a flicker of hope within him. Yufei hesitated, and before she could respond, her uncle Zhonghua interjected, Humph. Stupid fool, stop dreaming. Even if you were to return to normal, what difference would it make? Do you think the Yi family is the same as before? Can you return to being that exceptional genius? Moreover, even if you could fully recover, you are the last remaining member of the Yi family, and countless eyes are fixed upon you. How long can you endure? I do not wish for Yufei to become a widow. Though Zhonghua's words were harsh, they jolted Yi Fan into awareness. Indeed, all the male members of the Yi family had perished on the same day, and reflecting upon his own accident 5 years ago, Yi Fan understood that someone intended to eradicate the Yi family completely. If he were to recover now, enemies would not hesitate to strike him down. Even if he could defend himself, the true culprits behind the Yi family's destruction would likely conceal themselves. In that instant, Yi Fan's expression darkened, and he resolved to continue feigning ignorance, using his foolishness as a guise to secretly root out those who had harmed the Yi family. They must pay in blood for their misdeeds. As for Yufei, he would leave that to fate. Seeing Yi Fan's silence, Zhonghua let out a self-deprecating laugh. I forgot, you wouldn't comprehend what I'm saying. With a twitch of his lips, he turned back to the blood-stained Yi Changfeng and continued, Old man, you are well aware of the situation. Please spare the Xian family and Yufei. The crowd murmured in shock at Zhonghua's relentless pursuit. The Xian family had gone too far. Alas, the Yi family had fallen, and it seemed that after the Xian family broke off the engagement, no one would be willing to marry the fool Yi Fan. The Yi family's prospects were bleak. What a pity, given the old man's condition. He likely had only a few years left. By the way, old Zhang, didn't you mention that the fish at Danyang Tower is delectable? Let us hurry and secure a table. If we delay, there may not be a place left. Isn't that inappropriate? The Yi family's funeral hasn't concluded yet. And we're leaving? What is inappropriate about it? Attending this funeral holds no significance now. It would be better to invite Su Jian and his son to the foot massage parlor a few more times. Let us go. In the courtyard, many shared the same sentiment, and already a quarter of the attendees had risen, unreservedly preparing to leave. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, the crowd pushes. This is the harsh reality. Yi Changfeng, having just coughed up blood, was supported by Su Jian. His face was pale as he surveyed the desolate scene before him, his lips trembling as he attempted to speak but could not produce any sound. Yi Fan stood on the platform, coldly observing those who were departing, memorizing their faces in his mind. Soon, he would ensure that they deeply regretted their actions today. Below the platform, the 7 individuals in the front row, holding the urn of ashes, were so enraged by the unfolding events that they began stomping their feet. After exchanging glances, they advanced toward the platform under the leadership of their eldest sister, Tianlong. Yufei, if you want to marry him, we will. I Tianlong. I Lingyanqiu. I Shenmeng. I Su Yixue. We are willing to marry Yi Fan and bring new life to the Yi family. The 7 powerful declarations rang out on the platform like swords piercing through the suffocating gloom. The venue fell into a profound silence. Those who had intended to leave found their feet frozen mid-step. Below the platform, some opened their mouths, momentarily forgetting what they had intended to say. In an instant, the actions of the 1,000-strong audience seemed to be suspended, frozen in that moment. The only movement came from their wide-open eyes, staring in disbelief at the 7 stunning girls on the platform. Gasp! After a 10-second silence, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, and then the atmosphere erupted like a boiling pot. Wow, I've never seen anything like this, 7 women are simultaneously entering the Yi family to marry the fool Yi Fan? What the hell? Have these beauties lost their minds? All the male heirs of the Yi family are dead. This is the perfect opportunity to escape. Exactly. Any one of them would be a stunning beauty, a rare gem, and they choose to marry that fool Yi Fan? How are we supposed to live with this? What courage! At such a time, they refuse to abandon the Yi family and instead bring honor to it. Not necessarily. I suspect it's not that simple. Their public declaration may simply be an attempt to salvage some dignity for the Yi family. Let us wait and see how it unfolds. Those who had prepared to leave, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, retracted their steps and quietly returned to the gathering. The actions of the 7 beautiful sisters created ripples akin to a stone cast into a lake, sending waves throughout the assembly. Xian Yufei suddenly lifted her head, her blazing gaze fixed on Yu Linglong and the others, as if she sought to peer into their very souls. She could not comprehend the motivations of these extraordinary girls. While everyone else was striving to distance themselves from the Yi family, they were choosing to swim against the current, binding themselves tightly to it. As Yu Linglong and her companions stepped forward, placing their hands atop Yi Fan's, Xian Yufei felt an emptiness within her, as if she had lost something profoundly significant. Yi Changfeng grasped Yu Linglong's hand tightly, his voice thick with emotion. Linglong, Yinxiu, thank you, thank you. Regardless of the truth behind their intentions, Yu Linglong and the others had stepped forward at a critical moment, making this declaration, which at least restored some dignity to the Yi family and alleviated Yi Changfeng's burden. Yu Linglong looked earnestly at Yi Changfeng and said, Grandfather, I remain a member of your family. It is merely the person I wish to marry who has changed. Leave the rest to me. Pausing briefly, Yu Linglong turned her gaze to Xian Yufei, her eyes sharp as she did so. Xian Yufei, in my capacity as Yi Fan's wife, hereby declare that your engagement with Yi Fan is rendered null and void from this moment forth. The assertive proclamation erupted from Yu Linglong, accompanied by an aura of overwhelming ferocity that reverberated through the air. The atmosphere was thick with tension, causing every onlooker to feel an unsettling chill enveloping them. Indeed, as the foremost female warrior of the Great Xia, her commanding presence silenced the crowd. If Yi Fan were still the prodigious talent of yore, the two would have appeared quite fitting together. However, one could only wait and see. Perhaps Yi Fan might awaken one day to reclaim his former self. The mood shifted dramatically in the wake of Yu Linglong's declaration. The 7 stunning daughters-in-law of the Yi family stood resolute in their defense of their husband, igniting a flicker of hope among the onlookers, many of whom felt a sense of relief for the elder Yi. Yet, amidst the crowd, Zhao Tianlong from the Zhao family wore a countenance darkened by rage. What the hell is going on? I had long harbored hopes for Su Yixue, believing that with the demise of the Yi family, I would finally have my chance. But now, Zhao Tianlong's fist clenched in frustration. Did Su Yixue hit her head, choosing to marry a fool, or worse, to become a sister-in-law? Beside Zhao, a bespectacled young man bore a similarly displeased expression. Zhao Xiao, do not lose your temper. Perhaps things are not as they seem. Su Yixue might simply be putting on a facade. Surely, they cannot all truly intend to marry Yi Fan. If they do, it would complicate my father's ambitions to seize control of the Yi Corporation, and we cannot allow that. The bespectacled youth was none other than Su Dong, son of Su Jian, with the Yi family on the brink of extinction. He and his father stood to gain immensely, seizing the opportunity to dominate the Yi Corporation without opposition. However, the unexpected decision made by Yu Linglong and the others disrupted their plans. This reasoning holds merit. If Su Yixue dares to engage in any intimate conduct with Yi Fan, I will eliminate that fool in an instant. Zhao Tianlong scoffed. For him, crushing Yi Fan was as effortless as squashing an ant. By the way, Su Xiao, tonight, my family is hosting a business banquet, and the bigwigs from the provincial capital will be attending. Perhaps you could find an opportunity for collaboration. The atmosphere was rife with commotion, while the focal point, Yi Fan, remained encircled by the 7 exquisite sisters-in-law, his expression one of bewilderment and composure. However, internally, a storm of emotions raged within him. What the hell? I have only just awakened, and now I am to inherit these stunning sisters-in-law. Sisters, please do not act recklessly. I am no longer a fool. Yet Yi Fan understood that their public announcement to marry him would leave the enemies of the Yi family no choice but to act. Had they not declared their intentions, perhaps the foes would have held back. But now, with their commitment to marry Yi Fan, Those who sought to eradicate the Yi family would certainly not spare any of them. Given the circumstances, Yi Fan realized that evasion was no longer an option. Sighing deeply, he felt a profound determination welling up within him. Whether to honor the memory of his fallen brothers or to secure his own future, he must muster strength swiftly to restore the Yi family to its former glory. Only through his own strength could he avenge their demise and protect his 7 stunning sisters-in-law. The voice of Grandpa Yi Changfeng resonated, bringing Yi Fan back to reality. At that moment, Yi Changfeng, influenced by Yu Linglong's fervor, spoke with renewed vigor. His gloom dissipated. The procession began, escorting the 10 loyal souls of the Yi family to the Yun City Cemetery. Outside the Yi residence, Xian Zhenghua and Xian Yufei had already departed. Noticing Xian Yufei's somber demeanor, Xian Zhenghua offered heartfelt consolation. Yufei, your uncle understands your bond with Yi Fan, but you must recognize the dire situation. The Yi family is beyond salvation. The Xian family cannot afford to be dragged down with them. Though Yu Linglong and the others have declared their intention to marry Yi Fan, do you truly believe that is feasible? It is merely a way to salvage the Yi family's dignity. By the way, tonight, young Master Zhao is hosting a business banquet, and I have heard that influential figures from the provincial capital are coming to Yun City to invest. Young Master Li has previously invited you. Why not return the call? The young Master Li mentioned by Xian Zhenghua was none other than Li Yunyang, the heir of another prominent family in Yun City. With the fall of the Yi family, Xian Zhenghua sought to align the Xian family with a new powerhouse. Xian Yufei, weary and despondent, gently shook her head. No, uncle, I am quite tired. I shall return to rest. I will attend the business banquet on my own this evening. With that, Xian Yufei retreated into her vehicle, driving away from the scene. Xian Zhenghua watched her depart, shaking his head in lament. Alas, Yufei, you are still too young. For the sake of the Xian family, your uncle must act thus. At the Yun City Cemetery, after bidding farewell to all guests, Yi Changfeng exhaled deeply. Linglong, Yinxiu, Yixue, thank you for today. The sudden withdrawal of the Xian family from the engagement at the funeral nearly stripped the Yi family of its last semblance of dignity. Yet the support of the 7 daughters-in-law salvaged a fragment of honor. Now that the funeral for my 7 grandsons has concluded, you may all take your leave. Sigh. Even at this moment, Yi Changfeng still believed that the prior declarations made by Yu Linglong and the others were merely jest. However, Yu Linglong and Su Yixue remained steadfast, and Su Yixue stepped forward to address Yi Changfeng. Grandpa, we are serious about marrying Yi Fan. Although Ling Tian and the others have perished, the Yi family's lineage must not falter. We are willing to propagate the Yi bloodline and continue its legacy. What? Yi Changfeng gazed at Su Yixue and the others, his gaze sweeping across the 7 girls' solemn expressions, leaving him bewildered. Why go to such lengths? What do you hope to gain? Yu Linglong stepped forward, respectfully addressing Yi Changfeng. Grandpa, we are of the Yi family in life, and its spirit in death. Those who conspire against the Yi family cannot go unpunished. We 7 sisters have conspired to each accompany Yu Fan for a month, ensuring that the Yi lineage endures and that those who have wronged us pay dearly. Yi Fan, standing behind Yi Changfeng, nearly spat out blood upon hearing Yu Linglong's words. Are they serious? Each one of them plans to spend a month with me? Am I to be regarded as a mere breeding vessel? Sensing Yi Fan's shifting emotions, Yu Linglong turned abruptly, her eyes fixed intently on him. A hint of bewilderment in her expression. Observing Yi Fan's continued confusion, her brow furrowed slightly. Could it be her misperception? In that brief moment, she seemed to sense a significant fluctuation in Yi Fan's aura. If he were still a fool, he would hardly be capable of such a disturbance in his energy. After a brief hesitation, Yu Linglong stepped closer, gazing earnestly at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, I do not know if you can comprehend my words now, but do not forget that you were once the greatest prodigy of the great Xia, a being who stood at the pinnacle. You can rise again. We 7 virtuous maidens have resolved to marry you. From this moment forth, we are your wives. Our fates are intertwined. We will share in glory and adversity. If you retain even a shred of clarity, awaken swiftly, protect the Yi family, and avenge your uncles and brothers. Moreover, whether your foolishness is genuine or feigned, the 7 of us have made our choice to stand by you. Should you dare to betray any one of us, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth with a blade in hand. As he listened to Yu Linglong's words, Yi Fan felt a swell of emotion, his nose tinged with the sting of unshed tears. To risk the scrutiny of the world, 7 girls have chosen to marry him simultaneously. What immense resolve and courage that required. What justification did he have for not rallying himself? Su Yixue, moved by the moment, gently interjected, "Elder sister, might this be too harsh on Yi Fan? After all, his intellect has yet to return." Yu Linglong's brow furrowed slightly. Previous examinations had confirmed that Yi Fan's mind remained intact, with no neural damage. "We must have overlooked something," she mused. "Recently, I have contacted the renowned healer Lei Qianjue of the Great Xia. He will surely find a remedy. I will spare no effort to secure his aid for Yi Fan's treatment." The notion of summoning a revered healer stirred something within Yi Fan. If Lei Qianjue were to arrive, it would perfectly align with a plan he intended to set in motion. He had already discerned that while his grandfather appeared healthy on the surface, the hidden injuries from past battles, combined with the weight of recent misfortunes, were nearing a breaking point. Without proper care, his grandfather's time could be short. Though Yi Fan possessed remarkable medical skills, he now needed to feign ignorance, making it impractical for him to tend to his grandfather's health directly. Yet, if Lei Qianjue were to come, Yi Fan could utilize the healer's expertise to restore his grandfather. With this thought, Yi Fan raised his hands in exuberance, exclaiming, "Hooray! Hooray! I shall seek healing." At that moment, he understood the necessity of maintaining his guise of foolishness. Yu Linglong narrowed her eyes, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate her thoughts. The other 6 beautiful girls looked at Yi Fan with eyes full of concern. Su Yixue stepped forward, enveloping Yi Fan in a warm embrace, and softly assured him, "Fear not, Yi Fan. We sisters will certainly find a way to heal you. Even if healing proves impossible, we shall care for you for a lifetime, blessing you with many plump children." At her final words, all 7 girls blushed. Though their decision had been made in haste at the funeral, they were still young maidens, and discussions of intimate matters brought them shyness. As the eldest at 26, Yu Linglong maintained her composure, stating, "Grandfather, this is our arrangement. For the first month, Su Yixue will care for Yi Fan, followed by Qing Rulin from the provincial capital in the second month, and so on." As Yu Linglong recounted their plans, Yi Changfeng, listening nearby, could not stem the tears that flowed down his cheeks. "Brave girls. Grandfather thanks you." As he spoke, Yi Changfeng knelt before Yu Linglong and the others. They willingly sacrificed their innocence to ensure the continuation of the Yi family lineage. Such generosity was monumental. Alarmed, Yu Linglong and Su Yixue hurried to lift Yi Changfeng from the ground. "Grandfather, please, do not," they urged. "We will strive together. The Yi family shall grow stronger." Standing again, Yi Changfeng regarded Yi Fan with solemnity, saying, "Yi Fan, remember this. No matter whether you regain your normalcy, you must treat these 7 girls with utmost kindness. Do you understand? Should you dare to betray any of them, I will personally see to your end." It is indeed easier to add embellishments than to provide true support in times of hardship. In such tribulations, how could Yi Fan ever forget the kindness of these 7? He silently pledged to himself, "I shall not disappoint my sisters. However, for now, you must endure some discomfort." "Ah," Yi Fan responded, appearing somewhat flustered to outsiders. Su Yixue, feeling a pang of sympathy, drew Yi Fan closer. "It's getting late. I shall take Yi Fan home now. Tonight, Zhao Tianlong is hosting a business banquet, and it will be a good opportunity for Yi Fan to accompany me." Upon hearing Zhao Tianlong's name, Yi Fan's mind jolted with a familiar image. 5 years ago, during the final moments of a car accident, he had glimpsed the scarred face of the driver. Earlier, in the Yi family courtyard, he had seen the same scarred man standing beside Zhao Tianlong. Clearly, his accident was connected to the Zhao family. A sharp glint flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. If so, revenge must begin with the Zhao family. Back at the Yi family estate, Yi Changfeng slumped into a chair, utterly drained. Gazing at the empty courtyard, he felt a wave of sorrow wash over him again. Cold Peak, the captain of the guard, stood respectfully to the side, reporting in a hushed tone, "Old Master Yi, according to our intelligence, Su Jian and his son are intensifying their plans to contact major shareholders in the Yi Corporation, intending to seize and misappropriate its assets. What are your instructions?" Yi Changfeng waved his hand dismissively. "I am already aware of their petty maneuvers. The thousands of billions in assets were never coveted by the Yi family. However, since those 7 girls are committed to protecting little Fan, I must leave them something of value. Keep a close watch on the company's affairs and ensure everything remains under control." "Understood," Cold Peak replied, his lips trembling slightly as he gazed at the family portrait hanging on the wall, his voice thick with emotion. "Old Master, The eldest young master and the others must have been ambushed. Those people are ruthless. Yi Changfeng leaned wearily against his chair, resignedly stating, I know. And I can roughly guess who among them was involved. But now, what can the Yi family do? A family, regardless of its rise or fall, fears most the absence of successors. The old master's influence in the military is indeed formidable, but with all the promising young men of the Yi family perished, what good is Yu Changfeng's prestige? Will the Yi family rely on a fool with the intellect of a 7 or 8-year-old? Moreover, even if the 7 girls choose to marry Yi Fan, it can only temporarily stave off the family's decline, unless they can quickly bear children. And the old master can live for at least another 20 years to ensure the 4th generation grows up. There may be a chance for the Yi family to rise again. Alas, how I wish the young master could recover from his foolishness. In a dim courtyard in the northwest, an elderly man knelt reverently before a statue of Buddha, holding several incense sticks in prayer. At the entrance, a young man in camouflage waited until the elder stood to present a stack of documents. Elder Zhang, there's news from Yin City. The funeral proceeded smoothly. Yi Changfeng behaved normally, and there have been no significant anomalies in the Northern Dragon Army. However, there was a minor incident at the funeral. The Xian family has called off their engagement with the Yi family. Yet Yi Fan's 7 brides publicly declared their intention to wed him and continue the Yi lineage. How should we handle this? Humph. The elder snorted coldly at the report, exuding the authority that only a high-ranking figure possesses. How dare they? Do they not comprehend the fate awaiting the Yi family? We must punish them severely. To set an example, isn't the Su family also in Yin City? Let them witness the consequences of aligning with the Yi family. The elder paused before continuing. Furthermore, monitor Yi Fan closely. If he exhibits any abnormal behavior, take decisive action. As he spoke, the elder made a gesture indicating a throat-cutting motion. In a heartbeat, he had shifted from fervent prayer to viewing human life as expendable. A single command could seal one's fate. In Yun City, Su Yixue escorted Yi Fan back to her residence. After changing her attire, she prepared to head to the banquet organized by the Zhao family. Yi Fan, please refrain from speaking out of turn once we arrive. Just stay by my side, and I shall protect you. Su Yixue gently embraced Yi Fan's arm. Her eyes filled with compassion. Once, Yi Fan had been a dazzling prodigy. All right. Su Yixue paused, then playfully tapped Yi Fan's shoulder. Her cheeks flushed as she said, What are you still calling me? From now on, you must call me wife, understand? All right. I have a wife now. How wonderful and joyous. Yi Fan exclaimed, dancing with excitement like a child. This sight tugged at Su Yixue's heartstrings. Once, he was the youngest and most exceptional talent, a perfect match with Xian Yufei, the golden couple of Yin City. Yet now, during the most challenging times for the Yi family, the Xian family had chosen to abandon them. I must cherish this man. The Yi family cannot fall. Yes, little Fan, I will forever be your wife. Su Yixue held Yi Fan tightly, letting her flowing hair cover his face. It was her first intimate contact with a man. Though slightly shy, she felt resolute. Unbeknownst to Su Yixue, as her heartbeat quickened, a warm current surged through her body, nourishing and invigorating her, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. Simultaneously, Yi Fan felt a similar warmth within him. Deep in his dantian, a flame flickered in harmony with the warm current, transforming it into martial energy that permeated his veins, swiftly enhancing his strength. This was the secret behind Yi Fan achieving the master realm at the tender age of 15. The mysterious flame in his dantian would absorb warmth whenever he connected with a girl experiencing emotional fluctuations, allowing him to convert it into martial energy, rapidly boosting his prowess. Even when he was not in contact with a girl, the flame would autonomously produce warmth, transforming it into martial energy, significantly accelerating his cultivation compared to ordinary methods. Miss Su, the family head and the second master are inside. Please go in alone. A steward approached Yi Fan, who was examining his martial energy. Su Yixue frowned. I'll be right there. She understood the gravity of the situation. Announcing her intention to marry Yi Fan in front of so many people could bring catastrophic consequences to the Su family. Little Fan, wait for me in the car. Don't wander off. I'll come find you shortly. After ensuring Yi Fan was settled in the car, Su Yixue hurried towards the banquet hall. Watching her depart, Yi Fan's lips curled into a determined smile. Fear not. From the moment you chose to safeguard the Yi family and me, I, Yi Fan, shall provide you with the most splendid life this world has to offer, besides the mysterious flame within him. Yi Fan possessed a tremendous force hidden behind the ring he received years ago, a power capable of shaking the world, though he had yet to activate it. He had the strength to protect. Those who sought to destroy the Yi family tremble from this moment forth. In a corner of the banquet hall, Su Mingho, the second son of the Su family, expressed his indignation to his elder brother, Su Honghai. Brother, isn't that girl Yixue being reckless? How could she announce her intention to marry that fool Yi Fan alongside Yu Linglong? Indeed, everyone knows the predicament the Yi family is in. Associating with them now is akin to courting death. We should count ourselves fortunate not to exacerbate their woes. Why must Yixue drag the entire Su family down with her? Su Mingho's younger brother chimed in, equally frustrated. That evening, the news of Yu Linglong and Su Yixue's public announcement regarding their intention to wed Yi Fan had ignited a firestorm online. This is placing the Su family in a perilous position. Brother, you must rein in Su Yixue's behavior. In my opinion, such conduct disqualifies Su Yixue from continuing as president of the Su group. She should be expelled from the family to prevent us from being implicated. The core disciples of the Su family echoed their outrage. Seated at the head of the table, Su Honghai remained silent until the discussion subsided. It seems you have forgotten how our Su family rose to prominence. Without the Yi family's protection, would we have the Su family we have today? I believe Yixue's actions are not misplaced. His words rendered the room silent. Once, the Su family was merely a small workshop in Yin City. And it was through a fortuitous encounter between the Su family's elder and Yi Changfeng, coupled with the Yi family's support, that they gradually became a renowned pharmaceutical company in the Southwest. Brother, we can express gratitude, but this is not the way to do it. If Yi Fan were still the genius he once was, I wouldn't mind Yixue marrying him, but now, before Su Mingho could finish, he received an email that altered his expression. Brother, look, a supplier has suddenly announced their refusal to cooperate with us. I received similar news. A channel partner indicated that a significant figure has instructed them to completely cut ties with the Su group. Within seconds, the core executives of the Su family received numerous reports from suppliers and channel partners. A substantial portion of their collaborators abruptly announced the cessation of partnerships, striking at the very foundation of the Su family. Clearly, those behind the scenes had begun their assault on the Su family, a warning to deter others. Su Honghai frowned at the relentless updates. From the moment Su Yixue publicly declared her decision, he had anticipated this outcome and was not surprised. We had hoped to collaborate with the Xia family in the provincial capital. Now, that seems unlikely. Su Yixue has truly endangered the Su family. As the group lamented, Su Yixue stepped through the door and bowed to the assembly. I understand your concerns, but I must say that our Su family has thrived thanks to the Yi family. Now that the Yi family is in distress, we cannot turn our backs on them. Even if the Su group collapses, we can return to being our modest workshop. What is there to fear? As human beings, we must learn to be grateful. If my decision has caused any discontent, you are welcome to sell your shares and leave. I shall not hinder you. Although Su Yixue was gentle with Yi Fan, she was resolute and commanding in front of the core executives, leaving them in awe. Tonight, I will do my utmost to facilitate a partnership with the Xia family. As long as we secure this collaboration, the Su group will not easily succumb. At the entrance, after Su Yixue departed, Yi Fan followed suit, stepping into the banquet hall. After 5 aimless years, he had finally awakened and was ready to rediscover the world. Oh, isn't that the fool from the Yi family? What brings him here? Upon entering the banquet hall, Zhao Tianlong, with a mischievous grin, blocked Yi Fan's path. Are you hungry? Seeking a bite to eat? As he spoke, Zhao Tianlong exchanged glances with a few friends, a smirk dancing in their eyes. Come on, let's show our concern for the intellectually challenged. Let's treat young Master Yi to a drink. As he spoke, Zhao Tianlong tossed a cigarette, but into a cup, stirred it, spat into it a few times, and added some more ingredients from his friends, transforming the drink into a murky yellow concoction before presenting it to Yi Fan. Here, drink up. It's delicious. Oblivious, Yi Fan accepted the cup, raising it to inspect the light. Is this how fine wine is made? It's so beautiful. His naive demeanor elicited derisive laughter from Zhao Tianlong and his companions. Yes, that's the exquisite wine I crafted just for you. Go ahead and drink. Zhao Tianlong urged Yi Fan, a shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. A dim-witted fool, and yet 7 individuals astonishingly declared their intention to wed him? By what right? Had it been in the past, during the zenith of the Yi family, even if Yi Fan were a fool, Zhao Tianlong would never have dared to bully him so brazenly. However, now that the core disciples of the Yi family have perished, leaving only this one simpleton, Who would dare to voice any objections to such an act of oppression? Yi Fan brought the wine glass to his nose and inhaled its aroma. Just as everyone believed he was about to take a sip, he unexpectedly exclaimed, "No, something is still missing." At that moment, a janitor happened to pass by, pushing a bucket of dirty mop water. Observing the murky liquid within, Yi Fan swiftly scooped half a cup with a wine glass, giving it a gentle swirl. This should be perfect. Zhao Tianlong and the others stared in bewilderment at the murky, dark liquid in Yi Fan's hand for a few moments, before erupting into hearty laughter. Haha, indeed, he is a fool. How true. It is utterly absurd that one would resort to drinking the water used to wash a mop, especially considering that mop has just been employed to clean the restroom. Today, Yi Fan is destined to make a fool of himself at his grandmother's house. Quickly, prepare the phones and ensure the recording is clear. Soon, we shall upload it online. Let us see how Tianlong and Su Yixue still have the audacity to marry Yi Fan. As the crowd eagerly awaited Yi Fan to take a drink, he unexpectedly stepped forward, approaching Zhao Tianlong. Before Zhao Tianlong could react, Yi Fan abruptly directed the wine cup towards his mouth. Instinctively, Zhao Tianlong attempted to evade, only to find Yi Fan's wrist firmly grasping his neck like a vice, rendering him utterly immobile. To his astonishment, Yi Fan seemed to have targeted a specific pressure point, causing Zhao Tianlong's mouth to involuntarily open in the shape of an O, allowing the contents of Yi Fan's cup to pour directly into his mouth. Gulp. With a full cup in hand, Zhao Tianlong swallowed it all in one gulp, along with the cigarette butt from earlier. Seemingly concerned that Zhao Tianlong might choke, Yi Fan thoughtfully patted his chest, advising him to drink slowly and not to choke. How is it? Does it taste delightful? Yi Fan, with her innocent and alluring big eyes, inquired of Zhao Tianlong with a look of pure naivety. In a moment of realization, Zhao Tianlong sprang up in place, exclaiming in frustration, "How could you not drink, you fool?" Zhao Tianlong, consumed by rage, forcefully shoved Yi Fan aside, his voice laced with fury as he berated him. At that moment, the disgust overwhelming Zhao Tianlong was so intense that he felt an urge to turn his stomach inside out and cleanse it with water. "I apologize, but I cannot assist with that." He was acutely aware of the contents of that goblet. It was filled with his own thick phlegm, along with that of several companions. The crucial addition of the foul water from the restroom by Yi Fan made this cup of murky liquid even more repulsive. How could he have consumed it all? "My wife, Yixue, has advised me against drinking alcohol. However, your kind invitation to enjoy fine wine brings me great joy, and thus, I feel compelled to reciprocate your generosity." Yi Fan looked at Zhao Tianlong with a beaming smile, his face adorned with an innocent grin, yet within his heart, a cold sneer emerged. "You worthless lot. How could you possibly contend with me?" 5 years ago, from that ring, Yi Fan inherited not merely the flickering flames of knowledge to enhance his martial prowess, but also the century-long wisdom of 13 formidable figures encapsulated within. The intricacies of power dynamics and strategies, Yi Fan had long since mastered them. Confronting individuals like Zhao Tianlong was, for him, an effortless endeavor. Hiss. The crowd surrounding the spectacle has now come to their senses. Zhao Tianlong initially intended to humiliate Yi Fan, only to find himself hoisted by his own petard, having consumed a cup of murky liquid. As astonishment swept through the onlookers, a flicker of curiosity emerged. Was Yi Fan truly foolish, or merely feigning ignorance? Ugh! Beside Zhao Tianlong, the other companions were struggling to suppress their urge to vomit. It was simply revolting. Zhao Tianlong sprang up in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "What are you all still standing around for? Take him down. If he dies, it's on me. How dare he toy with me, provoking his own demise?" As the eldest son of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianlong has been the center of attention since childhood. He has never endured such an affront. While berating the bodyguards and companions at his side, he reached for his throat, attempting to expel the substance he had just ingested. However, his efforts proved futile. All he could manage were dry heaves, unable to bring forth anything. Indeed, Zhao Tianlong could even feel the noxious liquid churning within his stomach, emanating a profoundly foul odor. Splash! Beside Zhao Tianlong, several bodyguards and his companions immediately rolled up their sleeves, preparing to launch an assault on Yi Fan. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened. Was a confrontation imminent? "If I do not employ a few tactics, do you truly believe I am easy to bully? Cease this. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on a single hair of Brother Fan." Just as Yi Fan was about to take action, A robust figure swiftly darted in from behind. Approaching with a physique reminiscent of a tower, the individual wasted no time and seized Zhao Tianlong's two bodyguards, one in each hand, forcefully smashing them together. With a resounding crash, the two imposing figures, each standing over 6 feet tall, were rendered unconscious in an instant. With me, Wang Fugui, present. Dare you lay a finger on my elder brother? The individual who arrived was Wang Fugui, a brother with whom Yi Fan had shared childhood adventures. His grandfather had once served as an aide to Yi Changfeng in his youth, establishing a strong bond between their families. Wang Fugui had accompanied Yi Fan throughout their formative years, willingly embracing the role of a subordinate while Yi Fan was still regarded as a prodigy. Even after Yi Fan's fall from grace 5 years ago, Wang Fugui remained steadfast in his loyalty, shielding him from numerous troubles. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Wang Fugui possessed a robust physique and a solid foundation in martial arts. At just under 20 years of age, he had already attained mastery in the realm of martial arts, marking him as one of the elite practitioners in Yun City. Notably protective of those he cared for, his temperament was notably stubborn. 3 years prior, he had relentlessly beaten an individual for 3 days straight simply for insulting Yi Fan. Since that incident, few dared to provoke Wang Fugui lightly. At this moment, he made a sudden appearance, incapacitating 2 bodyguards with a single strike. The onlookers instinctively took a few steps back, filled with trepidation. Young Master Zhao? Besides Zhao Tianlong, several friends hesitantly inquired about his intentions regarding the situation. Zhao Tianlong was also aware that with Wang Fugui's arrival, the chances of him taking action at the banquet were dwindling. Thus, he decided to disperse. Can Wang Fugui protect him for a moment, or for a lifetime? Instruct the brethren to bring along more individuals. Once the banquet concludes, seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Damn it, if he remains alive, Su Yixue will never consent to marry me. Ugh, damn it. Hurry and take me to the restroom. I feel nauseated. Although Zhao Tianlong harbored resentment, he found himself without recourse at this moment. Brother, are you all right? I have just returned from my travels, and I have heard about the affairs of the Yi family. Rest assured, dear brother, even if the Yi family is no more, old Wang will undoubtedly fight tooth and nail to protect you, ensuring that those brutes do not lay a finger on you. Wang Fugui turned to Yi Fan, his expression earnest as he spoke. Elder brother should naturally be the pride of heaven. It is those beasts who are blind and unworthy. Come, let us seek him out. Hello. Greetings, my dear brother. How fortunate you are. Although that unappreciative woman, Xin Yufei, has called off the engagement, 7 beautiful individuals have chosen to wed you instead. Haha. If you were in a lucid state, you would undoubtedly be grinning from ear to ear. As Wang Fugui hooked his arm around Yi Fan's shoulder and led him inside, his mouth was incessantly chattering like a machine gun. At first, everything was fine, but the final sentence left Yi Fan utterly perplexed. Am I truly such a person? As Yi Fan furrowed his brows, Wang Fugui seemed to sense something, turning suddenly to cast a sharp glance at him. That resolute gaze seemed to convey a message. Indeed. Brother, you are that kind of person. Brother, why do I suddenly feel you are different today? With an expression of delight, Wang Fugui grasped Yi Fan's arm and shook it. Yi Fan, slightly taken aback, wondered if this fellow possessed such keen perception. Old Wang, I would like a drink. Although Yi Fan was touched by Wang Fugui's unwavering companionship during such trying times, it was still not the moment to reveal his true self. Until he thoroughly dealt with the enemies targeting the Yi family, Yi Fan would continue to feign ignorance. Wang Fugui's expression dimmed. All right, brother, I shall get it for you. Xiao Fan, how did you get in? Are you all right? Just as Wang Fugui was about to rise, Su Yixue rushed over from the other side of the hall. Having just dealt with matters concerning the Su family and hearing that Zhao Tianlong was bullying Yi Fan, she hurried over. Upon seeing Yi Fan with Wang Fugui, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Hello, little sister-in-law. Wang Fugui straightened up upon noticing Su Yixue, respectfully addressing her, though the title had changed from before. Su Yixue understood the implications behind it. You cheeky one. She shot a glance at Wang Fugui. Xiao Fan didn't he run into any trouble, did he? My brother is not the one to suffer losses, is he? Wang Fugui quickly recounted the earlier events to Su Yixue. Upon hearing that Yi Fan had actually made Zhao Tianlong suffer by forcing him to drink dirty mop water, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Yi Fan has been foolish for 5 years. How has he suddenly become so agile? Or is it merely a coincidence? I feel that my brother's aura is somewhat different from before. I vaguely sense he has awakened, Yet his demeanor does not reflect that. Alas, Wang Fugui voiced his inner doubts. Su Yixue nodded in agreement. Do not rush. Sister Linglong has arranged for Mr. Lei, the medical sage of Daxia, to come to Yun City shortly for Xiao Fan's diagnosis. At that time, we will know the specifics. Due to the previous encounter, Su Yixue was hesitant to let Yi Fan be alone, keeping him close while she greeted various business figures in Yun City, simultaneously introducing Yi Fan's identity. The intention was clear, to announce to everyone that although the Yi family was currently under duress, the Su family stood firmly by their side and would continue to protect them. Even if Yi Fan were a fool, the Su family would exert their utmost efforts to safeguard him. When the business banquet officially commenced, Zhao Tianlong was helped out from the restroom, his face pale. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's business banquet is to establish a platform for communication among you. He paused, retching as he caught sight of a nearby trash bin. Today, besides the esteemed elites present here from Yun City, we are honored to have Mr. Zhao, the president of the Xia Group from the provincial capital. Our Zhao family is eager to facilitate cooperation with Mr. Xia. Zhao Tianlong beamed with pride. The Xia family, a powerful clan from the provincial capital, had extensive connections throughout the southwest. Many families aspired to partner with them to soar to new heights. Zhao Tianlong had evidently taken the lead in inviting Mr. Xia, organizing this banquet for the occasion. If Mr. Xia were to collaborate, the Zhao family would undoubtedly be his first choice. Indeed, if the Zhao family secures a partnership with the Xia family, they will surely ascend to prominence, possibly becoming the foremost power in Yun City. How dull. Today is merely a stage for Zhao Tianlong to flaunt himself. Amidst the applause, a sprightly gentleman in his 50s ascended the stage, taking the microphone to address the audience. Dear friends, it is a great honor to be here in Yun City. Our Xia Group intends to expand into the southwest market and requires your support. I am here today to discuss potential collaborations with you. While the Zhao family is a commendable option, it does not imply that other companies lack opportunities. This remark immediately unsettled Zhao Tianlong, who had painstakingly organized the banquet only to see it benefit others. However, the Xia family's stature and influence clearly overshadowed that of the Zhao family, and despite his dissatisfaction, Zhao Tianlong dared not show it. Su Yixue, along with Su Honghai and Su Mingho, stood together, their expressions turning despondent upon hearing the exchange between Zhao Tianlong and Xia Hao. Alas, the Su family has missed their chance this time. This banquet was organized by the Zhao family, so how could it possibly benefit us? Indeed, Yixue, are you truly certain you wish to marry that fool? As they conversed, they cast another glance at Yi Fan, who stood beside Su Yixue, his expression inscrutable, yet he did not appear to possess a normal intellect. Poor Yi family. As Xia Hao spoke on stage, his gaze casually swept across the audience. When it landed on Yi Fan, his eyes brightened. Divine Doctor. Xia Hao, microphone in hand, exclaimed, startling everyone present. I apologize, everyone. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I shall return shortly. With that, he handed the microphone to a shocked Zhao Tianlong and, accompanied by his assistant, hurried towards Su Yixue and Yi Fan. Many business leaders in Su Yixue's vicinity were filled with anticipation. Hoping Xia Hao had come to seek them out, they were prepared to extend their hands in greeting. However, Xia Hao brushed past them, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Fan, moving swiftly closer. At this moment, the Su family began to sense something was amiss. Could it be that Mr. Xia is here for us? Does anyone have a close relationship with him? Su Mingho asked, puzzled, glancing around. Everyone shook their heads, but the third brother hesitated. I once shook hands with Mr. Xia at a business forum in the provincial capital. Could he possibly remember me? The others rolled their eyes. In such a large gathering, how could he possibly be remembered? Divine Doctor, I finally found you. I have long wished to express my gratitude for the life-saving favor you bestowed upon me. Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, Xia Hao dashed to Yi Fan, bowing respectfully and extending his hands. Was he here for Yi Fan? The Su family stood frozen, as did the others present. A fool, recognized by the esteemed Xia Hao of the Xia family from the provincial capital? Su Yixue had only announced her intent to marry Yi Fan in the morning, and by afternoon, she was reaping such unexpected benefits? If Yi Fan's connection with Xia Hao was significant, then the Xia family's partners in Yun City would undoubtedly favor the Su family. Zhao Tianlong, who had followed, was instantly rattled upon hearing Xia Hao claim that Yi Fan had saved him. Mr. Xia, you must be mistaken. This is merely the Yi family's imbecile. How could he possess the medical prowess to save anyone? Zhao Tianlong hurriedly attempted to dissuade Xiao. Come, Mr. Xia. You must have heard of the Yi family's current predicament. It would be wise to avoid any association with them. The news of the Yi family's 10 core members perishing within a day had spread throughout the entirety of Daxia. It was no secret. Xiao scrutinized Yi Fan carefully, shaking his head with certainty. I will not be mistaken. 5 years ago, when I was on the brink of death, it was the miraculous doctor who saved me. However, after a few years, how did that doctor become a fool? Xiao curiously shifted his gaze to Su Yixue, who stood beside Yi Fan. Su Yixue quickly spoke up. Mr. Xia, my fiancé had a car accident 5 years ago, which affected his intellect, resulting in his current condition. She elaborated on Yi Fan's situation, and Xiao nodded in understanding. That makes sense. Yi Xiao was once a prodigious talent, excelling in both martial arts and medicine. Based on the timeline, he must have met with the accident shortly after treating me. There can be no doubt about it. The Yi family had nearly been exterminated, and the 7 stunningly beautiful sisters had united to marry that fool from the Yi family. This incident had begun to captivate the entire Daxia, with everyone lamenting the fate of the Yi family while praising those 7 beauties. Xiao was astonished to discover that the person who had saved his life years ago was actually the youngest master of the Yi family. Miss Su, it seems you are involved in the pharmaceutical industry. Would you be interested in collaborating with my Xiao family? Xiao's intense gaze fixed on Su Yixue, causing everyone around them to freeze in place. What did this mean? Was Xiao planning to bestow immense wealth upon them? Mr. Xia, are you suggesting a collaboration with our Su family? Su Yixue could hardly contain her excitement. However, due to the Yi family's situation, we are currently facing a boycott from major partners. Those dealing with the Yi family will surely suppress us mercilessly. If you ally with the Su family, you will also face repercussions. Zhao Tianlong, who was standing nearby, became frantic. Yes, Mr. Xia, those who go against the Yi family are not to be trifled with. It would be better for you to collaborate with our Zhao family. Zhao Tianlong was desperate to pull Xiao away. After all the effort he had put into organizing this grand banquet, he didn't want it to end up benefiting the Su family. Initially, he had plans to eliminate Yi Fan and win Su Yixue's affection, but if the Su family allied with the Xiao family, they would inevitably rise to become the foremost family in Yun City, making it nearly impossible for him to win Su Yixue's heart. What if I face repercussions? If it weren't for Yi Xiao saving my life back then, I would have long been a pile of dust, and the Xiao family would not exist as it does today, Xiao replied, turning to glance at Su Yixue. Besides, Miss Su and many other heroines have not abandoned the Yi family. Why should I fear? Miss Su, it is settled then. The Su family will be the Xia family's sole partner in Yun City, and all of our channels will be fully open to the Su family in the entire Southwest. Anyone who opposes the Su family will be opposing the Xia family. Xiao raised his voice, announcing his decision with conviction. The sudden turn of events left Su Yixue, Su Honghai, and the others in a daze. They never expected that the fool would bring such a tremendous surprise to the Su family. Su Mingho found himself looking at Yi Fan with newfound admiration. The guests around them were filled with envy, realizing that the Yi family, despite its decline, still retained its deep-rooted legacy. Indeed, Yi Fan, once a prodigious genius, had not lost his formidable abilities. It was astonishing to learn that he possessed extraordinary medical skills. Having saved Xiao, he must have aided numerous other influential figures, representing a considerable resource. Su Yixue's foresight was commendable, though it remained uncertain how they would navigate the backlash from the partners who had boycotted the Su family. In an instant, the Su family's fortunes had reversed, altering everyone's perception of the Yi family. Although Yi Fan was perceived as a fool, there remained a glimmer of hope for the Yi family. What if Yi Fan were to awaken one day? After declaring his decision, Xiao turned respectfully towards Yi Fan and bowed. Miraculous doctor, I once again express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention. The capabilities of the Xiao family are limited, but we can only offer this much. Please forgive us. Though the Xiao family was a super family in the Southwest, Xiao was acutely aware that the forces behind the recent attacks on the Yi family were formidable entities from the capital, far beyond the Xiao family's reach. You helped my wife. You are a good person. A hug. Yi Fan, staring intently at Xiao, suddenly remembered who he was. 5 years ago, before his accident, while visiting the provincial city, he had unexpectedly encountered Xiao, who was being pursued and had been poisoned and severely injured. Yi Fan had saved him, restoring his life and dispatching his pursuers. Having regained his life, the Xia family soared to new heights over the following years. Xia Hao, with a hint of regret, embraced Yi Fan, patting his back. Alas, how did you end up like this? Rest assured, you will surely recover. As soon as Xia Hao finished speaking, a faint voice echoed in his ear. You did well. I will not treat you unfairly. Huh. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xia Hao's body stiffened, frozen in place. Was it the miraculous doctor's voice? Doctor, this. Xia Hao stepped back from Yi Fan, gazing at him in shock. Yi Fan remained silent, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Xia Hao was utterly astonished. The miraculous doctor was not a fool. But why was he deliberately pretending to be one? Xia Hao, known for his sharp intellect, quickly pieced together the situation. Yi Fan was concealing his true abilities to evade his adversaries. Truly remarkable. One could only imagine that had Yi Fan not been perceived as a fool, the Yi family would have faced total annihilation. And Yi Fan would have had no chance of escape. Xia Hao broke into a cold sweat, recalling that night 5 years ago when he had been pursued by dozens of martial arts experts. Those assassins were incredibly skilled, yet a mere 15-year-old had dispatched them with ease. If Yi Fan's prowess had been so terrifying then, what level must he have reached now? Such strength, cunning, and extraordinary medical skills, coupled with the ability to deliberately obscure his brilliance. It would not be long before the Yi family rose again. Those who conspired against the Yi family and distanced themselves from it were bound to face dire consequences. And Yi Fan choosing to confide in him indicated that he trusted Xia Hao. In a vague sense, Xia Hao felt he had latched onto a golden opportunity. By supporting the Yi family and the Su family at this moment, the Xia family was destined to become one of the super families dominating Daxia in the future. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Hao could hardly contain his excitement, respectfully bowing to Yi Fan. Rest assured, Yi Xiao, I Xia, will spare no effort in my support. As for Yi Fan's identity, since he wished to remain concealed, Xia Hao would not be foolish enough to expose him. What should I do? Mr. Xia, what about our previous agreement? Zhao Tianlong, sensing the gravity of the situation, jumped in agitation, feeling like a clown. He was wicked. He was a villain, trying to steal my Yixue. Hearing Zhao Tianlong's words, Yi Fan immediately hid behind Su Yixue, tugging at her sleeve in protest. Xia Hao's expression darkened. He had just realized that the young master of the Yi family was far from foolish. His astounding abilities and medical skills were extraordinary. Given the dire circumstances surrounding the Yi family, Yi Fan was intentionally concealing his brilliance to avoid drawing attention. Thus, since Yi Xiao had chosen to trust him, Xia Hao would handle matters that Yi Fan preferred not to address. With a swift motion, Xia Hao slapped Zhao Tianlong across the face. Are you instructing me on how to act? When did I ever agree to anything with you? The sudden violence shocked everyone present. As a prestigious president from the provincial city, Xia Hao's demeanor and grace were beyond reproach. Yet here he was, personally striking Zhao Tianlong, a rising power in Yun City whose strength could not be underestimated. Regardless of the perspective, there was no necessity for Xia Hao to resort to violence. Was it solely because of Yi Fan? You, Mr. Xia, why did you strike me? Zhao Tianlong was taken aback, clutching his swollen face, staring at Xia Hao with a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed. Why? Just because you wish to covet Yi Xiao's wife, I shall educate you on behalf of your parents. Xia Hao shot a cold glance at Zhao Tianlong. Get lost. Ah, fine. Despite his arrogance, Zhao Tianlong felt utterly intimidated under Xia Hao's imposing aura. After responding, he suddenly recalled that this was indeed his organization's banquet venue. Where could he possibly go? Xia Hao then glanced at Yi Fan and Su Yixue before speaking. Yi Xiao? Miss Su, it seems lingering at the banquet has lost its significance. Shall we find another place to discuss our collaboration? Still in shock, Su Yixue was prompted by Xia Hao's suggestion and quickly replied, All right, let's go. Summoning the core members of the Su family, Su Yixue led them, along with Wang Fugui and Xia Hao, to exit the banquet hall. Su Yixue had arranged to discuss matters at the company with Xia Hao but, concerned for Yi Fan, decided to let her father accompany Xia Hao while she drove Yi Fan home. In the banquet hall, Zhao Tianlong's expression darkened to the utmost as he watched Su Yixue and Yi Fan depart. Damn it, my own territory has become a laughingstock. Recalling the previous humiliation inflicted by Yi Fan, anger surged within him. It was all that idiot Yi Fan's fault for ruining his plans. How are the arrangements for the people we prepared? Zhao Tianlong asked his suited bodyguards nearby. They promptly responded, All are ready and can act at any moment. Nodding grimly, Zhao Tianlong declared, Let's go. I intend for him not to return home today. Not only had he been humiliated in his own banquet, but after painstakingly arranging cooperation with the Xia family, the Su family had usurped his efforts midway. Today, Zhao Tianlong's face felt as if he had lost all dignity. With Xia Hao's departure, the banquet hall quickly emptied, leaving only a handful of guests. Everyone had come primarily for Xia Hao, and with the confirmed collaboration with the Su family, there was little reason to remain. As Su Yixue drove Yi Fan towards her residence, the thought of their impending intimate encounter caused her heart to race with unease. Although Su Yixue was an adult, she was still a young woman, feeling a tinge of shyness when facing such matters. While driving, she discreetly observed Yi Fan beside her. His chiseled features, defined lines, and eyes brimming with wisdom seemed to possess an intangible force that could captivate one's very soul. Yi Fan was undeniably handsome. If he were awake at that moment, countless girls would surely be drawn to him. Yet, Su Yixue felt no regret about marrying Yi Fan. It was her choice. While repaying the Yi family's kindness was one reason, she also did not harbor any aversion towards Yi Fan. During their previous encounters, she had developed a favorable impression of the charming young man. Yixue, what are you looking at? Am I handsome? Yi Fan suddenly broke the silence, grasping Su Yixue's wrist. Startling her, the steering wheel swerved, causing the car to veer dangerously close to a flower bed. I. Su Yixue struggled to find words, her heart racing wildly. Instinctively, she wanted to withdraw her hand, but upon meeting Yi Fan's sincere gaze, she hesitated. She was now his wife, and their forthcoming intimacy would extend beyond mere hand-holding. Oh dear, would Yi Fan know what to do? If she had to take the initiative at that moment, it would be mortifying. In a vague sense, anticipation for the evening loomed within Su Yixue. Meanwhile, a warm current coursed through her arm, filling her with vitality. At that moment, she felt invigorated, as if her vision and thoughts had become remarkably clearer. What was happening? Prior to the banquet, when she embraced Yi Fan, she had sensed something similar. It seemed that intimate contact with him bestowed her with strength. While she had not pondered it deeply then, the clarity of her current feelings compelled her to give it serious consideration. Was this the secret behind Yi Fan's extraordinary talents? Did close contact with him grant her power? If Xin Yufei abandoned Yi Fan, would she not be forsaking a living treasure? Xiao Fan, you are incredibly handsome. Our future son will undoubtedly be handsome as well. Su Yixue gently grasped Yi Fan's wrist, gazing at him with tenderness. Yi Fan's heartstrings were struck. It dawned on him that, apart from Xin Yufei, other girls could also be so gentle. Those who treated him with such kindness were not to be taken for granted. Having a son sounds wonderful. I want to sleep with my wife and have a son. Yi Fan's words instantly turned Su Yixue's cheeks crimson once more. As Yi Fan spoke, his gaze suddenly darted to the rearview mirror. Since leaving the banquet hall, he had noticed several vehicles tailing them. They had followed closely, attempting to box in Su Yixue's car multiple times, but had failed to find an opportunity. Yi Fan had a strong inkling about who sent those vehicles. After humiliating Zhao Tianlong at the banquet, and with Xia Hao choosing to collaborate with the Su family, Zhao Tianlong would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yixue, I need to use the restroom. Can we stop for a moment? As they turned into an alley, Yi Fan suddenly addressed Su Yixue. But there are no restrooms around here. Su Yixue pressed the brake, glancing around for a toilet. Grandpa said that boys can just go behind the trees. Yi Fan pointed towards a patch of woods by the roadside. Hurry, I can't hold it any longer. I also need to take a big one. Just wait for me a moment, dear. Once Su Yixue parked the car, Yi Fan dashed into a nearby abandoned park. The vehicles trailing them were led by Zhao Tianlong, who, upon seeing Yi Fan exit the car, wore a dark expression. Huh, what an idiot, getting out in such a desolate place. He's asking for death. Quickly, everyone. Follow him into the woods and ensure he meets his end without a soul noticing. Inside the park, Yi Fan swiftly rubbed his face a few times. Under the dim streetlights, he had transformed into a completely different persona. At that moment, even his own mother would fail to recognize him. After completing his disguise, Yi Fan quietly concealed himself behind a dilapidated flower bed, awaiting Zhao Tianlong and his men. Within mere seconds, Zhao Tianlong, accompanied by a dozen burly bodyguards wielding flashlights, entered the park. Scanning the area, they soon spotted Yi Fan lurking behind the flower bed. However, at that moment, Yi Fan was no longer the same as before, and Zhao Tianlong failed to recognize him even standing right before him. Did you see a young man come in from outside? Zhao Tianlong scrutinized Yi Fan, sensing something familiar about his attire. Yi Fan smiled nonchalantly. Oh, I just saw a young chap hurrying off that way, behind that rockery. He gestured casually towards the flower bed. Let's go? We surrounded the area, determined that today, Yi Fan must not leave alive. Furthermore, when we exit, we will take Su Yixue with us. My anger must be vented today. Zhao Tianlong signaled to his subordinates, hastily rushing towards the rockery, completely unaware that Yi Fan's expression had darkened to an extreme. Yi Fan had just discerned that the scarred man who had crashed into him 5 years ago was right beside Zhao Tianlong. If they had the audacity to orchestrate an accident to harm him 5 years ago, then today, they sought to attack him once more and tarnish Su Yixue. In that case, they should not blame him for being merciless. A cold glint flickered in Yi Fan's eyes as he strode towards the direction Zhao Tianlong had gone. Zhao Tianlong, along with a group of men, searched for a considerable time among the weeds behind the rockery, but failed to find Yi Fan's trace. Damn it! Did that guy deceive us? Zhao Tianlong's anger flared within him. In such a confined space, where could Yi Fan possibly escape to? Just then, as he turned around, he suddenly spotted the young man who had pointed the way to him, none other than Yi Fan himself. What the hell? Are you trying to die? Damn it! Didn't you say that person came this way? Where is he? Zhao Tianlong grasped Yi Fan by the neck, coldly rebuking, if you have deceived me, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Yi Fan's muscles twitched slightly as he coldly stared at Zhao Tianlong, declaring, that person indeed came in. However, he said one thing to me. This statement left Zhao Tianlong and his subordinates momentarily stunned. What could a fool like Yi Fan possibly say to anyone? What did he tell you? Zhao Tianlong released his grip, fixating his gaze on Yi Fan. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. He said there are bad people chasing him and instructed me to eliminate you. Instantly, tension gripped the atmosphere, with everyone on edge. What do you mean? Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Yi Fan, Zhao Tianlong realized the situation had taken a turn for the worse, signaling his men to flee. Yet it was too late. Yi Fan's figure darted into the crowd like a ghost. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists colliding with bodies echoed through the crowd, and within mere seconds, all but Zhao Tianlong and the scarred man lay unconscious, devoid of any movement. The other bodyguards, though not virtuous, had not directly participated in the assassination attempt on Yi Fan. Therefore, he merely incapacitated them, leaving them to languish in a bed for the remainder of their lives, yet still granting them a sliver of existence. However, Zhao Tianlong and the scarred man had been marked for death the moment they entered the woods. Your time has come, Yi Fan stated expressionlessly, rubbing his face slightly. With that, silence enveloped the scene, allowing for more convenient conversation. Once Yi Fan reverted to his true appearance, both Zhao Tianlong and the scarred man were left in shock. Ah, you are Yi Fan? You aren't foolish? Zhao Tianlong's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at the bodyguards sprawled on the ground, his pupils dilating in terror. Recalling the banquet, he finally understood why Yi Fan had made him drink water from the bathroom. Everything clicked into place. 5 years ago, before the accident, Yi Fan was a prodigious genius of masterful caliber. Just how formidable had he been while feigning ignorance 5 years prior? Zhao Tianlong was bewildered and terrified, his legs trembling involuntarily as his heart sank into despair. If Yi Fan was merely pretending to be foolish, then he must remember everything from 5 years ago. I'll give you a chance. Speak. Why did you orchestrate the accident to kill me 5 years ago? Yi Fan casually leaned against the railing, fixing an intense gaze on Zhao Tianlong. Yi Fan was terrifying. Zhao Tianlong knew this. At that moment, he lacked even the courage to flee. Thud. The scarred man, gripped by fear, collapsed to his knees before Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, spare my life. I was wrong. It was Zhao Shao who compelled me to act. I was wrong, please spare me. Yi Fan did not even glance at the scarred man, unleashing a wave of formidable energy that obliterated him into fine dust. Carried away by the wind, vanishing into the flowing stream of the park. This was one of the functions of the fire within Yi Fan's body. By channeling his martial energy in conjunction with the fire, it seemed his martial prowess possessed an innate incendiary attribute, capable of reducing targets to mere powder, leaving no trace behind. Such a surreal scene left Zhao Tianlong utterly dumbfounded, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ah, young Master Yi, I was wrong. I truly did not wish to kill you. It was the big boss in the provincial city who coerced me through the Lu family. Zhao Tianlong pleaded desperately, kneeling before Yi Fan, his humility akin to that of a dog. Zhao Tianlong was acutely aware of Yi Fan's terrifying nature. 5 years after the accident, Yi Fan had pretended to be foolish all along. Zhao Tianlong vaguely understood that the recent calamity befalling the Yi family was due to the actions of a powerful figure in the capital, who had nearly eradicated the Yi family, leaving only Yi Fan, the supposed fool, alive. What Zhao Tianlong did not realize was that this fool, Yi Fan, was the most formidable existence of all. If he returned alive, he would immediately relay this information. If Yi Fan survived, none would enjoy peaceful days. Who is this powerful figure in the capital? Yi Fan's muscles twitched slightly. He knew the Lu family in the provincial city. Lu Laoi had once been his grandfather's most loyal subordinate. He never expected that the Lu family would be among his assassins. Once matters in Yun City were settled, he would seek retribution against the Lu family. Young Master Yi, I genuinely know nothing about the situation in the capital. I only know that our Zhao family, the Wang family, and the other Li family serve the powerful figure in the capital, and we usually follow the Lu family's orders. Zhao Tianlong, in utter desperation, begged, "Please do not kill me. I swear I will not speak a word." At this moment, Zhao Tianlong was utterly disheveled, lying on the ground like a dog, desperately wagging his tail. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have acted differently. Yi Fan felt no compassion. With a surge of energy, he crushed Zhao Tianlong into dust, casting him into the river. Only the dead could keep secrets. Just after completing these actions, the voice of Su Yixue suddenly echoed from outside the woods. "Xiao Fan, are you all right? Why have you been gone for so long?" Her voice trembled, seemingly searching with her phone's flashlight. Yi Fan felt a warmth in his heart as he realized that his younger sister-in-law, Su Yixue, was truly concerned for him. She was typically terrified of mice, and for her to venture into the pitch-black night showed immense courage. How rare it was for her to care so deeply. Yi Fan retracted his earlier imposing demeanor, adopting a more innocent and playful expression. "Yixue, my dear wife, I am fine now. I have come out," he called out, quickly making his way toward the edge of the woods. As he approached Su Yixue, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, what a huge mouse." Startled, Su Yixue jumped up, instinctively wrapping her arms around Yi Fan's neck and leaping into his embrace. He took the opportunity to hold her close, feeling her softness and the delightful fragrance that enveloped her. "You smell wonderful, Yixue," Yi Fan said, nuzzling his nose against her neck, which left Su Yixue blushing with embarrassment. "You are such a tease. You did that on purpose, didn't you?" She playfully scolded, lightly hitting his chest. In that moment, Su Yixue found herself uncertain. Was Yi Fan genuinely naive, or was he merely pretending? Yi Fan merely smiled foolishly as he carried her toward the vehicles parked by the roadside. On the street, a few drivers, left behind by Zhao Tianlong's entourage, were awaiting their return. When they spotted Yi Fan emerging with Su Yixue, confusion washed over them. Where are young Master Zhao and the others? Weren't they supposed to pursue Yi Fan? How is it that Yi Fan has returned, yet they have not? Could something have gone awry? Let us go inside and investigate, they decided. After Su Yixue drove Yi Fan away, the remaining drivers quickly headed into the abandoned park to search for Zhao Tianlong and his men. After searching for 10 minutes, they finally found the bodyguards unconscious behind a rockery. "Quick, call an ambulance," informed the family head. In no time, the abandoned park was bustling with activity. Zhao Dekang personally led a team to the scene, and all the bodyguards were rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. However, Zhao Dekang was deeply troubled. Although they had located all of Zhao Tianlong's men, there was still no sign of him or the scarred man. How can two living individuals simply vanish? Zhao Dekang barked angrily at his bodyguards. He had only one son. Any misfortune could mean the end of his lineage. "We have searched this area thoroughly, over 8 times, even the river, yet we found no trace of the young master." One of his subordinates lamented. "Shall we call the police?" "Fool, are you out of your mind?" Zhao Dekang kicked his subordinate in frustration. "How can we report that they came to kill Yi Fan and now they are missing?" The captain of Zhao Dechang's bodyguard team understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from further comments. "What did the awakened bodyguards say?" Zhao Dekang coldly demanded. The hospital reported that their accounts are consistent. They followed Yi Fan in, encountered a stranger, and then were all knocked unconscious. After that, they lost consciousness, his subordinate reported. Zhao Dekang closed his eyes in disbelief. A mysterious expert had appeared, injuring so many bodyguards, yet taking only his son and the scarred man. What kind of adversary has targeted us? Or has someone from the Yi family intervened? Return. Seal off all information regarding today's events. Deploy the entire Zhao family to search for any news of the young master in Yun City. Report back to me immediately with any leads. Zhao Dekang commanded, his expression darkening, unwilling to relinquish hope. Yi Fan, that wretch. 5 years ago, we failed to eliminate him. And now he has brought trouble upon the Zhao family once more. If he managed to escape this time, I will personally take matters into my own hands next time and see if he has another chance to flee. After ensuring Yi Fan was settled back at her residence, Su Yixue hurriedly made her way to the company. The Xia family was set to collaborate with the Su Corporation, a monumental opportunity that could not afford any unforeseen complications. Once Su Yixue departed, Yi Fan began to survey the surroundings of the villa. Although he was alone inside, he detected several hidden figures lurking nearby. Among them were bodyguards stationed by Su Yixue for his protection, as well as a few familiar faces from the Yi family, presumably sent by his grandfather. Given the precarious situation surrounding the Yi family, their adversaries underestimated Yi Fan, believing him to be a fool. Yet no one could guarantee that their opponents would not suddenly act irrationally. However, these ordinary bodyguards would not be able to keep Yi Fan contained. He turned the television volume up high in the living room, then swiftly slipped out of the back door of the villa, quietly escaping. Having already taken action against Zhao Tianlong, Yi Fan was determined not to give the Zhao family any respite. While Su Yixue was away, he intended to pay a visit to the Zhao family and eliminate them entirely. At the Zhao family estate in Yun City, Zhao Dekang returned home, feeling irritable. His large yellow dog approached him, wagging its tail, as usual. Get lost. Zhao Dekang kicked the dog away in anger, leaving it confused and hurt. Wondering what it had done wrong, frustrated by his son's predicament, Zhao Dekang stormed into his study, barking, "Do not disturb me." As he opened the study door and turned on the light, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Yi Fan, what are you doing here?" Yi Fan sat calmly in a grand chair, coldly staring at Zhao Dekang. His snake-like eyes sent chills down Zhao Dechang's spine. 5 years ago, you Zhao family failed to kill me. I suppose you regret that now? Yi Fan's lips curled into a smirk as he rose, fixing his gaze on Zhao Dekang. Zhao Dekang was utterly bewildered. Weren't you supposed to be a fool? You were faking it all along? Instinctively, he reached for the door to call for his bodyguards, but before he could, Yi Fan acted swiftly. With a flick, a pencil shot out, pinning Zhao Dechang's hand to the door. Zhao Dekang barely began to scream before a cloth was stuffed into his mouth, muffling his cries. Answer my questions honestly, and I may allow you to suffer less, Yi Fan said, leaning closer, his aura radiating menace, causing Zhao Dechang's hairs to stand on end. Zhao Dekang realized he had no choice but to comply, nodding reluctantly. Yi Fan removed the cloth from his mouth, and despite the pain in his arm, Zhao Dekang despairingly asked, Tianlong is dead at your hands, isn't he? Although he had suspected the answer, he needed confirmation. What do you think? Someone who attempted to run me over 5 years ago and wanted to kill me today. Do you think I should let such a person live? Yi Fan replied coldly. He had never shown mercy to those who sought his life. To be merciful to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Zhao Dekang closed his eyes in agony, realizing the truth. If only he had not shown mercy 5 years ago, when Yi Fan had become a fool, he should have acted decisively to eliminate him then. In the end, the Zhao family perished at the hands of Yi Fan. Zhao Dekang, fully aware of his inevitable demise, felt a strange sense of calm. Since death was unavoidable, he thought it best to let Yi Fan and his own hidden allies engage in a deadly contest. Surely, it would be a spectacular duel of skills. Apart from the Wang and Li families, who else served as vassals to the Lu family in the provincial city? Yi Fan's inquiry momentarily stunned Zhao Dekang. It became evident that Yi Fan had thoroughly investigated the forces backing him. Those who deemed Yi Fan a fool were, in fact, the greatest fools themselves. Yi Fan had feigned ignorance for 5 years, concealing his true prowess. Inaction might have been prudent, but once he struck, it would become a nightmare for his enemies. Indeed, the only vassal families of the Lu family in Yun City were the Wang and Li families. Yet, beyond them, the Lu family had other experts monitoring the movements of the Yi family, though Zhao Dekang remained unaware of their whereabouts. After a brief pause, he continued, 5 years ago, I regret not killing you, but I must inform you that you cannot contend with them. Ignoring Zhao Dekang, Yi Fan pressed further. What can you tell me about the powerful families in the capital behind the Lu family? Zhao Dekang shook his head. Our knowledge of the capital's bigwigs is limited. I once encountered a representative from the capital, but he wore a mask. Everyone referred to him as young Master Zhao. I cannot specify who he is. but their influence is formidable enough to easily determine the appointment of the governor of Yun City. However, I know that their actions against the Yi family stem not only from your family's dominance, but also from their search for something specific. Yi Fan probed Zhao Dekang further. Yet he gleaned little of substantial value. With a surge of energy, Zhao Dekang was reduced to mere particles, scattered by the wind outside the window. In an instant, Yi Fan transformed into a phantom, vanishing from the Zhao family estate. It appeared that to uncover the true nature of the Liu family's connections to the capital's powerful figures, he would need to conduct his own investigation in the provincial city. After Yi Fan's departure, several significant events unfolded in Yun City. Zhao Dechang's younger brother and his family met with a sudden car accident on their way home, plunging into the Yunshao River, their fates unknown. Another core member of the Zhao family fell from the 18th floor after a meeting. Subsequently, rumors of the disappearance of Zhao Dekang and his son began to circulate wildly in Yun City. In the Yi family estate, Yi Changfeng listened intently to the report from the head of the security team, Lung Feng, his brow furrowed. Is it true that the Zhao family was wiped out overnight? Indeed, Lung Feng replied. According to our intelligence, Zhao Tianlong intended to ambush young master at the banquet, but he ended up being outsmarted himself. Additionally, our investigation revealed that 5 years ago, the Zhao family was also implicated in the car accident that nearly claimed young master's life. However, the trail has gone cold since then. Yi Changfeng was vaguely aware of the incident 5 years prior. Although the accident report indicated that the driver had been intoxicated, leading to the collision, he was skeptical of such coincidences. Every time the Yi family attempted to uncover the truth, they encountered a mysterious force that thwarted their efforts at critical junctures. Now, with the Zhao family's obliteration, was this merely another coincidence? To accomplish such a swift and thorough elimination of the Zhao family, one would need to possess mastery beyond the realm of ordinary martial prowess. When had such a master appeared in Yun City? Yi Changfeng pondered as he examined the documents Lung Feng had provided. What of Yi Fan? Where is he now? Suddenly recalling Yi Fan, he mused. 5 years ago, he had already attained mastery. Could it be that Yi Fan had awakened and taken action against the Zhao family? Young master has been returned home by Miss Su and remains there under our protection. He has not left her side, Long Feng confidently assured him. The bodyguards surrounding Su Yixue were all capable subordinates of Lung Feng, each skilled in martial arts. Oh, Yi Changfeng sighed, a tinge of disappointment in his voice. We must keep a close watch on the Su Corporation. Those ruffians targeting the Yi family will surely turn their attention to suppressing the Su family next. With how fiercely Su Yixue protects the Yi family, we cannot allow her family to feel abandoned. Although the Yi family had suffered significant losses, as long as he was alive and backed by the formidable Tianlong army, he still had the means to safeguard the Su family. Additionally, there is another development. Today at the banquet, the head of the Xia family, Xia Hao, recognized young master and acknowledged him as the savior of his life 5 years ago. Thus, he defied the opposition and chose to collaborate with the Su Corporation, which should alleviate some pressure on them. Oh, young master's medical skills from 5 years ago were still that remarkable? I was unaware of this. Yi Changfeng realized how little he truly knew about his grandson, a thought that both surprised and pleased him. Meanwhile, in the office of the Su Corporation, Su Yixue, who had just completed a contract signing with Xia Hao, stared vacantly at her reflection in the mirror. Despite her decision to marry Yi Fan and expand the Yi family lineage, the reality of it made her feel anxious. The thought of standing bare before Yi Fan sent waves of embarrassment across her cheeks. In the mirror, Su Yixue's exquisite figure, with its alluring curves, was the object of desire for countless young men in Yun City. Yet tonight, she would belong to Yi Fan. At the Royal KTV in Yun City, Su Dong and a group of affluent young men reveled in their indulgences. As the final notes of a song faded, a wealthy young man voiced his confusion. It's nearly midnight. Why hasn't Zhao Shao arrived yet? They had agreed to celebrate after Zhao Tianlong dealt with Yi Fan. However, after waiting for over 2 hours, there was still no word from him. Su Dong frowned. I'll call Zhao Shao to check. Despite multiple attempts, Zhao Tianlong's phone remained unreachable. Reluctantly, Su Dong reached out to another acquaintance from the Zhao family, only to be met with shocking news. Su Shao, it appears Zhao Gongzi may not be coming. Zhao Dekang and Zhao Tianlong have both disappeared, and within the past hour, all key members of the Zhao family have perished. The Zhao family has been annihilated. What? Su Dong gasped in disbelief. Just hours earlier, he had been laughing and joking with Zhao Tianlong. Now he was missing? While the others were unaware of Zhao Tianlong's intentions, Su Dong was acutely aware that he had set out to eliminate Yi Fan. The fact that Zhao Tianlong had gone missing during such an endeavor could not be mere coincidence. The only plausible explanation was that something had gone awry during the attempt on Yi Fan's life, leading to the downfall of the entire Zhao family. Could it be that Yi Fan had awakened? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Dong felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the actions he and his father had taken over the years. As the adopted son and grandson of Yi Changfeng, they had always enjoyed the protection of the Yi family. Yet, in their quest for control over the Yi family's assets, they had plotted their downfall. If Yi Fan had truly awakened, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. "Have you discovered who was responsible?" tentatively inquired, and a familiar face from the Zhao family sighed in response, stating, "We possess no leads. However, a letter left in the Master's study indicates that Zhao Dekang had wronged a master-level expert by stealing his woman. And now that individual has returned for revenge. His name is Fan Yi." Upon hearing that it was not Yi Fan, Su Dong felt a slight relief wash over him, followed by a surge of excitement. Another master-level expert had emerged in Yin City? If the price he offered were sufficiently enticing, he could hire this person to eliminate Yi Fan and that old relic in his family, which would leave him unencumbered by worries. With this thought, Su Dong transitioned from initial trepidation to burgeoning joy. The annihilation of the Zhao family, while a tremendous shock to Su Dong, also presented an opportunity. "Young Master Su, what is the situation with young Master Zhao?" After Su Dong ended his call, all the wealthy young men ceased their revelries, their eyes fixated on him. "The Zhao family has been exterminated. It is said that Zhao Dekang offended a master-level expert." Su Dong scoffed, "Huh? Yi Fan's luck is remarkable. At a critical moment, he managed to escape death. But next time, who knows if fortune will favor him again." After resolving the Zhao family matter, Yi Fan returned home, having just finished washing up when Su Yixue came back as well. Seeing Yi Fan safe and sound, Su Yixue exhaled in relief. On her way back, she had already heard about the Zhao family's fate. "Xiao Fan, do you know? That bully Zhao Tianlong has been dealt with by some bad people, and he will no longer trouble you." Yet, Su Yixue remained skeptical. Zhao Tianlong had merely tormented Yi Fan at the banquet and threatened to snatch Yi Fan's wife. Was it mere coincidence that the Zhao family was wiped out within an hour? Su Yixue pondered the possibility that Yi Fan might have been behind it all, but after inquiring with the bodyguards she had arranged at the door, she discovered that Yi Fan had not left the villa during her absence, making it impossible for him to have acted. If not Yi Fan, then who was this mysterious master, Fan Yi, who had struck so precisely? Wonderful. Finally, no one is competing with me for my wife, Yi Fan exclaimed, joyfully wrapping his arms around Su Yixue's neck, his excitement palpable as he leaned in closer. Although Su Yixue had braced herself for this moment, experiencing Yi Fan's strong masculine aura made her feel a flutter of nervousness. "Wait, I need to take a shower. You go wait for me in the bedroom." With that, Su Yixue turned crimson and walked toward the bathroom. Yi Fan stood in the living room, watching her retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips. Had she truly prepared to become his woman? Faced with such a stunning beauty, should he proceed or hold back? 5 minutes later, as Su Yixue entered the bedroom clad in a pink, alluring nightgown, Yi Fan lay obediently on the bed. "Yixue, my dear wife, am I not being good?" Yi Fan gazed at her with earnestness. Seeing Yi Fan's innocent demeanor stirred Su Yixue's maternal instincts. Xiao Fan is the best. She thought of the once proud youth, now reduced to this state. Perhaps, if her sisters united, they could awaken Yi Fan from his stupor. Overcoming her shyness, Su Yixue gently laid down beside Yi Fan, embracing him. "Xiao Fan, come here." Yi Fan found her nervousness amusing but feigned ignorance. "Yixue, what are you here for?" He looked up, his gaze intense. Su Yixue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, realizing that Yi Fan's understanding of matters between men and women was likely that of a child. "Ah, we'll sleep together. And then I can bear you a chubby little child." She attempted to guide him. Yet Yi Fan replied innocently, "Aren't we already sleeping?" "Not that kind of sleeping." Su Yixue blushed and fumed, doubting whether Yi Fan was intentionally teasing her. "What kind of sleeping, then?" A tear slipped from the corner of her eye as she silently prayed to the ancestors of the Yi family. "I, Su Yixue, have not wronged the Yi family. I have still become their daughter-in-law." As their actions unfolded, a warm current enveloped both Yi Fan and Su Yixue. Yi Fan's martial energy surged rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of martial respect, on the verge of breaking through to the next realm. Meanwhile, Su Yixue felt the warm flow nurturing her, gradually gathering strength within her, hinting at the emergence of martial energy. Outside, the moonlight appeared somewhat shy, retreating behind clouds to conceal the events transpiring within the room. Outside the villa, the bodyguards of the Yi family and Su family listened intently to the sounds emanating from within, unable to suppress their astonishment. Though the young master has become foolish, his vigor remains undiminished. One chuckled. Miss Su will be blessed in the future. Another sighed. If only the young master could awaken soon. Miss Su and the young master are a perfect match. Once tranquility returned, Su Yixue had fallen deeply asleep in Yi Fan's embrace, while Yi Fan, feeling invigorated, gazed at the lovely Su Yixue nestled in his arms. A chord within his heart stirred. Su Yixue, from this moment onward, you are my woman. In the future, no one shall harm you in the slightest. Yi Fan's decision to take Su Yixue as his woman stemmed from various considerations. Firstly, 7 women had boldly proclaimed their intention to marry him in front of many. If he were to heartlessly reject them, it would seem ungrateful and dismissive of their goodwill. Secondly, Yi Fan's rate of advancement in strength had been alarmingly slow. Joining with Su Yixue would allow him to harness sufficient warm energy to elevate his abilities in a short span. The current situation of the Yi family was perilous. They were on the brink of annihilation, with Yi Fan being the sole survivor. If his power did not grow sufficiently strong, he would be unable to revive the Yi family, protect its beauty, or avenge the spirits of those who had perished. Thus, Yi Fan needed to become stronger swiftly. As the warm energy flickered within him, it represented the best and fastest path to that strength. After gently placing Su Yixue on the bed, Yi Fan began to sit cross-legged, rapidly circulating his martial energy, his gaze betraying a profound determination. Zhao in the capital. Prepare for your reckoning. Those who dare to threaten the Yi family shall face relentless retribution. In the capital's Huadu, the Lu family estate was ablaze with lights. Lu Ran, the head of the Lu family, sat at the head of the table, his expression darkened. Has Xiahao lost his mind? The Yi family is clearly under attack, on the brink of destruction, and yet he chooses to ally with them and collaborate with the Su family? This is tantamount to courting death. So much had occurred today, the downfall of the Yi family and the withdrawal of Xian Yufei from her engagement. Yet, the 7 women declaring their intention to marry Yi Fan was the utmost provocation to the enemies of the Yi family. Orders were swiftly dispatched to suppress the Su family, a warning to others. However, at this juncture, the Xia family opted to collaborate with the Su family, declaring that anyone opposing the Su family was opposing the Xia family. The implications of this alliance were abundantly clear. According to Xiahao, he owed Yi Fan his life 5 years prior when Yi Fan was still a prodigy, and thus he sought to repay that debt, as explained by a subordinate. Lu Ran scoffed, I care not for his reasons. Choosing to assist the Su family means opposing the Lu family, and thereby challenging our powerful backing. The dialogue momentarily halted as Lu Ran continued. Convey my orders. Instruct the Zhao family of Cloud City to take action against the Su group at any cost. Understood, his subordinate responded, preparing to make arrangements. However, he suddenly spoke with a heavy expression. Master, we've just received news. The Zhao family has been annihilated. What? Lu Ran exclaimed in shock, rising abruptly from his seat. Wasn't Zhao Dekhang, the head of the Zhao family, just on the phone with me today? How could they be wiped out so suddenly? His subordinate hurriedly handed over detailed information, revealing that Zhao Dekhang had offended a master named Fan Yi, allegedly due to a romantic dispute from their youth, leading to this retaliation. Such a coincidence. Lu Ran sensed something amiss. The timing of the Zhao family's demise was too convenient. Just as Zhao Tianlong had humiliated Yi Fan and was about to kill him, the Zhao family was suddenly destroyed? If there were not concrete evidence proving Yi Fan's absence, Lu Ran would certainly suspect that the prodigious talent from 5 years ago had returned. Master, what shall we do now? If the Su group collaborates fully with the Xia family, leveraging their resources, they will undoubtedly soar to new heights. All our previous efforts to contain them will be rendered ineffective. The Xia family is on par with the Lu family in terms of stature, and their roots are even deeper. If the Xia family fully supports the Su family, executing the orders from above will be quite troublesome. The Zhao family is gone. But what of the Wang and Li families? Let them unite and take action. No matter the means, they must not allow the Su group to thrive. Even if it means sullying Su Yixue's reputation, it would be best if Cloud City descended into chaos. A shadow flickered in Lu Ran's eyes. Previously, no one dared to underestimate the families of those 7 girls, for they were wives of the Yi family, and everyone had to weigh the Yi family's influence in the Great Xia. However, now that the Yi family had been severely weakened, the power of the families behind those girls was not as formidable. With the Yi family in disarray, Lu Ran could only uncover the truth behind the scenes if Cloud City became chaotic enough. This included discerning whether Yi Fan was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance, and who else might still be supporting the Yi family. In Cloud City, the night had grown deep. Meanwhile, in the Su family mansion, Su Yufei tossed and turned in her room, unable to find sleep. During her engagement annulment with Yi Fan, she had clearly seen the disappointment in his eyes. Had she ultimately let him down? Remembering the moments they had shared growing up together, tears streamed down Su Yufei's face. Why had Yi Fan chosen to become a fool? How much better it would be if he were not. Su Yufei had attended an evening banquet, where she saw Su Yixue laughing and chatting with Yi Fan, and her heart ached. She couldn't even muster the courage to approach them. If she hadn't annulled her engagement, she would be the one accompanying Yi Fan. But now, everything was irretrievable. Eventually, Su Yufei fell into a restless sleep, and upon waking the next morning, her first thought was to see Yi Fan. Though they were no longer together, she still wished for his happiness. At Su Yixue's residence, sunlight streamed into the bedroom as she awoke, finding herself nestled in Yi Fan's embrace, blushing at the sight of the crimson peach blossoms on the sheets. Had she truly become Yi Fan's woman? Was this seemingly foolish man destined to be her partner? Did she regret it? Su Yixue internally questioned herself, unable to provide an answer. Perhaps her decision had been impulsive, but at this moment, she was resolute. No matter what, she and Yi Fan were now united as husband and wife, sharing honor and disgrace. She would not regret it. Yixue, you're awake? Yi Fan gently addressed her. Last night, I hurt you. Does it still sting? Ah. Su Yixue, already shy, found herself at a loss for words. You're insufferable. Recalling how he had frightened her with a mouse in the woods, she began to seriously doubt whether Yi Fan was truly foolish or merely pretending. After some playful banter, they finished washing up and were about to have breakfast when a bodyguard at the door announced, Miss Su, someone is looking for young Master Yi. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, curious about who would seek him out so early in the morning. Su Yixue, equally intrigued, wondered who it could be. The bodyguard, with a peculiar expression, replied, It's Miss Su Yufei. What could she possibly want? Hadn't she just annulled her engagement with Yi Fan? Humph. The mention of Su Yufei incited anger in Su Yixue. Yesterday, in front of so many, the Su family had disregarded the Yi family's dignity and publicly annulled the engagement. Now she dared to come looking for Yi Fan? Upon hearing Su Yufei's name, Yi Fan's heart fluttered momentarily. The girl who had accompanied his youth had left a profound mark on him. However, her actions in that moment had felt like adding insult to injury. Although not entirely her fault, her failure to stand up for him had wounded him deeply. Yet, whenever he thought of that girl, a sense of regret lingered in his heart. Let us go see, Su Yixue said, linking her arm with Yi Fan's, adjusting her appearance, purposefully disheveling her clothing as they headed towards the door. At the entrance of the villa, Su Yufei stood alone, and upon seeing Yi Fan and Su Yixue emerge so intimately, her heart ached painfully. Had just one day passed, and Yi Fan was already with Su Yixue? Su Yufei, what brings you here? Didn't you just annul your engagement with Yi Fan yesterday? Are you back to mock my man again? Su Yixue did not hide her disdain. The dignity of the Yi family was something they all should collectively uphold. Yet, the Su family had publicly humiliated them yesterday. Was that not enough? Now, they sought to further insult Yi Fan? Su Yufei understood that her actions had hurt many, so she refrained from retorting to Su Yixue's words. Instead, she turned gently to Yi Fan, saying, Fan Gu, I'm here to apologize. Yesterday it wasn't my intention, it was my uncle's decision. And as she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Deep down, Su Yufei loved Yi Fan dearly. However, her gentle nature had prevented her from standing up when her uncle had made the announcement. But in just one night, everything had changed irreversibly. Yufei, I've been looking for you since morning. Didn't we agree to watch a movie together today? Before Su Yufei could finish, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz pulled up, and Li Yunyang, the young master of the Li family, stepped out, presenting Su Yufei with a bouquet of roses. This. Su Yufei felt embarrassed, wishing she could sink into the ground. She had come to apologize, and now Li Yunyang had appeared out of the blue, who had blabbed about her plans. It must be her uncle. Sigh. Su Yufei, is this your apology? Are you here to apologize or to flaunt your romance? Su Yixue, seeing Yi Fan's despondent expression, stepped forward to scold Su Yufei. Su Yufei, I must inform you that I am now Yi Fan's woman, so please refrain from bothering my husband again. As she spoke, Su Yixue cupped Yi Fan's face, tenderly planting a kiss on his lips. It was both a declaration and a warning. With a sharp crack, Su Yufei felt as if she could hear the sound of her heart breaking. So swiftly, have they truly come together? Is Yi Fan not a fool? Would he engage in such matters? Initially, Yi Fan felt a twinge of regret regarding Xian Yufei, and thus, when she approached him to apologize, he felt a flicker of solace. However, upon seeing Li Yunyang also present, a surge of irritation welled within him. Furthermore, from Zhao Tianlong and Zhao Dekang, Yi Fan had gleaned that the Li family from Yun City was a vassal clan of the Lu family from the provincial capital, actively participating in the blockade against the Yi family. They were the mortal enemies of the Yi family. It was one thing for Xian Yufei to part ways with him, but to turn around and embrace an enemy of the Yi family? This was utterly unacceptable to Yi Fan. He chuckled, Yufei, if you won't be my wife. I have another wife now, and she is even more beautiful, plus 6 more. Yi Fan meticulously counted on his fingers. He was deliberately provoking her. If Xian Yufei would not be with him, there were 7 beautiful sisters willing to stand by his side. Xian Yufei felt a surge of blood rise in her chest. Her throat sweet with bile, but she stifled the urge to retch, her body swaying slightly as she looked pale at Yi Fan, forcing a smile. Brother Fan, as long as you are happy, I wish you well. With that, she fought back tears and hurried toward her vehicle. Li Yunyang attempted to assist her, but she shoved him away in anger. Get lost. Xian Yufei harbored no affection for Li Yunyang. Yet her uncle insisted on this relationship for the benefit of the Xian family's future after the downfall of the Yi family. Meanwhile, Su Yixue was preoccupied at the company, contemplating how to arrange for Yi Fan. Given his current circumstances, leaving him alone at home made her uneasy. However, bringing him to the company would complicate her negotiations. Just as she was fretting, Wang Fugui arrived in his car. Sister-in-law, go ahead and work. Leave big brother in my care. Wang Fugui waved his hand reassuringly, putting Su Yixue's mind at ease. The bond between Wang Fugui and Yi Fan was akin to brothers sharing the same trousers. Regardless of the circumstances, Wang Fugui unwaveringly supported Yi Fan. With Wang Fugui's growing strength, Yi Fan felt secure in his company. All right, I'll leave it to you. I'll return as soon as possible. Su Yixue instructed Wang Fugui before driving away. Once she departed, Wang Fugui brought Yi Fan into his car and, after a moment, remarked, Big brother, everyone is gone now. Stop pretending. I know you're feigning ignorance. Let us be honest with each other. Since returning home yesterday, Wang Fugui felt something was amiss. Yi Fan's demeanor at the banquet and the peculiar sensation lingered in his thoughts. He sensed that Yi Fan was different now. If Yi Fan had truly been foolish before, he must have awakened by now. Particularly, late last night, Wang Fugui received news that the Zhao family had been annihilated overnight. His first thought was that Yi Fan was behind it. However, when he called Old Yi, he learned that Yi Fan was staying at Su Yixue's villa and had no opportunity to act. Perplexed, Wang Fugui visited Yi Fan early in the morning to gauge his state. Old Wang, what are you pretending at? I have a plastic bag here. Do you need it? Yi Fan pulled out a plastic bag and offered it to Wang Fugui, leaving him bemused. Big brother, I don't know if you're genuinely foolish or just pretending, but I'll assume you're not foolish anymore. Wang Fugui declared as he drove. Since we have nothing to do today, let me take you to our usual spots. Perhaps it will jog your memory. Wang Fugui's words tightened Yi Fan's chest. Where had he frequented before his days? Surely not those extravagant clubs? Big brother, did you know? The Zhao family was wiped out by a master overnight. The master's name was Fan Yi. How satisfying. That Zhao Tianlong deserved it for insulting you at the banquet. Big brother, be wary of that Su Jian and his son Su Dong. Those two are not good people. I suspect the troubles of the Yi family are linked to them. Throughout the journey, Wang Fugui chattered like a machine gun, providing Yi Fan with an overview of the situation in Yun City. Their final stop was in front of a dilapidated attic, and upon recognizing the place, Yi Fan's memories surged back. This was the largest black market trading hub in Yun City, and one of the most significant in the entire Southwest. Within it lay a plethora of intriguing items, elixirs for martial arts cultivation, various medicinal herbs, and countless rare treasures. If one could afford the price, nothing was beyond reach here. Previously, Yi Fan had enjoyed bringing Wang Fugui here to scour for treasures. How about it? Familiar, isn't it? Wang Fugui opened the car door and introduced, "Big brother, you used to bring me here all the time. Shopping, shopping." Yi Fan feigned a naive expression, stepping out and clapping his hands as he made his way toward the entrance of the black market. The underground trading market was, in fact, concealed beneath the surface. While it appeared desolate above ground, the true vibrancy thrived 3 levels below. Wang Fugui intentionally trailed behind, observing as Yi Fan confidently approached the entrance. A glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Big brother still remembers the way? It seems you haven't forgotten everything." Wang Fugui ran after him, shouting, "Big brother, wait for me." Little did he know, what he witnessed was merely what Yi Fan wished him to see. After 5 long years, they descended together into the bustling underground, where the atmosphere was alive with fervent combat scenes and boisterous revelers. However, such spectacles held no interest for Yi Fan. He was drawn instead to a particular alley lined with black market stalls. 5 years ago, during his days as a prodigious genius, he had procured numerous valuable items here, including various elixirs and talismans. Upon awakening, Yi Fan sought to find suitable elixirs for Wang Fugui, ones that could assist him in breaking through to the realm of masters. He recalled that when Wang Fugui was with him, he consumed elixirs like candies, nearly reaching the master realm 5 years ago. Yet now he remained stalled at the pinnacle of the control realm. This steadfast brother deserved assistance. "Big brother, have you taken a liking to anything? Whatever you desire today, Old Wang will purchase it for you." Yi Fan scanned the stalls, activating his extraordinary vision to pierce through the facades of various items. Counterfeit antiques showed no signs of energy fluctuation, indicating their inauthenticity, while genuine items exuded an ancient aura but were grossly overpriced. Having traversed 2/3 of the alley without finding anything of worth, Yi Fan's attention was suddenly captured by a pitch-black stone at one stall. At first glance, the stone appeared unremarkable, but Yi Fan's vision revealed that it encapsulated a vital energy pill, an excellent aid for breaking through to the master level. Such a gem would fetch astronomical prices on the market, even exceeding 10 billion. Intrigued, Yi Fan pondered why someone would encase a vital energy pill within a shabby stone. Yet, having encountered it, he had no intention of letting it slip away. Yi Fan paused his steps, feigning earnestness as he carefully selected attractive stones from the ground. "Boss, how much for this one?" 50,000. "And this one?" 80,000. After repeatedly inquiring about several stones, the boss, visibly growing impatient, finally shifted his gaze to a pitch-black stone. "This one seems intriguing. It would surely amuse the kittens back home." The boss merely glanced at it before responding. "If you purchase any other stone, this one is yours for free." A subtle smile crept across the boss's lips. The stone was merely a makeshift support for a table leg, yet it appeared decent enough to be displayed alongside his merchandise. To his surprise, a fool had indeed shown interest. "All right, I'll take these 2. Yi Fan joyfully picked up the black stone and another priced at 30,000. Waving his arm toward Wang Fugui, "Old Wang, pay up. You promised to help me buy things." Wang Fugui, trailing behind with a bitter expression, lamented, "Brother, these 2 are clearly worthless. Why waste your money?" His concern wasn't for the expenditure, but rather a sense of regret. Back when Yi Fan was at his peak, he would never have made such poor choices. Now, in his foolish state, could he truly not distinguish between good and bad? Alas, "Are you unwilling to spend money for me? If you want tea, I shall pay myself." As he spoke, Yi Fan began to rummage through his pockets. However, in reality, he had no money at all. 5 years ago, after Yi Fan's incident, everyone deemed him a fool and refused to invest in him. "I'll pay. Is that not acceptable? As long as my brother is happy." Wang Fugui sighed deeply. Given Yi Fan's current demeanor, he felt a measure of satisfaction. At least Yi Fan still remembered the way to the black market and knew how to make purchases. After settling the payment, Yi Fan and Wang Fugui left with their stones and wandered around the black market again, finding nothing of interest. Just as they were about to depart, Yi Fan's keen ears caught snippets of conversation from a nearby group. "Did you hear? The Yi family is in grave trouble. All 10 of their elite members perished yesterday, and their rivals don't seem inclined to let them off the hook. They and Oppos, VE hired a formidable warrior of the martial sovereign realm, planning to obliterate the Yi family completely in the coming days." "What? A martial sovereign level warrior? There are hardly a few of those even in Daxia. Alas, what did the Yi family do to deserve this?" Even Yi Laoi contributed greatly to Daxia in his time. There's nothing to be done. Great merits alarm the sovereign. It's a pity that so many brave sons of the Yi family. In the end, not a single descendant will remain. Yi Fan's heart jolted. Were they truly preparing to act so soon? Had they managed to enlist a martial sovereign-level warrior, aiming to eradicate the last remnants of the Yi family? Humph. Now that this young master has awakened, I shall not allow you to succeed. Yi Fan turned his head, quietly committing the appearances of those several individuals to memory. He would swiftly locate them and investigate the source of the information. He needed to resolve the matter before that formidable opponent took action against the Yi family. Upon exiting the underground black market, Wang Fugui observed Yi Fan, who was idly toying with a few stones, and let out a weary sigh. Was he truly mistaken? He had believed his elder brother was awakening, yet his brother remained unchanged, leaving him uncertain as to when he would fully recover. If his brother did not regain his strength soon, the Yi family could not endure much longer. Relying solely on the support of those girls would not suffice to withstand the enemy's onslaught. Old Wang, you must try this. It tastes exquisite, Yi Fan urged, handing Wang Fugui a pitch-black stone, which left Wang Fugui bemused. Brother, this is a stone, not candy. It's inedible. Why can't it be eaten? Just watch. A bite, and it shatters. To demonstrate, Yi Fan bit into one of the stones, sacrificing his own comfort to guide Wang Fugui towards discovering the vitality elixir within. Witnessing such a display made Wang Fugui wince in sympathy. Perhaps I should decline, he said, shaking his head. I'll take the stone home. Can I simply enjoy it later? Absolutely not, Yi Fan exclaimed, sensing Wang Fugui's intent to pocket the stone. Wang Fugui was too foolish to recognize the treasure hidden within. If he took the stone home, he might simply discard it. You once said, good brothers share both fortune and adversity. If you refuse to eat it, you're not treating me like your elder brother. Yi Fan pouted, plopping down onto the ground in a show of defiance. Wang Fugui sighed. Fine. I'll eat it. Happy now, big brother? Reluctantly, he placed the stone in his mouth, intending to use a bit of energy to crush it, merely going through the motions. Alas, Yi Fan resembled a child, and Wang Fugui pondered why he was even arguing with one. However, as Wang Fugui's teeth met the stone's surface, he finally sensed something unusual. This stone was not as impenetrable as he had anticipated. Its exterior was surprisingly malleable. With a decisive crunch, he bit down, and the stone cracked open with minimal effort. Spitting out the two halves, he examined the contents, and his pupils dilated in shock. A vitality elixir. Good heavens! He had spoken only halfway through his astonishment when he quickly clasped his mouth shut, bringing the stone closer for a meticulous inspection. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed a vitality elixir. Such a precious pill was crucial for breaking through the master realm, and even more so for advancing to the martial sovereign realm. With the elixir's aid, the success rate for breaking through the master realm could increase by 70%, while the martial sovereign breakthrough could see a 50% boost. Yet, in the entirety of the Great Xia, those capable of crafting vitality elixirs were few and far between. Just a short time ago, such an elixir had been trading on the market for 50 billion, and even then, it had been more of a rarity than a commodity available to the wealthy. If such a pill were to be exposed, it would attract the avarice of countless powerful factions, each willing to go to great lengths to seize it. And now, here was one such elixir in his possession. With the realization of its significance, Wang Fugui's gaze towards Yi Fan transformed dramatically. Was this mere coincidence? Or had his elder brother orchestrated this all along? Yi Fan had clamored to purchase those stones, and they had yielded a vitality elixir? The odds of such a coincidence were slimmer than winning the lottery. Brother, are you playing the fool, or have you been hiding this from me? Did you know there was a vitality elixir inside? Wang Fugui was astounded. It could not be such a fortuitous turn of events. Yet, before him, Yi Fan feigned ignorance. Old Wang, what do you think? I told you it was delightful. Now, hurry and eat it while it's warm. Wang Fugui, at a loss for words, scrutinized Yi Fan closely, ensuring he was not merely pretending. Finally convinced, he cautiously stowed the vitality elixir away. Brother, you truly are my fortunate star. With this elixir, I can soon break through to the master realm, and my strength will bolster yours even further. In the Great Xia, the number of individuals who reached the master realm was quite limited. Typically, those who attained this stature could dominate a region, becoming its sovereign. One master-level expert was sufficient to uphold an entire superfamily. Hearing Wang Fugui's words, Yi Fan silently acknowledged his friend's loyalty. Yi Fan still needed to maintain his charade, as there were matters he could not address openly. It was wise to allow Wang Fugui to take the lead, and naturally, his friend's elevation and strength would benefit Yi Fan as well. As the two settled into the car, preparing to return home, Yi Fan's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Zhao. Dr. Yi, I hope I'm not intruding. I would like to invite you to dinner and introduce you to a few individuals. Zhao was well aware of Yi Fan's true circumstances. The previous day at the banquet, Yi Fan had revealed his situation to Zhao, who now recognized he had secured a valuable ally. Thus, he sought to introduce Yi Fan to his core associates in Yun City. Dinner? I'm famished. Yi Fan replied over the phone before turning to Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui took the phone and, upon realizing it was Zhao, agreed and led Yi Fan to their designated meeting place. During the previous day's banquet, Wang Fugui had been present and was aware of the connection between Zhao and Yi Fan. Half an hour later, at the Royal Grand Hotel, in a private room designated for distinguished guests, Yi Fan occupied the head seat with Wang Fugui at his side. The table was also attended by Zhao and several other gentlemen, including the underground patriarch of Yun City, Lihu, and the governor, Sun Qian. Young Master Yi, allow me to introduce you. These two gentlemen are from the Zhao family. This is Lihu, who wields significant influence over certain clandestine matters in Yun City. Should you encounter any difficult disputes, you may seek his assistance. As Zhao introduced them, Lihu promptly stood, bowing respectfully to Yi Fan. I have met young Master Yi before. I am at your service henceforth. This is Governor Sun Qian of Yun City, who is set to be promoted to the provincial capital in 5 years. He is also aligned with my Zhao family. Should there be any official matters, he can provide support. Sun Qian, similarly, stood and respectfully addressed Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, if there is anything I can assist with, I am at your disposal. The city of Yun was relatively small, and it was unnecessary for Zhao to introduce them. Both Lihu and Sun Qian were already familiar with Yi Fan. His reputation was no secret, having once been the most renowned prodigy of the Yi family, entering the master realm at the tender age of 15. With an illustrious future ahead, a tragic accident had since rendered him incapacitated, yet his previous brilliance could not be overshadowed. The two men were perplexed as to why. Following the Yi family's tremendous downfall, Zhao treated Yi Fan with such deference, almost as if he were a father figure. However, as individuals nurtured by the Zhao family, they understood that Zhao must have his reasons for such actions. They speculated, had the youngest Yi master awakened? If so, extending goodwill to the Yi family now would surely lead to great advancements in the future. Zhao was fully aware that Yi Fan was in a conscious state, capable of comprehending everything being said. However, to maintain the pretense, he courteously explained to Wang Fugui, Young Wang, I know you are the closest friend of young Master Yi. Whenever he is unable to act, feel free to contact these two gentlemen directly. Thank you, Master Zhao. Wang Fugui, though somewhat simple-minded, understood that the Zhao family was providing much-needed assistance at this critical moment. With Sun Qian and Lihu offering their protection, Yi Fan would face significantly fewer troubles in Yunqing. Just as they began to eat, Lihu suddenly received alarming news from his subordinates, causing his expression to change dramatically. Yixue, Xiazong, it's bad news. My men just informed me that all of Wu Laolong's people have mobilized. It seems they are pursuing Miss Su Yixue. Upon hearing Lihu's words, Yi Fan's gaze sharpened instantly. A powerful aura emanated from him, chilling the air in the room. Save my wife. Save my wife. With so many witnesses present, Yi Fan restrained his urgency, but quickly rose and rushed out of the private room. Just last night, Su Yixue had become his woman, and now she was being hunted? He would ensure those responsible faced dire consequences. Zhao immediately barked orders, stop dawdling. Mobilize everyone at once. Spare no effort to ensure Miss Su's safety. From Yi Fan's actions, Zhao recognized Su Yixue's significant place in his heart. This was the first task he undertook after aligning with Yi Fan. And it must not go awry. Understood. Lihu responded, swiftly issuing commands. Relay my orders. Everyone must act immediately. Engage Wu Laolang at all costs. It's time for confrontation. As an official, Sun Qian could not directly intervene, but he quickly made several calls, leveraging all his available resources to assist. In an instant, the entire Yunqing was in turmoil. Streets and alleys were filled with Lihu's subordinates, all preparing for action. Their surveillance network quickly pinpointed Wu Laolang's route. Master Hu, Wu Laolang is currently heading towards Liangjia Alley in the western suburbs of Yunqing. Reports indicate they have not yet captured Miss Su. who is retreating under the protection of her bodyguards. As Yi Fan and the others sped towards the western suburbs, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, Su Yixue had not yet encountered any harm. Faster! Save my wife! Save my wife! The fury within Yi Fan was nearly overwhelming. With the Yi family facing such upheaval, did these attackers truly believe they could trample upon them without consequence? It was time to demonstrate their resolve. If yesterday's annihilation of the Zhao family was a mere aberration, then today, upon uncovering the instigators, Yi Fan would act with even greater severity. This would serve as a warning to those contemplating aggression against the Su and Yi families, making them aware of the perilous fate that awaited those who dared provoke the Yi family. In the western suburbs of Yunqing, Su Yixue sat in a car that had been severely battered. The front had crumpled, and a significant portion of the rear was missing. Alongside the driver, 2 bodyguards were blood-soaked, having valiantly defended her. Today, Su Yixue was supposed to negotiate a continued partnership with Zheng Biao, the largest supplier to the Su family. Little did she know that Zheng Biao had set a trap, employing a gang of thugs to abduct her and take her to a hotel for nefarious purposes. Fortunately, her bodyguards had detected the ambush in time, carving a bloody path to help her escape. Nevertheless, the thugs relentlessly pursued them from the city center to the western suburbs of Yunqing. Bang! 2 vans roared, ramming into Su Yixue's vehicle, forcing it into a narrow alley until there was no further escape. The captain of her bodyguard team, Zhao Dadu, spoke up. "Miss Su, you should go on alone. You once saved us. Now it is our turn to repay you. Run as far as you can. We will hold them off." Years ago, Zhao Dadu had been gravely ill under a bridge, waiting for death when Su Yixue took him in, provided treatment, and later recruited him into the Su group as a security guard, where he learned martial arts and eventually became her loyal bodyguard. Be careful. Su Yixue knew this was no time for hesitation. After issuing her warning, she dashed deeper into the alley. A resolute determination shone in her eyes. From the moment she announced her intention to marry Yi Fan, she anticipated the challenges ahead. Yet, she never expected trouble to arrive so swiftly. However, she was prepared. As Yi Fan's woman, she would not allow anyone to lay a finger on her, nor would she be captured to be used against him. Behind her, Zhao Datu and his 2 subordinates, despite their wounds, held their 3 knives with grim resolve, forming a barrier against the throngs of thugs pursuing them. "Stop struggling. Do you think 3 of you can withstand the charge of over 100 of us?" The leading thug, having suffered at Zhao Datu's hands before, hesitated upon seeing their fierce stance. "Humph. If you dare touch Miss Su, just try it. 1 kill is a refund. 2 kills is a profit. Come if you're not afraid to die." Zhao Datu's eyes glinted with ferocity as he roared at the pursuing thugs. His fierce aura seemed to momentarily intimidate them, causing them to take a step back. Casting a glance behind him, Zhao Datu saw no trace of Su Yixue. His sole objective now was to buy her even a moment longer, buying time for her escape. If she could get away, even if he were to perish here, he would have no regrets. Just then, amidst the standoff, Zhao Datu heard familiar footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he was astonished to see Su Yixue returning. "Miss Su, why have you come back?" Zhao Datu exclaimed in shock. In her eyes, a glint of despair surfaced. The alley was a dead end, and escape was impossible. The realization sent chills through Zhao Datu and his 2 companions' hearts. With a dead end behind them and hundreds of thugs blocking the way, it was clear that death awaited. "Don't worry about me. They are after me. You should leave. They likely won't harm you." Su Yixue, confronted with the grim reality, appeared surprisingly calm. Although she had only been married to Yi Fan for 1 night, she felt fulfilled. She had not disappointed the Yi family. However, she lamented that she could not provide them with descendants, perhaps in another life. Determined, Su Yixue resolved that if Zhao Datu and the others left, she would end her own life there. Yet Zhao Datu and his companions, momentarily stunned, quickly made a firm decision. "Old Mo Xiao Tao, keep Miss Su safe in the center. We will carve out another bloody path. Even if we cannot escape, we will not be alone on the road to the underworld." Zhao Datu's chivalrous spirit surged within the narrow alley. 3 blood-stained warriors shielded in extraordinary beauty, fully aware of the peril ahead, yet undaunted by the specter of death. The scene was tragically heroic. Just then, as the thugs began to be swayed by the atmosphere, a harsh voice from the alley entrance shattered the tension. A middle-aged man, adorned with a wolf head tattoo on his arm, charged into the alley, flanked by a gang of thugs. It was none other than Wu Laolang, the leader of another major underground faction in Yunqing. with just 3 individuals. How can so many of you merely stand by and wait for someone to give birth? Wu Laolang furiously reprimanded his subordinates, as instructed from above. Today, regardless of the consequences, we must capture Su Yixue. All of you advance. Wu Laolang bellowed, seizing a battle knife from one of his subordinates, and strode towards Zhao Datu with determination. Witnessing their leader take matters into his own hands, his followers dared not hesitate, rushing forward as one, ready to engage in battle. Although Zhao Datu was valiant, he was unfortunately accompanied by only 3 individuals. Within just 2 exchanges, he was already subdued and pressed to the ground by a throng of adversaries. At that moment, Su Yixue found herself encircled by a group of ruffians. Wu Laolang observed her like a predator surveying its prey, remarking that Miss Su was the most beautiful woman in Yunqing. It was a pity that she was to be taken advantage of by that fool. Why not have Miss Su agree to spend a delightful evening with me? I assure her of an exhilarating experience. Wu Laolang's gaze fixated on Su Yixue, revealing an unabashed greed. Ordinarily, a beauty like Su Yixue would be beyond his wildest dreams. However, with explicit orders from above to eliminate her, to humiliate and torment her, he felt no reservations. You stay back. Su Yixue picked up a combat knife from the ground, brandishing it defensively before her. You shall not lay a finger on me, even in death. I will not grant you the slightest advantage. After an intimate encounter with Yi Fan yesterday, Su Yixue could distinctly feel a surge of warmth enveloping her, imbuing her with strength and even hinting at a trace of martial aura. At that moment, wielding her battle blade, Su Yixue exhibited no semblance of fear. Foolish girl, even now, you still wish to show off. One of Wu Laolang's underlings, unable to restrain himself, rushed forward, eager to prove his worth. However, as he drew near Su Yixue, she deftly twisted her wrist, swiftly bringing the blade down towards his fingers. A sharp sound pierced the air. In an instant, the ruffian was caught off guard, and before he could comprehend the situation, his arm was unexpectedly severed. Hiss! Such a scene rendered everyone present utterly speechless. The intelligence reports made no mention of Su Yixue possessing martial skills, did they? However, the proficiency displayed by Su Yixue in her movements clearly indicates that she is a seasoned practitioner. What could be the reason behind this? Su Yixue was taken aback by her own prowess. The swift motion of wielding the battle blade had been almost instinctual. When did she acquire such martial skills? In a flash of inspiration, Su Yixue recalled the warmth she had felt during her recent interactions with Yi Fan. Could it be the influence of those warm currents? Yi Fan is indeed a prodigious genius. Although his intelligence has been affected, could it be that the warm currents generated from such intimate contact possess such extraordinary power? Originally despondent, Su Yixue felt a renewed sense of confidence within her heart. Perhaps if she persevered for just a few more minutes, a miracle might occur. If Yi Fan were intentionally feigning ignorance, would he still come to his own rescue if he were aware of the peril he was facing? Would he descend upon a rainbow-hued cloud to save himself? Will my own hero come? Su Yixue contemplated the scenes in her mind, and as she did, a smile crept upon her lips. During her recent escape, she had no opportunity to inform anyone else. How could Yi Fan possibly be aware of her predicament? Su Yixue's sudden burst of strength merely caused the ruffians to hesitate momentarily. However, just a few seconds later, Wu Laolang was utterly enraged. Brothers, do not hesitate. Eliminate swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. Su Yixue's unexpected proficiency in martial arts is indeed a most ominous sign. Wu Laolang feared that the longer they delayed, the greater the impending turmoil would become. Regardless of the circumstances, they must first complete the tasks assigned by their superiors. The crowd once again encircled her. Although Su Yixue instinctively wielded her battle blade to fend off their advances for a brief moment, her lack of experience, coupled with the overwhelming number of adversaries, rendered her efforts futile. Clang! The battle knife in Su Yixue's hand was forcefully struck away, leaving her utterly defenseless at that moment. Above Su Yixue, countless gleaming blades descended without hesitation, swiftly slashing down towards her. The directive was clear: eliminate Su Yixue, a grim warning to others. At this moment, the only thought occupying the minds of Old Wolf Wu and his companions was to eliminate Su Yixue. Farewell, Xiaofan. Su Yixue closed her eyes in despair. Reflecting on the beauty of the previous night, her heart filled with an infinite lament. If there were to be a next life, she would gladly be your wife once more, and you must cherish me. My beloved, do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you. In her dazed state, Su Yixue suddenly heard a familiar voice. Is it Yi Fan? Could it be that her hearing has deceived her? Did Yi Fan truly arrive at this moment? Buzz. As the crowd remained puzzled about the source of the sound, a figure on a motorcycle suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley, roaring towards them, disdainful of the throng obstructing his path. The motorcycle abruptly lifted its front wheel and surged horizontally over the alley's wall. It was none other than Yi Fan, who had hurriedly arrived. Mounted on his motorcycle, Yi Fan's gaze was intensely fixed upon Su Yixue amidst the flickering blades and shadows. His eyes sparkled with fury, yet were also imbued with tenderness. Could it truly be Yi Fan who had come? In one's most desperate moment, did that unparalleled hero truly descend upon a vibrant cloud of 7 colors to rescue oneself? Upon recognizing that Yi Fan had truly arrived, Su Yixue's previously dull gaze instantaneously brimmed with vibrancy. Even in the face of death, she felt no regrets. Although Yi Fan may still be foolish at present, he possesses genuine emotions. Everything he has done is worthwhile. Perched upon his motorcycle, Yi Fan twisted the throttle to its absolute limit, causing all motion within the alleyway to seemingly decelerate in that instant. At this critical juncture, Yi Fan spared no reservation, his figure attaining the zenith of velocity. As his motorcycle neared Su Yixue, Yi Fan leveraged his ankle against the ground, initiating a sweeping 360-degree fishtail maneuver upon the motorcycle's descent. This action sent the ruffians besieging Su Yixue hurtling away. Gleaming war blades severed several strands of Su Yixue's hair. Yet, ultimately, they were deflected mere millimeters from her skin. Yi Fan descended from the heavens, resembling a divine being, as he tightly embraced Su Yixue in his arms. Yixue, my beloved, you have terrified me. It is such a relief that you are unharmed. Truly, this is wonderful. Upon witnessing Yi Fan in such a manner, Su Yixue was left utterly speechless. This is truly the prodigious genius, the paragon of excellence. This is the final spark of the Yi family that we must protect. Zhao Fan, you have awakened, haven't you? Upon realizing the situation, Su Yixue, with a look of sheer delight, cradled Yi Fan's face in her hands and shook it vigorously. If Yi Fan were to awaken at this moment, the Yi family would be saved, and there would be hope for the protection of all the sisters. At this moment, Yi Fan yearned to inform Su Yixue that he had awakened. However, until the true enemy had thoroughly investigated the situation, he had to remain faintly oblivious. He needed to continue his charade. Suddenly, at the alley's entrance, Li Hu and Xia Hao led a substantial force, quickly surrounding the area and overpowering the men of Old Wolf Wu. Startled, Old Wolf Wu's complexion turned pale as he regained his composure. Quick, charge with me and kill them. Eliminate them now. As he spoke, he brandished the battle knife in his hand, intending to strike at Su Yixue and Yi Fan. From a distance of over 10 meters, Li Hu and Wang Fugui, witnessing the dire situation, shouted urgently, "Hurry! Protect young Master Yi and Miss Su." However, despite their anxiety, the considerable distance made instantaneous movement impossible. You dare to bully my wife. You are all villains. Amidst the collective panic, Yi Fan suddenly lost his composure, releasing Su Yixue and seizing a battle knife, charging fiercely at Old Wolf Wu. With a resounding crack, Old Wolf Wu's weapon shattered upon clashing with Yi Fan's. Yi Fan seized Old Wolf Wu by the neck, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick, scattering the surrounding ruffians. In a raw display of strength, he slammed Old Wolf Wu onto the flagstone ground, exclaiming, "For bullying my wife! For bullying my wife!" With a deafening thud, Old Wolf Wu's near 200-pound frame was hurled down like a club against the earth. Each impact shattered chunks of the flagstone beneath. Poor Old Wolf Wu, once towering at over 6 feet, now resembled a mere doll in Yi Fan's grasp, utterly incapable of resistance. His ribs fractured, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. He initially screamed in agony, but soon his body went limp, resembling a lifeless dog, his breaths growing shallow. Thus, Old Wolf Wu was brutally crushed to death. The onlookers, including Old Wolf Wu's subordinates, were rendered speechless by Yi Fan's ferocity, momentarily forgetting their assault. As Wang Fugui, Li Hu, and Su Yixue rushed towards Yi Fan, they too were stunned. Is this truly Yi Fan? Merely a glimpse of his prowess reveals such terrifying strength? What would it be like if the full extent of his genius were unleashed? Zhao Fan, Su Yixue softly called out, sensing Yi Fan's nearly frenzied state. From her assessment, she surmised that Yi Fan had not truly awakened. Rather, He was instinctively responding to the threat against her. This also indicated that Yi Fan had the potential for recovery. She could only hope that Sister Linglong would swiftly summon the great physician of the Xia dynasty to treat Yi Fan. With old Wolf Wu's demise, his remaining minions lost their will to fight and were quickly subdued by Li Hu's men. Yi Fan, emerging from his frenzy, fixated on old Wolf Wu's lifeless form and inquired sharply, "Wife, who are they? Why are they pursuing you?" Yi Fan understood that these thugs likely had no genuine intent to harm Su Yixue. There had to be someone orchestrating from behind the scenes. Xiahao swiftly realized that while Yi Fan was still pretending to be ignorant, there were matters he could not address directly. With old Wolf Wu defeated and his capable lieutenants subdued, they knelt before Li Hu and Xiahao. "Speak. Who instructed you to attack Miss Su?" Li Hu prodded one of old Wolf Wu's subordinates with his weapon, eliciting an immediate confession. "Please don't kill me, Tiger Lord. It's not our fault." Young Master Wang from the Wang family sought out old Wolf Wu, ordering him to pursue Miss Su, claiming it was to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Through the explanations of old Wolf Wu's men, Yi Fan quickly discerned the situation. Was it the Lu family from the provincial capital that had instigated this? The Xia family had chosen to ally with the Su family, and the current public sentiment was quite unfavorable for Yi Fan's adversaries. They needed to act swiftly against the Su family to demonstrate the consequences of aligning with Yi Fan. The Zhao, Wang, and Li families were all vassals of the Lu family. Initially, the Zhao family was at the forefront, but after their annihilation at Yi Fan's hands the previous night, only the Wang and Li families remained. They sought me out before I even went looking for them. Soon enough, they would learn the consequences of provoking the Su family. Xiao Fan. As the scene finally stabilized, Su Yixue's taut nerves relaxed, and she stumbled into Yi Fan's embrace, exclaiming, "Save Captain Zhao." Her final words were a reminder to everyone to save Zhao Datu, the Su family's head of security, who lay in a pool of blood, gravely injured but still alive. Yi Fan merely glanced in that direction, and Xiahao instantly understood. "Everyone, stop dawdling. Quickly take Miss Su to the hospital. Bring those bodyguards along. Move." Half an hour later, in the hospital's intensive care unit, the doctor had thoroughly examined Su Yixue and gestured for everyone to relax. "Do not worry. The patient is merely overly tense and fatigued. After some rest, she will soon awaken." Wang Fugui, Xiahao, and the others sighed in relief. In truth, Yi Fan had already assessed Su Yixue's condition on the way and was not worried. However, he had also heard about the brave efforts of Captain Zhao Datu, who had risked his life to protect Su Yixue in such dire circumstances. He was a person worthy of trust, with many other matters demanding his attention. Yi Fan could not remain by Su Yixue's side indefinitely. Therefore, it was imperative to have someone reliable by her side. Yi Fan resolved to bestow an opportunity upon Zhao Datu, who had demonstrated such dedication to Su Yixue. Casting a glance at Xiahao, he remarked, "Brother Zhao." Xiahao, perceptive as ever, quickly understood Yi Fan's intent and arranged, "Young Master Yi, do you wish to check on Brother Zhao? His wounds have been stitched up. He is in the next room. I will take you over." As they spoke, Xiahao ushered Yi Fan out of the ward and towards the adjacent room. Upon entering, Xiahao wisely opted to remain outside the room, saying, "Young Master Yi, feel free to check on him. I will guard the door." Yi Fan was aware that revealing his identity could be problematic, and Xiahao was committed to keeping this secret. Yi Fan observed Xiahao with approval. He was indeed quite astute and worthy of further cultivation. Inside the room, Yi Fan approached and checked Zhao Datu's pulse, finding him stable. Zhao Datu, awakening, looked at Yi Fan with confusion. "Young Master Yi Fan gestured for him to remain still. "Do not move. I merely came to check on you and discuss a few matters." The weak Zhao Datu's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Yi Fan. "Young Master Yi, you are not foolish anymore?" Rumors had circulated that Yi Fan had been mentally incapacitated for 5 years, yet his current demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a fool. Yi Fan nodded, stating that he had awakened, but few were privy to this secret. "And you are one of them. I hope that before I make it public, you can keep this secret for me." Zhao Datu expressed his astonishment, gazing at Yi Fan with wide eyes. He vaguely sensed that he had encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Yi Fan was not foolish, having revealed such an important secret. He surely had his own plans. "I will definitely keep the secret." Zhao Datu shifted slightly, refraining from further words, patiently awaiting Yi Fan's next instructions. Yi Fan was pleased with Zhao Datu's response, recognizing it as the hallmark of a competent bodyguard. "You performed admirably today, safeguarding my wife with your life. As a reward, I shall assist you in entering the martial arts realm and provide you with elixirs to aid your advancement. I hope that even in my absence from Yixue's side, you will continue to protect her as you have today." As he spoke, a surge of energy coursed through Yi Fan's arm, violently infusing Zhao Data's body. Zhao Data was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. Martial arts energy? Yi Xiao is actually going to help me step into the martial arts realm and cultivate martial arts? It is known that the path of martial arts, from the initial transformation of energy to mastery, grandmaster, martial lord, and martial emperor, is exceptionally arduous. A staggering 99 of individuals never cultivate martial arts energy in their lifetime, let alone advance further. In the entirety of Daxia, even the most rudimentary masters of energy transformation are exceedingly rare. How did I, by some twist of fate, come to gain this? Moreover, as the martial arts energy flowed into his body, Zhao Data distinctly felt his internal and external injuries healing at a visible pace. Is this the advantage of a martial arts practitioner? Thank you, Yi Xiao, thank you. Zhao Data was at a loss for how to express his gratitude to Yi Fan. Hold your tongue and carefully sense the flow of energy within your body. I will only teach you this once. How long you can comprehend it depends on your own talent. After swiftly guiding Zhao Data through the operation of the martial arts energy, Yi Fan left him with several elixirs and exited the ward. Standing at the door, Xia Hao, though not eavesdropping intentionally, overheard the conversation between Yi Fan and Zhao Data quite clearly. Zhao Data had gained such tremendous benefits merely for protecting Su Yixue. This decision to collaborate with the Su family was undoubtedly the right one. Currently, the Lu family had already made their move, and both the Su group and they might face some tribulations, but as long as they endure, the future days will be promising. In a villa somewhere in Yunqing, Su Dong and his father sat anxiously on the sofa. "Dad, the Zhao family was suddenly annihilated. We have lost our greatest partner. Without the Zhao family support, our own strength may not suffice to seize the Yi group." Su Dong expressed his concerns, acknowledging that despite having operated the Yi group for many years and placing many of their own confidence within the company, the Yi group was fundamentally the property of the Yi family. The senior members were predominantly loyal to Yi Changfeng. Without external support, it would be exceedingly difficult for Su Dong and Su Jian to control the Yi group. Should we find someone to eliminate that old fool and that idiot directly? Su Dong suggested impatiently. I learned last night that a master named Fan Yi has appeared in Yunqing. If the price is right, I am certain he would take the job. Su Jian pondered for a moment before responding. What is the rush? Others will be more anxious than us regarding the current situation of the Yi family, as long as the direct descendants of the Yi family remain alive. Those who acted against them will not rest easy. Furthermore, do not forget, even though the Yi family is currently in turmoil, Yu Linglong and Su Yixue have publicly announced their marriages to Yi Fan. Those families are not to be trifled with. We should exercise patience. After a brief pause, Su Jian continued. However, regarding that master from Yunqing you mentioned, if we can do so without exposing ourselves, we may give it a try. Su Dong's eyes lit up. Dad, rest assured, I have obtained an account. I will post the task immediately. Masters typically have accounts, and if that big shot sees it, he will undoubtedly take the job. At Yunqing People's Hospital, just as Yi Fan exited Zhao Data's ward, his phone suddenly received an encrypted alert. Upon opening it, Yi Fan discovered it was a task reminder. 5 years prior, after breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, Yi Fan had registered an account and had undertaken numerous tasks since, ranking quite high. Initially indifferent to the notification, Yi Fan's brow furrowed upon spotting his and Yi Changfeng's names. Someone had placed a bounty on the lives of himself and his grandfather? According to the IP address, the individual offering the bounty was actually in Yunqing. Moreover, the employer specifically instructed that they wished to meet the task acceptor in person to witness the target's demise. Humph, they dare to be so brazen? Yi Fan snorted coldly, accepting the task and sending a message to arrange a meeting at midnight beneath the bridge in Yunqing. Yi Fan was also intrigued as to who was so eager to place a bounty on his and his grandfather's lives, offering a starting price of 2 billion. Yi Xiao. Xiao observed Yi Fan's demeanor as he emerged and respectfully called out, watching for any changes in his expression. Yi Fan nodded, glanced around to ensure no one was in sight, and continued, Come with me. Help me create a diversion. Very well. Xiao immediately summoned Wang Fugui and several subordinates, instructing them to be vigilant regarding Su Yixue's situation as Yi Fan needed to step out for a moment. quickly investigate the whereabouts of the Wang family's young master. Upon exiting the hospital, Yi Fan issued commands to Zhao. Determining an individual's location is not a difficult task. At the Wang family's KTV in Yunqing, the young master Wang Chao was nestled with two beautiful women, his hands restlessly roaming. Suddenly, he received a report from his subordinates. Young master, there has been an incident. Wu Laolong's attempt to hunt down Su Yixue has failed. Li Hu has intervened, and Wu Laolong's entire team has been wiped out. It is said that Wu Laolong perished on the spot. What? Wu Laolong is dead? Useless. So many people could not handle a single woman. How foolish. Wang Chao, irritated, kicked the two women away, shouting for them to leave. Once the women departed, a fierce glint flashed in Wang Chao's eyes. The provincial leader Liu has ordered that we must, at all costs, take action against the Su group to serve as a warning. Since Wu Laolong has failed, we must resort to other means. I refuse to believe that Su Yixue can continue to be so lucky. Young master, there is another matter. According to feedback from the brothers on site, it seems that Yi Fan's strength. As he spoke, he handed Wang Chao a tablet displaying footage of Yi Fan intervening to save Su Yixue and crushing Wu Laolong. Upon a single glance, Wang Chao's expression hardened. That fool has not forgotten his skills. What a pity he remains merely a fool. Wang Chao paid little heed to Yi Fan's display. Yi Fan had been considered a simpleton for quite some time. With the Yi family's decline, what storm could a fool like him stir? Wang Chao's primary concern was to swiftly complete the task assigned by Liu. Making life difficult for the Su group or eliminating Su Yixue to show everyone the dire consequences of approaching the Yi family. However, it was unexpected that so many under Wu Laolong's command had been thwarted by Li Hu's sudden appearance. It was reported that Zhao led the charge, and with the provincial Zhao family backing the Su family, Wang Chao found himself at a loss for how to proceed. With Zhao and the Patriarch of Yun City, Li Hu, in control, it was evident that relying on the local forces was futile. They would likely need to summon experts from the Liu family in the provincial capital for assistance. Suddenly, as Wang Chao was lost in thought, the door creaked open, and a stranger stepped inside. Who the hell are you? Who let you in? Wang Chao, already agitated, barked as he saw the young man enter. What are you all doing? Are you dead? You couldn't even stop a single person? The unexpected visitor was none other than Yi Fan, who had altered his appearance. He had overheard Wang Chao's conversation with his subordinates just moments before. No need to shout. They've all been taken down by me. Yi Fan nonchalantly sat on the sofa, casting a calm gaze upon Wang Chao and his men. Wang Chao glanced toward the entrance, only to find his bodyguards sprawled on the floor. A tightening sensation gripped his chest. What? What do you want? He stammered, realizing another formidable character had arrived. Recently, Yun City had been quite tumultuous. It was said that the Zhao family had provoked a man named Fan Yi, only to be annihilated overnight. Now, a powerful figure was confronting him, and he was utterly perplexed. Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you with your predicament. First, let me introduce myself. I am Fan Yi. I've heard you intend to take action against the Su group. If the price is right, I would be more than willing to take on the task. Yi Fan smiled as he fixed his gaze on Wang Chao. Last night, Yi Fan had deliberately left a letter in Zhao Dechang's study, ensuring the name Fan Yi had resonated throughout Yun City. You are the Master Fan Yi? Wang Chao was taken aback, a glimmer of elation surfacing on his face. Was this a stroke of luck? Master Fan Yi had come to him, offering to collaborate against the Su family? The legendary Master Fan Yi had, in a single night, eradicated Zhao Dekang and his son, leaving the Zhao family in ruins. Surely, dealing with the Su group would be a mere trifle for him. Yes, indeed. If Master Fan Yi can assist, that would be splendid. Wang Chao could hardly contain his excitement. What conditions do you require? 20 billion. I can ensure the Su group's disappearance from this world. You are aware of my capabilities. Yi Fan's calm demeanor belied the staggering amount he demanded, causing Wang Chao to gasp in shock. Though the Wang family was also a prominent force in Yun City, their total assets hovered around 100 billion. Coming up with 20 billion at once posed a significant challenge. Master Fan, that is rather steep. Wang Chao hesitated, though he recalled that General Liu from the provincial capital had promised that if the Su group was dismantled, the Liu family would allow the Wang family to take over the Zhao and Su family assets, which were worth over 100 billion. The 20 billion seemed trivial compared to that fortune, yet what if the Liu family failed to uphold their end of the bargain? Too much? Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, recalling how this scoundrel had nearly harmed Su Yixue. His anger surged, and an overwhelming aura enveloped the room, causing Wang Chao to feel a chill run down his spine. Wang Chao understood that this opportunity, presented on a silver platter, was one he had no choice but to seize. However, uncertainty gnawed at him. Would Master Fan Yi truly act against the Su group after receiving the funds? What if Fan Yi suddenly turned against the Wang family, leading them to the same fate as the Zhaos? The thought terrified him, and he yearned to escape this uncomfortable encounter. Although Yi Fan's appearance was unfamiliar, Wang Chao felt an eerie sense of recognition. No, I have faith in Master Fan's abilities. Let me return and gather the funds immediately, Wang Chao tentatively suggested, lifting his foot to leave. Suddenly, a straw flew through the air, landing beside Wang Chao's foot, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. No need to return. Start gathering the funds now. You have 10 minutes. Yi Fan's cold gaze bore into Wang Chao, who had attempted to harm his wife. With his presence, there was no way he would let Wang Chao off easily. This. Wang Chao wanted to protest, but the terrifying look in Yi Fan's eyes silenced him. He quickly turned to his phone, calling his father. Dad, I've encountered the master, Fan Yi, who has agreed to help the Wang family deal with the Su family, but he demands 20 billion. As Wang Chao frantically urged his father, the latter tried every means possible to gather the necessary funds, even resorting to dubious methods. Miraculously, within 10 minutes, they managed to assemble the 20 billion. Transfer it to this account. Yi Fan provided Wang Chao with a secure account prepared by Zhao. After a series of transactions, Yi Fan received confirmation from Zhao that the funds had arrived. Wang Chao exhaled in relief. Master, the funds are now in place. May I visit the restroom? He sensed that his 20 billion might very well vanish into thin air. Yet, even if that were the case, he had no choice. He would consider it a price for his own survival. Yi Fan smiled. Why the haste? Your matters are resolved, but now we must discuss mine. With those words, Wang Chao felt a wave of unease wash over him. What more could this powerful figure want? In the midst of Wang Chao's stunned gaze, Yi Fan began to manipulate his own features. In the next moment, Yi Fan's appearance had transformed, revealing a figure Wang Chao knew all too well. Yi Fan. How is it possible that you are Yi Fan? Wang Chao's thoughts raced as he pondered the name Fan Yi. Fan Yi. Fan Yi. Reversed, it sounded like Yi Fan. The great master who had targeted the Zhao family was indeed Yi Fan? Yet all external reports claimed Yi Fan had been foolish for 5 years. Was it all an act? Suddenly, the realization struck Wang Chao like a bolt of lightning, and he collapsed to the floor, his legs giving way beneath him. Everyone was aware of Yi Fan's extraordinary talent. 5 years prior, he had already reached the pinnacle of martial arts mastery. After 5 years, who could fathom the terrifying heights he had achieved? Before Yi Fan, Wang Chao had no hope of escape. Wang Chao, you have quite the audacity to plot against my wife. Yi Fan regarded him with disdain. Having initiated an attack, you must face the consequences. Let me something. A chill ran down Wang Chao's spine. Having already given away 20 billion, what could Yi Fan possibly want from him? What? Do you wish to borrow? He stuttered, his body trembling in fear. Your life. As he spoke, Yi Fan stepped forward, seizing Wang Chao by the throat. Wang Chao's feet left the ground as he stared at Yi Fan in terror. No. Please, spare me. I didn't intend to harm the Su group. It was the Lu family from the provincial capital. Are you implying Lu ran plans to act against the Su group? Yi Fan interrupted coldly. Rest assured, I will settle the score with Lu Ran. However, in Yun City, you directly attacked Su Yixue, and for that, you must pay the price. Wang Chao fell into utter despair. At that moment, he grasped the fate that had befallen the Zhao family. Perhaps when Zhao Tianlong perished at Yi Fan's hands, he had felt this same hopelessness. Initially, everyone believed the Zhao family's demise to be mere coincidence. It appears that everything has been meticulously orchestrated by Yi Fan. Those forces and families that pose a threat to the Yi family and the Su family will be ruthlessly crushed. The key point is that Yi Fan has discreetly resolved everything. To the outside world, he still seems to be the fool. This information must be disseminated. It is essential for General Lu in the provincial city to be informed. With his throat constricted, Wang Chao still attempted to reach for his phone to alert Lu Ran. Bang! Yi Fan unleashed a surge of energy, effortlessly knocking Wang Chao's phone from his grasp. Even at this juncture, he still wished to engage in petty tricks. With a whoosh, as the roaring martial arts energy enveloped Wang Chao, in an instant, he was reduced to mere powder, disappearing down the toilet. After accomplishing this, Yi Fan picked up the phone from the ground and sent a message to Wang Chao's father, Wang Zhong. Dad, I have been kidnapped. At midnight. At Zhongqiao in Yin City. Come quickly to rescue me. Having completed this, Yi Fan restored his unfamiliar visage and swiftly departed from the KTV, getting into Xia Hao's vehicle. Young Master Yi, has everything been resolved? Is there anything I need to handle afterward? Xia Hao inquired respectfully as he drove. Su Yixue had been attacked, and Yi Fan's haste to act signified his intent to confront the Wang family behind Old Wolf Wu. However, the Wang family had the backing of the Liu family in the provincial city, and if Yi Fan acted too hastily, he might encounter trouble. No need. Yi Fan replied coolly, tonight, accompany me to witness a spectacle of dogs biting dogs. Meanwhile, in the Wang family of Yin City, the head of the family, Wang Caizhong, received a call from his son Wang Chao, who mentioned inviting Master Fan Yu to deal with the Su group. Initially, he was quite elated. However, upon learning that the fee demanded was 2 billion, his enthusiasm waned. Yet, Wang Chao persistently urged him, suggesting that there was no turning back. Reluctantly, Wang Zhong gritted his teeth and mobilized the funds to transfer the payment. He then awaited news from Wang Chao. But when Wang Zhong received the message on his phone, he was utterly bewildered. What? Kidnapped? Nonsense. Who is it? Are they insane? The Wang family was facing a series of unfortunate events. Wang Chao had received orders from the Liu family to enlist Old Wolf Wu to attack Su Yixue, but at a critical moment, Li Hu, under Xia Hao's leadership, intervened and saved her. Now his only son had been kidnapped? What on earth was happening? Immediately relay my orders. Everyone in the Wang family must mobilize and lay an ambush at Zhongqiao in Yin City. I must see who has the audacity to kidnap my son. When Yi Fan and Xia Hao returned to the hospital, they carried a small selection of fruits, appearing as if they had just purchased them. Wang Fugui, Li Hu, and the others did not harbor any suspicions. Upon entering the ward, Yi Fan found Su Yixue had regained consciousness and smiled at him, comforted by his gentle presence. It felt wonderful to be alive. At that moment, Yi Fan's heroic act of saving her had been incredibly admirable. Yixue, you're awake? The doctor said you were just exhausted. You're fine now. Eat an orange, and then shall we go home? Yi Fan offered her a peeled orange, his expression tender. This woman had once willingly married the foolish version of himself to protect the Yi family, and had placed herself in peril to shield the Su group from significant danger. Yi Fan was deeply moved. Now that Su Yixue had awakened, he would do everything in his power to safeguard the Su family, the Yi family, and avenge the fallen spirits of the Yi family. Thank you, Xiao Fan. Su Yixue responded, finishing the orange and struggling to rise from the bed. I can't go home yet. The company is about to launch a new drug, and there's much to attend to. Once I finish, I'll return early to be with you, all right? She gazed at Yi Fan with warmth, and noticing Xia Hao's gaze, she felt a hint of shyness. Mr. Xia, Mr. Who? Thank you for today. If it weren't for you all, I would have perished. Miss Su, you are too kind. Young master, you previously saved my life, so I owe him everything. It is our oversight that you encountered danger. Xia Hao bowed respectfully. Mr. Who is one of us, in Yun City. If Miss Su needs anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Su Yixue understood that Li Hu was aligned with Xia Hao. 5 years ago, Yi Fan had saved Xia Hao's life, and today he was receiving such a significant return on that goodwill. It was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Before Su Yixue could say more, she received a call from her secretary. What? Our formula has been leaked? The rival company has launched a new drug today? This. How is that possible? Yes, General Su, turn on the television. It's live. Su Yixue, incredulous, switched on the TV, which was broadcasting a new drug launch. On stage stood a young man in a suit, Li Yunyang, the eldest son of the Li family in Yun City. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a beauty and health pill that our Li family has meticulously developed over many years, costing us over 100 billion. Its effects are remarkable. After 1 month of use, results will be evident. Shameless. Listening to Li Yunyang's incessant chatter and the announced formula, Su Yixue could not help but curse, realizing that it was their Su group's hard work. These bastards. How despicable. It was unclear what means Li Yunyang had employed to steal the Su group's core formula right beneath Su Yixue's nose. This was akin to striking at the roots. For years, the Su group had invested nearly all its resources into developing this formula, waiting for its release to turn the tide. Especially with the recent blockade from numerous partners, without a flagship product to break the impasse, the Su group could very well collapse. Mr. Xia, young Master Wang, I must return to the company immediately. Xiaofan, please look after yourself for a moment. I must leave. Su Yixue hurriedly addressed Wang Fugui and Xiao before rushing towards the company. Given the gravity of the situation, she needed to respond promptly. Watching Su Yixue's anxious departure, Yi Fan muttered to himself, is it merely a beauty and health pill formula? Had I known, any formula I casually produce would surely astonish the world. However, if I, the fool, were to present it, even if it were genuine, who would believe me? How could he convince Su Yixue that his formula was authentic? Randomly handing the formula to someone else would likely be disregarded. Suddenly, Yi Fan recalled Yu Linglong mentioning inviting the great healer Lei Qianjue to treat him. He wondered when he would arrive. If Lei Qianjue could deliver the formula to Su Yixue, his stature should suffice. At that point, he could have Lei Qianjue hand over the formula, which should resolve the crisis facing the Su group. Just as Su Yixue left, Yi Fan's phone rang. It was a call from Xian Yufei. Fan Gu, I know I have wronged you, but could you do me a favor? Xian Yufei's voice on the phone sounded distressed, tinged with tears. Although Xian Jinghua had publicly announced the annulment of their engagement, Yi Fan could not hold any bitterness in his heart. Ex-wife, what troubles you? Has someone taken your lollipop? If someone has, I will help you retrieve it. Yi Fan responded with a sincere tone, as only such a demeanor suited his current identity. On the other end of the line, Xian Yufei felt a pang of sorrow. Perhaps among the multitude surrounding me, each individual is preoccupied with their own identity, status, or beauty. Only Yi Fan treats me with genuine sincerity. No, this is far more serious than merely snatching a lollipop. Brother Fan, are you aware? My second uncle has betrothed me to Li Yunyang, and tonight is the engagement banquet. Yet I have no desire to marry. Xian Yufei, as if she had found a confidant, poured out her pent-up frustrations. Forget it, Brother Fan, where are you now? I shall come to pick you up. Let us speak in person. Has Xian Zhenghua hastily arranged for Xian Yufei to be promised to another? And to Li Yunyang, no less. Yi Fan let out a cold snort. From the information at hand, the Li, Zhao, and Wang families are all vassals of the Lu family from the provincial city. Thus, the Li family must certainly be involved in the extermination campaign against the Yi family. And Xian Yufei is to marry her enemy? This is something Yi Fan cannot accept under any circumstances. Moreover, in Yi Fan's plans, after eliminating the Wang family, the Li family is also to be eradicated. Since Li Yunyang intends to marry Xian Yufei, even if she is a woman he does not desire, that cannot be permitted. He might as well expedite the elimination plan. My beloved Shui is injured. I am at the People's Hospital. Yi Fan endeavored to sound earnest, not wishing to reveal too much before the crowd. In the courtyard of the Xian family, Xian Yufei hung up the phone, letting out a long sigh. Alas, if only Brother Fan were not a fool, how much better it would be. Back when Brother Fan was a prodigious talent, full of vigor, if anyone dared to lay a hand on his wife, he would have surely leapt to their defense. 20 minutes later, Xian Yufei arrived at the People's Hospital in Yunqing. What? Xian Yufei, you have already broken off your engagement with my elder brother, yet you still wish to use him as a shield? Have you no humanity? The first to react upon hearing that Xian Yufei wanted Yi Fan to accompany her to the engagement banquet was Wang Fugui. Are you not satisfied with the embarrassment you've caused my elder brother? What do you want? Wang Fugui was agitated. Although he often appeared simple-minded, his loyalty to Yi Fan was genuine. Otherwise, Yi Fan would not have made a special trip to the black market to procure that vitality pill for Wang Fugui. Now that Yi Fan was in a state of foolishness, he naturally felt compelled to protect him at all costs. Brother Fan, I know my actions are excessive, but I truly do not wish to marry. Xian Yufei spoke with despair. The engagement to the Li family was a family arrangement, her destiny sealed. Now the Li family was in its prime, wielding immense power in Yunqing. Even if Xian Yufei sought another shield to play her charade, few would dare offend the Li family for her sake. The only ally Xian Yufei could think of was Yi Fan. When Yi Fan informed Xian Yufei of his location, he had already silently agreed to assist her, and thus would not refuse. I won't marry. I won't marry. I will help you drive him away. Brother. Wang Fugui, seeing that Yi Fan had indeed acquiesced to Xian Yufei, felt a surge of anxiety and sought to intervene. Beside them, Xiao understood Yi Fan. Since he had spoken, it was clear he still wished to help Xian Yufei. Young Master Wang, given that Yi has been involved with Miss Xian for such a long time, if he wishes to go, we shall accompany him. Xiao smiled at Wang Fugui. Besides, we will be there together. Young Master Yi will be safe. This. Wang Fugui cast a puzzled glance at Xiao, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the source of his unease. A few minutes later, Yi Fan was pulled into Xian Yufei's car. As Xian Yufei drove, she stole glances at the handsome Yi Fan beside her, still possessing that captivating visage and familiar aura. Brother Fan, can we return to how we once were? Xian Yufei's heart trembled as she uttered those words. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. Return to how things were. That was impossible. Previously, Yi Fan had treated Xian Yufei with heartfelt affection, showering her with tenderness. Yet, after Xian's public withdrawal from their engagement, Yi Fan had been wounded. Shattered glass cannot be restored to its original form. Return where? To the hospital? But had they not just left? Why go back? Yi Fan was at a loss for words, merely babbling incoherently. Xian Yufei scrutinized Yi Fan intently, hoping to glean some insight from his demeanor. Yi Fan concealed his feelings expertly. Although Xian Yufei sensed a change in him, she could not discern any flaws. Brother Fan, I truly do not know if you are genuinely foolish or merely pretending, but I must tell you this. I have always liked you, loved you deeply. That day I withdrew from the engagement was not my intention. My second uncle forced me. You know my father. Without the subsequent medical expenses, he could pass away at any moment. I had no choice. As she spoke, tears welled in Xian Yufei's eyes. 5 years ago, before Yi Fan's accident, Xian Yufei's father had also been in a car crash, becoming a vegetative state requiring exorbitant treatment. Although Xian Yufei later took control of the Xian family business, her authority was limited due to the presence of her second uncle and other elders. That day of the engagement withdrawal, her uncle had said that if Xian Yufei did not comply, he would cease providing medical funds for her father. Yi Fan's lips twitched upon hearing this. He had learned some details about the Xian family in recent days. However, the silence Xian Yufei had displayed that day had inflicted deep wounds on Yi Fan, wounds that would require time to heal. At the Yunqing Paradise Hotel, the venue for the engagement banquet between the Xian and Li families, Li Yunyang stood at the entrance, clad in a dapper suit, holding a bouquet of flowers, surrounded by several friends. Congratulations, young Master Li. Your dream has finally come true. Indeed, the Xian family has finally seen reason, breaking off their engagement with the Yi family and choosing young Master Li as the best option. I have heard that young Master Li is to be adopted as a godson by the head of the Lu family from the provincial city. He will surely soar to great heights. Just remember us when you do. Amidst the flattery, Li Yunyang felt as though he might float away. These fools only perceive the superficial power of the Xian family, oblivious to the unimaginable hidden strength behind Xian Yufei's mother. This was precisely why Li Yunyang was so determined to win Xian Yufei. They're here. Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone turned to the road. Xian Yufei's vehicle slowly came to a halt, and under Li Yunyang's eager gaze, a long, fair leg emerged from the car. Slim and straight, it was enchanting. Imagining that the owner of those beautiful legs would soon be his woman made Li Yunyang's heart tremble. However, upon witnessing the subsequent scene, the smile on Li Yunyang's face instantly froze. Xian Yufei was not alone. She intimately linked arms with a man, exuding an affectionate aura as they approached Li Yunyang. What does this mean? Today was supposed to be the engagement banquet between me and Xian Yufei, and yet she arrives with a man, this man being Yi Fan? Is this a direct affront? Li Yunyang felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 blows. Yufei, what is the meaning of this? Why have you brought this fool along? Li Yunyang suppressed his anger, attempting to maintain composure as he inquired of Xian Yufei. The friends surrounding Li Yunyang also ceased their commotion, awkwardly holding the colorful eggs they had prepared to pop open. Li Yunyang, how dare you speak like that? Show some respect for my elder brother. Before Xian Yufei could reply, Wang Fugui spoke up first. My elder brother's name is Yi Fan. You should either refer to him as young Master Yi or Brother Fan. If I hear you call him a fool again, I shall give you a resounding slap. Wang Fugui harbored a simmering anger, and upon witnessing Li Yunyang's audacious intention to marry his former sister-in-law, his ire intensified. At this juncture, Wang Fugui began to comprehend why Yi Fan had accompanied Xian Yufei. Ultimately, his elder brother remained uneasy. Who was Wang Fugui, after all? Did he believe that the fool in question still bore the status of the Yi family as young master? Let it be known, the Yi family had fallen, and it would not be long before that old relic and the fool would soon reunite with their kin. What a farce! With no hesitation, Wang Fugui stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Li Yunyang's face. Instantly, Li Yunyang's visage swelled, and he lost 2 teeth in the process. Have you no sense of memory at all? I instructed you to show respect to my elder brother, yet you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind. Wang Fugui exclaimed, shaking his hand in disbelief. Your face is harder than dog feces. Damn it. Wang Fugui, are you courting death? How dare you strike me? Li Yunyang staggered, rubbing his stinging face, his fury boiling over as he glared at Wang Fugui. I may not dare to provoke the Yi family, but do you think I fear your Wang family? Bring it on. Someone, take him down. With Li Yunyang's command, a host of burly bodyguards rushed forward, weapons in hand, prepared to assault Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui dismissed them with a glance. These ordinary guards lacked even the slightest martial prowess and were hardly worthy of his attention. Calm yourself. Young Master Li, today is a momentous occasion for you. I, Xia, have come uninvited to offer my congratulations. Surely, you do not wish to appear ungracious? Just as tensions escalated, Xia Hao alighted from a vehicle, followed closely by the underworld Patriarch Li Hu and his formidable four bodyguards. This scene caused Li Yunyang's brow to furrow in concern. The Xia family had arrived from the provincial city, and with Tiger Li in attendance. It seemed Xian Yufei had prepared for this day meticulously. Yet, Li Yunyang could not fathom how the Xian family's influence could summon the Xia family and Li Hu's men. Was it Yi Fan at play? Despite knowing that the Yi family had collapsed, why were these individuals so recklessly aligning themselves with the remnants of the Yi family? Enough. Let us proceed inside. With both our guests present, there are matters I must clarify today. Xian Yufei tightly grasped Yi Fan's hand, her gaze resolute as she glanced toward the hotel entrance. Seemingly resolved to act. Xian Yufei, you would do well to reconsider your actions, Li Yunyang warned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. If Xian Yufei were to cause a scene at the banquet, it would bring great disgrace to the Li family. However, remembering Xian Jingwa's assurances, he felt a slight sense of calm. Could Xian Yufei truly escape his grasp? Yet witnessing her firm grip on Yi Fan's hand ignited a fire of frustration within him. How had he come to this point, unable to best even a fool? On the 8th floor of the Paradise Hotel, the grand banquet hall, capable of accommodating thousands, opened its doors. Xian Yufei, hand in hand with Yi Fan, stepped into the hall. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent, all eyes transfixed on the unfolding scene. After 3 seconds of stillness, whispers erupted throughout the crowd. What is happening? Isn't today the engagement banquet for Xian Yufei and Li Yunyang? What does she mean by bringing that fool from the Yi family? Indeed, I cannot comprehend it. Did she not announce her withdrawal from the engagement with the Yi family yesterday? Bringing him here now. Is she not rubbing Li's face in the dirt? This was quite the spectacle. The faces of the high-ranking members of the Xian and Li families were sure to be strained. The crowd's attention shifted to the prominent table where Xian Zhenghua and Li Yunyang's father, Li Zhong, had been engaged in light-hearted conversation regarding future collaboration. The sudden turn of events halted their dialogue abruptly. Xian Zhenghua, what is the meaning of this? Li Zhong glowered at Xian Zhenghua. Did you not assure me that everything was settled? Xian Yufei's appearance with that fool from the Yi family is nothing short of an affront to the Li family. Xian Zhenghua, equally perplexed, could only respond, I too am at a loss. The 1,000-strong assembly consisted of the city's elite, and just yesterday, Xian Zhenghua had represented the Xian family in withdrawing from the engagement with the Yi family. Now, Xian Yufei appeared hand in hand with that fool. Was his word no longer binding? Yufei, what are you doing? Xian Zhenghua admonished as Xian Yufei passed by him. But she merely cast a glance over her shoulder and continued toward the stage with Yi Fan. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Xian Yufei, and with so many witnesses present, I must declare that my withdrawal from the engagement with the Yi family was solely my uncle's decision, and I did not consent. Xian Yufei grasped the microphone from the host, smiling as she raised Yi Fan's arm triumphantly. I have been betrothed to Yi Fan since childhood, and he is my true love. Let us celebrate our union. Li Yunyang, who had followed him behind, felt as though his heart had been pierced by a dagger upon hearing her proclamation. Celebrate? What nonsense is this? Today is my engagement banquet. Why should I extend my congratulations to you? Am I to wear a dunce cap? At that moment, Li Yunyang felt an overwhelming wave of humiliation wash over him. The disgrace was unbearable. Why are you all still standing there? Hurry and turn off that microphone. Li Yunyang bellowed at the bewildered staff, frustration boiling over. The room erupted. What a sensational turn of events. Yesterday, the second son of the Xian family withdrew from the engagement. Today, Xian Yufei boldly declares the annulment invalid? Clearly, internal strife had engulfed the Xian family, and the accident involving the eldest son years prior was certainly suspicious. The Li family's engagement banquet had devolved into a farce, with the future daughter-in-law flaunting her affection for another man. As the crowd buzzed, all eyes turned toward the head table. Li Zhong could contain his rage no longer. He slammed his glass onto the table. Xian Zhenghua, are you and your family deliberately ruining this event? Provide me with a reasonable explanation, or rest assured, this matter will not end here. The hall fell silent, all gazes fixated on the unfolding confrontation. The atmosphere became thick with tension. What had appeared to be a simple engagement banquet had entwined the fates of the Yi, Xian, and Li families, and any misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. Observing the chaos, Xian Zhenghua was on the brink of exasperation. Brotherly, please do not take offense. There must be some misunderstanding. Allow me a moment to address this, he implored, hastily making his way towards Xian Yufei. Didn't we agree on everything yesterday? In front of so many witnesses. You boldly announced the withdrawal from the Yi family. Why now do you claim it is invalid? Yufei, do you understand the ramifications of your actions? Do you realize this could plunge the Xian family into an abyss? Xian Zhenghua glared at her, his frustration palpable. Xian Yufei held on to Yi Fan's hand tightly, steadfastly meeting Xian Zhenghua's gaze. Uncle, I am an adult now. I am fully aware of what I am doing. I merely wish to follow my heart and make the right choice. Yesterday, I annulled my engagement with Yi Fan, which was never my intention. It was you, my second uncle, who forced my hand. Today, you want me to marry Li Yunyang? I absolutely refuse to comply. Xian Zhenghua, consumed by anger, swung his hand as if to strike Xian Yufei, but ultimately restrained himself, opting instead for a calm admonition. But Yufei, can't you see? Yi Fan has become a fool. He is no longer that prodigious genius. The Yi family has already fallen, besieged by formidable adversaries. Can't you perceive it? And so what? A fool is still infinitely better than that heartless scoundrel Li Yunyang. Xian Yufei shot a glance at Yi Fan, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Yi Fan sensed the shift in her emotions, his own feelings becoming increasingly complex. This foolish girl. Had she already decided to accompany him when she chose to defy her family's wishes? To audaciously declare her feelings at Li Yunyang's engagement banquet? Xian Yufei had indeed summoned immense courage, enduring much in solitude. Was this an attempt to atone for her own pain? But where had she been yesterday? Alas! Though Xian Yufei's voice was barely audible, Li Yunyang, who had just approached, heard her words all too clearly, feeling as if he had been struck 1,000 times. How am I heartless? What wrong have I done? Even if Fan Gu is a fool, I am willing to stand by him. This is my own choice. Uncle, if you wish to ally with the Li family, find another to wed him. With that, Xian Yufei grasped Yi Fan's hand, preparing to leave the scene. Suddenly, a throng of burly bodyguards surged from the periphery of the stage, encircling Yi Fan and Xian Yufei. Halt! Do you think this is a vegetable garden? Come and go as you please. Li Yunyang emerged from behind the bodyguards, coldly fixing his gaze on Yi Fan and Xian Yufei. Yufei, I truly cannot comprehend why you insist on following a fool. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Yunyang felt a tightening sensation. Just outside, he had been dealt with by Wang Fugui, who had warned him that should he dare to insult Yi Fan again, he would receive a slap for each offense. However, now surrounded by bodyguards, he assumed Wang Fugui would be unable to act. Hastily covering his face, he glanced around, relieved to find no sign of Wang Fugui, and lowered his hand. But in the next instant, a large hand suddenly struck Li Yunyang's face from behind. Once again, he received a resounding slap. Li Yunyang, do you truly lack memory? I have warned you, if you dare to insult my brother again, I shall retaliate. Wang Fugui leapt onto a table, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Not just you, but all present. Do not let me hear you insult my brother again. Li Yunyang was utterly enraged. Earlier, he had endured a surprise attack outside, but now he was in the banquet hall, surrounded by bodyguards, and still suffered a blow. With so many guests present, this was not merely a slap to his face, but an affront to the entire Li family, and even more so to his godfather Lu Ran. Beside him, Li Zhong could no longer remain seated. Wang Fugui, even your father would treat me with respect. Who do you think you are? Someone, teach him a lesson. With a wave of his hand, more experts surged forward, many of whom were martial arts masters. The atmosphere grew tense, as if a great battle was about to erupt. Enough. Li Hu banged a wine bottle on the table several times. What is going on? Can't we have a civilized discussion without resorting to violence? Those who are not afraid of death may attempt it. The underworld lord of Yun City, Li Hu's voice, though not loud, carried significant weight. The previously agitated bodyguards fell silent, both out of respect for Li Hu's authority and the imposing presence behind him. A bare-chested brute had brought forth a Gatling gun, its ominous barrels aimed squarely at Li Yunyang and Li Zhong. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Those beneath the master level of martial arts, as well as ordinary people, are not immune to bullets. Li Hu's audacity was astounding. He had even brought a Gatling gun. Li Yunyang and Li Zhong stood frozen, unable to move. Can we not have a reasonable discussion? Li Hu spoke coolly, causing Li Zhong to wipe the sweat from his brow. The underworld lord, Li Hu, had become entangled with Yi Fan, complicating matters for the Li family in Yun City, even with Lu Ran's support. Xian Yufei, witnessing the scene before her, felt a wave of astonishment. She had just heard of Su Yixue's plight. It was said that Li Hu and the governor of Yun City had intervened to rescue her, annihilating old Wolf Wu's forces. What could warrant such powerful figures assisting Su Yixue, if not for Yi Fan's sake? Did Yi Fan truly possess such influence? She could only hope for a favorable outcome in the future. Li Zhong and Li Yunyang dared not move further, while Xian Yufei took Yi Fan's arm, preparing to exit. Yet, Xian Zheng was suddenly interjected. Wait. Yufei, perhaps you should first check on your father's condition in the hospital before making a final decision. As he spoke, he dialed the video call and presented the screen to Xian Yufei. On the screen, Xian Yufei's father, Xian Zhenghua, lay in a hospital bed, while a middle-aged doctor in a white coat held a syringe filled with a green liquid, poised to inject it into Xian Zhenghua's neck. Uncle, what is happening? Xian Yufei's expression shifted dramatically as she glared angrily at Xian Zhenghua. Xian Zhenghua's lips twitched, and he whispered, Yufei, this is the consequence of forcing your uncle's hand. The doctor has prepared nothing but poison, substances that could ensure your father never awakens. If you dare to step outside this hall today, consider the consequences. A blatant threat. Xian Zhenghua, are you even human? That man on the bed is your own brother. Xian Yufei glared furiously at Xian Zhenghua, her eyes nearly ablaze, unable to fathom that her seemingly benevolent uncle could commit such an atrocity. Humph. And what of it? If you had obediently married young Master Li, I would not have had to resort to such extremes. But since you insist on causing such chaos, do not blame me. Why should the old man have entrusted the Xian group to your father? Why should your branch control the Xian group? Today it is my turn. You have 10 seconds to reconsider your words and marry young Master Li. Or, the implications of Xian Zhenghua's unfinished sentence were all too clear. Despicable. Using Xian Yufei's father as leverage against her, Xian Zhenghua had orchestrated the entire affair. Yi Fan coldly regarded Xian Zhenghua, then glanced at Xian Yufei, his perception of her shifting slightly. So, it was all Xian Zhenghua's machinations? You, shameless. Xian Yufei stamped her foot in frustration, casting a sorrowful glance at Yi Fan. Initially, she had believed her defiance today would secure her chance to be with him. Now, just as success seemed within reach, it all crumbled to dust. Fan Gu. Xian Yufei's heart is filled with conflicting emotions. Deep down, she has never truly given up on Yi Fan. Even after Yi Fan's 5 years of folly, Xian Yufei often comes to keep him company, demonstrating Yi Fan's significance in her heart. However, after her mother abandoned her at birth, it was her father who raised her single-handedly, and Xian Yufei cannot disregard her father's kindness. The conflict between love and familial ties is a timeless dilemma. The atmosphere in the hall once again became tense as the guests, situated at a distance, could neither hear the dialogue on stage nor discern what was unfolding. They could only see the bodyguards from the Li family and the subordinates of Lord Hu locked in a standoff, unable to approach. The crowd began to murmur and speculate. On stage, Li Yunyang and Li Zhong observed that Xian Zhenghua had Xian Yufei firmly in his grasp, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yunyang's intention to marry Xian Yufei was not born of love, but rather a desire to solidify his position by leveraging the power behind her mother. Thus, no matter the means, as long as he could possess Xian Yufei, that would suffice. Humph. Yi Fan, you foolish waste. Do you still dare to dream of being with Yufei? What a delusion. Li Yunyang strutted over to Yi Fan, feeling smug, thinking that just because he had insulted Yi Fan a couple of times, it was absurd to be met with violence. Wang Fugui, skilled in martial arts, posed a challenge for Li Yunyang to strike. Yet, with Yi Fan's mental faculties diminished, he had lost all his prowess. The crux of the matter was that Xian Yufei was at the mercy of Xian Zhenghua, and Li Yunyang was determined to vent his frustrations. You dare. Xian Yufei, witnessing Li Yunyang's intent to strike Yi Fan, immediately stood in front of him. Li Yunyang, this is a matter between our families. Dare you touch a single hair on Yi Fan? Li Yunyang dismissed her threat with a scoff. Is it merely a matter between the Xian and Li families? Xian Yufei, you are too naive. By bringing this fool to the scene today, you have embroiled the Yi family in this as well. Of course, even if he hadn't come today, he will soon reunite with his brothers. Li Yunyang smirked, circumventing Xian Yufei and glaring at Yi Fan. Trash. Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Li Yunyang was so engrossed in his own bravado that he failed to notice Yi Fan's increasingly dark expression. From Li Yunyang's incessant taunts, Yi Fan had discerned that even if he refrained from attacking Li Yunyang today, the Li family seemed poised to strike against the Yi family. Were the Yi family's adversaries so eager? Not only did they wish to eliminate the top 10 core disciples of the Yi family, but they also sought to annihilate the last remnants, the old and the fool. If that were the case, there would be no need for civility. Impudence. Summer Hao and Li Hu, witnessing Li Yunyang's intent to harm Yi Fan, shouted in unison, attempting to rush forward. However, Yi Fan subtly signaled to Summer Hao. This time, Yi Fan intended to take matters into his own hands. He aimed to eliminate Li Yunyang on the spot. This would serve as a deterrent to the Li family and compel those behind them to exercise restraint. Li Xiao, are you taking me to see my brother? You are such a good person. Xian Yufei, still shielding Yi Fan from Li Yunyang, watched as Yi Fan clapped and dashed out from behind her. Fan Ge. Xian Yufei's face contorted in bitterness as she reached out to pull Yi Fan back. Li Yunyang would never be so kind as to take you to find your brother. He intends to kill you. Humph. Fool. Come here and stand properly. Li Yunyang, noticing Yi Fan's apparent willingness to approach, wore a cold smile. After ensuring Yi Fan was in place, he swung his hand, aiming a fierce slap at Yi Fan's face. Bastard, how dare you? Wang Fugui, filled with rage, prepared to charge forward. Wang Xiao, don't be hasty. Summer Hao quickly grasped Wang Fugui to restrain him. Wang Fugui, with his straightforward demeanor, felt irked by Summer Hao's repeated interventions. Summer Hao, what do you mean? Don't be hasty? How can I not be? I can't let my brother be struck. Are you involved with Li Yunyang? Summer Hao, exasperated, chose not to explain further. Wang Xiao, just wait and see. You must trust your brother. Summer Hao rolled his eyes, finally understanding why Yi Fan had not disclosed to his closest comrades that he had awakened. Wang Fugui's naive demeanor suggested that if he were to learn of Yi Fan's awakening, it would soon spread like wildfire. As Li Yunyang's palm sliced through the air, a rush of wind followed. Li Zhong, feeling a slight relief, glanced towards Wang Fugui, who had just slapped his son. Perhaps now he could regain some face through Yi Fan. Yet, to Li Zhong's astonishment, the anticipated resounding slap did not materialize. Li Yunyang's swing was deftly evaded by Yi Fan, who tilted his head, effortlessly catching Li Yunyang's wrist. Li Xiao, are you helping me swat a mosquito? I don't have any on my face. As he spoke, Yi Fan swiftly thrust a silver needle from his sleeve towards Li Yunyang's wrist. This strike was executed without reservation. The needle, infused with potent energy, surged through Li Yunyang's meridians and organs, employing the corrosive power of fire and ash. Alas, Xian Yufei and others, bewildered by the turn of events, could only sigh in resignation. It was evident that Yi Fan was not merely swatting mosquitoes. He was preparing to strike back. What the hell are you doing? Li Yunyang exclaimed, his explanation cut short by a sudden, excruciating pain in his wrist, as if struck by lightning, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Yi Fan promptly released Li Yunyang's wrist, feigning innocence. I didn't do anything. Was it a mosquito that bit you? I don't believe you. Li Yunyang retracted his arm, eyeing the red bump on his wrist, feeling an overwhelming discomfort, as if he were struggling to breathe. An ominous force twisted his insides and meridians. Yi Fan must have done something to him. Yet, with Yi Fan's innocent demeanor and clear eyes, one would assume he was merely a fool, incapable of causing harm. Yi Fan, I will kill you. Li Yunyang, intent on retaliating, was promptly interrupted by Li Zhong, who admonished, Yunyang, stop. Today is your engagement day, do not tarnish it. As Li Zhong spoke, he directed his attention to Xian Zhenghua, who had also realized the urgency, glaring intently at Xian Yufei. The countdown has reached 10 seconds. Make your decision. 3, 2, 1. I do. As Xian Zhenghua reached 1, Xian Yufei's voice trembled as she declared, I do. Please do not harm my father. Satisfied. Xian Zhenghua ended the video call. If only it had been this easy from the start. Now, hand her the microphone. She must explain to all the guests. He gestured to Li Yunyang and others, and soon a microphone was handed to Xian Yufei. Despair etched on her face. She gazed at Yi Fan, her makeup stained with tears. Fan Ge, I am sorry, but I have no choice. Silently swallowing her tears, She pondered whether she and Yi Fan were destined to be apart. You must leave. Xian Yufei bowed her head to Yi Fan and then to Summer Hao Li Hu, Wang Fugui, and the others. Thank you all. Their intention had been to assist Yi Fan in seizing her hand in marriage. Although Li Hu's men had indeed taken control of the situation, complications had arisen on Xian Yufei's side, leading to this unforeseen turn of events. With that, Xian Yufei grasped the microphone and approached the front of the stage. Summer Hao turned his gaze towards Yi Fan, seeking his sentiment. Yi Fan's facial muscles twitched slightly. He was in distress. Li Xiao is unwell, unable to marry. Huh. You are the one who is unwell. Your entire family is unwell. Li Yunyang was incensed upon hearing Yi Fan speak. Observing Yi Fan and his companions lingering in the hall, he barked at the bodyguards beside him. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and expel them. They are not welcome here. Before the bodyguards could act, Yi Fan had already stepped outside, exclaiming, This isn't amusing. Someone's going to die? The crowd paid little heed to Yi Fan's words, but only Xia Hao felt a twitch in his eyelids. Convinced from prior experiences that the Li family was destined for calamity, Wong Fugui, somewhat indignant, said, Brother, are we just going to let this slide? It's evident that Sister Yufei is being coerced. If you wish, I can help you retrieve her. Yi Fan merely responded with a foolish grin, leaving Wong Fugui speechless. Xia Hao interjected, Wang Xiao, I told you not to rush. Perhaps today's engagement banquet for the Li family 1T proceed as planned? And you say not to rush? Look at the chaos unfolding. How can I not be anxious? The two argued while on stage. Xian Yufei had already taken the microphone and addressed the crowd. Everyone, I apologize for my earlier behavior. I was a bit intoxicated. Today marks my engagement to Li Yunyang, and I welcome you all to join us. Though Xian Yufei spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Yi Fan's retreating figure. She realized that from the moment Yi Fan crossed the threshold of the banquet hall, any potential connection between them had dissipated. They would now lead separate lives. Despite her overwhelming sense of helplessness, Xian Yufei found no solutions. Indeed, Yufei was inebriated and spoke out of turn. Please overlook her indiscretion. Let us continue with the engagement banquet. Please welcome tonight's star, Li Xiao Yunyang. Xian Zhenghua eagerly attempted to smooth over the situation. Wang, just say something. I can't stand by any longer. If you say a word, I'll ensure that scoundrel will be bedridden for the rest of his life. Wang Fugui, on the verge of losing his temper, was nearly frantic. Meanwhile, Yi Fan maintained his naive demeanor, counting down with his fingers, 3, 2, 1. As he finished counting, Li Yunyang, who had just grasped the microphone, suddenly collapsed on stage, convulsing violently, frothing at the mouth, blood oozing from his orifices. Ah, Yunyang, what's wrong? Someone help. Quick, call an ambulance. The scene erupted into chaos, and the guests below began to stir restlessly. Xia Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Casting a deep glance at Yi Fan, the young man before him was known for his vengeful nature. He was fortunate not to have made an enemy of him. The unexpected turn of events on stage left Wang Fugui wide-eyed in astonishment, both thrilled and shocked. What? He really collapsed? Is he truly ill? Brother, you're incredible. As his sentence trailed off, Wang Fugui glanced at Xia Hao with confusion. Xia, did you know this would happen? You must be hiding something from me, right? My brother has awakened, hasn't he? Brother, is that correct? Wang Fugui, brimming with excitement, circled Yi Fan repeatedly, recalling Yi Fan's earlier words. It seemed everything was under Yi Fan's control. That familiar sensation resurfaced. 5 years ago, when Yi Fan was not in his current state. He was always the one orchestrating events from behind the scenes. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8. 8, 7. As Wang Fugui gazed at Yi Fan with hopeful anticipation, Yi Fan began reciting a children's counting rhyme. Old Wang, what do you mean about awakening? I haven't slept at all. Yi Fan and Appo's remark immediately deflated Wang Fugui, who realized he had been overthinking. Yi Fan observed Wang Fugui, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. You big fool. Even if I had awakened, I wouldn't dare to tell you. Today was supposed to be a joyous occasion for Li Yunyang's engagement, yet it had taken a disastrous turn. Xian Yufei had entered with Yi Fan, and just as Xian Zhenghua managed to stabilize the situation, Li Yunyang collapsed. As the crowd called for an ambulance, Li Zhong rushed forward to check Li Yunyang's vitals. His heart sinking. Li Yunyang had passed away. In mere seconds, he was gone? Xian Yufei stood on stage, bewildered by the surreal scene before her. Li Yunyang had died. Did this mean she was free from the engagement? Her eyes scanned the hall, searching for Yi Fan, finally spotting him at the entrance. Preparing to leave. When their gazes met, Yi Fan was coincidentally looking back at her. In his captivating eyes, Xian Yufei seemed to witness the return of that extraordinary, brilliant youth. In a daze, she also saw Yi Fan gesture an okay sign towards her. Was this Yi Fan's doing? Had he orchestrated Li Yunyang's death? What was the truth behind Yi Fan's apparent foolishness? The scene descended into chaos, with no one paying attention to Yi Fan and his companions leaving, nor to Xian Yufei and Xian Zhenghua. "Let us go," Xian Zhenghua said, somewhat dispirited. He had intended to marry Yufei to Li Yunyang to facilitate cooperation with the Li family, thus securing his control over the Xian family and potentially aligning with the Lu family in the provincial capital. Although the Xian family held significant influence, Xian Zhenghua lacked the power to usurp authority from Yufei's branch, which had been appointed by the old patriarch. Now, with Li Yunyang's sudden demise at the engagement, the betrothal was effectively nullified, and the death of Li Zhong's only son would surely lead to repercussions. Would Li Zhong seek vengeance against Xian Zhenghua? Xian Yufei cast a cold glance at her uncle, ignoring him as she hastily exited the hall. The events of the day had irreparably strained their relationship. The situation had escalated beyond a mere financial dispute regarding her father's medical expenses. Xian Zhenghua had essentially imprisoned her father in the hospital he had chosen. Xian Yufei's immediate priority was to extricate her father from her uncle's grasp. Rushing out of the hall, Xian Yufei searched downstairs, but found no trace of Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, Xia Hao, Wang Fugui, and others departed in a vehicle. It was still early, and Su Yixue was preoccupied with company matters. Yi Fan recalled Xian Zhengua's coercion regarding Xian Yufei's father and resolved to discreetly address this threat for her benefit. However, Wang Fugui had clung to Yi Fan since leaving the hotel, leaving Yi Fan no opportunity to speak with Xia Hao. "Brother, have you awakened? Just tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone." Wang Fugui gazed intently at Yi Fan, having asked this for the 30th time. "Old Wang, why do you keep asking if I've awakened? It's still daytime. I haven't slept at all. It's so hot. Could you step back a bit?" Yi Fan replied, exasperated. Despite his brother's simplicity, he was not entirely dim-witted. With so many coincidences occurring, he had finally sensed something amiss. As Wang Fugui shifted aside, Yi Fan discreetly sent a message to Xia Hao, who immediately instructed Li Hu to investigate the Xian family situation. The information returned swiftly. "Turn around. To the Third People's Hospital." Xia Hao commanded the driver. Wang Fugui, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Xia, it's nearly dark. Shouldn't we be heading home? What brings us to the Third People's Hospital?" Xia Hao glanced at Yi Fan, feeling somewhat helpless. He couldn't very well admit that it was young Master Yi who intended to rescue his former father-in-law. Thus, he could only reluctantly say, "Oh, I recall seeing Miss Xian's father in the hospital earlier. I thought I might pay a visit and see if I could offer any assistance. Is that all?" Wang Fugui scratched his head, puzzled. "Xia, you're being excessively kind. Be careful, or I might just hammer you." This foolish Wang Fugui seemed oblivious to the strange air surrounding them. A super tycoon from a provincial capital, dominating the southwestern region, spending his days aimlessly following a fool around. All because Yi Fan saved his life 5 years prior. He was willing to provide assistance from every angle. Not only was he helping Su Yixue, but also Xian Yufei, and now he was even going to help Xian Yufei's father? Wang Fugui's simple mind struggled to comprehend. By the time he figured it out, Yi Fan would probably have already made a grand comeback. "Rest assured, you've been by my side. So you know I harbor no ill intentions towards young Master Yi." Xia Hao could only chuckle at Wang Fugui's words. In the vehicle, Li Hu, the underground godfather of Yun City, was evidently much sharper than Wang Fugui. Upon hearing Xia Hao's sudden inquiry about Xian Zhenghua's whereabouts and his intention to visit the hospital, Wang Meng, one of Li Hu's 4 stalwart aides, expressed his confusion. "Master Hu, do you think our esteemed boss is simply idling away his days? Why does he run around with a fool all the time?" "Silence. Speak no nonsense. The boss's arrangements carry their own significance. Just follow them." Li Hu reprimanded Wang Meng sternly, then continued, "Moreover, I caution you all to show due respect to young Master Yi. Whether in person or behind his back, always refer to him as young Master Yi, understood? Should I hear you refer to him as a fool again, I'll have your tongues cut out." From Xia Hao's deliberate invitation of Yi Fan to the banquet, to Yi Fan's subsequent display of prowess in rescuing Su Yixue during a crisis, and then to Li Yunyang's sudden demise, All the events began to intertwine in Li Hu's mind, forming a vague suspicion. It was likely that the prodigious genius from the Yi family had reawakened like a dragon rising from slumber. Otherwise, how could the Zhao family have been annihilated? Was Li Yunyang's death merely a coincidence? Furthermore, with Xia Hao as the formidable figure dominating the southwestern region, a man of such acumen would not be so servile as to excessively repay a debt of gratitude, having already allied with the Su family. Recalling the unparalleled prowess Yu Fan exhibited 5 years ago, a flicker of ambition ignited in Li Hu's eyes. If he diligently performed his duties and earned even a modicum of favor from young Master Yi, the rewards would undoubtedly enrich his future. Time would prove Li Hu's decision to be utterly correct. Years later, he would regale his descendants with tales of his sagacity in those days. As Yi Fan, Xia Hao, and Li Hu hastened towards the Third People's Hospital, Xian Jinghua was frantically directing his subordinates. Quick! Notify the hospital immediately to transfer Xian Jinghua. The rift between Xian Jinghua and Xian Yufei has widened irreparably. They are bound to clash over control of the Xian family enterprise. Xian Jinghua is a trump card in Xian Jinghua's hand, and he will not relinquish it until he seizes power. Just as Yu Fan and Xia Hao were nearing the hospital, they received a report from Li Hu's men. Xia, it seems the hospital has caught wind of our plan. They are processing transfer procedures to relocate Xian Jinghua. Delay them. Xia Hao responded while casting a glance at Yu Fan. Was this the innate talent of a prodigy? Always a step ahead in foresight. Had they delayed their actions or awaited Xian Yufei's move, it might have been too late. Upon arriving at the entrance of the special care ward, room 306, Yu Fan and Xia Hao found Li Hu's men in a standoff against Xian Jinghua's subordinates. I'm sorry. Without Xian's orders, we cannot allow you to take Xian Jinghua. To hell with orders. How dare you bully my brother-in-law? You're courting death. Wang Fugui, now aware of the intentions behind their presence, wasted no time in smashing through their ranks, clearing the path for Yu Fan to enter the ward. Xia Hao and Li Hu exchanged glances, both exasperated. This Wang Fugui was indeed a force to be reckoned with. The bodyguards, battered and in pain, managed to call Xian Jinghua. Second Master, the situation is dire. Xia and Master who are here to snatch the person away. They've already entered the ward. On the other end of the line, Xian Jinghua, en route to the hospital, wore a grim expression. How persistent. Yi Fan is merely a fool, yet he risks his life following them. He knows not his own peril. Fear not. I've already contacted the military, and their people are on their way. Once inside the ward, Yi Fan gestured for Xia Hao to usher Wang Fugui and everyone else out, leaving only himself and Xian Jinghua. Wang Fugui immediately protested. Xia, what are you hiding from me? Do you not trust my discretion? Xia Hao shot him a look of annoyance. Trust you? I'd sooner believe in ghosts. Seeing Xia Hao's inability to dissuade Wang Fugui, Yi Fan interjected, Old Wang, I need to check his health to help him expel the toxins. Could you step outside for a moment? Please. Wang Fugui, though reluctant, complied. All right, big brother, I'll be right outside. Call me if you need anything. After Wang Fugui exited, Xia Hao respectfully closed the door and stood guard. Yi Fan wasted no time, swiftly checking Xian Jinghua's pulse and examining his eyelids. A mere glance revealed the presence of 17 different toxins, quite ruthless. Xian Jinghua's body had no significant issues. The car accident years ago had only caused superficial injuries. He should have awakened long ago. The reason for his prolonged unconsciousness lay in the injection of these 17 combined toxins. Such venom was lethal. A slight misstep in the detoxification sequence could cost him his life. Xian Jinghua, that treacherous brother, had indeed gone to great lengths. Yi Fan scoffed. Had anyone else encountered this situation, they would have remained oblivious, let alone find a solution. Yet, the legacy he had inherited from the dragon-patterned ring was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan deftly wielded silver needles, piercing Xian Jinghua's veins with precision. The 13 needles of Gigu were employed in full force. Soon, countless black threads began to coalesce within Xian Jinghua's meridians, ultimately flowing out through the wounds on his fingertips. The room was permeated with a foul stench. The paper towels in the basin disintegrated, illustrating the potency of the toxins. As Yi Fan retracted half of the silver needles, Xian Jinghua let out a groan and gradually began to awaken. Upon seeing Yi Fan, he exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Fan? It's me. Yi Fan motioned for silence. Uncle Xian, keep your voice down. I believe the walls have ears. Over the years, Xian Jinghua had always treated Yi Fan kindly. Growing up alongside Xin Yufei, Yufan had enjoyed many meals prepared by Xin Zhenghua. Xin Zhenghua nodded. I understand. Even in my slumber, I have been aware of everything happening outside. Thank you for saving me. Is Yufei all right? That beast, Xin Zhenghua, dares to harm even his own elder brother for the sake of the Xian group. Xin Zhenghua scolded in a low voice, his face filled with rage, while Yifan felt a pang of sorrow within. Since Xin Zhenghua was aware of all the matters concerning Xin Zhenghua, there was no need for Yifan to elaborate further. Yufei is fine. However, she announced yesterday that she has annulled our engagement. Upon mentioning this, Yifan couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Of course, Yufei was coerced by my second uncle to break off the engagement. What? Hearing this news, Xin Zhenghua gasped again. That wretch, what has he done? Xiaofan, I am truly sorry. I know you must have endured a lot of grievances. I will return immediately to hold a new engagement ceremony for you. Xin Zhenghua had always regarded Yifan as his own child, so upon hearing this news, his first instinct was to make amends. Yet, Yifan shook his head, not for the time being. Uncle Xian, many events have transpired in these past few days. The Yi family has nearly been exterminated. My uncles and brothers were all killed on the same day, and those who seek to target the Yi family have no intention of sparing me. Therefore, in the eyes of the outside world, I still appear to be the foolish simpleton. I must remain concealed in the shadows and root out all of them. Those who are after the Yi family will not spare any family associated with us. So it is most prudent for the Xian family to maintain distance from the Yi family for now. Additionally, there may be complexities arising within the Xian family itself. You need to relocate immediately to a safe place arranged by Yufei, and I advise you not to awaken just yet, but rather support Yufei from behind. Yifan imparted this to Xin Zhenghua. His thoughts were astute and meticulous. The prodigious talent from 5 years ago had returned. Moreover, the current Yi Fan displayed a maturity and steadiness in his considerations far beyond his previous self. Such an excellent son-in-law candidate, and that scoundrel Xin Zhenghua actually annulled it. The thought made Xin Zhenghua wish he could tear Xin Zhenghua apart. If there are any matters, Uncle Xian can contact the master of the Xiao family. He will assist in handling it. Yi Fan introduced Xia Hao to Xin Zhenghua. Xia Hao promptly stepped forward and shook hands with Xin Zhenghua, saying, Mr. Xian, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Naturally, this was a crucial relationship to foster, given that he was the future father-in-law of Yi Shao. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the corridor outside the ward. A group of young men in camouflage, armed to the teeth, swiftly gathered at the door of the hospital room, led by a youth displaying the rank of major on his shoulder. The military conducts its affairs. Outsiders should steer clear or face lethal consequences. This was the reinforcement summoned by Xian Zhenghua, Major Guofei from the Yun City Military Department, a relative of Xian Zhenghua's wife. When he entered the military years ago, Xian Zhenghua had provided significant assistance. Word had it that he was merely here to intimidate the local ruffians, but Guofei had taken the liberty of bringing men along, thus repaying Xian Zhenghua's past favor. Unbeknownst to Guofei, he was about to confront a formidable overlord. Apologies. This is a private ward, without young Master Ye's orders. Entry is prohibited. Though aware of the severe repercussions of opposing the military, Li Hu and Wang Fugui showed no hesitation, standing their ground. Crack! Crack! Guofei waved his hand, and his men immediately disengaged the safety on their weapons. Are you courting death? It appeared that Guofei was ready to open fire at any moment. Sir, we cannot hinder your operations. Please provide the necessary documentation, otherwise we cannot comply. Given that Li Hu was the underground godfather of Yun City, he had witnessed grand spectacles before. After a brief moment of panic, he quickly regained his composure. It was merely a comatose head of the Xian family. Typically, he behaved himself. What trouble could he possibly cause? Furthermore, the individual was unconscious. And yet the military had arrived, which was certainly abnormal. Documentation. Li Hu's single phrase left Guofei and his adjutant speechless as they stumbled over their words, unsure how to respond. Their purpose for coming was to intimidate Li Hu and Yu Fan on behalf of Xian Zhenghua. What documentation could there possibly be? Preposterous. We are executing a top-secret mission. What documentation do we require? Do we need to explain ourselves to you insignificant ants? Step aside, or do not blame the bullets for being indiscriminate. Guofei, as a major, was quick-witted, and his words defused the situation. Without documentation and lacking young Master Ye's orders, we cannot comply. Li Hu coldly replied, gesturing to his men, brothers, arm yourselves and prepare for battle. I intend to see what the military dares to do against us. Clatter. In the corridor, Li Hu's entire crew brandished their weapons, confronting Guo Fei's men. The subordinates Li Hu brought were all loyalists, having followed him through life-and-death situations. They executed his commands without question. Given the proximity, even though Guo Fei's men were armed, their numbers were limited, were a real fight to ensue. Guo Fei's side might not prevail. What do you intend to do? Revolt? Guo Fei thundered at Li Hu and the others, his gaze sharp. While internally, he felt a twinge of worry. Were these people truly so reckless? Had his military attire lost its deterrent effect? Guo Fei feared that if the situation escalated, his superiors would be informed, and he would find himself in serious trouble. Sir, do not label us with such grave accusations. We merely wish to see the documentation. Li Hu retorted, insisting that it was difficult to fathom how a comatose patient in a hospital room could be connected to any top-secret mission. Preposterous. Guo Fei admonished once more, yet found no words to counter. Brothers, prepare for action. Crack, crack. The sound of gun bolts being drawn echoed. All of Guo Fei's men raised their weapons, and a tense atmosphere filled the air, a fierce battle poised to erupt at any moment. Just then, Yi Fan and Xia Hao emerged from the room, witnessing the scene before them. Xia Hao was momentarily stunned, yet before he could speak, Yi Fan chimed in. Oh, why are there so many soldiers here? Are those real guns you have? Curious, Yi Fan stepped forward, reaching out to touch the barrel of one soldier's weapon. The young man staggered back, exclaiming, "Get lost." As he spoke, he shoved Yi Fan aside. With a clang, a metallic object fell from Yi Fan's body, rolling directly to the feet of Guo Fei's adjutant. The adjutant casually picked up the metallic item and glanced at it without much thought, preparing to toss it into a nearby trash bin. What is this? Although Guo Fei had only caught a fleeting glimpse, he felt a sense of familiarity with the design, causing his heart to race. Oh, it appears to be a round metallic piece, engraved with a turtle emblem, and 4 golden stars. The adjutant examined the object closely before reporting to Guo Fei. Who knows where this was picked up from? Bang! The adjutant tossed the item straight into the trash bin. Wait. Upon hearing the adjutant's description, Guo Fei's heart raced wildly, and he hurriedly barked at the adjutant, but it was already too late. Damn! If the adjutant's description of the emblem is accurate, that is one of the tokens belonging to the 4 heavenly kings of the Xuanwu exhibition area, a level above a 4-star general. It holds the power to command millions of troops across the southeastern provinces. How could this token possibly be in the hands of that foolish Yi Fan? What? The adjutant was somewhat perplexed by Guo Fei's actions, but in the next moment, Guo Fei darted towards the trash bin as if possessed, fervently rummaging through its contents. Boss. The adjutant watched in shock. The trash was filthy. What on earth is wrong with you? Was that object really so crucial? Shut up. Guo Fei was already drenched in sweat, foreseeing that the item on Yi Fan was likely real. If that were the case, he would be in deep trouble. His subordinates exchanged bewildered glances. Should we act or not? Meanwhile, Li Hu and Xia Hao's men, along with Wang Fugui and others, were equally baffled by the scene before them. What on earth was happening? A mere object dropped by young master Yi had caused such panic in a major? Only Xia Hao understood. Yi Fan's loss of that item was no accident. It was deliberate. I found it. Guo Fei dismantled the trash bin into 8 pieces, finally uncovering the token the adjutant had discarded earlier. He inspected it closely, and his entire demeanor collapsed. The counterfeit insignia and code were all perfectly accurate. Good heavens! The young master of the Yi family, whom everyone deemed a fool, was, in fact, one of the 4 kings of the Xuanwu war zone. Who could have known? Subordinate. I pay my respects to the king under Xuanwu. We are guilty. Guo Fei fell prostrate on the ground, commanding his subordinates to kneel as well. The area Guo Fei occupied was entirely under the jurisdiction of the Xuanwu war zone. A king, second only to one, could easily crush a mere major with a flick of a finger. Although Guo Fei's subordinates did not grasp the situation, they understood that things had escalated dramatically. Forgive us, Your Highness. The atmosphere shifted instantly due to the appearance of a single token, turning the tide by 180 degrees. Li Hu and Wang Fugui were still struggling to comprehend. Yi Fan observed Guo Fei and the others' reactions, a smirk playing on his lips as he feigned surprise. Oh, why have you all suddenly knelt? Is it New Year already? But the holiday isn't here yet. Stand up, please. We dare not. Guo Fei remained on the ground, too fearful to move. We had no idea you were His Highness. Please forgive us. As he spoke, Guo Fei respectfully handed the token to Yi Fan. Yi Fan curiously held the token, examining it. Is this mine? I had no idea. He shrugged nonchalantly. Forget it, forget it. You all needn't kneel. The ground is cold. Yi Fan casually stuffed the token into his pocket, noting that it resembled gold and could be worth quite a sum. Thank you. Please keep this a secret for me, or others might come to snatch my gold. Guofei was left in stunned silence by Yi Fan's words. What did the king mean? Was Yi Fan genuinely foolish or merely pretending? As Guofei gazed at Yi Fan, he suddenly caught a glimmer of sharpness in Yi Fan's eyes. The implication of threat was unmistakable, and Yi Fan subtly nodded. Boom. A thunderclap resounded in Guofei's mind. The young master of the Yi family was not a fool at all. He had quietly become one of the 4 kings of the Xuanwu war zone, arguably the highest military rank attainable among the Yi family's younger generation. The elder of the Yi family founded the Dragon Legion, esteemed as the king of Baoyang, ultimately becoming a source of concern for the royal family. Now, despite the Yi family facing treachery, did they still have a successor? In a flash of thought, Guofei understood that Yi Fan wanted him to keep this a secret and to leave immediately. I take my leave. I will certainly respect the king's orders. Guofei hastily rose from the ground, gesturing to his subordinates as he turned to depart, not forgetting to caution, young Master Yi, be wary of Xianjinghua. In truth, Yi Fan was already aware that Xianjinghua was the one who had summoned help. Brother, what was that thing you just had? It was so powerful that it could intimidate a major. Are you hiding something from me? Let me see. As soon as Guofei left, Wang Fugui stepped forward, seizing Yi Fan's arm, eager to glimpse the earlier token. Wang Fugui's grandfather was a deputy general to Yi Fan's grandfather, and he had some understanding of military affairs. The 4 kings of the Xuanwu army were figures of immense power in the realm. The elder of the Yi family once stated that as long as a king emerged in the Dragon Legion, he would not need to worry about its dissolution. Not a chance. Old Wang, do you intend to steal my gold? I tell you, even if you are my brother, that won't do. Yi Fan quickly clutched his pocket tightly, as if fearing Wang Fugui might snatch his token away. Zhao, observing from the side, wore a wry smile. He was well aware of Yi Fan's situation. Alas, poor young Master Yi, who has awakened yet must continue to feign foolishness. However, Yi Fan's acting skills are truly remarkable. His portrayal of a fool is so convincing that it is indistinguishable from authenticity. With such talent, he could easily win an Oscar in Hollywood. Not looking. Brother, I was just curious. Wang Fugui never opposed Yi Fan's wishes, and since Yi Fan did not consent, he did not press further. Yet the attitudes of Li Hu and his brethren underwent a dramatic transformation, shedding any previous condescension. They no longer perceived Yi Fan as someone to be underestimated. The earlier obsequiousness towards Xiahao now made sense, as the respect was born out of Xiahao and Li Hu's authority. Yet now, with a mere token dropped by Yi Fan, a major knelt in submission, solidifying Yi Fan's status as an untouchable figure in their minds. Within the room, Xianjinghua peeked through the crack of the door, grasping the situation outside with clarity. Damn Xianjinghua, look what you've done. Originally, I was to receive immense wealth from the Xian family, but you've ruined it. I truly wish to strangle you. No, such a promising son-in-law cannot be let go so easily. But Yi Fan has stated he must continue to feign unconsciousness in front of Yufei. How can I possibly alert her? A plan was needed. At the entrance of the hospital room, Yi Fan and Xiahao did not wait long before Xian Yufei rushed in, accompanied by several security personnel. Upon seeing the bodyguards sprawled on the ground, along with Yi Fan and Xiahao, Xian Yufei immediately understood. Her second uncle had undoubtedly sent someone to kidnap her father, but Yi Fan and Xiahao had arrived in time to rescue him. Thankfully, they had acted swiftly. Otherwise, by the time she arrived, her father might have already been taken away by her uncle's men. Though Xian Yufei had the support of many elders in the Xian family, she would still have to tread carefully if her father were under threat. Brother Fan, thank you. Xian Yufei, with deep gratitude, approached and wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck, leaning in to kiss him. Once lovers, she had missed a golden opportunity before. Now, after everything that had transpired, she was even more resolute in her choice. Even if Yi Fan was a fool, she still wished to be his woman. Just as Xian Yufei's lips were about to meet Yi Fan's, he suddenly pushed her away. Shame. My wife Yixue said I can't kiss other girls. No. Yufei, you are no longer my wife. We can't kiss. Yi Fan's words left Xian Yufei frozen in place. No longer Brother Fan's wife. This statement pierced her heart like a thorn, causing a sharp pain. Indeed, since yesterday, I have publicly acknowledged the dissolution of my engagement with Yi Fan in front of so many witnesses. My uncle's announcement went unchallenged by me, and this tacit acceptance has undoubtedly inflicted immense pain upon Yi Fan. Though Yi Fan's intellect may have diminished, Xian Yufei vividly recalls the desolation reflected in his eyes yesterday. Perhaps, despite his cognitive decline, he still harbors thoughts of me deep within his heart, unconditionally trusting and relying on me. Yet, at the moment he needed me most, I chose to depart. Ultimately, I have wronged Brother Fan. Tears welled in my eyes, but Xian Yufei quickly regained her composure and resolved to amend my mistake. Now that Brother Fan remains in his perplexed state, I shall treat him with double the kindness. Perhaps, once he regains his senses, he will forgive me, and we can restore our bond. Brother Fan, the events of yesterday were orchestrated by my uncle, and my acquiescence has also caused you pain. I sincerely apologize, yet I shall not relent. Before all these witnesses, I, Xian Yufei, vow that in this lifetime, I shall be solely Yi Fan's woman. The hurt I have caused you will be healed bit by bit. Brother Fan, please grant me this opportunity. Each word spoken by Xian Yufei resonated with conviction, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. This was nothing short of a dramatic twist. Just yesterday, the Xian family announced their intention to sever ties with the Yi family, and now she seeks reconciliation? Xiahao narrowed his eyes, pondering whether Xian Yufei had discerned something concealed within Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Li Hu and others regarded her with disdain. Did she think the Yi family was a mere marketplace, where one could come and go as they pleased? Though Yi Fan's expression remained stoic, his heart was a tumult of emotions. To claim that he harbored no feelings for Xian Yufei would be a lie. They had grown up together, sharing countless cherished moments. How could he simply forget? Yet, with Xian Yufei seeking to return, Yi Fan was resolute in not yielding easily. Moreover, should he acquiesce to Xian Yufei, what would become of his 7 exquisite sisters-in-law? No, you must not take me, for I already have a wife. Yixue is the best. She has promised to bear me a healthy baby, Yi Fan declared with a sincere expression, his eyes brimming with happiness. Xian Yufei felt a pang of heartache. Something must have transpired last night. Yet, she was determined not to give up. It matters not. Brother Fan, I will strive to make things right. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Xian Yufei bowed to Xia Hao and the others, expressing her gratitude. I must first ensure my father's well-being, and then I will treat you all to a meal as a token of my appreciation. With that, Xian Yufei stepped towards the hospital room, fearing that if she spoke any further, she would be unable to hold back her tears. Yi Fan gazed at the despondent figure of Xian Yufei, feeling a twinge of sorrow within his heart. However, there were many matters that he could not articulate too plainly at this juncture. Moreover, Xian Yufei's tacit acceptance of the annulment of their engagement suggested that if she wished to return to the past, some price must inevitably be paid. After all, he was perceived as a fool. Regardless of how absurd his actions might be, everyone would understand. Presently, Yi Fan's concern lay with the theft of the pharmaceutical formula from Su Yixue's company. How would this predicament be resolved? Tianlong had mentioned inviting the esteemed medical sage, Lei Qianjue, from the great Xia to cure him, and Yi Fan fervently hoped that the old man would arrive soon. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone rang. It was his wife, Su Yixue, calling. Xiao Fan, good news. Sister Linglong is on the way to Yun City with Elder Lei. With the great Xia's medical sage intervening, your foolish condition is bound to improve. Hearing Su Yixue's words, Yi Fan felt a sense of relief wash over him. With Lei Qianjue's arrival, the matter of the formula would surely be resolved. Yet, he worried that some individuals might not welcome Lei Qianjue's assistance in treating his condition. Would they create obstacles for the old man en route? Yixue, when will they arrive? Are they taking a plane? Yi Fan decided he should remain vigilant, for Lei Qianjue, being a revered figure in Great Xiao, was a medical talent of great renown, and he must not fall victim to any conflicts along the way. Simultaneously, Yi Fan harbored intentions of confronting those who had targeted the Yi family. Are Wang Xiao and General Xiao with you? Please pass the phone to them. I would like to speak with them. Su Yixue, still somewhat apprehensive about Yi Fan's memory, quickly handed the phone to Xia Hao, who promptly conveyed the flight information and schedule. When Xia Hao returned the phone to Yi Fan, he suddenly understood that Yi Fan intended to meet Mr. Lei at the airport. Given the complexity of the current situation, although Tianlong was accompanying them, Yi Fan wanted to ensure Mr. Lei's safety. Undoubtedly driven by his own considerations. Let us head to the airport. At this moment, less than an hour remained before the flight's arrival. Yi Fan, Xia Hao, and the others set off, timing their arrival perfectly. As Xia Hao called out to the group, he issued a command to Li Hu. Brothers, stay sharp. Report any suspicious individuals immediately. Li Hu and his men were invigorated, having recognized the formidable foundation Yi Fan possessed. Despite Yi Fan's perceived foolishness and the Yi family suppression, he had yet to suffer any loss. Furthermore, the Zhao family, who opposed the Yi family, had mysteriously met their demise. Li Yunyang, who dared to approach Xian Yufei, had perished on the spot. Though not particularly astute, they vaguely sensed that Yi Fan was likely concocting a grand scheme. Should Yi Fan awaken one day, those who stood by him would surely rise to prominence. Meanwhile, in a clandestine abode in the northwest, an elderly man listened intently to his subordinate's report. Elder, we have just received news that Tianlong has indeed managed to summon the great Xia medical sage to treat Yi Fan. They are en route to Yun City. The middle-aged man before the elder replied darkly, Lei Qianjue has maintained a good relationship with Yi Changfeng. If he proves effective this time, we may find ourselves in considerable trouble given Yi Fan's talents. The elder's teacup rotated slightly in his hands, his brow furrowing as he calmly inquired, What do you propose to do? I have dispatched individuals to lie in wait at Yun City Airport, intending to obstruct and dissuade Mr. Lei along the way. I hope he heeds the warning. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to take drastic measures. The middle-aged man made a gesture across his throat, signifying his intent to eliminate Lei Qianjue directly. Consider carefully. Mr. Lei is a national treasure, appointed by the royal family. You are aware of the consequences if anything transpires. The elder did not explicitly indicate his stance, neither endorsing nor opposing the plan. The middle-aged man understood the elder's implications perfectly. Rest assured, elder, as long as we can prevent the Yi family from recovering, I will bear all consequences. This matter will not involve you. The elder nodded in satisfaction. Go then. Additionally, how is the suppression campaign against the Su family progressing? Why has a mere Su family not yet been dealt with? The middle-aged man's brow furrowed. He had intended to report on the Li family's actions. However, he had just learned that the Li family had successfully stolen the Su family's core pharmaceutical formula. Just an hour after the announcement, during the engagement banquet with Xian Yufei, they had suddenly collapsed and died. Yi Fan had been present, making this incident a significant blow to the Li family, and their subsequent actions would likely need to be postponed. He hesitated to report this, fearing it would only incite the elder's ire. Elder, do not worry. I will urge them. If this is not resolved within 2 days, I will personally go to Yun City. With the Zhao family annihilated and Li Yunyang's sudden death, the middle-aged man felt an unsettling disquiet. He feared that relying solely on the Lu family from Tianlong province and several families from Yun City would not suffice to resolve the issue. At Yun City Airport, before Yi Fan and Xia Hao's arrival, many of Li Hu's subordinates had already infiltrated the airport. Tiger Master, according to our brother's observations, at least 20 to 30 unfamiliar faces have appeared at the airport. What should we do? Li Hu's subordinate reported respectfully. Li Hu's expression darkened. Does that even require asking? Eliminate them all. But Li Hu's subordinate hesitated. Most of the individuals can be dealt with, but several of them are martial arts experts, even surpassing the mastery stage. Our brothers are no match for them. Upon hearing this news, Li Hu was momentarily taken aback. Although he was the underground lord of Yun City, his subordinates' capabilities were limited. They could handle ordinary individuals, but were no match for true powerhouses. Yi Fan, observing from the side, furrowed his brow and discreetly glanced at Wang Fugui, formulating a plan in his mind. It seemed that relying solely on his strength would not suffice. He needed to cultivate a group of formidable experts swiftly. I'll use needles to chase them away, Yi Fan said playfully, eliciting a sigh of relief from Xia Hao. He was aware of Yi Fan's abilities. Now that Yi Fan's skills had been restored, he felt assured that nothing would go awry with Yi Fan's presence. Let us take Yi Xiao over to assess the situation. He might have a solution, Xia Hao suggested to Li Hu, while Wang Fugui expressed concern. Summer General, do you think my brother can manage? Perhaps I should take action first. If I can't handle them, then my brother can step in. Very well. You handle them. Yi Fan agreed, preferring not to intervene directly. With Wang Fugui at the forefront, Yi Fan found himself relieved of some burdens. With Yi Fan's consent, Li Hu's subordinates, accompanied by Wang Fugui and Yi Fan, headed towards the crowd at the airport. Meanwhile, several of Li Hu's men were fixated on a man wearing a baseball cap. That man, appearing furtive, grew wary and attempted to flee upon noticing Yi Fan and his companions approaching. However, Wong Fugui swiftly apprehended him by the neck, using internal force to incapacitate him. With a soft thud, the man was subdued, and Li Hu's subordinates escorted him away from the airport. In the expansive airport, Li Hu's men sprang into action from every corner, swiftly clearing out the lurking assassins with Wong Fugui's cooperation, swiftly eliminating a significant number of threats. There are still 3 left, and they are quite strong. Wang Xiao, be cautious. In truth, both Yi Fan and Wong Fugui had already taken note of this. 3 men concealed amidst a throng of travelers could not entirely mask their martial aura. As Yi Fan cast a glance in their direction, they too were observing him intently. These individuals were pivotal players in the current operation. Moments ago, they had realized that those stationed throughout the airport had suddenly gone silent, prompting them to scan the vicinity for their subordinates, only to spot Yi Fan, Xiao and Wong Fugui approaching. Boss, that fool Yi Fan has also arrived. And he is accompanied by that old scoundrel Xiao. This situation is rather precarious. One of the lean men remarked nervously to his bespectacled companion as they watched Wong Fugui and the others draw closer. The bespectacled youth remained relatively composed. What is there to fear? We have done nothing wrong. With so many people around, can they truly do anything to us? However, his words faltered when he noticed his own subordinates being escorted out by Li Hu's men at the airport exit, an unsettling realization washing over him. Those subordinates were seasoned martial artists whom he had personally trained, and they had been taken without a sound. A moment's contemplation led him to understand that all his unreachable subordinates had likely been subdued by the forces of Yi Fan and Xiao. So formidable. Beyond the 3 of us, everyone has been effortlessly controlled. How on earth did they accomplish this? While he was not particularly concerned about the others, Wong Fugui was a powerful martial master. If the situation escalated, they were in Yun City International Airport, where official enforcers were also present, and he would find himself in dire straits. He had come to either thwart or assassinate Lei Qianjue, and any distractions could prove troublesome for his superiors. Even more infuriating was the fact that, aside from Wong Fugui, the bespectacled youth noticed the martial energy radiating from Yi Fan, which was surprisingly potent. What is happening? The intelligence indicated that Yi Fan had lost all his abilities after becoming a fool. How is it that his strength has seemingly returned? Block them. I will go and intercept Lei Qianjue. The bespectacled youth glanced at the large screen displaying Lei Qianjue's imminent arrival, and he could vaguely see the figure of Lei approaching the exit. According to instructions, it was best to first intimidate Lei Qianjue, persuading him to back down. They would only resort to force if he insisted on entering Yun City to rescue Yi Fan. Though his 2 companions felt disgruntled, they dared not defy his orders. As Xiao and Wong Fugui advanced, the 2 youths stepped forward. You have quite the audacity to disrupt our plans, they exclaimed, targeting Wong Fugui and launching an attack. Both youths were at the martial mastery level, a realm comparable to Wong Fugui's. If it came to a 2-on-1 confrontation, Wong Fugui would indeed find himself at a disadvantage. Hey, big brother, where are you running off to? You took my toy, hand it back. Yi Fan shouted after the retreating bespectacled youth, sprinting towards him. In a flash, he unleashed a seed pellet that struck one of the martial experts aiming for Wong Fugui, sealing his bloodline. The martial artist, who had almost reached Wong Fugui, suddenly froze mid-action, unable to comprehend what had transpired before he was swiftly knocked to the ground by a punch from Wong Fugui. To onlookers, it appeared as though the martial expert had willingly walked into his demise, providing Wong Fugui an opportunity to unleash his fury. What the? Wong Fugui was momentarily stunned, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. With one adversary down, he found it considerably easier to handle the remaining martial artist. In just a few exchanges, he had the opponent on the defensive. Seeing Yi Fan pursuing the other bespectacled youth, Wong Fugui's heart raced. Big brother, don't run off. Wait for me. The remaining bespectacled youth was equally matched with Wong Fugui. If Yi Fan charged in recklessly, any misstep could lead to complications he would struggle to explain to Sister Yixue. Before departing, Su Yixue had entrusted him with Yi Fan's safety, emphasizing that nothing must happen to him. Xiao, aware of Yi Fan's true condition, hastily followed with Li Hu, reassuring Wong Fugui, young Master Wong. I will accompany him. Do not worry. Trust in your brother. Remember how Wu Laolang met his end. At Xiao's words, Wong Fugui was jolted into realization. When Su Yixue had been pursued by Wu Laolang and his men, Yi Fan had charged in on his motorcycle, utterly dominating Wu Laoling. Wang Fugui had distinctly sensed the martial energy emanating from Yi Fan. Could it be that even though his mind remained clouded, some of his martial prowess had awakened? Meanwhile, the bespectacled youth, pursued by Yi Fan, was seething internally. When did I take your toy? Is that fool truly as dim-witted as he seems? Yet, the surrounding travelers, oblivious to the truth, observed Yi Fan innocently chasing after him, with some even attempting to intervene on Yi Fan's behalf. Look at you, wearing glasses and appearing so refined. Why must you snatch a child's toy? Just return it. Indeed, it's rather unkind. Where can you run to? The bespectacled youth cursed under his breath. Get lost. He fixed his gaze on the corridor ahead. Just around the next corner lay Lei Qianjue. His own men were concealed nearby, and with their cooperation, even if Lei refused to cooperate, he had the protection of the master Tianlong behind him to eliminate Lei Qianjue. As he sprinted forward, the bespectacled youth sensed something amiss. Despite his rapid pace and martial energy, he was astonished to find Yi Fan persistently tailing him, closing the gap. Was this truly the behavior of a fool? Had Yi Fan's prodigious talent awakened? While the bespectacled youth was astounded, he quickened his pace. He was nearly within 2 meters of Lei Qianjue when he prepared to speak, only to feel a tug at his leg, pulling him backward. Finally caught you. Hand over my toy. The bespectacled youth was yanked back several feet, distancing him from Lei Qianjue. What the hell? Am I being hindered? At that moment, Tianlong, positioned beside Lei Qianjue, took notice. What are you trying to do? She glared coldly at the bespectacled youth, her aura fully unleashed. In the next instant, she spotted Yi Fan, her pupils widening in surprise. Yi Fan, what are you doing here? Tianlong furrowed her brow. What was Yixue thinking? Hadn't she been instructed to look after Yi Fan? How had he ended up alone at the airport? The bespectacled youth, now thoroughly enraged, vented his frustrations. Get lost. I haven't taken anything from you. Just leave me alone. He glared at Yi Fan, murderous intent brewing within him. The orders had been clear. Prevent Lei Qianjue from successfully treating Yi Fan. If he were to eliminate Yi Fan outright, wouldn't that also fulfill the mission? As he lunged at Yi Fan, the bespectacled youth exerted force, channeling a surge of energy towards Yi Fan's body. Even if he could not kill him, he would at least incapacitate him on the spot. As a powerful surge of energy erupted, the bespectacled young man sensed something amiss. He realized that all of his martial arts energy was directed towards Yi Fan, only to dissipate into nothingness, leaving no trace. Yi Fan stood motionless, seemingly unperturbed. More critically, as Yi Fan flicked his wrist, the young man felt an acute pain shoot through his arm. Almost instantaneously, a formidable force surged into his body, beginning to corrode his meridians and vital energy. In mere moments, the bespectacled youth felt his martial prowess plummet from the master realm to a mere grasp of martial control. What is happening? What have you done to me? He cried out in sheer terror, attempting to distance himself from Yi Fan. At that moment, Tianlong had regained her composure. Observing the bespectacled youth push Yi Fan, she erupted in fury. What are you doing? Touch my man, and you're courting death. With no hesitation, Tianlong unleashed her master-level strength, delivering a punch toward the youth's chest. Crack! Crack! The young man instinctively raised his arms to block, barely managing to stave off her assault, yet the bones in his arms shattered, causing his body to stagger backward. As he struggled to formulate an effective counterattack, his body convulsed violently, blood gushing from his 7 orifices, and he collapsed to the ground, devoid of any vital energy. Dead. Such a turn of events left both Tianlong and the arriving Xia Hao and Li Hu in stunned disbelief. Tianlong's pupils dilated. She was acutely aware of her own strength. While she had indeed used only her peak control, which could severely injure the youth, a single strike leading to his demise was implausible. What on earth just transpired? Suddenly, she recalled the bespectacled youth's earlier accusations, claiming that Yi Fan had pricked him. Could it be that Yi Fan had acted? But Yi Fan appeared to be in a dazed state. How could he so effortlessly dispatch a master-level opponent? Moreover, what could a mere prick accomplish? Confounded, Tianlong searched for Yi Fan's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had swiftly positioned himself behind Lei Qianjue. Another youth in a floral shirt had approached Lei Qianjue, whispering urgently, Mr. Lei, you should leave Cloud City at once. Do not intervene to aid the young Master Yi, or we will have no choice but to send you on your way. Lei Qianjue, revered as the medical sage of Great Xia, was not only a skilled physician but also possessed martial arts capabilities. His connections within Great Xia were formidable, rendering him nearly untouchable. The audacity of someone threatening him was infuriating. You scum dare to threaten me? Humph. Do you think I need your guidance? Having recently learned of the calamity that befell the Yi family, Lei Qianjue had been deeply unsettled. The Yi family had played a pivotal role in the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty, and their sudden annihilation was a shocking blow to the realm. Thus, when Tianlong sought his assistance for Yi Fan, he had instantly set aside his affairs to join her. The Yi family's contributions had indeed instilled fear in certain individuals. Yet the ruthless obliteration of the family was excessive. While harboring resentment, Lei Qianjue delivered a swift slap toward the youth. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the youth's eyes as he retorted, "Old fool, you have chosen your own demise." As he spoke, the youth brandished a glimmering dagger aimed at Lei Qianjue's arm. A blue sheen? Poison. As a renowned physician, Lei Qianjue immediately recognized the lethal toxin laced on the blade. The deep blue hue indicated a highly potent venom. Was this intended to seal his fate? He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The youth had unbuttoned his shirt, activating a mechanism that unleashed a torrential downpour of poison needles, an ancient contraption devised by the Tang sect. At such close range, how could Lei Qianjue hope to evade them all? A surge of dread enveloped him. Although he was the medical sage, facing such an onslaught left him defenseless. The adversary had employed a deadly toxin meant to ensure his demise, leaving no opportunity for self-preservation. Damn it! Caught in a trap, Lei Qianjue felt no regret. Only anger and disbelief that even the revered healer of Great Xia was to be slain. It seemed the adversaries were resolute in eradicating the Yi family. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through. "Hey, why did you bump into me? That hurt." It was Yi Fan, who, while complaining, shoved the floral shirt youth with force. In an instant, the scene shifted dramatically. Moments before, the youth had been facing Lei Qianjue, but in the blink of an eye, he was now positioned with his back to Lei Qianjue, leaning against him. The poison needles that had been shot forth had yet to reach Lei Qianjue, as the floral shirt youth had unwittingly become a human shield. Thud, thud, like petals scattering in the wind, the youth's body was riddled with needles. No, no. As he felt the numbing pain in his chest, despair and disbelief clouded his eyes. This was the legendary, long-lost technique of shifting positions, an unparalleled combat skill that allowed one to instantaneously alter their location or that of their target, enhancing both offensive efficiency and evasion. It had been lost to time, existing only in ancient texts. How could Yi Fan possibly have mastered it? Yi Fan had awakened? The youth's fading consciousness finally grasped the truth. He had been outmaneuvered. Though his power exceeded that of the bespectacled youth, he had played his final card against Lei Qianjue. Now, faced with his own demise, he understood that Yi Fan had orchestrated this all along with a mere touch. Yet, none of that mattered now. Even if he comprehended the reality, it was far too late to alter his fate. Thud! The floral shirt youth collapsed in a pool of blood, the cacophony jolting Lei Qianjue from his stupor. He opened his eyes in confusion, glancing down at his chest. No wounds. Wasn't he dead? What? How could this be? The would-be assassin had been slain by his own trap? What miracle had transpired within that mere meter of distance? Lei Qianjue gazed around, bewildered. Aside from the ordinary bodyguards arranged by Tianlong, only Yi Fan stood 2 meters away, grinning foolishly. "See, I told you not to bump into me. This is your karma." How could Yi Fan, in such a state, possibly have saved him? Did one of the bodyguards harbor hidden prowess? Impossible. Lei Qianjue knew their capabilities well. They could not possess such strength. Could it truly be Yi Fan? Lei Qianjue cast a puzzled glance at Yi Fan. 5 years ago, he was a prodigious talent and already a master-level warrior, but now he appeared to be in a state of folly. Furthermore, even if Yi Fan had regained his faculties, in such close proximity and amidst the torrential downpour of pear blossoms, it would be an extraordinary feat for anyone, even a master, to rescue him unscathed. Such a feat would require the prowess of a martial sovereign or beyond. But was that even conceivable? Moreover, with Yi Fan so near, how could he fail to sense any fluctuation of energy if he attempted to act? Lei Qianjue swiftly dismissed Yi Fan from consideration. Thus, aside from Yi Fan, the only one left with the potential to assist was Tianlong. However, when he turned to look at her, he found her equally bewildered. Tianlong was still reeling from the shock of having dispatched the young master. And how could she possibly find the opportunity to save Lei Qianjue? In the blink of an eye, yet another master had been struck down by the pear blossom downpour. The situation was bizarre. The assailant activated the downpour and then swiftly turned, using themselves as a target for the deadly needles. Was this madness? It was utterly illogical. Lineage was the first to regain her composure, rushing to Yi Fan's side and seizing his arm. Yi Fan, tell me, have you awakened? Are you deceiving us? If you dare to trick me, I shall make you pay. Initially, Yi Fan had intended to be honest with Lineage, but he suddenly felt a chill and swiftly suppressed his thoughts. His formidable wife was rather fierce. Perhaps some matters could wait. Awaken? I just woke up this morning. How could I awaken again? Lineage, are you here specifically to see me? Do you wish to share a bed with me? Yi Fan said with an innocent smile, pulling Lineage closer. Although Lineage was betrothed to the Yi family, she had scarcely met the eldest son and had never experienced any intimacy with him. Being suddenly embraced by Yi Fan left her momentarily stiff and uncomfortable. Do not speak nonsense. She intended to chastise him. But recalling her public declaration to marry him in front of her many sisters, she decided to let it be, especially since he was still in a foolish state. Nevertheless, this was an unexpected advantage for Yi Fan. In such close quarters, he could feel Lineage's warmth and softness, along with an exquisite fragrance. Mr. Lei, I beseech you. This is my husband, Yi Fan. Lineage respectfully bowed to Lei Qianjue. He nodded, assuring her, rest assured, I shall do my utmost. Soon after, Wang Fugui and Li Hu arrived with a large contingent. Eldest brother, are you all right? Wang Fugui, relieved to see Yi Fan unscathed, turned to Lei Qianjue and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Holy Physician Lei. As a renowned healer in the Great Xia, Lei Qianjue was known far and wide for not only saving influential figures, but also providing remedies that benefited the common folk. Holy Physician Lei, I entrust my brother to you. If you can heal him, I am willing to serve you. Wang Fugui earnestly declared, genuinely concerned for Yi Fan's well-being. Observing the throngs gathering around them, Lei Qianjue and Lineage understood that these individuals had come to support and protect him. However, who had intervened to save the esteemed healer during the perilous moment? Noticing the confusion in Lineage's gaze, Xiahao stepped forward to introduce himself respectfully. I am Xiahao. 5 years ago, I received a favor from young Master Yi, who saved my life. Now I am merely assisting him. And upon hearing that Holy Physician Lei had come to treat him, I took the liberty of bringing people for support. Lineage's eyes widened in shock. To thwart the esteemed healer's efforts to treat Yi Fan, they had mobilized such a multitude? Since I have resolved to marry Yi Fan, my fate is intertwined with the Yi family. Those who wish to obstruct Holy Physician Lei from saving lives are opposing me. The journey back to Su Yixue's residence proceeded smoothly. Soon, Yi Fan was taken by Lei Qianjue to a room for diagnosis. Young Master Yi, may I see your hand? Lei Qianjue gently requested, extending his hand to indicate that Yi Fan should allow him to check his pulse. Be a good boy and listen. Once I finish, I shall buy you some candy, all right? Yi Fan smiled faintly, interrupting Lei Qianjue. Holy Physician, I have been waiting for your arrival. As he spoke, he swiftly grasped Lei Qianjue's wrist, quickly stating, Mr. Lei, your fire energy is excessive, your pulse quickened by 3 beats, and your breath slightly disordered. It seems you have not rested well recently, and last night, around midnight, you consumed 2 taels of liquor. At your age, drinking is detrimental to your health. Lei Qianjue's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Yi Fan. For a moment, he was at a loss regarding Yi Fan's condition. Was he truly foolish, or was there more to it? The details Yi Fan provided were strikingly accurate. Such profound diagnostic skill made Lei Qianjue suspect that Yi Fan had somehow set up surveillance on him. Could it be that Yi Fan was not foolish after all? Indeed, I have awakened, but I possess another secret plan that cannot be revealed before outsiders. Yi Fan, having begun speaking, had no intention of holding back from Lei Qianjue. After all, there were 2 crucial matters for which he needed the esteemed healer's assistance. Lei Qianjue was utterly astonished. This Yi Fan was an extraordinary actor, having deceived everyone. So, the airport operation was orchestrated by you, young master? Lei Qianjue had been curious about why all the families distanced themselves from the Yi family, while the Xia family surrounded Yi Fan. It made no sense. Moreover, in a short span, he had cleared out so many assassins lurking at the airport. Yi Fan had coincidentally eliminated those sent to target him. It turned out that everything was meticulously planned by Yi Fan. Yes, Yi Fan nodded. Only Xiahao is aware of my awakening. I need him to execute my plan. Then it was you who saved me from that young man in the floral shirt? You utilized the exceptional technique of Do Zhuanxing amidst the pear blossom downpour? Lei Qianjue was left utterly astonished, his beard trembling. He fully understood the implications. Do Zhuanxing was a coveted technique sought after by countless individuals. If Yi Fan had mastered such a skill, it was likely he possessed many more martial arts techniques. Once Yi Fan awakened, with his terrifying talent, the Yi family would not fall. Those plotting against the Yi family would surely face dire consequences. It was I. To avoid exposure, my methods were somewhat crude. And I hope Mr. Lei will forgive me. Yi Fan continued nodding. Then you must keep everyone in the dark. Lei Qianjue, not foolish, realized Yi Fan's intent and understood that he would not reveal his awakening to outsiders yet and would continue to feign folly. Young master, what do you need me to assist with? Lei Qianjue's expression turned serious. Rest assured, I have been a long-time friend of your grandfather. I will keep your situation confidential and will not refuse any help you require. Yi Fan nodded and said, Mr. Lei, I await your arrival. There are 2 matters for which I require your assistance. The first is that the beauty elixir formula from Yixue Corporation has been stolen, and with the new product launch imminent, I need you to procure a formula for her. Lei Qianjue furrowed his brow, but I possess no useful elixir formula at hand. I do, Yi Fan stated, his gaze sweeping across the room. He retrieved a notebook from the table, tore out a sheet of paper, and swiftly penned a formula. This beauty elixir, a long-lost recipe from the Tianlong canon, required precise control of temperature at 323 degrees. To be heated for precisely 8 minutes, any deviation would render the concoction ineffective. Lei Qianjue accepted the formula and scrutinized it closely. As he observed the combination of ingredients and their slight variances in quantity, his expression grew increasingly grave. Although most of the herbs listed were common, the ingenious combination suggested some extraordinary reaction, deviating from conventional understanding. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. How did I not think of this? A lost recipe is indeed exceptional. The more he examined it, the more exhilarated he became, his old face flushing with excitement. Yet, a momentary look of confusion crossed his eyes. Young Master Yi, if you possess such an extraordinary formula, why not simply hand it over to that girl, Yixue? Lei Qianjue was fully aware of the actions taken by Su Yixue and Yu Linglong. In such dire circumstances, they had boldly declared their intention to marry Yi Fan and remain with the Yi family. It took immense courage, deserving of admiration from all. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Mr. Lei, do you believe that if I presented the formula, anyone would take it seriously? Even if someone did, how would I continue to maintain my facade? Upon hearing this, Lei Qianjue understood. Yi Fan sought to use his identity as a guise for his true intentions. Very well. I shall certainly pass the formula to Yixue. This evening, I will prepare the elixir myself, and once successful, I will personally guide Yixue and the others. Lei Qianjue regarded Yi Fan with newfound depth, pitying those who dared to act against the Yi family. You shall face dire consequences and remain blissfully unaware of your fate. Young Master Yi, what is the second matter? Yi Fan's expression grew somber. Mr. Lei, you are aware of my grandfather's health, correct? His chronic affliction, combined with recent tribulations, has brought him to the brink of exhaustion. Lei Qianjue nodded. Indeed, I am familiar with Elder Ye's condition. I assisted in examining him previously. However, my medical skills are limited, and relying solely on medicine may not sustain him much longer. Do you possess a solution? Thus, the second matter is this. I hope Mr. Lei can treat my grandfather, allowing him to live at least another 20 years. To facilitate your efforts, I will impart a set of acupuncture techniques. As he spoke, Yi Fan produced silver needles. Mr. Lei, please observe closely. The first needle, Avalokiteshvara's tears, should penetrate the Shanzhong acupoint by 3/10, employing qi to create a trembling effect while gently rotating, stimulating the blood vessels. The second needle, Great Compassion, Great Mercy, should enter the Feng Qi point by 4/10, locking in vitality with qi. After explaining the technique, Lei Qianjue was utterly astounded. Young Master Yi, is this the fabled 13 needles of Gigu, the long-lost technique from the Tianlong canon? You have mastered such a formidable method, capable of snatching lives from the jaws of death? Lei Qianjue was so taken aback that he leapt from his seat. This technique was indeed a miraculous gift, the ultimate aspiration of all practitioners. Yet, while many had heard of it through ancient texts, none had managed to master it, let alone learn it. And now, Yi Fan not only possessed this technique, but was freely sharing it with him? Suddenly, Lei Qianjue recalled a tale from 5 years prior. of a legendary young physician in the southwest who had saved countless lives with his needlework. The name of that young healer had begun to eclipse even that of Lei Qianjue himself. Lei Qianjue had discreetly researched many cases treated by this young physician, finding the methods and prescriptions to be far superior to his own. However, after Yi Fan's accident, the young healer had vanished without a trace. Connecting the dots, Lei Qianjue's pupils dilated. Young Master Yi, could it be that the renowned young physician from 5 years ago is you? Indeed, Yi Fan replied calmly. Did you remember the acupuncture techniques clearly? If not, I can demonstrate again. Lei Qianjue hastily responded. I have committed them to memory. In the next moment, without hesitation, Lei Qianjue knelt before Yi Fan. I, Lei Qianjue, humbly thank you, Master, for your teachings. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback by this gesture. Mr. Lei, what are you doing? Please rise. Yi Fan had merely wished to impart the 13 needles of Gigu to seek assistance for his grandfather, not to be revered as a master. Lei Qianjue, a highly respected figure in the medical field, was someone Yi Fan held in great esteem. He was reluctant to accept such a title. As Yi Fan reached out to help him up, Lei Qianjue's resolve remained firm. Master, please do not refuse. You must understand how rare and precious the 13 needles of Gigu are. Having shared them with me, I shall henceforth be your disciple. Your previous cases of treatment, I have studied, and I feel inadequate. I hope you will not hesitate to guide me further. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. Here he was, barely in his 20s, yet he had taken a 70-year-old man as his disciple. However, seeing Lei Qianjue's determination, Yi Fan decided not to resist. Mr. Lei, please rise. You may address me however you wish in private, but in public, refer to me as Yi Fan to avoid drawing attention. Yes, Master. Lei Qianjue stood respectfully to the side, resembling an obedient student. But how shall I explain your condition to General Yu and Yixue? Yi Fan pondered for a moment. Revealing the truth was out of the question, but claiming he was unwell would only cause concern for the women. Tell them that my condition is gradually improving, that my head and nerves are unharmed, and there is a strong possibility of recovery, but it requires time for recuperation. A glimmer of depth crossed Yi Fan's eyes. This information, once released, would surely alarm those scheming against the Yi family. The notion that the fool from the Yi family had a chance of recovery would imply there was hope for the family's revival. They would undoubtedly begin to probe further, leading to another attempt against him. Meanwhile, Yi Fan would remain in the shadows, following the trail to uncover the true culprits, seeking justice for the fallen souls of the Yi family. Yes, Master. Outside Su Yixue's residence, at the door to her bedroom, Tianlong and Su Yixue were both anxious, eagerly awaiting the results of Lei Qianjue's diagnosis. Su Yixue nervously twisted her fingers together, reflecting on Yi Fan's valiant display the previous night. She found herself perplexed. Yi Fan had not appeared to be a fool at all. Yet, why had he still not awakened? What could be the matter? Beside them, Xiahao sat calmly in a chair. Young Master Yi is clearly conscious but is intentionally concealing his true self. It is indeed a burden for him. With a creak, the door swung open, and Su Yixue and Tianlong sprang forward. Mr. Lei, how is Yi Fan's condition? Lei Qianjue smiled and reassured them. Rest assured, Yi Fan's mind and nerves remain unscathed. Rather, certain areas have merely been stimulated and are temporarily hindered. I must gradually assist in his recuperation, and young Master Yi should soon return to his normal state. So there is no need for excessive concern. With a single remark from Lei Qianjue, Su Yixue and Tianlong exchanged glances, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Xiaofan, you will recover swiftly, do you understand? Su Yixue had already established such a relationship with Yi Fan, so she felt it necessary to act more naturally around him. She approached and entwined her arm with his, her expression radiating affection. If Yi Fan were to awaken and join her in slumber that evening, how utterly embarrassing that would be. Upon recalling certain images, Su Yixue's face involuntarily flushed with color. Tianlong also gazed intently at Yi Fan, her mind swirling with thoughts of the martial energy fluctuations she had previously sensed, along with the events that transpired at the airport today. A sense of confusion enveloped Tianlong. Was it her perception that had faltered, or had Yi Fan truly not awakened? However, Mr. Lei is unlikely to deceive everyone. Yi Fan is probably still in a dazed state. Otherwise, if the awakened Yi Fan were to discover that all 7 of his stunning sisters-in-law were destined to marry him, that prodigy would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Tianlong cast a deep glance at Yi Fan, feeling a wave of inexplicable emotions within her heart. Indeed, this fellow has had it too easy. General Yu, Miss Su. It is getting late. I shall make a visit to old Master Yi first, and tomorrow I shall return to continue assisting young Master Yi with his treatment. Lei Qianjue bid farewell to the crowd and departed in his vehicle from Su Yixue's residence. Amidst the throng, a young man discreetly sent a text message upon witnessing Lei Qianjue's departure. Consequently, in a clandestine location in the northwest, Elder Zhang immediately received the news. A group of inept individuals, despite their numerous attempts to intercept Lei Qianjue, were effortlessly outmaneuvered. The diagnosis regarding Lei Qianjue has yielded results, indicating that Yi Fan possesses a substantial hope for revival. With proper care and nurturing, a swift recovery is anticipated. Once Yi Fan has recovered, what is there left to play with? The furious Elder Zhang slammed the document onto the ground, his countenance dark and brooding. 5 years ago, everyone was already aware of Yi Fan's extraordinary talent. At the mere age of 15, he had already reached the pinnacle of mastery, a feat unparalleled throughout the entire Great Xia. In terms of intellect, martial arts, and medical skills, he stood at an absolute zenith. Yi Fan was the dragon of the Yi family. As long as he was present, the Yi family would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Elder, what shall we do now? If we are aware that Yi Fan can awaken, then surely others will be informed as well. Those who have already diverged from the Yi family, upon hearing this news, may fearfully align themselves with the Yi family once more. At that point, the execution of our plans will undoubtedly become increasingly challenging. Beside the esteemed minister, the countenance of the middle-aged man also appeared somewhat unsatisfactory. After all operations in Cloud City had been orchestrated directly by him. Whether it was the suppression of the Su family or the interception of Lei Qianjue, both endeavors had met with failure. It seems he must personally undertake a journey to Cloud City. You are indeed aware of this principle? What else can be done? Since it must be done, let us eradicate the roots completely, leaving no trace of future troubles. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Zhang Gulao's eyes, should our actions be unveiled. Once the Yi family retaliates, there would be no place for any of us to rest in peace. Please ensure that matters are handled with utmost cleanliness and precision. This time, you shall personally arrange matters in Cloud City, selecting only the most skilled individuals for the task at hand. There is no need to rush. However, it is imperative to proceed with meticulousness and prudence. Elder Zhang let out a long sigh and murmured to himself, Yi Changfeng, you have compelled me to this. Do not blame me. In the city of Yun, as Lei Qianjue hurried towards Yi Changfeng's residence, he incessantly dialed his phone, asking, Old Li, are you free tonight? Come to Cloud City and join Elder Yi for a drink. Yes, indeed, it is Yi Changfeng. What brings me to Cloud City? Please heal, Yi Fan, do not inquire about the reasons. Simply ask if you will come to drink. Since the esteemed Thunder Doctor has spoken, how could I possibly decline the invitation? In a courtyard located in the southwestern region, a spirited old man hung up the phone, a glimmer of sharp insight flashing in his eyes. What could be the intention behind Lei Qianjue's ostentatious gathering? Could it be that Yi Fan is showing signs of awakening? If so, then the Li family's choices must undergo a transformation. Old Zhao, come over for a drink. Old Lu, Lei Qianjue was truly a master of social prowess. The journey from Su Yixue's residence to the Yi family's grand estate took a mere 20 minutes, yet Lei Qianjue managed to make 2 or 3 dozen phone calls, summoning nearly all of his old friends. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Changfeng, who had already settled into sleep, was utterly unprepared for the unexpected revelry that awaited him at home that night. During this period of limited contact, old friends unexpectedly gathered at my home tonight. Lao Lei, what is going on? Did you summon them all? What is happening? Has there been any new development in Yi Fan's condition? Yi Changfeng sat at the head of the table, inquiring of Lei Qianjue beside him. The prominent figures who had already arrived at the Yi family perked up their ears, eager to hear Lei Qianjue's response. This was, after all, the matter of utmost importance to them. At this critical juncture, Lei Qianjue's arrival in Yun City to aid the Yi family and provide treatment for Yi Fan is undeniably a perilous undertaking. It is common knowledge that the Yi family has become the target of hostility. By aligning himself with the Yi family at such a time, Lei Qianjue's decision appears rather unwise. However, he is not a fool. His actions must undoubtedly be rooted in sound reasoning. As for young Master Ye's condition, based on my examination, there is no significant damage to his brain or nervous system, suggesting a potential for recovery. I will need to continue monitoring and treating him for some time. Lei Qianjue spoke in a rather ambiguous manner, which is something Yi Fan can account for. He must refrain from revealing too much of himself for the time being. Yi Fan lurks in the shadows, allowing him to maneuver many matters with greater ease. Oh, is this the case? Yi Changfeng felt a profound sense of disappointment. Among the prominent figures present, many shared his sentiments of disillusionment. They had harbored hopes that Yi Fan was on the verge of awakening. Should Yi Fan regain consciousness, his extraordinary talent would enable him to assume full command of the Dragon Army, propelling the Yi family towards a swift resurgence and restoration to its former glory. Yet, Yi Fan's current state only offered a glimmer of hope for awakening, rendering any potential revival a distant dream. Upon grasping the reality of the situation, several influential individuals feigned phone calls and discreetly departed. A declining Yi family was hardly worthy of their time, especially considering the potential repercussions for their own clans. However, there remains a faction of formidable individuals who delve deeper into contemplation. Lei Qianjue is certainly not devoid of intellect. His audacity to venture into Cloud City and his willingness to act on behalf of Yi Fan, especially at such an unearthly hour, to summon so many people, undoubtedly suggests that the situation is far from ordinary. Haha, indeed, you are genuine and true to your nature. Good people are rewarded in kind. Come, let us drink. Old Yi, do you always have enough wine at home? Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. The social butterfly Lei Qianjue effortlessly elevated the atmosphere of the gathering, completely disregarding the fact that the Yi residence was someone else's home, and thus made himself at home within their abode. In the elegant villa of Su Yixue, following the departure of Lei Qianjue, Zhao, Li Hu, and Wang Fugui, among others, discreetly took their leave. The villa was soon left with only Su Yixue and Yulinglong. Observing the intimate gestures between Su Yixue and Yi Fan, Yulinglong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yixue, did you and he last night? Su Yixue, her countenance awash with shyness, nodded gently in affirmation. Yes, the actions are executed with remarkable speed. Yulinglong cast a glance at Yi Fan, truly feeling that this fellow had struck gold. 7 stunning beauties, all willingly and without a hint of regret, chose to marry Yi Fan simultaneously. Yulinglong herself was somewhat curious about what had driven her to such a decision at that time. Perhaps, deep within her heart, she does not harbor any aversion towards Yi Fan. Sister Linglong, will you also sleep with me tonight? It is quite comfortable, you know. As Yi Fan spoke, he approached once more, wrapping his arms around Yulinglong with unrestrained familiarity, his large hand audaciously grazing her hip. Humph. The exquisite Yulinglong even threatened to sever ties. Yet surely I must demand some interest in return. After all, I currently find myself in a foolish state, and any actions I take would likely go unnoticed by others. What are you groping around for? Upon being touched by Yi Fan, Yulinglong stiffened, urging him to seek out Su Yixue instead, as she hastily excused herself and departed. The foolish Yi Fan remained restless. Should he regain his senses, I would be left vulnerable to his whims. Humph, I shall diligently practice my martial arts, ensuring he cannot best me. Observing Yulinglong's frantic escape, a charming smile graced Yi Fan's lips. To contend with me, he would surely be subdued. As everyone departed, Su Yixue cast a glance at Yi Fan, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The hour was late. It was time to tidy up and retire for the night. Despite the turmoil surrounding her company, Su Yixue remained steadfast in her mission to expand the Yi family's legacy. In fertile soil, one must sow seeds to reap a bountiful harvest. Sleep, how I cherish sleep. Yi Fan swiftly lifted Su Yixue into his arms and made his way to the bedroom. Oh dear, Xiao Fan, be gentle. Within moments, the room resonated with sounds inappropriate for young ears, and after a tumultuous 2 hours, tranquility returned. By now, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. Yi Fan had not forgotten the evening's impending drama, requiring his involvement. In Yun City, someone intended to pay 2 billion to eliminate him and his grandfather. Yi Fan had formed a tentative hypothesis. If his suspicions about the identity of this individual were accurate, then tonight, he would ensure they would not return. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Su Yixue, Yi Fan quietly rose, dressed, and evaded the villa's security before swiftly exiting. Outside, Xiao awaited in a car. Young Master Yi. To the Zhong Bridge in Yun City. This evening, Yi Fan had arranged meetings with 2 groups. One was the mysterious employer seeking to assassinate him for 2 billion, while the other was the Wang family of Yun City. Earlier that day, Yi Fan had dealt with Wang Chao. Wang Zhong and his associates were undoubtedly in a frenzy. If they discovered the kidnappers of their son that night, they would act recklessly. In such chaos, Yi Fan could eliminate both factions without drawing attention, a scenario he relished. As their vehicle approached the Zhong Bridge, Yi Fan sensed the fluctuations in the atmosphere from a distance. Numerous figures lay concealed nearby, assassins dispatched by Wang Zhong. Master, we have been waiting all night. Are the kidnappers coming or not? One of Wang Zhong's bodyguards grumbled. We're starving and now so tired. Are you seeking death? How do you think I support you? Now that I ask you to do something, you start your whining? Wang Zhong scolded angrily, kicking the subordinate. Ding dong. Suddenly, Wang Zhong received a message on his phone. Dad, I don't think I'll make it. They're going to kill me. I put the phone in the kidnapper's pocket. Please, avenge me. Attached were photos of Wang Chao, battered and bruised in a KTV. That bastard. Keep calling. Once I find that scoundrel, I will make him suffer. All of this was orchestrated by Yi Fan in the shadows. After completing these tasks, Yi Fan turned off Wang Chao's phone and set it to power back on in 10 minutes. Just as he finished, a familiar vehicle approached. It was the flashy red Ferrari belonging to Su Dong, the son of the adopted son of the Yi family. Is it him? Yi Fan's face momentarily darkened. Though he had his suspicions, the confirmation chilled him. His grandfather treated Su Jian and Su Dong like his own sons. Yet Su Dong contemplated spending 2 billion to eliminate both him and his grandfather to seamlessly inherit the Yi group. Humph. If that is the case, then he should not blame me for being unmerciful. Wait here. Yi Fan instructed Xia Hao before swiftly darting from behind the flower bed, positioning himself in front of Su Dong's car. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Can't you see the road? Su Dong, engrossed in his navigation, was startled to see someone obstructing his path. Upon realizing it was Yi Fan, confusion washed over him. You, this foolish idiot. What are you doing out here at this hour? Su Dong halted the car, curiosity piqued. Following the previous day's events, Su Yixue had taken Yi Fan home. How fortunate. This fool, despite being so foolish, had 7 sisters-in-law vying for his affection. Why was such fortune not bestowed upon me? I am a member of the Yi family as well. As it was late, Yi Fan should be with Su Yixue, not wandering about aimlessly. Ah, Brother Dong, thank goodness. I can't find my way home. I'm starving. Please take me back. Yi Fan pleaded, grasping Su Dong's arm in a pitiful manner. Su Dong looked at Yi Fan, skepticism etched on his face. So you're lost? For a normal person, it would be trivial, but for Yi Fan, with an intellect akin to that of a child, it seemed entirely plausible. Get away. I'm busy and have no time for you. Su Dong pushed Yi Fan away, irritated, as the clock approached midnight. He had an appointment with the mysterious expert at the Zhong Bridge. Su Dong longed to eliminate Yi Fan. This desolate location presented an opportune moment. However, fearing that Yi Fan might have bodyguards lurking nearby, he hesitated to act. Brother Dong, please, take me home, or call my grandfather to pick me up. Yi Fan pleaded, seeking an opportunity for himself and Su Dong. If Su Dong possessed even the slightest shred of goodwill and contacted his grandfather or returned Yi Fan home, Yi Fan would spare him. Regrettably, Su Dong had long wished to dispose of Yi Fan. With Yi Fan right there, he was about to meet that mysterious expert. It would be a convenient time to act. All right, you stay here, foolish idiot. I'll find someone to take you home. A cold smirk adorned Su Dong's face as he envisioned a future where, after Yi Fan and Yi Changfeng were eliminated, the vast Yi family would be his domain. With a rev of the engine, Su Dong flung Yi Fan's arm away, speeding off towards the Zhong Bridge, muttering, "Fool, just wait to die there. Once I meet that mysterious assassin, I'll send you to the afterlife to reunite with your brothers." Though Su Dong's voice was faint, it was crystal clear to Yi Fan, whose expression darkened. This is your own doing. Do not blame me. Yi Fan had discreetly placed Wang Chao's phone in Su Dong's pocket while he was distracted. In a moment, the Wang family will discover that Wang Chao's phone is in Su Dong's possession, and no matter how many excuses Su Dong may attempt to conjure, he will surely find himself at a loss for words. Let us proceed and witness the unfolding drama. Yi Fan boarded Xia Hao's vehicle, gesturing for him to drive to an optimal vantage point, where they could quietly observe from behind the foliage. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, Su Dong arrived at the location, stepping out of the car with a perplexed expression, calling out, "Boss, you summoned me, and here I am. Where are you?" Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Wang Zhong and his subordinates watched Su Dong's sudden appearance with confusion. Isn't that Su Dong, the adopted grandson of the Yi family? What brings him here at such a late hour? Wang Zhong inquired of his men. Uncertain, but it seems he is here to meet some big shot. Could it be that he has completed a task assigned by this big shot? Wang Zhong's subordinate skillfully guided his thoughts towards the notion of harming Su Dong. Why are you not making those calls? Do not stop. Xiao Chao said that at midnight, the kidnappers would undoubtedly arrive at Zhongqiao in Yin City. The phone is with the kidnappers. We will certainly find him. Yes, master. A group of Wang Zhong's men continued to dial Wang Chao's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. This message repeated several times, indicating that Wang Chao's phone remained unreachable. On the fifth attempt, the phone suddenly connected. Ding! One subordinate leaped in excitement, exclaiming, Master, the call has gone through. The young master's phone is no longer off. Amidst the moonlit sky, Su Dong suddenly heard the ringing of a mobile phone. What is this? How did I suddenly acquire another phone? Curiously, he pulled out the device, saw the caller ID, and answered, Who the hell is this? You bastard, it's that scoundrel Su Dong. Damn it. He is the one who kidnapped Xiao Chao and killed him. Wang Zhong, lurking in the shadows, observed Su Dong's every move and heard his every word. The phone was indeed in Su Dong's possession, and Wang Chao's last message clearly stated that before being killed, he had placed the phone on the kidnapper. This served as evidence that Su Dong was the kidnapper, the very murderer of Wang Chao. A mere adopted grandson of the Yi family dared to provoke the Wang family? Without ending the call, Su Dong saw a multitude of bodyguards armed with machetes emerge from the surrounding trees, sending a shiver down his spine as he instinctively attempted to flee. However, Wang Zhong had already surrounded him completely, leaving Su Dong with no escape route. Wang Zhong. Ah, it's you. What is with all this commotion? Has something happened? Upon seeing Wang Zhong, Su Dong breathed a sigh of relief. They had crossed paths a few times due to business dealings, and while they were not particularly close, at least there was some semblance of recognition. Furthermore, considering the Yi family's reputation, Wang Zhong might afford him a degree of leniency. Spare me the pleasantries. Beat him to a pulp. Wang Zhong barked, striking the first blow to Su Dong's head, causing blood to gush forth. What do you think you are? How dare you kidnap my son and murder him? The bodyguards swarmed in, unleashing a torrent of fists and kicks upon Su Dong, leaving him battered and bruised, with broken ribs and arms. Listening to Wang Zhong's tirade, Su Dong finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Wang Chao, the eldest son of the Wang family, had been killed, and he was accused of the kidnapping and murder. Yet, he had spent the afternoon at home, indulging in distractions, and had come here to meet a notorious figure. When had he ever kidnapped Wang Chao? Besides, he held no animosity towards Wang Chao. Why would he wish to abduct him, let alone kill him? Moreover, Su Dong had learned that earlier that day, Wang Chao had sent someone to deal with Su Yixue, making her an ally in his eyes. Stop. Wait a moment, Wang Zhong. Could this all be a misunderstanding? I have never even met Wang Chao. How could I have kidnapped him? Ouch. Su Dong, enduring immense pain, crawled out from the crowd, pleading, Wang Zhong, please do not wrong an innocent man. Wang Zhong, with a cold scoff, snatched Wang Chao's phone from Su Dong's grasp. Wrong you? Then what is this? This is Wang Chao's phone. The last message indicated that the kidnapper intended to kill him, and he placed the phone on the kidnapper. What further excuses do you have? Su Dong was momentarily bewildered. Indeed, why was Wang Chao and Appo's phone with him? Damn it, he thought, feeling as if he had jumped into the Yellow River and could not cleanse himself of the accusations. He had been at home all afternoon, gone nowhere, yet somehow ended up with a phone on him. He had changed clothes before leaving, freshly washed, with nothing else in them. On his journey, he hadn't stopped the car, only encountered the fool Yi Fan. Suddenly, a revelation struck Su Dong's mind. It was undoubtedly Yi Fan's doing. Wang Zhong. It was Yi Fan. He must have killed Wang Chao and framed me. He was the only person I encountered on my way here. Su Dong hurriedly explained. His mind raced back to the recent annihilation of the Zhao family and the rescue of Su Yixue. Everything seemed so suspicious. Previously, he could not comprehend how events had spiraled out of control, with families opposing the Yi family meeting grim fates. But in this moment, Su Dong discerned that Yi Fan may have awakened, orchestrating a vendetta in the shadows. Yi Fan, that fool, framed you? Su Dong, do you still have any shame? If you wish to find a scapegoat, at least choose someone more credible. Yi Fan, who cannot even manage his own life, could he commit murder? Wang Zhong stepped forward, seizing Su Dong by the neck, gritting his teeth. Where have you hidden my son's body? Why did you kill him? Su Dong, Nearly choking from the grip, gasped. Wang Zhong, I swear I did not commit murder. It wasn't me. Still trying to make excuses. Do you believe I won't strangle you right here? Wang Zhong's fury intensified, his grip tightening further. Su Dong's face turned crimson, his eyes bulged from the strain. Almost instinctively, he drew a dagger and slashed at Wang Zhong's arm. Thwack! Wang Zhong's arm was cut, blood streaming forth. Ah, you little beast, not only did you kill Wang Chao, but you also wish to murder me? You seek death. In a fit of rage, Wang Zhong slammed Su Dong to the ground, snatching a combat knife from a nearby subordinate and lunged at Su Dong. You dare to harm my son, to take my son's life. Thwack! Thwack! Wang Zhong, please stop. I swear it wasn't me. It wasn't me. You've all been deceived by Yi Fan. Whoa. Initially, Su Dong still had the strength to shout, but within moments, Wang Zhong's relentless strikes with the combat knife left him with numerous lacerations, blood pooling around him. Su Dong gasped for breath, his body convulsing a few times before succumbing to stillness. Wang Zhong, exhausted from his relentless hacking, finally paused, collapsing onto the ground in tears. My son, I am powerless. To this day, I have yet to discover where your body lies concealed. But rest assured, Su Dong, who dared to take your life, surely has accomplices. That scoundrel Su Jian shall not escape my wrath. A fierce glint flickered in Wang Zhong's eyes. Find out Su Jian's whereabouts. I shall dismember him. Yes. His subordinates, efficient as ever, swiftly cleared the scene, and Wang Zhong prepared to depart. Hidden in the shadows, Xiahao trailed behind Yi Fan, observing the unfolding scene. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. What a clever ploy to use another's hand to strike. Yi Fan's earlier encounter with Su Dong must have involved placing his phone on him. He intended to employ the Wang family's resources to deal with the Su father and son, eliminating the internal threats to the Yi family without lifting a finger. After discovering that the Su father and son were scheming to seize control of the Yi group, Xiahao hesitated about informing Yi Fan. However, witnessing Yi Fan's actions, it became apparent that he was already aware of the situation. Have you captured everything clearly? Yi Fan shifted his gaze back to Xiahao. Xiahao tucked away his phone, nodding. I captured everything in detail, and unnecessary scenes have been deftly edited out. Yi Fan's lips twitched. Find a stranger and send this video to Su Jian. Let them continue their infighting. If we don't inform Su Jian beforehand, Wang Zhong might rush in and eliminate him in one fell swoop, which would be utterly uninteresting. At the very least, I want Su Jian to struggle, to expose his loyal forces before meeting his demise. This way, we can mitigate the ensuing troubles within the Yi group. Understood, Xiahao replied, turning to drive Yi Fan home. For now, Yi Fan still maintained his feigned foolish demeanor. He needed to return to Su Yixue's residence before dawn. In the car, Yi Fan retrieved a porcelain vial from his possession and handed it to Xiahao. These are some elixirs I concocted previously. They can aid you in enhancing your strength and breaking through to the realm of martial mastery. Ah, thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you. Xiahao, already in his 50s, had barely stepped into the realm of martial transformation, a feat not easily achieved. Without some fortuitous opportunity, he would have found it nearly impossible to advance further. Although he was aware that elixirs could improve his chances of breakthrough, the reality was that alchemists were an exceedingly rare resource in the Great Xia. There were fewer than 10 masters capable of independently refining second-tier elixirs throughout the entire nation. Ordinary individuals, no matter how much wealth they possessed, could not procure elixirs. This vial contains 5 elixirs. Allocate 1 to Master Hu, and distribute the rest as you see fit, but do not expose my identity. Following my lead, one must not be too weak. Yi Fan succinctly instructed. Xiahao quickly nodded yes. About Wang Xiao, he hesitated, considering that Wang Fugui, being such a close ally of Yi Fan, had likely been taken into account by him. Old Wang? A profound glimmer crossed Yi Fan's gaze. If all goes well, tomorrow Yun City shall gain another master-level expert. A smile crept upon Yi Fan's lips. The spirit elixir he procured from the black market should indeed prove effective. Meanwhile, in the Wang family's estate, Wang Fugui, back home, had already begun his preparations. He had arranged for triple the number of bodyguards outside the estate, with his grandfather away drinking at the Yi family's residence. No one was monitoring him. Once inside the Wang family's secret chamber, he thoroughly checked that all doors and windows were secured. Only then did he produce the spirit elixir from his pocket, placing it on the table before him, studying it intently, feeling the pulsating energy and potent medicinal properties within. Brother, was it merely luck for you? To have uncovered a spirit elixir hidden within a stone purchased for 50,000 at the black market? Wang Fugui murmured to himself, pondering whether his brother wished for him to enhance his strength to protect him. Wang Fugui contemplated the spirit elixir deeply. Regardless, with this elixir, I can undoubtedly break through to the master realm. In my early 20s, there are few young masters in the Great Xia besides Yi Fan. The future is limitless. Breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, or even the martial emperor realm, is within the realm of possibility. With this foundation, even if the Yi family were to fall completely, leveraging the Wang family's strength alongside the remnants of the Yi family, safeguarding my brother and sister-in-law should pose no significant issue. In Wang Fugui's eyes, no matter how Yi Fan transformed, he would forever remain his elder brother. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the spirit elixir. This elixir was too conspicuous. If word got out, countless individuals would stop at nothing to seize it. The Wang family's current power could not protect it. Keeping it within himself to assist his breakthrough was the most prudent choice. Moreover, witnessing the Yi family's decline, Wang Fugui yearned to do something for his brother. As a master, he would at least possess the strength to fight against genuine experts. As the elixir dissolved upon entering his mouth, it transformed into a warm current, surging through his throat and into his limbs. The powerful energy and vitality overwhelmed Wang Fugui, causing him to involuntarily roar in agony. Enduring the excruciating pain, Wang Fugui forced himself to calm down, absorbing the potent energy contained within the elixir, driving it through his meridians, rapidly enhancing his martial prowess. The aura of martial energy surrounding Wang Fugui surged at a visible pace, his entire demeanor evolving, his skin becoming more resilient, his physique more robust. In an instant, the winds and currents of Yun City began to stir. Back at home, Yi Fan lay beside Su Yixue, sensing the fluctuations in the city's energy. A faint smile gracing his lips. Old Wang must be on the verge of a breakthrough. I have gained another significant ally. In a drowsy state, Yi Fan succumbed to sleep. Yet, at a hotel in Yun City, Tianlong, lying on her bed, found herself unable to sleep. She discovered a sudden warm flow within her body. This warmth was nurturing her meridians and dantian, secretly enhancing her foundation and martial energy. It was simply miraculous. Upon reflection, Tianlong realized the warmth had only emerged after Yi Fan had touched her. She could not fathom how such intimacy with Yi Fan could have resulted in this phenomenon. How had this warm current entered her body? If she could enhance her martial energy, what about Yi Fan? Contemplating Yi Fan's terrifying talent, Tianlong suddenly considered a possibility. Yi Fan had broken through to the martial master realm at merely 15 years of age. Under normal circumstances, such a feat was inconceivable. Had she stumbled upon Yi Fan's greatest secret? If she could perceive his secret, did Su Yixue also realize it? She resolved to inquire the following day. However, another pressing question arose. Did Xin Yufei remain unaware of Yi Fan's secret? Otherwise, she wouldn't have so foolishly called off their engagement. As the youngest female martial deity in the Great Xia, Tianlong had also ascended to the realm of martial master. However, due to issues with her foundation and talent, she had remained stagnant at this stage for a considerable time, making no progress. It seemed her path of cultivation had reached an impasse. However, now that I can engage intimately with Yi Fan, my strength and foundation could potentially be enhanced. If I were to have sufficient contact, might I not strive towards the realms of martial sovereign, or even martial emperor? Contemplating the future that awaits me upon reaching such heights, it is undeniable that my prospects would ascend to an entirely different plane. Furthermore, once my prowess reaches that level, certain individuals may cease to speak ill of me. Would they not? Having resolved these thoughts, Tianlong made up her mind. Henceforth, she would seek to foster closer ties with Yi Fan, that mischievous rogue. If he wishes to take advantage, so be it. Alas, he is bound to be mine sooner or later. The night passed in silence. The following morning, when Yi Fan awoke, Su Yixue still nestled peacefully in his embrace. Indeed, the intimate contact with Yi Fan had provided her with a warm feedback, beneficial for nurturing her body and enhancing her capabilities. In just 2 days of their companionship, Su Yixue's martial energy had already surpassed the initial stage, advancing towards mastery. Yet, alas, Yi Fan's combat prowess was overwhelmingly formidable, and as a mere ordinary human, Su Yixue found herself unable to withstand it. Thus, after each encounter, she would succumb to a deep slumber for an entire night. Yi Fan, feeling a twinge of concern, placed his hand gently on Su Yixue's waist. quietly circulating his martial energy to infuse her with vitality, nurturing her body. It was only when Su Yixue's eyelashes fluttered, heralding her awakening, that Yi Fan withdrew his hand. "Oh, you are awake." Su Yixue opened her eyes to find Yi Fan gazing intently at her. The blanket had slipped from her neck, revealing a glimpse of her fair beauty. Although they had already shared intimate moments, being scrutinized so intently by Yi Fan made Su Yixue feel a tad bashful. "Don't look." As she spoke, Su Yixue reached out to cover Yi Fan's eyes, only to find that her movement caused the blanket to slip even further, exposing more of herself to Yi Fan's gaze, prompting an involuntary gasp from her. Even with Yi Fan's remarkable self-control, he could not withstand such temptation. In an instant, he embraced Su Yixue, revisiting the morning exercises before allowing her to get up, with a flush of color on her cheeks. Su Yixue glanced at her phone and suddenly panicked. "Oh no, I'm running out of time. The Su group is holding a press conference today. I must rush to the company. All your fault." Su Yixue playfully chided Yi Fan, though her thoughts were filled with satisfaction regarding his performance over the past few days. Although Yi Fan appeared somewhat foolish on the surface, in that particular domain, he had proven to be quite adept. His movements were measured, and he understood the subtleties of pace and pressure remarkably well. Was Yi Fan truly a simpleton? These matters had never been taught to him. How could he be so skilled? Before Yi Fan could respond, a voice called out from outside Su Yixue's residence. "Brother, are you awake? Sister-in-law, hurry and get dressed. I have something important to report." Wang Fugui's words once again flushed Su Yixue's face with embarrassment. How utterly shameless. Wang Fugui was indeed unreserved. After hastily tidying up, Yi Fan and Su Yixue descended to the lobby, where Wang Fugui had already been pacing excitedly. Upon seeing Yi Fan, he rushed over, grasping Yi Fan's hand. "Brother, I've made a breakthrough. I've reached the master realm." "Haha, it was all thanks to that stone you bought yesterday. The vitality pill within helped me finally ascend to the master realm. Brother, I finally possess the strength to protect you." Wang Fugui was visibly elated, and Yi Fan had sensed this excitement since last night. Given Yi Fan's current persona as a fool, he did not exhibit much enthusiasm in response. "Master, what is that? Can you eat it?" Yi Fan feigned ignorance, provoking a bemused reaction from both Su Yixue and Wang Fugui. "No, brother, the master realm means being exceptionally skilled in combat. Brother, 5 years ago, you were also at the master realm at your peak. Hee, now my strength can match yours from 5 years ago." Wang Fugui's excitement was palpable. Having spent time with Yi Fan, Wang Fugui had always perceived Yi Fan's extraordinary talent as several levels above his own. Surpassing Yi Fan had been his ultimate aspiration. Observing Wang Fugui's enthusiasm, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile inwardly. "Just you? You still wish to compete with me? I could easily best you with one hand." While they conversed, Tianlong entered the room. The moment she stepped inside, she sensed a change in Wang Fugui's aura. "Young Wang, you broke through last night." Tianlong regarded him with astonishment. When she had encountered Wang Fugui at the airport, she had sensed that he was merely at the control realm, with no signs of a breakthrough. How could he have ascended to the master realm within a single night? When did the master realm become so commonplace? "Yes, I broke through, all thanks to the stone that brother bought yesterday." Wang Fugui was quite aware that his advancement was entirely due to the vitality pill. Otherwise, with his talent, it would have likely taken him until he was 60 to achieve such a feat. "What stone? What is going on?" Tianlong furrowed her brow. Since the massacre of the Yi family, an abundance of events had unfolded in Yun City. The Zhao family annihilated, the heir of the Wang family murdered, Su Yixue ambushed, Xia Hao and Li Hushing in perilous pursuit, Li Yunyang's sudden demise, followed by Wang Fugui's acquisition of that stone, and now a breakthrough to master. Tianlong felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. It seemed as if an invisible hand was orchestrating all of this. Those who opposed the Yi family faced dire consequences, while those who allied with them reaped tremendous rewards. Tianlong had long suspected that Yi Fan had awakened, yet lacked the evidence to substantiate her belief. "That stone was the one I bought for 50,000. My brother examined many items before insisting on that stone, so I purchased it. Later, he even wanted to consume that stone raw, and it ended up falling to the ground, which is how we discovered the pill inside." Listening to Wang Fugui's detailed recounting, emphasizing certain points, Yi Fan felt a bitter smile tug at his lips. This fool, did he fear that others would remain oblivious? His elaborate description would undoubtedly raise Tianlong's suspicions. These minor details might deceive Su Yixue, but it would not be so simple to mislead Yu Linglong, the youngest female martial deity in the Great Xia. Did you really want him to eat that stone? Yu Linglong's brow knitted tightly, her breath quickening. Could it truly be such a coincidence? The very stone Yi Fan insisted upon had contained the pill, and he had urged Wang Fugui to consume it? Only a simpleton like Wang Fugui would fail to ponder this, as Yu Linglong speculated. She began to suspect that Yi Fan was feigning ignorance, attempting to assist his brother in enhancing his strength. Yi Fan, tell me the truth. Have you truly awakened? Was the massacre of the Zhao family orchestrated by you? Did you have a hand in Li Yunyang's death? And what about the rescue of Mr. Lei yesterday? Yu Linglong's aura surged, taking 2 steps forward, the atmosphere in the room becoming increasingly oppressive. Yi Fan gazed at his future wife, feeling a pang of bitterness. Sometimes, a woman's intelligence can be a double-edged sword. Kill. I fear. Who wishes to kill? Yi Fan pretended to be fragile, retreating behind Su Yixue. Seeing Yi Fan's demeanor, Su Yixue felt a pang of tenderness and interjected, Elder sister, do not be too harsh on Xiaofan. On the night the Zhao family was annihilated, Yefan was with me and had no opportunity to act. Moreover, when Yefan was home alone, he was under the protection of bodyguards arranged by the Yi family, as well as those I provided, who safeguarded him around the clock. He never left the house. How could he have taken action? Indeed, sister-in-law, I have long suspected that elder brother has awakened, but he has consistently been by my side, leaving him little chance to do anything. Wong Fugui chimed in. Is that so? Listening to their words, Yu Linglong felt increasingly perplexed. If Yefan had no opportunity to act, then who was the expert that appeared in Yunqing? Was it simply a coincidence? However, Yu Linglong soon realized that regardless of whether Yefan had awakened or was merely pretending, it was not detrimental for the Yi family or anyone else. She gazed deeply at Yefan and continued, Yefan, no matter your current state, do not forget that we are all your wives. If you dare treat us poorly, I shall not spare you. Although scolding, her words held a hint of playful reproach. Reflecting on the tragic fate of the Yi family, Yu Linglong felt a wave of sympathy. Poor Yefan. To protect the entire Yi family, he must feign ignorance despite having awakened. How pitiable. With this thought, Yu Linglong stepped forward and embraced Yefan. The moment their skin touched, a warm current surged into Yu Linglong's body, nourishing her while swiftly enhancing her martial arts energy. Indeed, Yefan's body was a uniquely special furnace. As long as one maintained intimate contact with him, they could receive that miraculous warmth. Yu Linglong was almost certain that while she benefited, Yefan would undoubtedly gain as well. Otherwise, his strength could not have progressed so rapidly. Yixue, I have a secret I wish to inquire about. Yu Linglong excitedly pulled Su Yixue aside, her face slightly flushed. Hesitating for a while, she felt somewhat embarrassed. How should a maiden inquire about such matters? Should she ask how it felt when they were in those positions last night? Yet, considering this pertained to Yefan's unique nature and her own martial journey's enhancement, Yu Linglong steeled herself. Yixue, when you were intimate with Yefan last night, did you feel anything special? Did you feel a warm current after your contact with him? As soon as Yu Linglong finished speaking, Su Yixue looked at her in shock. Sister Linglong, you felt it too? This is simply astonishing. Look at me. I had almost no martial foundation, yet I have now entered the stage of martial transformation. While speaking, Su Yixue picked up a steel cup from the table, squeezed it gently, and it instantly crumpled into a ball of scrap metal. After channeling her energy, the cup returned to its original form. This. Yu Linglong gazed at Su Yixue in astonishment. She was well aware of Su Yixue's previous circumstances. This girl had been an ordinary maiden. Yet after just a few days with Yefan, she had become so formidable. Clearly, her sensations were correct. Yefan was indeed extraordinary. What they initially thought was a sacrifice by marrying Yefan now seemed like a treasure discovered by her sisters. With such rapid enhancement, their strengths could soon soar. Even if Yefan remained oblivious, with these beautiful wives by his side, the Yi family would still thrive. Furthermore, Yefan might not continue in his current state. Hadn't the divine doctor said that Yefan had a strong chance of awakening? Yixue, I still have some doubts. Do you think Yefan has truly awakened? I feel that something is amiss. Yu Linglong remained skeptical. Upon hearing this, Su Yixue's face flushed. Sister Linglong, I too share similar thoughts. Twice now, when Yefan was in bed, he did not appear to be in a foolish state. As she spoke, Su Yixue felt herself blushing intensely and quickly made an excuse to leave. Sister Linglong, you stay with Yefan. I have important matters to attend to at the company. Let us have lunch together in the afternoon. Today was supposed to be the day of the new drug launch for the Su Corporation, but Li Yunyang had intentionally held the launch a day early, leaking the core formula of the Su Corporation. This was a deliberate act of sabotage against the Su family, designed to humiliate them. However, after the Li family's launch yesterday, a significant incident occurred at their engagement banquet. Xin Yufei unexpectedly appeared with Yafan, and the Patriarch of Yunqing, Li Hu, had brought a Gatling gun, intimidating everyone present. The crucial point was that Li Yunyang had died on the spot. This could be seen as retribution for the Li family. As Su Yixue departed, Xia Hao and Lei Qianjue arrived in succession. Yefan and Lei Qianjue continued their treatment in the room. Master, after gathering the medicinal materials last night, I followed your instructions and successfully refined 3 batches. Please take a look. As Lei Qianjue spoke, he pulled out a vial containing a jade green ointment. As he opened the cap, a rich fragrance wafted through the air. Excitedly, Lei Qianjue took a knife and made a small cut on his arm, blood flowing immediately. Wiping the blood with a tissue, he swiftly applied a bit of the ointment to the wound. In the next moment, the cut on his arm vanished at a visibly rapid pace. Once the ointment was wiped clean, no trace remained, and his skin appeared even fairer. Although Lei Qianjue had been drinking heavily with Yi Changfeng and a group of friends, he had not forgotten Yefan's instructions and had conducted experiments throughout the night. After refining the ointment, he had tested it on his arm multiple times, creating several wounds. Yefan picked up the vial, inhaled deeply, and noted, "Not bad. This has reached an 80% level of efficacy, suitable for market introduction. Yixue, the launch is imminent. Accompany me in your name to the venue." A deep glint flashed in Yefan's eyes. The Zhao and Wang families had been dealt with, leaving only the Li family, which would undoubtedly resist the Su family's launch today. Yes, although Lei Qianjue was a prominent figure in medicine, he dared not act presumptuously in Yefan's presence. The Zhao family, such a vast clan, could be extinguished just like that. Yefan, still in a seemingly foolish state, had quietly obliterated the Zhao family, with Wang Xiao missing and Li Yunyang dying on the spot. Yefan's methods were undeniably formidable. Those who opposed the Yi family, they surely would not meet a pleasant end. At the Su Corporation, with only an hour before the launch, Su Yixue, Su Honghai, Uncle Su Mingho, and numerous core members of the Su family, along with shareholders, gathered. Elder brother, the launch is about to begin, yet our formula has been stolen. The Li family has launched ahead of us. What shall we do? Yes, Chairman. The investigation has revealed that the thief has connections with the Liu family in the provincial capital. We cannot contend with them. Alas, this is retaliation against the Su family by those who had targeted the Yi family. President Su announcing her marriage to Yefan had undoubtedly prompted them to suppress the Su Corporation at any cost. Although the banquet yesterday marked a significant collaboration between the Su group and the Xia family, thanks to Yi Fan's influence, the core issue remains. The Su group's years of research into their medicinal formula has been compromised. Without a quality product, even an abundance of channels is futile. Discontent lingers among many. Su Honghai is aware of the circumstances, but refrains from commenting. Ladies and gentlemen, our discussion is not about the motives of our adversaries, but rather how we can resolve this predicament. We deliberated for an entire afternoon yesterday without yielding any viable solutions. Does anyone have fresh ideas? As Su Yixue and her father, Su Honghai, surveyed the assembly, all eyes were cast downwards, no one daring to speak. The Su group's research capabilities were already limited. The successful development of their beauty-enhancing pill was commendable in itself. With their formula now compromised, what options remained? Unless they could unveil a formula even more remarkable and effective, capable of overshadowing the Li family's influence and regaining their advantage. But how could that be feasible? The Su group lacked the resources to develop such a formula. And if any other company had achieved this, they would have long since launched it into the market. Listening to the discussions, Su Yixue sighed in resignation. Let it be. Although our formula has been stolen, if we can release a new one, we might still capture a portion of the market. We must focus on overcoming our current challenges. Despite her outwardly calm demeanor, anxiety gnawed at her. The Su group had indeed developed a new formula, yet the patent procedures were far from complete. The Li family had absconded with their formula. Should they file for patents first, the Su group would require their authorization to use it, or face accusations of infringement. This was Su Yixue's greatest concern. She kept her thoughts to herself, aware that the ordinary shareholders and management might not grasp this complexity. However, Su Honghai and his brother, Su Mingho, certainly understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, what could they do now? The invitations and media representatives had already arrived at the venue, and regardless of the quality of their product, they needed to present something at the conference. Meeting adjourned. Su Yixue wearily rubbed her temples. Choosing Yi Fan had been her decision. Her own reputation mattered little, but if her choice led the Su group into ruin, she would bear the weight of that regret. President Su, Mr. Xia is here, along with young Master Yi and Mr. Lei. As Su Yixue prepared for the final touches in her office, her secretary's announcement startled her. Mr. Lei has good news for you. Really? Su Yixue was momentarily taken aback. Lei Qianjue, renowned as the saint of medicine in Daxia, had previously provided the public with numerous high-quality and affordable prescriptions. Could he possess additional formulas to aid her? But why would such a celebrated healer extend his assistance to her? Was it due to Sister Yu Linglong, or perhaps Yi Fan? After all, Xiao Hao had come to her aid unconditionally because of Yi Fan. Su Yixue recalled Yu Linglong's words. Perhaps Yi Fan had truly awakened and merely feigned ignorance in front of others. If that were the case, it would be profoundly embarrassing, especially since she had guided him so recently, reminding him of her previous identity as his sister-in-law. Please, let them in. Half an hour later, the Su Group's press conference commenced in the grand multimedia hall on the first floor of the Su Group's building, which could accommodate thousands. The venue was filled to capacity with medical representatives, channel suppliers, industry peers, and various collaborators. Additionally, numerous family representatives and observers had come to witness the unfolding drama. Everyone was aware that following the upheaval in the Yi family, Su Yixue was one of the 7 young women who had announced their intention to continue their alliances with the Yi family. It was clear that those opposing the Yi family would not relent easily. The Su family's closeness to the Yi family would undoubtedly provoke a response. And the assassination of Su Yixue, along with the theft of the Su Group's core formula, constituted one of their tactics. Though the news had been suppressed, it was not difficult for the super families to gather such intelligence. With Su Yixue having narrowly escaped an assassination attempt yesterday, and the Su Group's core formula now exposed and prematurely released, one could only wonder how the Su Group would respond. Would the press conference proceed smoothly? Would the Li family cause disruptions on site? Attention turned to a designated area where Li Zhong, the head of the Li family, sat with a large entourage, his demeanor exuding confidence. Alongside him were representatives from the Lu family, frequently exchanging remarks with Li Zhong, suggesting discussions of some sort. Many attendees were merely spectators, eager to observe the Su Group's strategy and the Yi family's support. While the conference appeared to be a direct confrontation between the Su and Li families, it was, in truth, a clash between the Yi family and its adversaries. Welcome everyone to the Su Group's new drug launch event. Please take your seats as we begin shortly, the host announced, welcoming the representatives in attendance. To everyone's astonishment, in addition to Xia Hao, Governor Sun Qian of Yun City, along with the venerable old Master Wang from the Yi family and numerous retired dignitaries had also made an appearance. These influential figures, widely respected across the Tianlong province and southwest region, had never before participated in commercial activities, yet their presence at the Su Group's press conference was a clear endorsement, lending support to the Yi family as well. The sudden arrival of so many prominent figures cast an unusual atmosphere over the event. What had begun as a modest press conference had transformed into a significant spectacle. Unbeknownst to the attendees, in a corner of the back row, the elderly Yi Changfeng, accompanied by his guards and donning a hat, sat quietly. Su Yixue and Appo's decisive actions to uphold the Yi family and Appo's dignity had prompted the elder to attend the conference. He was determined to witness who might dare to create turmoil at this event. Though aged, Yi Changfeng retained an air of authority. Many in the military had risen through the ranks under his mentorship. As long as he lived, his influence would endure. When the time came for decisive action, his former subordinates would undoubtedly rally to his side. Good morning, esteemed guests. Thank you for taking the time to attend. I am Su Yixue, president of the Su Group. I trust you have all heard of our new drug launch. However, it is quite coincidental that the Li family has also been clandestinely developing a beauty-enhancing pill, almost identical in efficacy to ours, and they held their press conference just yesterday. As Su Yixue spoke, her gaze shifted to Li Zhong and his cohort, aware that the Li family's launch had already been broadcasted live across media platforms. Most individuals are aware, and many comprehend quite well, that although the Li family is engaged in the pharmaceutical industry, they have never ventured into the realm of beauty products, nor do they possess any research and development departments. How then could they possibly develop a new beauty-enhancing pill in such a short span of time? The formula attributed to the Li family has been surreptitiously acquired from the Su group, a fact that is hardly a secret. Today, the audience is gathered not merely for entertainment, but to witness how the Su group will navigate or resolve this predicament. How will the Li family challenge the Su group during their press conference? Su Yixue, displaying her astuteness, did not wait for the Li family to make the first move. Instead, she proactively raised the issue herself. While most were already aware of the situation, there remained a segment that was uninformed. Su Yixue's approach served to enlighten those unaware of the Li family's unscrupulous actions, preventing them from being unwittingly swayed. Furthermore, her assertive maneuver placed the Li family in a reactive position. The representatives from the Li family, Li Zhong and those from the Lu family, were momentarily taken aback. Why was Su Yixue deviating from the expected script? Typically, one would anticipate her to announce the components, efficacy, and patent details of her new drug, and then commence her inquiries. Yet, here was Su Yixue, directing her focus squarely upon the Li family. Was this a preemptive strike? What emboldened her? Did she intend to overturn the table? Who granted her such audacity? Nevertheless, Su Yixue had already spoken before an audience of thousands, exposing the matter. This was akin to igniting the fuse of conflict. Should Li Zhong remain silent, he would irrevocably find himself at a disadvantage. He had come here alongside the representatives from the Lu family with the intent to disrupt the Su group's press conference. Although Li Zhong had been in a foul mood since the previous day, he now found himself with no choice. Mr. Su, what is the meaning of this? Are you implying that my family has pilfered your formula? If so, I implore you to present your evidence. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate to cast unfounded accusations and mislead the public. Li Zhong, seasoned in the business world, astutely pinpointed the crux of the matter. While everyone was aware that the Li family had indeed stolen the Su family's formula, the issue remained that the investigation had yielded no concrete evidence. The key witnesses had mysteriously vanished, possibly silenced. Even if all were aware of the Li family's misdeeds, what of it? The Su family had suffered losses, yet could only swallow their grievances. Su Yixue furrowed her brow, glancing sideways. The unfolding scenario mirrored almost exactly what had been rehearsed in the office with Mr. Xia and others. Thankfully, Yi Fan and Mr. Lei had arrived. Otherwise, Su Yixue would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Mr. Su, from your demeanor, it appears you lack evidence. I suggest you refrain from attributing your issues to others and focus on your press conference. However, she made it clear that she hoped the new drug announced by Mr. Su would not bear resemblance to the one released by the Li family. If the compositions are identical, we will have grounds to assert that the Su family has stolen our formula and appropriated our trade secrets, leading to a lawsuit that could bankrupt the Su group. After all, it is well known that the Li family held their press conference yesterday. Moreover, all our formulas, patents, components, efficacy, and manufacturing processes have been duly filed. Miss Su would do well to tread carefully. Of course, there exists another avenue. Should the Su group be open to acquisition by my Li family, I, Li Zhong, would consider sharing our formula. He waved the contract in his hand, his words cascading forth like a prepared script. Having uttered these statements, Li Zhong felt a weight lift from his shoulders. His intent today was to corner the Su group, driving them to the brink of bankruptcy or acquisition by the Li family, thereby extinguishing their presence entirely. This strategy would serve to intimidate other factions aligned with the Yi family. Observing the Su group's plight brought Li Zhong immense satisfaction, as he realized he had accomplished half of the task assigned to him. Now, all that remained was to wait. If the Su group proceeded with their new drug release, the compositions would undoubtedly be the same, and Li Zhong would promptly file a lawsuit against the Su group, leveraging the evidence and patents at his disposal to bring them to ruin. Should the Su group fail to unveil their new product, today's press conference would merely become a farce, further demonstrating the Su family's inability to resist retaliation after choosing to ally with the Yi family. The downfall of the Su family would signify the complete decline of the Yi family. Other neutral families, assessing how to interact with the Yi family henceforth, would approach the situation with caution. Meanwhile, Li Zhong would seize the opportunity to attract all of the Su group's clients and partners. In the event of the Su group's collapse, if the Li family were to offer significantly more favorable terms, how would those channel partners respond? Despite the backing of the Xiao family, it would not suffice. After all, Those partners also needed to profit from sales, regardless of the circumstances. Today would mark the end for the Su family. Li Zhong had calculated every scenario, executing a strategy that would leave the Su family with no recourse. As Li Zhong's words settled, all eyes once again turned to Su Yixue on stage. The audience was curious to see how she would respond. How would the Su family navigate this daunting challenge? However, to everyone's surprise, Su Yixue remained composed. Masterly, one must act with integrity, otherwise, misdeeds will invariably lead to retribution. Su Yixue's calm words struck directly at Li Zhong's vulnerabilities, suggesting that his wrongdoing had led to his son's sudden demise the previous day. Rest assured, the Su group operates with integrity and decorum, and our press conference shall proceed as planned. I hereby announce the launch of our new product, the Snowy Beauty Cream. This ointment has been developed based on an ancient formula and is designed to eliminate blemishes and facilitate rapid wound healing without leaving a trace. As Su Yixue elaborated, a hastily prepared PowerPoint presentation began to display on the screen. The primary components, combinations, and effects of the Snowy Beauty Cream were entirely distinct from the beauty-enhancing pill released by the Li family. Moreover, the PPT indicated that the efficacy of the Snowy Beauty Cream far surpassed that of the beauty pill, offering a remarkable solution for women recovering from cesarean sections. The audience erupted in excitement before Su Yixue had even finished her presentation. If the Snowy Beauty Cream proved genuine, it would indeed be a revolutionary product. In the realm of beauty, there exists a product valued in the trillions, a miraculous ointment. One could easily imagine that even at prices ranging from hundreds to thousands, if not tens of thousands, countless individuals would eagerly purchase it. The Su Corporation has surprisingly unveiled yet another ointment. Is this merely a ruse? Alas, we have all been deceived by the Su Corporation. It appears that the previous revelations were mere smokescreens. Li's family has invested substantial effort into procuring secrets, only to end up with nothing of value. As the crowd gasped in disbelief, Li Zhong cast a furious glare at his secretary and demanded an explanation. What is happening? Did you not claim that your contacts had infiltrated the upper echelons of the Su Corporation and obtained all their secrets? How could they suddenly present this new snowy ointment? Li Zhong was infuriated. In his quest to undermine the Su Corporation, he had already expended hundreds of millions cultivating and bribing spies, pouring forth immense effort. He even harbored suspicions that his son had been compromised by the Su family. After sacrificing so much, to find that what he had procured was utterly useless infuriated him beyond measure. Chairman Li, I cannot explain it either. However, I can assure you that the formula we obtained is indeed the new medicine developed by the Su Corporation over the past decade. There is no mistake. And they could not possibly have the resources to develop another new drug. The secretary, Jin Yang, wore an expression of confusion as thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly, clarity struck him. I understand. The Su Corporation is attempting to deceive us. Their snowy ointment must be a fabrication, a mere concoction designed to mislead everyone. It cannot possibly be effective. Jin Yang seemed to have discovered a new truth, his excitement evident as he animatedly praised his own cleverness throughout the entire operation to steal secrets from the Su Corporation. Li Zhong had been fully involved and understood that it was improbable for the Su family to be developing another new drug. However, the sudden unveiling of this new medicine at the press conference could only be interpreted as an attempt by the Su Corporation to dupe the public. There was no way this medicine could be legitimate. CEO Su, is this miraculous drug truly as extraordinary as you claim? Has the ancient formula been substantiated? Is there any risk to humanity, and who will bear the consequences of potential side effects? A voice emerged from the crowd, echoing what Li Zhong had also wished to inquire. With someone having taken the initiative to speak up, Li Zhong relished the opportunity to remain silent and observe the unfolding drama. I shall see how you, Su Yixue, extricate yourself from this predicament. On stage, Su Yixue felt a surge of uncertainty despite having received affirmation from Lei Qianjue. She hesitated for a moment, and that fleeting hesitation did not go unnoticed by the crowd, which quickly seized the opportunity to instigate further dissent. CEO Su, are you deceiving us? If such a wound-healing miracle exists, wouldn't it spell disaster for all other beauty companies? Indeed, if anyone could simply claim to have created a beauty ointment using an ancient formula, then making money would be far too easy. Fraud. Su Yixue, you are a fraud. 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 The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, as those present were quickly swept up in the fervor. The distributors affiliated with the Su Corporation wore expressions of dismay, secretly contemplating how they might approach the Li family to explore potential collaboration opportunities. Su Yixue, have you truly lost all sense of decency? Is this clumsy ruse not easily debunked? Li Zhong's voice cut through the noise, silencing the crowd. CEO Su, I suggest you sell the Su Corporation to my family for 250 million, and not a penny more. Li Zhong's remarks were laced with deliberate humiliation. As Su Yixue grappled with her options, she felt a gentle nudge on her arm from Lei Qianjue, signaling that it was time for him to take the stage. Who here questions the authenticity of this formula? Do you doubt my medical expertise, or what? Lei Qianjue stepped onto the platform, and his presence instantly incited a wave of excitement among the audience. Is that the esteemed medical sage, Lei Qianjue? My goodness, it truly is Elder Lei. The implications of Lei Qianjue's appearance were profound. Was he suggesting that he had provided the ancient formula? If so, it lent considerable credibility to the Su Corporation's snowy ointment. This spectacle had become more riveting than any film. As the crowd buzzed with renewed fervor, their sentiments began to shift. Had it merely been the Su family proclaiming the authenticity of the ancient formula, skepticism would have prevailed. Yet now, with the renowned medical sage Lei Qianjue endorsing the Su Corporation, doubt began to wane. Everyone, this formula was inadvertently acquired by me, based on the herbs, components, and preparation methods detailed in ancient texts. I synthesized an ointment last night, demonstrating that it indeed possesses the described capabilities, wound healing, beauty enhancement, and the effects can be observed in mere minutes. Astonishingly, Lei Qianjue was genuinely endorsing the Su Corporation's new drug, personally attesting to its efficacy. This was unprecedented. As a figure of immense repute, Lei Qianjue had treated countless dignitaries, wealthy individuals, and influential figures. Financial need was not a concern for him. Over the years, he had never endorsed any commercial enterprise, opting instead to publicly share any beneficial formulas he discovered. His bold and confident support for the Su Corporation today was highly unusual. Yet the impact of Lei Qianjue's endorsement was immediate. As his words resonated, the crowd erupted in a chorus of agreement, proclaiming, "The medical sage himself has confirmed it. I choose to believe in the Su Corporation." CEO Su, I from Hongfa Pharmaceutical wish to collaborate with the Su Corporation. Let us place an initial order with a deposit of 1 billion. My Yuanshan Group also seeks partnership with the Su Corporation, offering a 500 million deposit. Please, CEO Su, grant us this opportunity. In the blink of an eye, dozens of companies expressed their intent to collaborate with Su Yixue, with initial deposits already amounting to several billion. With such funding, the Su Corporation's growth was assured, positioning it to become the premier pharmaceutical entity in the region. As Su Yixue glanced at Lei Qianjue, her eyes sparkled with joy, yet a hint of concern lingered. As the president of a pharmaceutical company, she understood the complexities involved in developing a beauty ointment. An ointment capable of healing wounds and eliminating dark spots. Such extraordinary claims were unprecedented. In an instant, the tides of the event had turned, leaving Li Zhong in a state of disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been mocking the Su Corporation. How had he been so swiftly refuted? Damn it! What were your informants doing? Li Zhong seethed, kicking his secretary Jin Yang in frustration. How could you not account for that old man Lei Qianjue? With his presence, even if the ointment is a sham, most will still believe it to be genuine. Chairman Li, according to our intelligence, Lei Qianjue was not supposed to be in Yun City. We had arranged for numerous obstacles to thwart his appearance, yet inexplicably, he is here now. We'll settle this later. Li Zhong shot a menacing glare at his secretary before clearing his throat and raising his voice. Dr. Lei, it's not that we doubt you. The efficacy of the ointment is truly astonishing. It is hard to believe that it can instantaneously heal wounds. How can you prove it to us? Suddenly, Li Zhong spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Upon reflection, his words were not unfounded. Such a miraculous ointment should show results within mere minutes. So why not provide proof right here on the spot? But how could they demonstrate this? The best way would be to make a small incision on an arm and apply the ointment, allowing the wound to heal visibly in a matter of moments. However, whose arm would they use? Lei Qianjue instinctively reached for a dagger to make a cut on his own arm. At that moment, Yi Fan dashed out from the side of the stage, seizing the dagger from Lei Qianjue's grasp. I know how to prove it. Let someone make a cut and apply the ointment to see if it works, right? Isn't that correct, Yixue? Yi Fan asked, holding the dagger and looking towards Su Yixue. Indeed, that is the way. However, Su Yixue exclaimed, "Xiao Fan, what are you doing?" She rushed to pull him back, but Yi Fan showed no hesitation, climbing down from the stage and swiftly running towards Li Zhong. "Old man, you were the one who spoke the most just now. Come on, help us prove it." Before Li Zhong could react, Yi Fan was already in front of him, and without a moment's pause, he swung the dagger and made a deep incision over a foot long on Li Zhong's arm, exposing the bone beneath. "Ah, you fool, what are you doing? My arm." "Oh no, someone help me bandage this." Li Zhong glared at Yi Fan in fury, but as he tried to retaliate, Yi Fan had already retreated several meters. "Old man, I'm helping you prove the effectiveness of the ointment. Weren't you the one doubting its efficacy? Why not try it yourself to see if it works?" Yi Fan, with his naive demeanor, left everyone in stunned silence. Li Zhong wanted to explode in anger, but considering that Yi Fan was merely a fool, he thought it beneath him to lose his temper at an imbecile. Reluctantly, Li Zhong was pulled back toward the stage by Yi Fan. On stage, Su Yixue watched in astonishment as Yi Fan had stabbed Li Zhong twice with the dagger, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. This Li Zhong was utterly despicable. He had stolen the Su family's formula and sought to embarrass her at the press conference. If possible, she would have longed to kick him. Yi Fan had done what she wished but could not bring herself to do. Meanwhile, Lei Qianjue smiled at the sight of Li Zhong, bloodied and ascending the stage. His little disciple was truly not one to suffer losses lightly. The Li family was bound to face dire consequences. The audience soon began to react. Haha, Li Zhong is truly unfortunate, getting stabbed by that fool from the Yi family. Indeed, even if Li Zhong were to be killed by Yi Fan, it would be in vain. What do you think? Is Yi Fan genuinely foolish or merely pretending? He directly stabbed Li Zhong twice, with the intellect of an 8-year-old. What more can you expect? However, having Li Zhong prove it is indeed the best approach. After all, he is the least likely person to want the Su family's new medicine to work. If even he can vouch for its effectiveness, then this ointment is nothing short of miraculous. As Li Zhong stepped onto the stage, he was at a loss for words. Had he truly fallen into such unfortunate circumstances? Every encounter with Yi Fan seemed to lead to disastrous outcomes. Just yesterday at the engagement banquet, he suffered the loss of his son, and today, Yi Fan's 2 stabs nearly cost him his life. Enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, Li Zhong still managed to address Su Yixue. "Miss Su, stop resisting futilely. You chose to side with the Yi family, and you must have anticipated this outcome." Li Zhong barely finished speaking when he suddenly screamed in anger, glaring at Yi Fan beside him. "Are you blind? Why are you stepping on my foot?" "I'm sorry, I didn't notice. I weigh over 100 pounds. Am I really that heavy? Stepping down like this shouldn't hurt too much, right?" Yi Fan feigned innocence, deliberately placing his foot back on Li Zhong's foot with additional force. "Are you trying to kill me? Is this intentional?" Li Zhong cried out in pain, hopping around the stage while clutching his foot. "Damn it! How can someone so seemingly light cause me such agony? It feels as though a bulldozer is crushing my foot." Su Yixue couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Yi Fan had indeed avenged her grievances. If Yi Fan were not truly foolish, he would have likely dealt with Li Zhong far more decisively, given his earlier methods. The nearby cameraman skillfully captured the moment, focusing the camera on Li Zhong's arm injury. Lei Qianjue wiped away the blood with a towel and displayed the wound for the camera. "Everyone can see it clearly, right? The wound is quite deep. You can even see the bone." Li Zhong felt his heart sink once more. "Could you please stop emphasizing my shame? Being stabbed by a fool is already humiliating enough." Meanwhile, the guests and media in the hall gazed at the large screens around them, gasping at the gruesome sight of the wound. The Yi family's fool truly was merciless. One stab revealed bone. If he had been any more vicious, Li Zhong's entire arm might have been ruined. In the front row, Su Honghai, Zhang Ru, Su Mingho, and the core disciples of the Su family watched the unfolding events with mounting anxiety. "Brother, when did Yixue get in touch with the divine doctor? Is that ointment truly effective?" "Yes, uncle, this is crucial for the survival of the Su group." "How could Yixue know someone so powerful without informing us?" While they were filled with anticipation, a sense of worry lingered as well. Su Honghai shared their tension. Until just moments before stepping onto the stage, Su Yixue had not divulged the details about Lei Qianjue or the ointment. He had prepared himself for the possibility of the Su group collapsing under this pressure. Then suddenly, the tide turned. Lei Qianjue personally oversaw the demonstration of a miraculous ointment. How could Su Honghai not be excited? "You must trust Yixue's choice. The Yi family's foundation is beyond your comprehension. Su Honghai spoke with an air of authority, causing the disciples of the Su family to regard Su Yixue with newfound respect. On stage, Lei Qianjue evenly applied the ointment to Li Zhong's arm, and the cameras zoomed in on the action. The audience watched in amazement as the emerald green ointment seemingly animated Li Zhong's skin. The bleeding ceased, and the flesh began to knit itself together. Such an unbelievable phenomenon unfolded before their eyes at an astonishingly visible pace. Everyone was awestruck, captivated by the spectacle on the screen. Simultaneously, Li Zhong gazed at his arm's transformation in disbelief. The ointment developed by the Su family was indeed real? How could this be possible? The theft of the Su family's formula had been a scheme devised by the Li family for years. Having cornered the Su family to the brink of collapse, the completion of his mission was nearly at hand. Once the Su group fell, the Li family would seize control of their assets, propelling themselves to become the foremost pharmaceutical company in Yun City. Furthermore, he anticipated commendations from above, leading to a prosperous future. However, he could not allow the ointment from the Su family to fulfill its intended purpose. With this thought, Li Zhong's arm twitched as he attempted to use his other hand to swiftly wipe away the ointment. Yet, Yi Fan had anticipated Li Zhong's move, instructing Xia how to position Wang Fugui beside him. Just as Li Zhong was about to act, Wang Fugui seized his arm with a grip as firm as iron. Li family head, feeling thirsty? Would you like me to get you a drink? Wang Fugui, now possessing strength beyond the master realm, had reached an entirely new level of control over his martial energy. While he held Li Zhong's shoulder, his energy enveloped Li Zhong entirely, rendering him unable to move even a finger. No, I'm not thirsty, Li Zhong stammered, feeling a chill at the sight of Wang Fugui. This man was notorious for his sheer size. Although he was a normal human, he was not much better than the foolish Yi Fan. If Yi Fan commanded him to kill, Wang Fugui would likely do so without hesitation. Both were demons in their own right, and Li Zhong was internally distressed. Despite his mounting anxiety, he dared not utter another word, his eyes fixated on the wound on his arm, which was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. In less than 5 minutes, the injury had nearly vanished. Lei Qianjue approached with a towel, meticulously wiping away the ointment from Li Zhong's arm. All eyes were glued to the screen before them. On stage, Su Yixue and others looked down at Li Zhong's arm. A brand new, remarkably fair arm appeared before the audience, seemingly bleached to an almost radiant hue, far more vibrant than the surrounding skin. The wound, previously witnessed by all, had completely disappeared without a trace. Wang Fugui released Li Zhong, who, in disbelief, turned his arm over several times, searching in vain for any sign of the injury. This is impossible, utterly impossible, Li Zhong exclaimed, grasping at his arm in desperation, trying to locate the wound, but to no avail. No, you must have used some illusion or trickery. Li Zhong felt tears welling up. He had meticulously prepared to sabotage the Su family, yet here he was, unwittingly becoming their pawn. Had he not taken the stage himself, he would have suspected this was all a ruse orchestrated by the Su family. As the camera zoomed in on his arm, the large screen displayed the robust limb rolling back and forth, leaving no doubt in the minds of all present. Had it been anyone else, skepticism would have ensued. Yet, with the head of the Li family on stage, an arch-rival who had pilfered the Su family's formula, if there were any defect in the ointment, Li Zhong would certainly have raised an outcry. The resounding success left the audience speechless in awe. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted. Groups and companies that had yet to place deposits surged forward like a frenzy, clamoring to the Su family's registration desk. Heavenly Hong Group, depositing 1 billion. I Hope Group, depositing 800 million. Highway Group, depositing 1 billion, willing to share all distribution channels. The extraordinary efficacy of the ointment was crystal clear to everyone. This represented a market worth trillions, and entering it meant easy profits. Anyone who stood in the way of their collaboration would be obstructing their path to wealth. As the scene heated up, media representatives thrust microphones towards Su Yixue. Miss Su, how did you achieve this? Was your earlier announcement about the stolen formula a clever ruse? Miss Su, could it be that your engagement to Yi Fan brought you good fortune? Dr. Lei, may I ask if there is a possibility of the Yi family heir awakening? The fervor in the room far surpassed Li Zhong's expectations. On stage, he felt like a mere jester, caught between standing and sitting awkwardly. He exchanged a glance with Lu Ran's representative in the audience, a shadow of malice crossing his face. Humph, Su Yixue, since you refuse to let me be, I shall ensure that none of us find peace. In dealing with the Su family, Li Zhong and Lu Ran's representative had not prepared merely one tactic. Miss Su, do not rejoice too soon. As far as I know, you still owe a considerable sum to the distributors, correct? Does your company possess sufficient funds on hand? Moreover, if all the distributors refuse to cooperate with you, how will you sell your products, no matter how exceptional they are? Li Zhong's laughter dripped with malice as he reminded everyone, let us not forget, the Su family is now closely allied with the Yi family. If the Yi family faces suppression, the Su family will undoubtedly suffer as well. Can everyone guarantee they will profit? This scenario sparked concern among the audience, many of whom had come to witness how the Su family would navigate today's crisis. By bringing this issue to light, Li Zhong magnified the Su family's predicament, leaving the audience with a clearer understanding of the gravity of the situation. Companies that had been impulsively eager to partner with the Su family began to falter. Indeed, the Su family's products are excellent. But what good are profits if one cannot enjoy life? From below, the distributors arranged by Li Zhong and Lu Ran began to echo their sentiments. Ms. Su, it's not that we lack compassion, it's just that the situation is rather complicated. Ms. Su, please settle our accounts. Yes, Ms. Su, I demand the payment for my previous debts of 100 million and mine of 50 million. With the momentum instigated by Li Zhong and Lu Ran's distributors, the atmosphere shifted once more, with over 100 distributors clamoring to terminate their partnerships with the Su family and reclaim their funds. Companies that had once been eager to collaborate now hesitated. At that moment, a young man stood up. What the hell is wrong with you all? Mister, Lei has already stepped up for support, and you're still afraid of trifles? It's merely a debt. I, Guo Li, will pay off everything for the Su family. Not collaborating? Fine. I'll unite with Elder Xia to take over all of Su family's distribution channels. Anyone who dares to complain will feel my wrath. His unexpected declaration stunned the crowd, all eyes turning towards the young man. The Guo family from the provincial city? Another prominent family siding with the Su family? With Guo Li's words, those eager to partner with the Su family quickly regained their senses, realizing the folly of nearly missing out on a golden opportunity. Indeed, no matter how much pressure, this ointment is a gold mine. I almost lost my chance to profit. In an instant, chaos erupted as hundreds began to retaliate against those demanding payments from the distributors. It became a 3-to-1, 4-to-1 scenario. Suddenly, all opposing voices diminished, leaving Li Zhong and Lu Ran's representative, Qin Tao, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Why did it feel as if the entire world conspired against him? Was he being forced to reveal his trump card? Brother, I was sent abroad for my studies and only learned about the Yi family yesterday. I'm sorry. You have no idea how much I've missed you over these years, like the relentless flow of a river. As Guo Li spoke, he stepped onto the stage, grasping Yi Fan's hands. Brother, after all these years, you are even more handsome and charming. Haha, to speak candidly. Have you perhaps been indulged by your sister-in-law? Guo Li displayed no intention of holding back as she playfully teased Su Yixue beside her. You wretched creature. Looking for a beating. Su Yixue felt her face flush with embarrassment at Guo Li's words. She was quite familiar with Guo Li. Although his family resided in the provincial capital, 5 years ago, Guo Li had been inseparable from Wang Fugui, following Yi Fan every day. The two were known as the formidable duo of literature and martial arts, famously dubbed the Hanga Warriors. Wang Fugui arrived in Wufu, while Guo Li possessed exceptional intelligence, tasked with strategy and planning. Coupled with Yi Fan's extraordinary innate talent, the trio earned the moniker Three Rascals, which resonated throughout the entire Tianlong province and even the southwest. However, after Yi Fan suffered a car accident that left him in a state of mental impairment, and Guo Li was sent abroad for further studies, their collaboration was temporarily interrupted. Nonetheless, their emotional bonds remained unbroken. Alas, Guo Xiaocai, could you refrain from displaying such shamelessness? One always seems to usurp my words. Does my brother's handsome and dashing demeanor truly require further description? I must inform you that I took my elder brother to the Lichuan courtyard, where the young ladies eagerly vied for our attention. As I observed my two good friends meet, only to immediately engage in a quarrel, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache, causing my brows to furrow involuntarily. These two brothers are exceptional in every regard, except for their relentless competition in the art of flattery, each striving to outdo the other. Oh, although Yi Fan merely frowned, Guo Li immediately sensed the shift in his emotions. Elder brother, are you Pretending? In the earlier part of the conversation, Guo Li spoke with considerable volume. But as the dialogue progressed, his voice diminished significantly, accompanied by cautious glances to either side. This starkly contrasts with Wang Fugui. Guo Li possesses a far sharper intellect. Upon observing Yi Fan's actions, he swiftly deduced a substantial portion of Yi Fan's plan and demonstrated an understanding of discretion. The corners of Yi Fan's mouth twitched. Given Guo Li's acumen, concealing the truth from him would prove quite challenging. Thus, it seemed prudent to lay everything bare to Guo Li when the moment was opportune. After all, many of Yi Fan's subsequent strategies would require execution, and relying solely on Hao would be insufficient for numerous tasks. This brother-in-arms, Guo Li, represented the ideal choice, not to mention his ability to oversee the overall situation with remarkable clarity. Noticing Yi Fan's slight furrowed brow, Guo Li promptly recognized the cue and refrained from further inquiries. Instead, he seized the microphone from Su Yixue and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guests, today you have witnessed the remarkable effects of the Su family's Shuyan beauty cream. Those interested in collaboration should seize this opportunity to register without delay. It is first come, first served. Miss this chance, and you may find it gone forever. Purchasing is akin to profiting." Guo Li, a natural socialite, adeptly stirred the crowd's enthusiasm with just a few words. Meanwhile, the merchants arranged by Li Zhong and Qin Tao lay thoroughly beaten and silenced, unable to utter a sound. In an instant, the atmosphere had shifted decidedly in favor of the Su family. Yi Fan silently nodded in satisfaction, with Guo Li assisting in steering the overall direction. He could rest easy. "Everyone, please line up to pay your deposits." The entire press conference, orchestrated by Yi Fan and disrupted by the involvement of Lei Qinjue, Guo Li, and others, was deemed a resounding success. The schemes of Li Zhong and Qin Tao collapsed entirely, resulting in several channel partners that had initially collaborated with the Li family choosing instead to align themselves with the Su family. What could be the implication for the head of the Li family? Are you not yet embarrassed enough? Do you intend to linger here, awaiting the arrival of the new year? Guo Li gazed at Li Zhong, who was still in a daze below, and coldly reprimanded him. "If it were me, I would have long since found a block of tofu to end it all. To lose one's son through one's own negligence and still be here, making a fool of oneself." Guo Li deliberately struck at Li Zhong's vulnerable spot, causing Li Zhong's face to turn an ashen hue. "Guo Li, you wretched creature. Do not presume that because you hail from the prestigious Guo family of the provincial capital, I shall be intimidated by you. Humph. Everyone, prepare for action." Clatter. With a sharp reprimand from Li Zhong, a throng of over 100 burly men brandishing weapons such as battle knives and steel rods surged forth from the periphery of the venue, encircling the entire assembly. "Cease your actions at once. Today, let anyone dare to sign a contract with the Su family," Li Zhong coldly reprimanded. And from behind those strong men emerged another group of archers, their crossbows aimed at the company representatives and bosses present. "Li Zhong, what do you mean by this?" Su Honghai, upon witnessing the situation before him, leaped from his seat and loudly reprimanded Li Zhong. "Unable to compete with the Su family through legitimate business means, have you resorted to such underhanded tactics? Do you intend to use forceful means to obstruct the development of the Su family? Humph. Is my meaning not abundantly clear? The close relationship between the Su family and the Yi family has led to repercussions for the Su family from above." Li Zhong gazed upon the assassins he had dispatched, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, a hint of triumph gracing his features. Now, the Su family faced a pivotal choice: to remain aligned with the Yi family, or to embrace their impending doom. "Surrender Yi Fan, and accept the acquisition by my Li group, and I shall ensure the survival of your Su group. As for the price, I have mentioned it before, 5 million. Li Zhong wore a cold smile, his ambition soaring high. Since he had decided to take action today, he contemplated eliminating Yi Fan once and for all. The sudden demise of Li Yunyang at the engagement banquet the previous day, though lacking evidence, had led Li Zhong to firmly believe that Yi Fan was somehow implicated in his son's death. Thus, he resolved to kill Yi Fan to avenge his son. "You must be dreaming." Su Yixue swiftly positioned herself in front of Yi Fan, declaring, "Li Zhong, you are utterly despicable. To harm Yi Fan, you must first step over my lifeless body." With a resolute expression, she affirmed her commitment. For she was already Yi Fan's beloved. She had pledged to the elder of the Yi family to safeguard him diligently. Should any harm befall Yi Fan while he was by her side, how would she ever account for it to Sister Linglong? "Sister Linglong, where has everyone gone?" Su Yixue suddenly realized that Tianlong should also be present at the scene, yet at this moment, her figure is nowhere to be found. Where could she have vanished to? Su Yixue, did you still believe yourself to be that lofty princess? Li Zhong felt a surge of anger as he recalled the humiliation inflicted upon him by Su Yixue moments ago. The wound on his arm, a deep gash caused by Yi Fan, added to his ire. A dark expression settled upon his face as he raised his hand, intending to strike Su Yixue across the face. Thunder rumbled ominously. However, before Li Zhong could swing his hand, Yi Fan abruptly seized a chair beside him and brought it down violently upon Li Zhong's head. You old fool! Whoever dares to harm my wife, I shall fight to the death. Bang! 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 At this moment, Yi Fan, with an innocent demeanor, swung the chair with unreserved vigor, striking fiercely at Li Zhong's head again and again. Li Zhong's eyes were filled with stars as if struck by gold, his head split open, and his body staggered several times before he wobbled and fell to the ground. You fool, damn it! Beside him, Qin Tao, regaining his composure, glared furiously at the scene before him and shouted at the burly men surrounding them. What are you all still standing there for? Take action. Capture everyone from the Su family. Let us see who dares. As Li Zhong's subordinates were poised to act, Wang Fugui unexpectedly leaped out from behind Yi Fan. His formidable aura surged forth, causing the foremost henchmen to stagger back several steps, their battle blades clattering to the ground in fear. Clang! The crisp sound drew everyone's attention towards Wang Fugui. Some martial arts masters, sensing the surging aura emanating from Wang Fugui, were taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. A master-level expert? Has Wang Fugui truly ascended to the ranks of a master? Another prodigious talent has emerged in Cloud City. Is it possible that genius is contagious? Indeed. 15-year-old Yi Fan was once a master-level powerhouse, and now, Wang Fugui, who stands by his side, has also attained the status of a master-level strongman. How terrifying. The path of martial arts begins with the entry into the realm of transformation, progresses to mastery, and ascends to the levels of Grand Master, Martial Sovereign, and Martial Emperor. Although these stages may appear as mere differences in rank, the disparities between each level are, in truth, exponentially vast. At the scene, although Li Zhong had prepared numerous assassins, the presence of the formidable master Wang Fugui rendered his efforts utterly futile. Wang Fugui alone possessed the strength to vanquish all the assassins that Li Zhong had dispatched. Li Zhong, sensing a shift in Wang Fugui's aura, realized that despite having anticipated every conceivable outcome, he had failed to foresee Wang Fugui's unexpected ascension from the controlling realm to that of a martial arts master. Mr. Qin. Li Zhong cast a troubled glance at Qin Tao beside him. Though Li Zhong was ostensibly the primary executor of this operation, he was merely at the forefront, with the true orchestrator being Lu Ran, who had sent Qin Tao to oversee matters. What are we afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, he stands alone. We are many. If we attack from various angles and seize Su Yixue or Yi Fan, or even just a few of the company owners who wish to collaborate, Wang Fugui will be too cautious to act recklessly. Under Qin Tao's reassurances, Li Zhong regained some confidence. Young Master Wang, this is a matter between us and the Su family. I advise you to refrain from intervening. The forces behind me are not to be trifled with. As he spoke, blood streamed down his face from a wound on his head, rendering him quite disheveled. Su Yixue is my sister-in-law, and the affairs of the Su family are my concern. Today, anyone who dares to harm a single hair on the Su family will be opposing the Wang family. Wang Fugui showed no signs of retreat. Li Zhong, withdraw your people now, and you may still have a chance. Otherwise, you will come to know the meaning of suffering beyond death. Before Wang Fugui could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Guoli. Enough. You've had your say. Now it's my turn. With a thunderous roar, Guoli charged forward without hesitation, delivering a powerful punch towards the nearest assassins. The force of his strike sent them flying several meters, rendering them motionless upon impact. Pardon me. I too am a master. Anyone who doubts my prowess may test my fist. My fist has been itching for action. Guoli boasted, casting a smug glance at Wang Fugui. What do you think, old Wang? Did you expect this? I had intended to show off in front of you. But it seems this big oaf has also made a breakthrough. Alas. Hiss. Another master? The two henchmen beside Yi Fan were astonished, realizing that in such a short span, both Guoli and Wang Fugui had achieved breakthroughs. The gathered crowd gasped in disbelief, recognizing the peculiar phenomenon. Surely, genius must be contagious. Otherwise, How could Guo Li and Wang Fugui have advanced in such rapid succession? With two master-level experts present, Qin Tao's complexion turned ashen. With one master, they could exploit vulnerabilities for an attack, but with two, their chances were virtually non-existent. Even with the threat posed by the archers, masters could easily form a barrier of qi, effortlessly deflecting the crossbow bolts to safety. Casting a glance around, Qin Tao's eyes drifted towards the exit, already contemplating an escape. Remaining here would only lead to further peril. Everyone, remain still. Put down your weapons. I have tolerated you for far too long. As Qin Tao and Li Zhong hesitated, a commanding voice cut through the tension. Yu Linglong appeared, flanked by a throng of youth clad in camouflage, numbering in the hundreds. In stark contrast to the forces Li Zhong had organized, this was a 2-to-1 scenario. Each archer found themselves outnumbered, with two camouflaged youths standing behind them, brandishing glistening daggers aimed at their hearts. The once menacing archers quickly lost their bravado, reluctantly lowering their bows. The other assassins Li Zhong had arranged were left with no choice, swiftly apprehended under the overwhelming authority. What began as a life-or-death crisis dissipated almost invisibly, with the speed of events leaving the company owners and cooperative partners bewildered, unable to comprehend how quickly the turmoil had been resolved. Li family head. Let us find a place to converse. Xiahao approached, flanked by Li Hu, encircling Li Zhong in their midst. The pallor on Li Zhong and Qin Tao's faces deepened as they realized the gravity of their predicament. Watching the captured assassins being led away, despair enveloped Li Zhong. How could he feel so stifled? Today was supposed to be his triumph, an opportunity to humiliate the Su family. Yet he found himself inexplicably on the verge of defeat. It felt as though he had been ensnared in a grand conspiracy. Yu Linglong was also a master-level fighter, with 3 masters present. It would be sheer folly for Li Zhong and Qin Tao to challenge the Su family. What they were unaware of was that, in addition to the 3 masters, Yi Fan had already reached the pinnacle of martial respect. Even if Li Zhong and Qin Tao brought 10 masters, their fate would remain unchanged. Yu Linglong, Xiahao, and Li Hu led Li Zhong and Qin Tao away, eliciting murmurs of sympathy from the onlookers. The conflict between the Li and Su families had escalated irreparably, heralding an ominous fate for the Li family. Their demise was all but assured. Not long prior, the Zhao family had clashed with Yi Fan and faced annihilation. Now, the Li family found themselves in a similarly dire situation against the Su family. Some astute individuals began to perceive the underlying trends. Although the Yi family had suffered a significant blow, they were not to be underestimated. Was the so-called Qilin child of the Yi family truly a fool? Or was he merely feigning ignorance? Everyone, continue the music and the dance. Do not allow a few insignificant nuisances to hinder our profits. After Qin Tao and Li Zhong were taken away, Guo Li promptly began rallying the remaining company owners and representatives to continue signing up for collaborations with the Su family. In truth, even without Guo Li's encouragement, the attendees were eager to join in. After all, they had witnessed Li Zhong's provocation firsthand, where he had allied with the Lu family from the provincial city and employed underhanded tactics to sabotage the Su family's press conference, only to find himself on the losing end. The Su family had the backing of the Yi family, and everyone was acutely aware of it. Though the Yi family had faced near annihilation in a single day, the presence of Wang Fugui, Guo Li, Yu Linglong, and the other 6 sisters offered substantial reassurance. With 3 masters present, the Yi family's patriarch had many disciples. It was implausible that the Yi family could be easily toppled. Some keen observers noted the presence of the Yi family patriarch seated in the rear, along with prominent figures rarely seen on television, now discreetly positioned throughout the venue. My goodness, even the governor of Tianlong province has arrived. What a foolish endeavor for the Li family. Indeed, I also see General Guan from the southwest, who has commanded the region for 30 years. An old veteran, yet he is here. Oh, poor Li Zhong. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the crowd quickly understood that even if Yu Linglong, Wang Fugui, and Guo Li chose not to act, the Li family would still not prevail. With the Yi family patriarch personally overseeing matters, it was implausible that they lacked contingency plans. A mere Li family from Yun City dared to challenge the Su group and contend with the Yi family. They would meet a tragic end as mere cannon fodder. I want to register as well. Hey, you there, don't shove. Form an orderly line, and let me get to the front. The remaining company owners went into a frenzy, disregarding all semblance of decorum in their eagerness to secure collaboration opportunities. Thus, the Su family's press conference concluded with a decisive victory for them. some of the channel merchants who previously gathered with the Li family. Some cunning ones did not join in the ruckus, now lamenting the fortune of their ancestors. Those merchants who collaborated with the Li family in their schemes have been entirely ostracized from future cooperation and are sure to face severe repercussions. The few remaining have the opportunity to profit immensely from just the Shui anointment alone for the next decade. Sitting in the back row, Yi Changfeng observed the unfolding situation and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The descendants of the Yi family were far away when the incident occurred, and the old man could not provide care. Meanwhile, the Su family was right in Yunqing, under the old man's very nose. How could they be allowed to bully him? Nevertheless, Yi Changfeng was curious about when the Su family had acquired such a remarkable Shui anointment. If they possessed such a product, why would they be in such a state of panic? Moreover, the meticulous arrangement and control of the event by the Su family were nearly flawless. Even with the support of figures like Xia Hao and Guo Li from the provincial capital, the overall orchestration of the situation seemed too precise, leaving Yi Changfeng with the feeling that a master strategist was behind it all. Old Master Yi, it seems everything is under control here. Let us return and continue our drinking. In every corner of the venue, those hidden bigwigs began to converge towards Yi Changfeng. Drink? Did you not hear Thunder God say? Young Master Yi has a complete chance of awakening. We old fellows should exert our remaining strength. We cannot allow the Yi family to be bullied to extinction. Those old subordinates of yours, make sure to greet them promptly. Yes, let us plan it out properly. Those scoundrels, having failed today, will undoubtedly have subsequent actions. We must not let them succeed. The bigwigs summoned by Lei Qianjue were all astute individuals. The confrontation between the Su and Li families had developed in an exceedingly strange manner, resulting in the complete defeat of the Li family. Although Yi Fan still appeared dull-witted, everyone sensed something was amiss. If Yi Fan was not truly foolish but merely pretending, what would that scenario entail? Yi Changfeng and a group of bigwigs quietly left, while the core disciples of the Su family busied themselves welcoming company executives. Su Yixue, as the company president, wanted to greet them, but upon seeing Yi Fan, she felt a twinge of worry. Little sister-in-law, you should attend to your matters. Big brother is fine with us. Guo Li, noticing Su Yixue's concern, reassured her and, with an arm around Yi Fan's shoulder, quickly made his way toward the stage below. Upon reaching the lounge behind the stage, Guo Li closed the door and quickly asked Yi Fan, Big brother, when did you awaken? Yi Fan knew he could not hide it from Guo Li. Guo Li, referred to as Guoxiuzai by Wang Fugui, possessed intelligence and strategy that were not far inferior to Yi Fan's. Moreover, Yi Fan had sensed that Guo Li's constitution was somewhat special. Within his body, aside from the normal aura, there existed an ancient energy, as if a legacy was sealed within him, yet had not yet been activated. Just a few days prior, on the very day the Yi family was exterminated. 5 years ago, the car accident was orchestrated by the Zhao family, and through a twist of fate, I sealed myself with a talisman for 5 years. Thus, Yi Fan quickly explained his plan to Guo Li. It was simple: continue feigning ignorance to mislead the adversaries of the Yi family, starting with the Zhao, Wang, and Li families, investigating the Lu family in the provincial capital, and then pursuing Zhou Xiao in the capital to seek justice for the Yi family. Guo Li had always played the role of a strategist beside Yi Fan. Now, as Yi Fan continued to feign ignorance, it was most appropriate for Guo Li to execute many matters on his behalf. Is that so? So the extermination of the Zhao family and the sudden demise of Li Yunyang were orchestrated by Big Brother. Guo Li could not help but give a thumbs up to Yi Fan. Those who stood against the Yi family had no idea that the most extraordinary genius of the Yi family had awakened, and what awaited them would be a fate worse than death. In the room, Guo Li continued to discuss subsequent plans with Yi Fan. Meanwhile, on the stage, Wong Fugui turned his head only to find that Guo Li and Yi Fan had vanished, angrily slapping his thigh. Guoxiuzai, you lack martial ethics. Where have you taken Big Brother? You are going a bit overboard with the flattery. Leave me some. Yi Fan and Guo Li, in their room, exchanged a bitter smile upon hearing Wang Fugui's loud voice. This big fool is truly exasperating. Thus, Big Brother, shall we next meet with Li Zhong and Qin Tao to extract some information from them? Guo Li inquired of Yi Fan. Yes, from now on, let the Li family disappear. It would be best to uncover who is behind today's orchestrations. If we can catch a big fish, all the better. Understood. When Wang Fugui arrived at the door to the lounge behind the stage, Guo Li and Yi Fan stepped out and greeted him. Let us go find Li Zhong. Wang Fugui looked at Guo Li suspiciously and asked, Guoxiuzai, What did you and Big Brother secretly discuss? I have a feeling you're hiding something from me. Big Brother, tell me honestly, have you awakened? I promise I won't tell anyone. Wang Fugui had inquired about Yi Fan more than once over these past few days. Although Wang Fugui appeared somewhat simple-minded, he was merely slow to react, not genuinely foolish. Moreover, since breaking through to the master level, his thinking and intelligence seemed to have improved somewhat. Yi Fan and Guo Li exchanged a glance, but remained silent, stepping out the door. Near the Su family group, in a courtyard, Xia Hao and Li Hu had captured Li Zhong and Qin Tao. Li Zhong, feeling somewhat aggrieved, shouted, Xia Hao, Li Hu, do you have any regard for the law? Restricting my freedom like this violates human rights. I will sue you. Bang! Li Hu, with a violent temper, swung the battle blade at Li Zhong's face. You'd better understand your situation. If it weren't for young Master Yi wanting information from you, you would have been dead 1,000 times over. Law? Humph. When Li Zhong had gathered so many martial arts experts, assassins, and archers to besiege the Su family's press conference, did he think of the law? Had Li Zhong won, what fate would Yi Fan, Su Yixue, and even Li Hu and Xia Hao have met? Li Zhong wanted to argue further when Guo Li and Wang Fugui, along with Yi Fan, appeared at the entrance. Young Master Yi, Xia Hao and Li Hu respectfully greeted Yi Fan. Yi Fan did not respond, but instead, with a naive demeanor, grabbed a nearby chair and struck Li Zhong and Qin Tao several times. Bad people. You are bad people. Trying to bully my wife deserves a beating. Having dealt such a ruthless hand against the Su family, if it weren't for Yi Fan instructing Xia Hao and Yu Linglong to have made prior arrangements, today would have ended quite differently. Currently, it was still impossible to ascertain the mastermind behind it all, but those rubbish at the forefront must be made to pay. To collect some interest. After venting his frustrations, Yi Fan stepped back, allowing Guo Li to take the stage. Li Zhong, will you confess voluntarily? Or shall I employ some methods? Guo Li smiled while twirling a dagger in his hand, yet that smile sent chills down one's spine. I huffed. Just as Li Zhong hesitated, Guo Li's dagger had already pierced his chest. You are truly despicable, nearly exterminating my brother's family. You're lucky to still be alive. Guo Li genuinely regarded Yi Fan as his elder brother. Upon learning that the entire Yi family had been nearly eradicated, he exploded with rage, wishing to obliterate all their enemies. Li Zhong looked at Guo Li in terror, not expecting that the seemingly refined Guo Li, known as Guo Xiaocai, would be so crude, directly stabbing him with a large hole in his chest. As Li Zhong watched the blood flow from his wounds, he sensed his vitality swiftly draining away. Was he truly destined to perish in this manner? He was acutely aware that if he did not utter something soon, they would indeed end his life without hesitation. I must confess, this operation was ordered by the Lu family head from the provincial city. I was merely assisting in the organization. The true command lies with him and Qin Tao. Damn it, Qin Tao, you have brought about my demise. I will have my revenge on you. The thought of his deceased son haunted him as he found himself in such dire circumstances. Li Zhong realized that from this day forth, the Li family would certainly cease to exist. He had initially believed that aligning with the Lu family would lead to greater opportunities, but now, Li Zhong, cease your baseless accusations. What was our agreement prior to the operation? Are you foolish enough to think that revealing the higher-ups' plans would spare your life? Humph. It is merely death that awaits us. Should we fall, others will come to deal with the Yi family. They won't last long. Qin Tao spoke with a mocking enthusiasm, but in the next moment, Guo Li plunged a knife into his chest, creating a gaping wound. You are quite the nuisance. Rest assured, once Li Zhong is finished, it will soon be your turn. Guo Li turned to Li Zhong and urged him to continue. I know they are planning an operation to prevent Dr. Lei from treating young Master Yi. There are further plans as well. It seems a significant figure is coming to personally test young Master Yi to see if he has awakened. Moreover, others will be dispatched from the provincial city. Li Zhong spilled the information he had like a broken dam. Although Yi Fan was already aware of part of this, he had not anticipated that the powerful figure behind Lu Ran would come to Yun City personally. Should they dare to come, Yi Fan would ensure they would not return. Is a guest arriving? Are they villains? If they are, we shall eliminate them. Yi Fan responded innocently, while Guo Li stifled a laugh at his words, thinking that this brother was quite the actor. Li Zhong, have you truly lost your mind? You are revealing everything. Qin Tao was in a frenzy. He had intended to take the secrets to his grave, but with Li Zhong's indiscretion, keeping the remaining secrets seemed pointless. If it's a contest of who is more despicable, let us see who prevails. I also have information. 2 individuals are in contact with the higher-ups and Lu Ran. One is from the military, codenamed Lone Wolf, and the other is Zhao Xiao from Shangjing. They aim to not only annihilate the Yi family, but are also searching for something that supposedly enhances combat capabilities rapidly. I am not yet certain what that is. Qin Tao and Li Zhong seem to be in a competition, divulging all the secrets they knew. Yi Fan and Guo Li, along with others, observed the exchange as if it were a performance. Yi Fan's mind began to piece together the plans of these individuals. The young master from the provincial city would be easier to deal with, but the military figure's strength remained uncertain and warranted careful consideration. If they come, they must be kept here, and it would be best if they did not suspect him. It seemed thorough planning was in order. In the northwest, at an estate, a large screen displayed the live broadcast of the Su Group's press conference, showcasing Li Zhong and the others' operational plans in clear detail. As Li Zhong and his accomplices were finally taken away, an elderly man beside the screen irritably shut it off. Is this your strategy? To allow the Su Group to bask in glory while the Li family faces total annihilation? What is the meaning of this? How will others perceive us if we openly oppose them without any repercussions, and they host a successful press conference? Calm down. It is my fault. I did not anticipate their meticulous preparations. I will personally go to Yun City at once to find an opportunity to eliminate Yi Fan and eradicate the threat. Back in Yun City, Guo Li, Yi Fan, and Wang Fugui returned to the Su Group as the signing ceremony neared completion. Upon seeing Yi Fan's return, Su Yixue embraced him warmly, exclaiming, "Darling, thank you." Su Yixue was uncertain whether Yi Fan had truly awakened or remained in a daze. But one thing was clear. Today's successful press conference was largely due to him. Though Wang Fugui, Guo Li, Tianlong, and Dr. Lei had taken the stage, without Yi Fan, would they have acted? Hearing her call him darling, Yi Fan felt a jolt within. Had he truly captivated this girl completely? Yixue, you are my wife. I promised grandfather I would protect you all. I will certainly strive to eliminate those evildoers. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Tianlong, who was contemplating Yi Fan's unique constitution and the wondrous benefits of close contact with him. If Yi Fan had indeed awakened and his extraordinary talents were unleashed, it would be an unfathomable prospect. Breaking through to martial sovereign, martial emperor, or even reaching the realm of martial saint was not beyond possibility. At that point, who could stand against the Yi family's prodigy? Moreover, Lei Qianjue, the esteemed doctor of the great Xia, had left Tianlong pondering. He was known for his meticulous nature and would not convey ambiguous information. Yet, when discussing Yi Fan, he had been somewhat vague, merely suggesting that Yi Fan might awaken without providing a specific timeline. According to Lei Qianjue's style, it was either a certainty or a complete impossibility. Such ambiguity, unless he had received instructions from someone more powerful to speak in this manner. As this thought crossed her mind, Tianlong's gaze sharpened as she looked at Yi Fan. Could it be that her husband had truly awakened? Tianlong had heard of Yi Fan's reputation as the renowned young doctor of the Southwest 5 years ago, whose medical skills were said to surpass even Lei Qianjue's. If Yi Fan had indeed awakened, it was entirely plausible for him to conquer Lei Qianjue with his medical expertise and have him conceal certain truths. As a formidable warrior of the great Xia, Tianlong possessed not only exceptional combat abilities, but also keen intelligence. Her deductions had already led her to a near-complete understanding of the truth. Yi Fan sensed Tianlong's penetrating gaze and felt a sudden pang of anxiety. His formidable wife was not easily deceived. It seemed he would need to tread carefully in her presence henceforth. If she discovered he was no longer a fool, would she still choose to marry him? Esteemed elders and friends, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in ensuring the success of today's Su Group press conference. It is now lunchtime, and I have arranged a banquet for everyone to enjoy. Su Yixue warmly welcomed the guests, while Su Honghai and Su Mingho, confronted with so many dignitaries, were at a loss for how to greet them, merely smiling foolishly. They were unaware whether the Su family's current decisions were right or wrong. Their deep entanglement with the Yi family would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from their adversaries, who would not relent. However, they did not anticipate the opponent's swift actions. As Su Yixue was about to leave the Su Group, a sudden cacophony of police sirens erupted outside. A group of uniformed officers rushed into the venue. "Pardon us. We have received reports of illegal fundraising activities here, as well as allegations of false advertising and counterfeit drugs. We request your responsible party to accompany us for an investigation. Additionally, your company's funds have been legally frozen, They will be released once the investigation is concluded. This operation involved a joint effort from the police department, the drug administration, and the enforcement team. The shocking news struck like a bolt from the blue. Officers, you must be mistaken. The Su Group is conducting legitimate business activities. The situation escalated as allegations of illegal fundraising surfaced, but those funds were merely deposits from their orders. Su Yixue was on the verge of tears. Today was supposed to mark a successful launch of the new drug, bringing in numerous distributors and substantial capital, filling her heart with joy, as expanding production seemed entirely feasible. Hundreds of billions could allow her to accomplish many endeavors. However, the sudden appearance of uniformed personnel sealing off her company and freezing its accounts left her in despair. The delay in production was one concern, but the potential fallout from the news reaching the public could spell disaster for the Su Group. Would those wishing to collaborate with them still dare to proceed? The leading officer cast a pained glance at Su Yixue and said, "Miss Su, we are merely following orders." Everyone understood that this was not an issue concerning the Su Group itself, but rather a continuation of the strife between the Yi family and their rivals. Who would indiscriminately investigate a commercial entity, let alone take such swift action? Su Yixue attempted to respond, but Yi Fan discreetly gestured to Guo Li, who quickly stepped forward and reassured her, "Sister-in-law, it's all right. They are merely investigating. Let them do their job. With us here, the Su Group will remain unharmed." Both Guo Li and Yi Fan recognized that these enforcers were merely pawns in a larger game. To resolve the current predicament, they needed to identify the key players behind the scenes. "Miss Su, we need your cooperation. Please allow the core members of your company to accompany us." The leading officer insisted, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. However, with orders from above, he had no choice but to comply. The proposal to take Su Yixue away caused Guo Li to frown, exchanging a glance with Yi Fan. This was an overreach, and how could the elder brother tolerate it? "How dare you?" Yu Linglong interjected, her anger palpable. "What do you mean by this? In broad daylight, you think you can just arrest someone? I am here. Dare you try?" With a wave of her hand, her subordinates surrounded her, weapons drawn. The uniformed personnel, having anticipated such a confrontation, also brandished their weapons, leading to an immediate standoff. The atmosphere grew tense, with an impending clash looming. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. If merely freezing the company's accounts posed a challenge, the ramifications of Su Yixue being taken away would be far worse for the Su Group's commercial reputation, signaling a significant defeat against the Yi family's adversaries. Yi Fan pondered deeply, aware that he possessed various means of leverage, including the king's authority in the Xuanwu battle zone and the yet-to-be-activated influence of the Tianji Pavilion. Each aspect held the potential to compel the opposition to capitulate. However, revealing such power prematurely might deter even those truly intent on confronting the Yi family. "What is happening?" Yi Fan mused. Suddenly, several military trucks halted outside the Su Group's entrance, and a squad of soldiers in camouflage emerged, armed to the teeth. Leading them was Major Guo Fei, who, upon noticing Yi Fan surrounded by a throng of people, rushed over, encircling the uniformed personnel instead. "They are villains trying to take my wife," Yi Fan exclaimed upon spotting Guo Fei, his eyes lighting up. Yesterday, in the hospital while saving Xin Yufei's father, Guo Fei had recognized his Xuanwu Town King's token. Although Guo Fei couldn't perform other tasks, safeguarding Su Yixue and the others from capture seemed feasible. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Guo Fei narrowed his eyes. It was clear that Yi Fan was at odds with the uniformed personnel. After recognizing the token, Guo Fei had promptly reported the situation to his superiors. The reappearance of the Town King's token had startled the highest authority in Xuanwu, leading them to directly communicate with Guo Fei, instructing him to comply with the king's orders unconditionally, utilizing all available resources from Xuanwu. Guo Fei, astute as he was, discerned the underlying implications from his superior's words. The youngest scion of the Yi family had gained the title of king in the Xuanwu region, indicating his genuine capabilities. The fact that the higher-ups were so protective of Yi Fan suggested that he was likely not feigning ignorance, but rather deceiving his enemies. Without hesitation, Guo Fei issued the command to apprehend all uniformed personnel attempting to take Su Yixue away. In an instant, those who sought to capture her found themselves restrained. Despite their uniforms, they were no match for Guo Fei and his men in terms of numbers or firepower. "Guo Fei, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? We are executing our duties, and your defiance could have serious consequences," the leading officer among the uniformed personnel protested. Guofei, however, paid him no heed. Silence. Do I need your guidance? Take them all away, let me make it clear. Any aggression against the Su group equates to hostility against us. We can discuss this later. A hush fell over the gathered crowd at Guofei's words, sending a shiver down their spines. When had the Su group become a supply channel for the military? Yi Fan exchanged a glance with Guofei, raising an eyebrow. This young man certainly knew how to navigate the situation. While Yi Fan couldn't guarantee other aspects, he was confident that if military forces like the Tianlong army or the Xuanwu army were to procure medicine from the Su group, it would amount to a staggering scale of several hundred billion annually. Indeed, this could be maneuvered favorably in a matter of moments. The previously arrogant uniformed personnel were swiftly escorted away. Su Yixue gazed at Yi Fan in bewilderment, questioning when he had established connections with the military. Typically, the military refrained from intervening in civilian matters. Yet Guofei had just taken decisive action based on Yi Fan's word, apprehending so many personnel. This was a joint enforcement by 3 major departments. Su Yixue found herself momentarily perplexed by Yi Fan, speculating about the secrets he might be concealing. If he could wield such power while still appearing oblivious, what kind of formidable presence would he be upon awakening to his true potential? Suddenly, a sense of hope filled Su Yixue regarding the future. If Yi Fan were to regain his faculties, being by his side as his wife would undoubtedly be a splendid outcome. With the immediate crisis at the Su group averted, the next challenge lay in addressing the frozen accounts. Freezing the company's accounts required the collaboration of multiple departments, but the most direct action would involve the bank. Miss Su, please remain calm. I have already reached out to some old friends, and they will have news shortly. Yixue, I have also contacted some of my elders. They will find a solution. Miss Su, I have dispatched Governor Sun Qian of Yun City to speak with the president of Huagi Bank. Lei Qianjue, Yuling Long, and Xia Hao began frantically dialing numbers to mobilize support for the Su group. Yi Fan glanced at Guo Li. I need to use the restroom. Old Guo, accompany me. Sure, Guo Li replied, aware that Yi Fan likely had another hidden plan in motion. He prepared to leave with Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Wang Fugui hurriedly added, Brother, I'll go with you. Wang Fugui, albeit a bit slow-witted, recently sensed that Yi Fan was concealing something from him. Discussing matters with Xia Hao but not confiding in him. Was his discretion so lacking? Old Wang, really? What are you worried about while your brother is merely using the restroom? As a grandmaster, can I protect my brother? Stay here and contact your elder. Quickly assist in resolving issues at your sister-in-law's family. Guo Li found himself speechless. Wang Fugui was clearly picking up on something. Right. How could I have overlooked that? I can ask Grandpa for help. I'll call him right away. While Wang Fugui made the call, Yi Fan and Guo Li swiftly slipped into the company restroom. Old Guo, may I borrow your phone? Given the current situation, Yi Fan decided to leverage the power of the Tianji Pavilion while wishing to remain inconspicuous. For the ancient inscription within the dragon pattern ring had indicated that since the fall of the old pavilion master, the Tianji Pavilion had not been entirely unified. If news of the new pavilion master were to leak, Yi Fan feared complications given his present capabilities. After receiving Old Guo's phone, Yi Fan rapidly entered a lengthy encrypted password, then dialed a number. Winds rise, clear and calm, an eternal night. This was the secret phrase of the Tianji Pavilion, recorded within the dragon pattern ring as one of the credentials for the succession of the new and old pavilion masters. Upon uttering those simple 8 characters, there was silence on the other end before a voice responded, subordinate Peng Hai, greeting the new pavilion master. Has the long-awaited revival of the Tianji Pavilion finally come? Peng Hai had been the steward of the Tianji Pavilion, and before the old master's untimely demise, he had been entrusted with managing internal affairs until the new master's arrival, anticipated 15 years hence. And now, the new master had finally emerged. Yes, but I cannot afford to reveal my identity at this moment. Please refrain from contacting me unless absolutely necessary. Today, I require your assistance with an urgent task. The account of the Su group in Yun City has been frozen, and I need you to utilize the power of the Tianji Pavilion to unfreeze it within 10 minutes, while also suppressing all negative news regarding the Su group. Is that feasible? Rest assured, my lord, I shall exert every effort. Peng Hai, having barely kept the Tianji Pavilion afloat over the years, was weary from the strain, with various factions within the pavilion stirring restlessly. The emergence of the new master represented a flicker of hope for the revival of the Tianji Pavilion. The first task assigned by the new master would undoubtedly receive his utmost dedication. Though the internal strife had depleted resources, the organization remained one of the top 3 globally, capable of resolving such a minor issue for the Su group without difficulty. In his public persona, Pang Hai was the president of the Zhao Group, a trillion-level consortium dominating the southwestern provinces. After hanging up the phone, he hurried to the opposite office, pressing a switch on the wall to access a hidden door. Beyond this door lay a vast command center capable of accommodating hundreds, filled with various data monitoring screens flashing incessantly. No one would suspect that this was the temporary headquarters of the Tianji Pavilion. Everyone, mobilize immediately, activate the SSS-level operational command, and execute the task with utmost speed. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Huagi Bank in Yun City, President Qian Tao was overwhelmed. He had received an order from the provincial leader to collaborate with local businesses and law enforcement to swiftly freeze the Su Group's accounts. Despite lacking complete procedural approvals, he was compelled to act against regulations due to the urgency of the directive from above, personally overseeing the freezing of the Su Group's accounts. The higher-ups assured him that there would be no repercussions, for shortly thereafter, news would emerge of the arrest of core members of the Su Group. However, Qian Tao anxiously monitored the television and his phone, awaiting the anticipated news, but it never materialized. Instead, his phone began ringing incessantly. The first call was from Governor Sun Qian of Yun City. Qian Tao, I don't know what you're up to, but I command you to unfreeze the Su Group's accounts immediately. On what basis did you freeze them? I tell you, the Su Group is collaborating with the Xuanwu battle zone, and the police who arrested them have already been taken away by the military. What? Upon hearing Sun Qian's words, Qian Tao was utterly bewildered. What did this mean? Hadn't the higher-ups indicated that there would be collaboration from Yun City? Why had he been left out in the cold while his allies had backed down? Had he unwittingly become the fool? Just as Sun Qian ended the call, Qian Tao intended to reach out to the higher-ups for clarification, but his old superior's call came through, launching into a tirade. Qian Tao, are you seeking death? Why provoke the Su family? Don't you know they are backed by the Yi family? Although the Yi family has suffered a severe blow, their elder is still alive. Unfreeze those accounts immediately. Qian Tao felt bitter. He was well aware of the ongoing conflict between the Su and Li families, which was merely a contest between the Yi family and their rivals. Caught between 2 colossal forces, he had no choice but to follow the orders of the higher-ups. Aware that he was merely a pawn, then leaders from the provincial capital and even high-ranking officials from the capital began calling him directly. Qian Tao's phone nearly exploded from the barrage of calls, feeling as though he had stirred a hornet's nest. Many influential figures he rarely interacted with were reaching out, urging him to unfreeze the accounts. Yet without the higher-ups' explicit command, how could he dare to do so? After receiving numerous calls, Qian Tao finally found a moment's respite, just as he was about to call the provincial leader. When breaking news flashed on the television, an urgent announcement: a leader surnamed Li from the provincial capital has been arrested on suspicion of criminal activity. Details to follow. Bang! Qian Tao was left in shock. His most significant ally had been apprehended. This was disastrous. At this very moment, barely 10 minutes after the Su Group's accounts were frozen, they were being arrested. As the president of Huagi Bank in Yun City, having navigated the corridors of power and commerce for years, he could hardly believe this was mere coincidence. Run! He must escape immediately. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qian Tao grabbed a few items from his private safe and pushed open the door to leave. But as he did, several uniformed personnel awaited him outside. Mr. Qian, you are wanted for questioning regarding a financial operation case. Please accompany us. It was over. Qian Tao's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. He had ultimately been unable to escape. Just as he received his appointment from the board, Mr. Qinwei was immediately instated as the new president of Yun City, tasked with overseeing all affairs. Before the uniformed officers could leave with Qian Tao, his secretary arrived with his arch-rival, Qinwei, and the official documents announcing the appointment. With a smug expression, Qinwei remarked, Qian Tao, what were you thinking provoking the Su family? Honestly, I should thank you. You've done me a great service. Quickly, execute my first command. Unfreeze the Su Group's accounts, and I will personally call CEO Su to apologize. Qinwei was acutely aware of how he ascended to power. The mysterious higher-ups had given clear instructions. The first order of business upon taking office was to unfreeze the Su Group's accounts and minimize any losses or impacts. Understood. With Qinwei's command, Huagi Bank promptly commenced operations. Qian Tao, witnessing the scene before him, despaired and closed his eyes. Let it be so. With his backers toppled, What hope remained? The Su group in Yun City. In the brief moment when Yi Fan and Guo Li went to the restroom, everyone at the Su group was frantically reaching out to their networks, striving to unfreeze the group's accounts. However, due to the gravity of the situation, even a powerful figure like Lei Qianjue had to wait for old friends to intervene, which required time. The recently departed Yu Chanfeng and others also learned of the news and, under his directive, made calls to several old acquaintances. It was clear to all that the conflict between the Su and Li families was a visible confrontation between the Yi family and their hidden adversaries. Although Yi Changfeng's old friends had agreed to assist, they too needed time. While everyone anxiously awaited updates, Su Yixue's phone suddenly rang. It was the financial director reporting. President Su, our accounts have returned to normal. The bank just called, citing an operational error and expressing their sincere apologies. An error? I find that hard to believe. Su Yixue pondered, perplexed by the financial director's claims. The police had previously stated that this was a retaliation against the Su family. How could it possibly be a mere mistake? Su Yixue had already inquired with several provincial leaders, who indicated that the matter was quite complicated and they were unable to assist, politely declining her request. The situation on Xiaohao's side was equally grim. Linglong, is it someone from your end? After concluding her call, Su Yixue cast a questioning glance towards Yu Linglong. Among those present, it appeared that only Yu Linglong and Lei Qianjue had the highest connections capable of handling such matters. Not really. My grandfather's friends are still on the phone. It's impossible for the accounts to be unblocked so soon, Yu Linglong replied, equally puzzled. She couldn't fathom how the Su group's accounts could have been unblocked when her contacts had yet to act. Dr. Lei, do you have any insights? Su Yixue turned her attention back to Lei Qianjue. He shook his head, stating, it's not from my end either. My friends may have agreed to help, but it couldn't have happened this quickly. If it wasn't from their connections, then who could it possibly be? Xia Hao, quietly listening to the conversation, discreetly glanced at Yi Fan. Such rapid action could only point to Yi Xiao. What kind of influence did he possess to resolve matters so seamlessly within a mere 10 minutes? Everyone, look at the trending news on our phones. A prominent figure from the provincial capital has been arrested for economic crimes, along with Yang from the Yunqing Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Qian from the Yunqing Huagi Bank, and Zhang from the Tax Bureau. A voice exclaimed, prompting everyone to pull out their phones and check the top trending news, leaving them stunned. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau, tax authorities, police, and banks. This formed a complete chain of events. They had all been involved in freezing the Su group's accounts, yet coincidentally, they were all arrested at this precise moment? Gasped. The elites present quickly grasped the implications. These individuals were directly connected to the freezing of the Su group's accounts. Yet they had all faced retaliation in such a short span of time. It was chilling to consider that even at the peak of the Yi family's power, it would have been impossible to mobilize their influence to arrest all relevant personnel and simultaneously unfreeze the Su group's accounts in 10 minutes. What kind of formidable force could coordinate such an operation? Regardless, it was evident that this power was aligned with the Su group. With the accounts unblocked and no one taken away, the impact on the Su family was minimal. As long as certain photos taken during the operation did not circulate maliciously, the Su group would emerge unscathed. Dingling. Su Yixue's phone rang again. It was Chun Wei, the newly appointed president of Yunqing Huagi Bank. Miss Su, I am Chun Wei, the newly appointed president of Huagi Bank. On behalf of the bank, I extend my sincerest apologies for the inconvenience caused to the Su group due to Qian Tao's improper operations. We will hold a press conference to clarify the situation to the public. I have already unblocked the Su group's accounts. And President Pang Hai of the Jiuzhou group sends his regards. He plans to visit you in Yunqing in a few days. Chen Wei's words left Su Yixue in a state of bewilderment. Pang Lao? Jiuzhou group? That conglomerate dominates the southwest and has an influence that spans the entirety of Daxia, with assets reportedly exceeding trillions. Such a magnate typically mingles with circles in provincial capitals and the capital itself. How could a small family like the Su family possibly catch his eye? And now he intends to personally visit me? How could this be? Hanging up, Su Yixue glanced at Yu Linglong, Lei Qianjue, and Xia Hao, understanding that none of them possessed the power to warrant such a visit from Pang Lao. She realized that the force that had intervened to save the Su family must originate from Pang Lao's side. Pang Lao commanded the southwest and maintained extensive connections in the capital. With the Jiuzhou group's backing, he could indeed protect the Su group, but it was all too swift. Within half an hour, all those who sought to suppress the Su group had been dealt with. Behind the Jiuzhou group, there must be a hidden superpower. If it wasn't Yu Linglong and the others, then who could possibly compel Pang Lao into action? Yi Fan. As Su Yixue's gaze fell upon Yi Fan, her heart raced. Previously, Xia Hao had assisted the Su group due to Yi Fan's influence. Could it be that Pang Lao was repaying a favor? Did Pang Lao have an even greater force behind him than the Yi family? Was this Yi Fan's ultimate trump card? Yet, Yi Fan still appeared dazed, making it impossible to extract any information. Fortunately, despite the tumult, the Su group had emerged unscathed. All right, everyone, the matter has been resolved. Let us resume our meal. Meanwhile, in the northwest at the BUN, Zhang Gulao's subordinate, codenamed Lone Wolf, smashed the screen before him in frustration after reviewing the reports from his men. What is the meaning of this? A mere Su family, and we had to leverage a provincial bigwig's influence to apply pressure, yet we still couldn't manage it? Those in Yunqing were completely wiped out by the military. Useless. Lone Wolf furiously tossed the reports aside, nearly driven to madness. Upon seeing the final news report, indicating that even the provincial bigwig had been arrested, his expression grew grave. What is happening? Does the Yi family still possess the capability to have Li Lao captured so swiftly? Lone Wolf was shocked as he flipped through the reports, discovering that all parties involved in the incident, including Li Lao, the provincial leader in charge of commerce, as well as officials from Yunqing's Industrial and Commercial Bureau and banks, had been apprehended without exception. Captain Chu, it's not that we haven't been diligent. We've identified that it was the Jiuzhou group that intervened. A nervous subordinate reported. The Jiuzhou group? That old Pang Hai dares to meddle in our affairs. Why? The Jiuzhou group was a colossal entity with assets exceeding $1 trillion, widely recognized as a lucrative target, yet no one dared to provoke it for a reason. Although Chu Feng served as the captain of Zhang Gulao's guard, he was still not qualified to know the secrets behind Pang Lao's power. Damn it, those dogs are ruining our plans. I'll personally take my men to Tianlong province and eliminate Yi Fan along with that scoundrel. Chu Feng was furious. Repeated attempts had failed to inflict any substantial damage on the Su group or the Yi family. Not only is Elder Zhang dissatisfied, but Chu Feng is also discontent with himself. Stop. Little Feng, after following me for so many years, are you still so reckless? As Chu Feng rose, Elder Zhang entered the room draped in a robe, admonishing him. Do you really think you can take on Pang Hai? Your strength is merely at the Grandmaster level. Do you believe Pang Hai is weaker than you? And do you comprehend who stands behind him? Observing the stern expression on Elder Zhang's face, Chu Feng inquired with curiosity, Elder, who exactly is backing Pang Hai? How dare he intervene in our affairs? Doesn't he realize that we are? Do not speak recklessly. Elder Zhang interrupted him hastily, continuing, if Pang Hai acts, then dealing with the Su group will become exceedingly troublesome. I am currently unaware of his motives for assisting the Su group. You may carry on with your other tasks in Yun City, but do not engage directly with Pang Hai for now, understood? The force behind Pang Hai requires time to unravel. I believe it won't be long before his support crumbles, and only then shall we settle scores with him. Elder Zhang furrowed his brow, glancing at the results displayed on the screen, and remarked irritably. The crux of the matter is that everyone knows the Li family is aligned with us against the Su group. Yet the Li family has been annihilated while the Su family has triumphed. We find ourselves in a precarious position if we do not make a move soon. Those who remain neutral may shift their allegiance. Elder, I know what to do. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened as he summoned several subordinates and departed from the courtyard. After his departure, Elder Zhang rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. Things are becoming increasingly dire. Alas, a stone cast to test the waters. Chu Feng, may your stone create some ripples. The secretary beside Elder Zhang observed attentively and asked, Elder, are you aware that Captain Chu has no way out this time? Why permit him to go? Elder Zhang smiled faintly. The affairs of the Yi family are far more complex than we imagined. I sent Chu Feng to ascertain what hidden cards the Yi family possesses. Could it be that the prodigious talent of the Yi family has awakened? Any feedback will enable us to adjust our strategies swiftly. In the presidential office of the Xian Group in Yun City, Xian Yufei watched the news about the Su family on the television screen, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. The Su family has managed to evade disaster. Alas, Fange, although she spoke of luck, Xian Yufei was acutely aware that the Su family's success against the Li family was not a matter of chance. When her uncle declared the annulment of the engagement with the Yi family, Xian Yufei hesitated. She understood that those rivals would not spare the remaining members of the Yi family after annihilating all their descendants in a single day. Even if Yi Fan were a fool, He could still be executed at any moment. Xian Yufei had concluded that the Yi family was devoid of hope. Yet, in recent days, a series of events unfolded. 7 sisters announced their simultaneous marriages to Yi Fan. The Zhao family was inexplicably eradicated. And on the very night of her engagement to Li Yunyang, he perished unexpectedly, culminating in the complete obliteration of the Li family. Xian Yufei gradually came to realize a troubling truth. The Yi family was not as simple as she had envisioned. The Xia and Guo families in the provincial city were unreservedly supporting the Su group, evidently targeting Yi Fan. Had she not broken off the engagement with Yi Fan, she would now be at his side. Alas, where could Fan Go and the others be now? Xian Yufei hesitated momentarily before inquiring of her secretary. During their time in the hospital, she had assured Yi Fan that he would not easily give up. Having heard him, she resolved to compensate doubly. Young Master Yi is likely celebrating with the Su group at the Royal City Hotel. Very well. The afternoon meeting is cancelled. I shall find Fan Go. Xian Yufei informed her secretary succinctly, changed into a more alluring outfit, and drove towards the Royal City Hotel. President Xian, you. The secretary shook her head as she watched Xian Yufei's departing figure. President Xian, truly, having just regained control of the company, and now. At the Royal City Hotel, in the ballroom on the 8th floor, Su Honghai and Su Mingho, along with other core members of the Su family, were in high spirits. Everyone, enjoy the feast. Do not hold back on yourselves. The success of the Su family today is thanks to all of you. Today, merely a new drug launch had netted the Su family hundreds of billions in deposits. With this capital, the Su family could open 10 new production lines within 2 months. Coupled with the miraculous ointment recipe gifted by Mr. Lei, they were poised for an explosive future. The production lines would essentially become money-printing machines. Many dignitaries, who previously had no opportunity to engage with Su Honghai and Su Mingho, now respectfully referred to them as President Su. Su Honghai understood precisely why. Despite Yi Fan currently being in a state of stupor, Mr. Lei had indicated that Yi Fan might awaken. Should Yi Fan regain his prodigious talent, the Su family would undoubtedly soar alongside the Yi family. Among the crowd, some dealers, observing Su Honghai's smug demeanor, felt a surge of indignation at his arrogance. What can you do? Who told you not to have a beautiful daughter? Speak carefully, or the Zhao family will be next. But have you noticed something? With such a significant event occurring within the Su family today, there isn't a single mention online. The news of the police arrests and account seizures should have leaked somehow, yet there is nothing. This prompted everyone to discreetly pull out their phones and search for news. To their surprise, they found only the high-profile video of the Su family's new drug launch and an apology video from Yun City's Huchi Bank. No negative news regarding the Su group was present. This is abnormal. Too unusual. If the Yi family's rivals are taking action against the Su family, how can they allow negative news to go unreported? Exactly. If I were their opponent, I would ensure that those aiding the Yi family understand the consequences of their choices. Meanwhile, in the northwest, aboard a plane preparing for takeoff, the lone wolf Chu Feng seethed with anger as he read the news on his phone. What is going on? Have the media we partnered with gone silent? How can there be no negative reports about the Su family? This was supposed to be Chu Feng's planned triple strike, sealing the Su family's accounts, capturing their core members, and dismantling the Su group, followed by orchestrating public opinion to demonstrate the consequences of aiding the Yi family. But now, the first step had not even been initiated before everything fell apart. Captain Chu, it's not that they aren't publishing. All media under our control have been monitored and suppressed. Any negative news regarding the Su family gets uploaded, and within seconds, it is forcibly deleted. In some places, uploading is simply impossible. It must be the Jojo group exerting their influence. The Jojo group, is that formidable? Chu Feng furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated their power. Despite Elder Zhang's warnings, Chu Feng had intended to gauge the Jojo group's strength before departing. Now, however, he hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to set those concerns aside for the moment. The priority was to deal with Yi Fan and the Su family, ideally eliminating them outright. If the Su and Yi families continued their arrogance unchecked, then all of Elder Zhang's prior arrangements would be rendered futile. Neutral forces may align themselves with the Yi family, and even those factions that previously supported the Elder Cabinet may choose to back the Yi family. Indeed, by the way, has the Lu family in the provincial city taken any action? After so many years of nurturing, it is time for them to contribute. A dark expression crossed Chu Feng's face as he thought of Lu Ran, That incompetent fool. Humph. Once my affairs in Yun City are settled, I shall deal with him. Captain, the Lu family has dispatched their eldest son, Lu Qingyang, who has already set off. That is more like it. This time, even if Yi Fan pretends to be foolish, he shall not live to see another day. Yi Fan is a fool, and previously, there was hesitation about whether to spare his life. But now, Lei Qianjue has stated that Yi Fan may awaken, so he must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, those who support the Yi family may still cling to hope. At the Royal City Hotel, Yi Fan, along with Guo Li, Wang Fugui, and others, sat at a table. Observing the jubilant celebrations around them, Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Although the Su family has achieved a temporary victory, he is aware that they will face even greater challenges to sustain their development. What he must do is to overcome all obstacles and crush all his opponents in their infancy. As Yi Fan pondered, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure at the entrance. Xian Yufei? What is that girl doing here again? Yi Fan, come and hold my hand. Xian Yufei approached Yi Fan, her voice playful yet filled with anticipation. In the past, whether Yi Fan was in a lucid state or later became foolish, he always obeyed her whims. He was almost like the proverbial sycophant. Although Xian Yufei's voice was soft, many around them clearly heard it, and their gazes turned toward this scene. Just days prior, on the day the Yi family faced calamity, the Xian family had publicly called off the engagement, a fact that everyone was well aware of. Wasn't Shi Yi Fan's former fiancée? What was she doing here? Indeed, how could she still have the audacity to come? Perhaps she is envious now that the Su family has achieved victory with the Yi family's backing. When the Xian family hastily called off the engagement, many looked down upon them for their opportunism, casting disapproving glances at Xian Yufei. At the table with Yi Fan, Wang Fugui, Guo Li, and Xiao Hao also heard Xian Yufei's call and turned their attention to him. Observing Xian Yufei's alluring attire, Yi Fan felt a pang in his heart and shook his head. No, Miss Xian, I fear my wife, Yixue, might become jealous. As he spoke, Yi Fan glanced in Su Yixue's direction. Meanwhile, after toasting several guests, Su Yixue spotted Xian Yufei and quickly approached Yi Fan, wrapping her arms around his neck in a display of intimacy. With a hint of defiance, she addressed Xian Yufei. Miss Xian, welcome to my celebration. Come, let my husband and I toast you. In a sense, I should also thank you. As Su Yixue raised 2 glasses of champagne toward Xian Yufei, the latter felt a sharp pain in her heart at the mention of jealousy. It felt as if a steel needle had pierced through her chest, leaving her feeling hollow inside. Certain things seemed to have quietly slipped away, never to return. Congratulations. Xian Yufei raised her glass to clink with Su Yixue and Yi Fan, her complexion pale, while internally she screamed, that was mine. It was mine. It was all her uncle's fault for insisting on calling off the engagement in front of so many people. Now, her Fan Ge would never return. Yet Xian Yufei remained unwilling to concede. Fan Ge, thank you for accompanying me to Li Yunyang's engagement yesterday. May I invite you to dinner sometime? Perhaps. If they shared a meal alone, reminiscing about their past, he might remember something and no longer reject her. Xian Yufei's intentions were clear to Yi Fan. However, the wounds inflicted by her actions that day were not easily healed. I already have a wife, as you can see. My first wife is over there, and I have to queue just to dine with them. Yi Fan began to count on his fingers. Dining with you. Let's talk about it later. Though Yi Fan appeared somewhat naive, his reasoning was sound. Indeed, while Xian Yufei had called off their engagement, she had subsequently witnessed the announcement of 7 sisters-in-law ready to marry Yi Fan. Thus, he had essentially exchanged 1 wife for 7. With such an extraordinary 7 wives, what more could he desire? A fresh wave of anguish struck Xian Yufei's heart. Was she now to be relegated to the 7th position? It seemed she had truly wounded Fan Ge. Suppressing her tears, Xian Yufei steeled herself, thinking, it's all right. I must not give up. As long as I persist, there will be a chance. Very well. I shall invite Fan Ge again when the opportunity arises. She cast a deep look at Su Yixue. Miss Su, I entrust Fan Ge to you. Please take good care of him. I shall return at any moment. Xian Yufei's expression was serious, resembling an earnest admonition, almost like a declaration of war. The atmosphere fell silent, with all eyes on Su Yixue, Xian Yufei, and the quietly approaching Yu Linglong. This was a battlefield among women. Xian Yufei regretted her past decisions and yearned to reclaim Yi Fan. Yet, many were perplexed. What was so remarkable about a fool? Such a reaction seemed excessive. However, the clear-headed Guo Li, Xiao Hao, and others recognized that Yi Fan had awakened. surpassing the pinnacle of martial respect and on the cusp of breaking through to the realm of martial emperors. A once-in-a-generation prodigy had awakened, his power now eclipsing yet another peak. Such a gifted individual would be a tremendous opportunity for anyone fortunate enough to claim him. Xian Yufei's arrival was but a minor interlude. The festivities resumed, with revelers clinking glasses and celebrating unabashedly. Elder Yu Chanfeng also made an appearance at the banquet. Seated in a private room on the second floor, observing the earlier scene, he sighed. Ah, the second son of the Xian family. Now you see the error of your ways, don't you? However, you must act quickly to investigate why the Zhou group is aiding us so generously. I had no prior connections with them. Yi Changfeng instructed his bodyguard, Cold Peak. Moreover, look into what transpired in the Xuanwu war zone. A major from there has apprehended so many uniformed personnel representing the Xuanwu war zone. Could it be that they have begun to support the Yi family? On the day the Yi family held their funeral, many superpowers refrained from sending representatives to pay their respects, opting instead to express their condolences discreetly. Yet now, it seemed as if overnight, the winds had shifted in favor of the Yi family. What could have caused such a change? As he spoke, Yi Changfeng's keen gaze swept across the hall, and then he frowned. Where is Su Jian? As the executive president of the Yi group, he should be here at this time, yet I feel he has been absent since last night. At that moment, Cold Peak's expression tightened as he retrieved a report and handed it to Yi Changfeng. Elder Yi, we have just received news. Su Dong was apparently slain last night on the Zhong Bridge in Yun City by the Wang family. The reason given was that Su Dong had kidnapped and killed the Wang family's young master. Now, Wang Zhong is leading a citywide manhunt for Su Jian, who is likely in hiding. What? Su Dong kidnapped Wang Chao? Wang Chao is dead? Yi Changfeng raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Wasn't it Wang Chao who arranged for Uncle Wu to pursue Yixue? Indeed, Lung Feng responded, noting that they were all exceptionally astute individuals. Given the current developments, numerous suspicions had already arisen. The Zhao family, harboring intentions towards Su Yixue, had covertly attacked the Su family several times, culminating in a massacre overnight. The Wang family, having orchestrated a pursuit against Su Yixue, saw Wang Chao murdered, with the blame cunningly shifted to Su Dong. Crucially, both Su Dong and Su Jian harbored ill intentions towards the Yi family, continuously seeking to usurp their assets. In Yun City, the Li family, Li Yuyang, under Xianjingguo's directives, aimed to become engaged to Xian Yufei, but due to Yi Fan's interference, the plan was thwarted, leading to Li Yuyang's sudden demise. During today's launch of a new drug by the Su group, Li Zhong and Qin Tao were decisively dealt with by Xia Hao and Li Hu, signaling the downfall of the Li family. When all these events were connected, a shocking conclusion emerged within a mere 3 days. All families harboring hostility towards the Yi family had been annihilated. Moreover, every incident bore a close connection to Yi Fan. Where was Yi Fan last night? Yi Changfeng felt his heart racing. Had his grandson awakened? Yet, if he had awakened, why had he not informed him? Old Yi, our people have been monitoring him and discovered he remained at the Su family villa last night, Cold Peak reported. One of our brothers even overheard some inappropriate sounds that continued until past 11. A smile crept onto Cold Peak's lips as he spoke. However, according to reports, Xia Hao's vehicle from the provincial capital was spotted outside the Su family villa on 2 occasions. Although young Master S' intelligence may seem lacking at present, his combat prowess remains formidable. At this rate, it won't be long before old Yi can hold a great-grandson in his arms. Has he been at the Su family all this time? Cold Peak, do you think it's possible that Yi Fan has indeed awakened? Yi Changfeng keenly caught a critical detail. Why was Xia Hao lingering outside the Su family villa so late? Perhaps he was there to assist Yi Fan in taking action? However, our people have been monitoring him from every angle, and there are surveillance cameras. If young master had left the villa, our men would have surely noticed. Although Cold Peak harbored suspicions, he still found it hard to comprehend. You've only assigned a single master and a few controlling-level fighters. Remember, Yi Fan was already of master level 5 years ago. If he wished to leave quietly, could your people possibly detect him? Yi Changfeng sighed deeply, instructing further investigations. Regardless of any news, ensure absolute confidentiality. If Yi Fan has awakened without revealing himself, there must be a reason behind it. Indeed, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Cold Peak's eyes. Should the young master have awakened, with his prodigious talent, the deep-seated enmity against the Yi family would surely be avenged in full measure. In the southern suburbs of Yun City, Su Jian possessed a long-established secret estate. After receiving a video from an unknown source the previous night, Su Jian summoned his loyal followers to relocate there. "Father, help me. Please save me. They're going to kill me." Su Jian sat in the living room, watching the video footage that showed his son Su Dong being brutally murdered by Wang Zhong. Enraged, he slammed his palm on the table. The Wang family had gone too far. Just prior, Su Dong had been contemplating an alliance with the Wang, Zhao, and Li families to jointly seize the Yi family's assets. Now, the Wang family had slain Su Jian's only son, sealing their fate in a blood feud. "Boss, our brothers report that Wang Zhong has likely discovered our location and is bringing men to attack us. What should we do next?" A scarred man reported to Su Jian, exuding a fierce aura. Outside in the courtyard, over 100 strong men had gathered, most of whom were martial arts experts. This was the killer squad Su Jian had cultivated over the years, his trump card for seizing power from the Yi family. But with his son dead at the hands of the Wang family, and the Wang family now threatening him, Su Jian had no choice but to reveal his trump card and fight the Wang family to the bitter end. Prepare for action, everyone. Follow the previous arrangements. Let them come and go without return. Su Jian's eyes gleamed with ruthless determination. Although he had aspirations to seize the Yi family's assets, the grief of losing his son had driven him to madness. In the face of his anguish, he wished for nothing more than the destruction of the Wang family. Unbeknownst to his subordinates, Su Jian had secretly buried several tons of explosives beneath the estate during its construction. The amount of explosives was sufficient to level everything within a kilometer radius. If he could not defeat the Wang family, he was prepared to perish alongside Wang Zhong. However, "Boss, the Wang family is bringing a significant number of people, and their strength far exceeds ours. It may be quite challenging." The scarred man voiced his concerns. Su Jian merely smiled faintly. "What is there to fear? You've followed me for years. The funds for this operation have already been sent to your families. Even if we perish, they will not be left wanting. Besides, we have so many traps set here. What does their numbers matter?" At this moment, Su Jian was still attempting to bolster his subordinates' morale. In the royal hotel, the atmosphere was somewhat intoxicated. Suddenly, Guo Li's phone chimed. Upon checking, he found an unfamiliar text message. The intelligence indicated that a martial arts expert from the northwest, at least at the level of a martial lord, was heading towards the Su family. Additionally, the young master Lu Qingyang from the provincial capital had arrived in Yun City, also intending to strike at the Su family. Exercise caution. Though the message bore no signature, Guo Li knew it was a result of the call Yi Fan had made earlier. This served as a warning for their side. Guo Li discreetly brought the message to Yi Fan's attention. Yi Fan's lips twitched slightly as he murmured, "I fear they may not come. Should they dare to make an appearance, it would allow us to follow the trail and uncover the true mastermind behind it all." The annihilation of the Yi family, coordinated simultaneously across 6 major war zones, was undoubtedly beyond the capacity of an ordinary force. The individuals who had acted previously were merely pawns. Their purpose was to gradually draw out the larger fish lurking in the shadows. Yi Fan feigned ignorance, fearing that his sudden awakening might alarm the true culprit. After all, having reached the master level at 15, should he awaken, it would undoubtedly stir the entire realm of Xia, heralding the resurgence of the Yi family's prodigy and an unstoppable revival. It was possible that those responsible for the Yi family's massacre were hiding in silence, ensuring that Yi Fan could never trace them. As Guo Li and Yi Fan exchanged hushed words, the large screen in the hall switched from music to a news channel, and suddenly, they were met with a shocking report. Breaking news. A significant explosion has just occurred at a manor in the southern suburbs of Yun City. Preliminary investigations suggest that it was the result of actions taken by the CEO of the Yi Group, who led his subordinates into a confrontation with the Wang family's bodyguards, but ultimately detonated explosives, resulting in mutual destruction. The deceased include Wang Zhong, the head of the Wang family, core member Wang Tao, and senior leaders of the Yi Group, including LV Quan. The sudden news sent shockwaves through the crowd, igniting chaos. Wang family's young master had seemingly been kidnapped and executed the previous night, a fact known to only a select few. But now it had begun to surface. Insiders revealed that Wang Chao was the financier behind Wu Laolang, who had orchestrated the attack on Su Yixue, albeit unsuccessfully. That very night, Wang Chao was kidnapped and killed, and now the Wang family had clashed with Su Jian, resulting in total annihilation? A mutual destruction? Good heavens! Yi Changfeng exclaimed in astonishment from the second-floor private room. What a coincidence! Is this a case of using a knife to kill someone? The Wang family has moved against Su Yixue, and Su Jian seeks to seize control of the Yi group. At this moment, two potential adversaries of the Yi family have annihilated each other. Any person of reasonable intellect would find it implausible that events could unfold so fortuitously. Was Wang Chao truly kidnapped and murdered by Su Dong? My skepticism grows. Yi Changfeng squinted slightly, observing Yi Fan conversing with Guoli below. A faint smile gracing his lips. Little Fan, dear grandson, how you conceal so much from your grandfather. The prosperity of the Yi family rests upon your shoulders. The simultaneous downfall of the Wang family and Su Jian sent shockwaves through the venue. All eyes turned toward Yi Fan's table. Su Yixue furrowed her brow as she gazed at Yi Fan. The Wang family had pursued her just the night before, and now they faced such swift retribution, utterly obliterated. Considering the fates of the Li and Zhao families, it was difficult for Su Yixue not to connect these events to Yi Fan. However, others were unaware. Su Yixue knew all too well that when the Zhao family and Wang Chao were slain, Yi Fan had been lying beside her. Surrounded by the Su family's bodyguards as well as those of the Yi family, Yi Fan should have had no opportunity to act. Could it be that Yi Fan orchestrated the actions of Xia Hao and the others? This situation led the distributors present to reaffirm a crucial point. Despite the severe blow dealt to the Yi family, it was far from their demise. Once the Yi family regained their breath, Yi Fan would undoubtedly retaliate with fervor. Those aligned with the Yi family, such as the Su group, Yu Linglong, Xin Mang, and Ling Yinxiu, were destined to reap immense rewards in the future, and those distributors who chose to partner with the Su group at this juncture would likewise benefit greatly. Thank goodness we boarded the train early. Indeed, the Su family's account was frozen for 10 minutes, but then unfroze. It's simply remarkable. As the crowd marveled, applause suddenly erupted at the entrance of the hall. Congratulations, Miss Su. Today's press conference has been a resounding success. I have come uninvited. I trust you won't mind, Miss Su. A young man clad in a pink suit strode into the hall, clapping as he walked. Lu Qingyang, you certainly arrived swiftly. As the young master of the provincial city, Guoli naturally recognized Lu Qingyang, a member of the influential Lu family, known for his ruthless nature. It was said that he once killed his half-brother's mother when he was merely a teenager. Hearing Guoli's words, Lu Qingyang frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. Did Guoli somehow know of his arrival in Yinqing? He had only received a call from Captain Chu 2 hours prior, deciding to set off at the last moment. Could Guoli's information network be that formidable? Lu Qingyang, I advise you to refrain from meddling. Otherwise, the fates of the Zhao, Li, and Wang families may well befall your Lu family. The demise of the three families is no longer a secret. On his way to Yinqing, Lu Qingyang had also learned of the clash between the Wang family and Su Jian. It was utterly illogical for the Yi family's adversaries to turn on one another. There must be undisclosed secrets at play. However, tracing it back, it was evident that the greatest beneficiaries would be the Yi family, implying their hand in the events. Yet, the Yi family's younger generation had been wiped out, leaving only Yi Changfeng, who was ill and reeling from such a blow. Could he manage to orchestrate so much? If not Yi Changfeng, could it be that foolish Yi Fan? Lu Qingyang's gaze fell upon Yi Fan, who still bore that naive demeanor. Leaning against Su Yixue's shoulder, his other hand holding Yu Linglong's. How outrageous. Su Yixue and Yu Linglong are both breathtaking beauties. For an ordinary man to win the favor of even one would be a stroke of luck, yet Yi Fan possesses 2. No, more accurately, 7. There are 5 others not present who have also declared their intention to marry him. Lu Qingyang scrutinized Yi Fan closely. He exhibited no signs of martial prowess, appearing as foolish as ever, showing no indications of awakening. Surely he could not be the one behind the scenes. Was Captain Chu simply overthinking? If it was neither Yi Changfeng nor Yi Fan, then the actions must stem from Guoli and Xia Hao. It seems that, beyond teaching the Su family a lesson, some measures must be taken against the Guo and Xia families. Otherwise, allowing their 2 families to meddle alongside the Jiuzhou group would leave them at a disadvantage. Guo Xiao, I suggest you focus on your own affairs. Do not meddle unnecessarily. Should troubles arise at home, you will regret it. Lu Qingyang's words were laced with provocation and threat. And the same goes for the Xia family head. Perhaps it's still not too late for you to withdraw. But what Lu Qingyang did not realize was that Guoli and Xia Hao were the only 2 individuals beside Yi Fan who were fully aware. They knew that Yi Fan had awakened. The prodigious genius had returned, even more formidable than before. With the martial artist Wang Fugui by his side, and the scholar Guoli providing support, backed by the formidable Tianlong pavilion. Who could possibly stand in their way? Guoli and Xiahao exchanged subtle smiles. Lu Qingyang had come to Yuqing primarily on Captain Chu's orders to test Yifan. As he spoke, he raised a glass and approached Yifan, saying, "Yi Shao, what a pity. You have become such a fool. With two such beautiful wives, how will you manage at night?" Haha, an insult. This was a blatant affront. If Yi Shao cannot manage, I could bring my wives to teach you. I assure you, both of your sister-in-laws would be satisfied. Bang! Before Lu Qingyang could finish, Yifan had already acted, seizing a pot of scalding soup from the table and smashing it onto Lu Qingyang's head. How shameless. My wife Yixue has stated that they will only sleep with me tonight. What are you trying to do? You want to sleep? Go home and sleep with your mother. Hiss. Ah, my face. My head, what madness is this? The boiling water cascaded down Lu Qingyang's head. Although he had reached the pinnacle of martial arts years ago, and his current prowess was speculated to have reached the realm of a master, he was still scalded to the point of jumping up in a frenzy, nearly losing his mind. The proximity had left him no opportunity to evade. In that instant, Lu Qingyang could not ascertain whether Yifan was truly foolish or merely feigning ignorance. How could Yifan react with such swiftness? You fool, you seek death. Lu Qingyang was engulfed in murderous intent, his fists raised, ready to strike at Yifan. Linglong, I'm scared. Yifan, startled, dashed behind Yu Linglong, his fearful gaze betraying no hint of pretense. Guoli, observing from the side, could not help but smirk. Life is akin to a play, entirely reliant on performance. Well done, brother. How dare you wreak havoc here? You've chosen the wrong place. Touch my man, and I dare you to try. Yu Linglong stepped forward, her formidable aura beginning to surge. Simultaneously, Guoli and Wang Fugui stepped forward as well, the three masters encircling Lu Qingyang, causing him to struggle for breath. How could a fool like Yifan command such a formidable entourage? Lu Qingyang realized that if he wished to act here, it would be nearly impossible. He could only wait for Yifan to be alone before seizing his chance. You're quite ruthless. Humph. You may protect him for a moment, but can you guard him for a lifetime? Lu Qingyang stepped back, casting a wicked gaze at Yu Linglong and the others, tauntingly remarking that soon Yifan would be found dead in the wilderness, and at that point, they would truly become widows. Haha, do you still wish to marry the old man of the Yi family? Lu Qingyang laughed maniacally, eliciting an undeniable surge of murderous intent from Yifan. As Lu Qingyang continued to provoke him, he stealthily whispered in Yifan's ear, "Fool, do you know how gruesomely your second brother died? I stabbed him more than a dozen times and severed his meridians one by one. In the end, that pitiful wretch knelt, begging me for mercy. Alas, you shall soon join him." In an instant, Yifan's pupils constricted violently. The true culprit behind the annihilation of the Yi family was finally revealing himself. Yifan had not anticipated that the Lu family from the provincial capital would be complicit in this sinister plot. Were they involved in the assassination of his brother, Yi Lingjun, in the southwest Zhuke war zone, seeking death? At that moment, Yifan could no longer contain his fury and abruptly seized Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang, filled with arrogance, stared defiantly at Yifan. "What? Do you wish to strike me? Now that you know the truth, what can you do? Even if you cannot deal with me, Captain Chu Feng certainly can, and it would be a mere trifle for him to handle you." Yifan understood that Lu Qingyang's primary aim in coming here was to provoke him, to force him into revealing himself. Once exposed, those lurking behind the scenes would either become frenzied and stop at nothing to eliminate Yifan or would retreat into the shadows. Thus, Yifan swiftly unleashed a silver needle, a stream of energy carrying an odorless and tasteless poison permeating Lu Qingyang's body. Not revealing his hand did not imply Yifan lacked means to deal with Lu Qingyang. He had previously dispatched Li Yunyang without a sound at the Li family engagement banquet, and he could likewise eliminate Lu Qingyang. However, Yifan had no intention of allowing Lu Qingyang to die so quickly. He sought to subject him to a torment worse than death. "What are you doing?" Lu Qingyang exclaimed, startled by the sudden sting. Though it was merely a superficial sensation, he felt as if the pain had penetrated to his very marrow, scorching his soul. Simultaneously, a subtle energy began to circulate within Lu Qingyang's body, seeming to merge with his meridians. What is happening? Although sensing something was amiss, Lu Qingyang scrutinized his condition once more and found nothing unusual. He shot a furious glare at Yifan before hastily departing the scene. The banquet at the Su family continued into the afternoon, after which the guests gradually dispersed. Tianlong took her leave. As the recent incursions by the eastern barbarian dogs in the southeast war zone had become increasingly frequent, necessitating her swift return to maintain order, Yixue returned to the Su group to initiate preparations for pharmaceutical production and expansion. With Guoli and Wang Fugui accompanying Yifan, Yixue felt reassured. "Brother, what shall be our next course of action?" After the banquet concluded, Guoli and Wang Fugui walked ahead, with Xiahao and Lihu trailing behind. Old Pang had provided intelligence indicating that a significant figure from the northwest had been dispatched, and Lu Qingyang from the provincial capital had also come to Yun City to prepare for action. The earlier scream from Lu Qingyang was incomprehensible to others, but Guoli and Xiahao understood that Yifan must have done something to him. It was certain that Yifan had a plan for their subsequent actions. As Yifan prepared to speak, Yi Changfeng, the elder, approached briskly from a nearby vehicle, accompanied by Lung Feng. "Elder Yi." Guoli and the others respectfully greeted him. Yi Changfeng had commanded the northern territories for many years, earning the title of King of the North. Indeed, Yi Changfeng expressed satisfaction with the loyalty of Yifan's companions, commending them for their dedication. "You all are commendable. Guoli and Fugui need no further mention. Mr. Xia, should you encounter any obstacles in your business dealings in the provincial capital, feel free to contact the provincial defense commander Jiang Cheng. He is my pupil. Just mention that I sent you." While speaking, Yi Changfeng handed a business card to Xiahao. "Ah, thank you, Elder Yi." Xiahao received the card with great reverence, his heart racing, instinctively casting a glance at Yifan. The benefits of being beside Yifan had already been apparent. The exceptional elixirs he had provided and Yifan's boundless potential were more than enough motivation for Xiahao to give his utmost effort. Seeing that Yifan offered no objection, Xiahao finally put the card away. Though it was merely a business card, Xiahao understood its significance all too well. The provincial defense commander of Tianlong was the third most powerful figure in the region, and with his support, few would dare to challenge the Xia family. This was a genuine sort of power, one that could be wielded effectively. Although Xiahao concealed his astonishment, Yi Changfeng, who had been observing him closely, perceived everything. Just for a business card, Xiahao felt the need to consult Yifan? Yi Changfeng was nearly certain that Yifan had indeed awakened, and Xiahao was likely one of the informed parties. During this period, many events had transpired with Xiahao accompanying Yifan. From leading Li Hu to rescue Yixue, dealing with the Li family, to leveraging others to confront the Wang family and Su Jian and his son. Everything seemed to fall into place. Yifan had to continue pretending to be a fool in front of outsiders. However, the specific actions and strategies ultimately required execution by someone. Thus, Xiahao was the best candidate for both cover and execution, and with Guoli's return. As a former brother and strategist, Guo also fit the bill perfectly. Therefore, both Guoli and Xiahao were likely in the know. As for Wang Fugui, though he possessed commendable strength, his lack of discretion rendered him oblivious to the deeper schemes at play. After contemplating these matters, Yi Changfeng finally understood why Xiahao could arrange everything so meticulously for the Su family press conference. Yifan was indeed a prodigious genius during his awakening. His talent and intellect were unparalleled, making everything comprehensible, now that Su Jian and his son had perished alongside the Wang family. And with the Yi family group possessing considerable financial resources, assistance was likewise needed. "Mr. Xia, Guoli, I shall entrust the Yi family group to Yifan. I will inform the board of directors and appoint you as vice presidents of the group. Is that agreeable?" Guoli's reaction was rather normal. Titles mattered little to him. He understood that even if Yifan were to awaken, it was likely he would still delegate responsibilities to Guoli. However, Xiahao was once again taken aback. He was merely an outsider, the head of the Xia family in the provincial capital, with assets amounting to merely several hundred billion, entirely incomparable to the Yi family. Yet, the elder had swiftly appointed him as vice president of the Yi family group, which was an immense trust. "Elder Yi, this seems inappropriate," Xiahao stammered. His original intention in approaching Yifan was to express gratitude, but in just a few days, he had gained privileges that most could only dream of. Xiahao wished to consult Yifan further, but Guoli could no longer bear it and interrupted. "Mr. Xia, since Elder Yi has made this arrangement, let us follow his directives. When young Master Yi awakens, we can resign then." Such loyalty from Xiahao was commendable, yet it was also excessive. With his incessant inquiries directed at Yifan, Wang Fugui and the others might not perceive the elder's keen insight. A single glance could reveal everything. Therefore, Guoli decisively interrupted Xia Hao's continued questioning. Yi Changfeng smiled slightly at the side. It seemed that Guoli's wisdom in serving as Yifan's strategist was well-founded. Although Guoli's talent may be slightly inferior to Yifan's, his cunning intellect is certainly on par with Yifan's. You all head to the company. I shall greet a few old friends, and will join you shortly. Meanwhile, Lei Qianjue had gathered that group of old acquaintances. The enemies of the Yi family had gone too far, nearly annihilating them, and even sought to eliminate Lei Qianjue, fearing that he might aid Yi Fan in his recovery. Thus, it was no longer prudent to sit idly by. Previously, Yi Changfeng had not been overly enthusiastic about Lei Qianjue's actions, but after recent events, he sensed that his dear grandson might have awakened, igniting a fervent interest within him. Hope had begun to glimmer for the Yi family. Furthermore, with the northern army of 1,000,000 dragon troops at his command, as long as he still breathed, the Yi banner would not fall. As long as the dragon troops could be smoothly transferred to Yi Fan, the Yi family would endure. It was time to launch a counterattack. Just as Yi Changfeng departed, another young man in a floral shirt rushed in. Without hesitation, the young man dropped to his knees before Yi Fan, exclaiming, "Young Master Yi, I implore you to assist me in vanquishing Lu Qingyang and the Lu family. Should you succeed, I, Lu Wuyang, pledge my life to serve you." Yi Fan furrowed his brow upon observing the young man. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Qingyang, albeit dressed differently, sharing the same surname. Was Lu Wuyang truly a member of the Lu family? A member of the Lu family seeking to solicit his aid against his own kin? What could this mean? Beside him, Guoli looked at Lu Wuyang in astonishment. You are the second young master of the Lu family? Weren't you preoccupied with romantic liaisons and scandals with starlets? What brings you to young Master Yi? Are you not aware that my brother is still in a state of confusion? The Lu family in the provincial capital had been embroiled in a scandal that reverberated through the upper echelons of Huadu. Lu Qingyang's father, Lu Zijian, had once dallied with a girl, Lu Wuyang's mother, in a nightclub. However, the Lu family never acknowledged her, deeming her presence a disgrace. Eventually, Lu Qingyang, with his father's tacit approval, cruelly murdered Lu Wuyang's mother in front of him when Lu Wuyang was merely 8 years old, leaving the child to witness such brutality from beneath a bed. From that moment, Lu Wuyang vowed to survive and, when strong enough, to exact vengeance upon his brother and that fiendish father, seeking the downfall of the Lu family. As Lu Wuyang grew, he endured inhumane treatment, reduced to drinking urine and eating dog food, until a benevolent steward sheltered him, allowing him to grow up. Lu Zijian, perhaps out of guilt or other motives, spared Lu Wuyang's life and facilitated his education. When ostracized, Lu Wuyang willingly exiled himself to Yunqing, feigning a life of indulgence with starlets while secretly building several billion-dollar companies using his prodigious business acumen. Though his power paled in comparison to the provincial Lu families, he had managed to thrive in adversity. Wu Shao, I trust my judgment. I am certain that young Master Yi will awaken one day. I am willing to stake everything on it, please. As he spoke, Lu Wuyang presented a dossier and contract to Guoli. Young Master Yi, please peruse this. If you sign, all my assets will belong to you. Guoli took the documents, his eyes widening as he reviewed the 8 companies listed. As the eldest son of the Guo family, his talents in both intellect and commerce were considerable, yet in financial management, he was utterly outclassed by Lu Wuyang. All those years spent chasing women were merely a fade. Those starlets are your company and Oppo's artists, and the scandals were just a means of free publicity. Lu Shao, I underestimated you. Also, the recently emerged Ma Air Financial is your doing. You are indeed a business prodigy. Lu Wuyang had indeed orchestrated Ma Air Financial, a small loan company that utilized a peer-to-peer model to assist small enterprises in securing loans, employing big data analytics for credit assessment, and collaborating with banks to rapidly scale to a valuation in the hundreds of billions. Everyone wondered who had conceived such a brilliant strategy, yet none realized that the genius was the second young master of the Lu family, exiled to the hinterlands. Lu Wuyang recognized that his strength was limited and sought a benefactor's assistance. When the Lu family faced annihilation, he shared the sentiments of all. Even though 7 sisters-in-law pledged their allegiance to Yi Fan, none could alter the Lu family's decline. However, within mere days, the Zhao, Wang, and Li families, who had covertly targeted the Yi family, perished in a series of explosive events, with the Xuanwu war zone openly supporting them and the Jiuzhou group intervening. Yi Fan's various displays indicated that these occurrences were no mere coincidences. Piecing it all together, Lu Wuyang concluded that the once dull genius of the Yi family, Yi Fan, must have awakened 5 years prior. He was the benefactor Lu Wuyang sought. Therefore, when Lu Qingyang clashed with Yi Fan, Lu Wuyang wasted no time in approaching him. Beyond the assets in his possession, Lu Wuyang held a special token of allegiance that would surely persuade Yi Fan to act. While Guoli examined the asset list provided by Lu Wuyang, Yi Fan scrutinized it as well. Upon discovering Lu Wuyang's plan to establish a new shopping platform, akin to a discount initiative where consumers could reduce prices by collaborating, Yi Fan's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Wuyang was undeniably a commercial genius. He astutely exploited human nature, using price cuts to encourage consumers to promote the brand, achieving maximum publicity at minimal cost. Determined to restore the Yi family's former glory, Yi Fan recognized that alongside Guoli, who served as his strategist, he also required a martial force like Wang Fugui and a financial tactician to oversee commercial operations. Lu Wuyang appeared to be an excellent candidate. A discount initiative. You are indeed a good person. Come, let us visit the Yi family together, Yi Fan declared earnestly. As he exchanged glances with Guoli, the latter comprehended Yi Fan's intentions. His brother intended to test Lu Wuyang. For Yi Fan, the Lu family was undoubtedly a target, given that internal divisions could be exploited. He would not refuse Lu Wuyang's offer. Lu Wuyang's face brightened. If he could join the Yi group, it would signify considerable progress for his ambitions. If all unfolded as expected, his foolish brother should already be at the Yi group by now. After Su Jian and his son sensed something amiss, they had approached the Lu family in the provincial capital, signing a covert acquisition agreement with the Yi group, stamped with the Yi family seal, legally binding and notarized. Their intent was clear. If they could not have it, they would ensure the Yi family suffered. Within the Yi group, the board of directors was taken aback by the sudden notification from Elder Yi, revealing that Su Jian and his son had met their demise alongside the Wang family. The members of the board were left in a state of astonishment. Over the years, the actions of the Su father and son had not gone unnoticed by the senior members of the Yi group. However, as Elder Yi had remained silent, it was assumed that the situation was under control, allowing everyone to maintain their composure. Had Su Jian not signed that secret contract with the Lu family before his death, the Yi group would have remained steadfast. The Su father and son, those treacherous ingrates, had brought this fate upon themselves. Indeed, this was their end. Elder Yi had taken them in out of kindness, yet they had dared to seek more, conspiring with outsiders to seize complete control of the Yi group. Outrageous. Now that the Su father and son had fallen, Elder Yi appointed Guoli and Xia Hao as vice presidents of the company, leaving many to wonder about his intentions. Was he planning to elevate the young master to a prominent position? Yet, the young master remained. Sigh. The assembly expressed confusion regarding Elder Yi's decision. Although the majority supported it, only a few loyalists of Su Jian quietly scoffed at the murmurs around them. Did they still harbor hopes of seizing the Yi group? It was too late. The contract arranged by Su before his demise was about to take effect, and soon, the vast assets of the Yi group, worth billions, would no longer bear the Yi name but that of the Lu family. When Yi Fan, Guoli, Wang Fugui, Xia Hao, and Lu Wuyang arrived at the Yi group's conference hall, they were surprised to find Lu Qingyang already present. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is as follows. Mr. Su Jian, the executive president of the Yi group, signed a contract with our Lu group yesterday, selling the Yi group for 30 million. Here's the contract, notarized and legally binding. Moreover, the deputy director of the legal department and manager Yu from the procurement department were present during the signing. Can you attest to the authenticity of this contract? The deputy director of the legal department and manager Yu stood as the last vestiges of Su Jian and the Yi group. Although Su Jian had not understood why the Wang family suddenly targeted him, he was not foolish and quickly deduced that the matter must involve the Yi family. Thus, he set up this contingency plan. Indeed, we were with Mr. Su and witnessed the Lu group's acquisition of the Yi group for 30 million, correct? Upon confirmation from manager Yu and the others, the crowd seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. What nonsense! The Yi group is worth at least 500 billion. Selling it for 30 million? That's practically giving it away. The atmosphere was rife with indignation. Su Jian's demise was too lenient a fate for his treachery. Most of the senior executives of the Yi group had already been drawn away by Su Jian to confront the Wang family, leaving behind a weakened faction. The prevailing sentiment in the room was clearly in favor of the Yi family. Yet, the contract, now firmly in Lu Qingyang's hands, was legally binding. Your protests are meaningless. This is the law, protected by the state. Lu Qingyang gleefully brandished the notarized copy of the contract. Since the Yi group now belonged to the Lu family, it was time for a swift transfer of responsibilities, particularly regarding the specialized research department. Lu Qingyang was particularly eager to take over the Yi family due to a rumored treasure map from many years ago, said to lead to a miraculous sight. If deciphered, it could yield immense benefits, even the possibility of immortality. Speculation abounded that the Yi family's many powerful masters and their dominance over a significant portion of the military might were linked to their discovery of certain secrets within that site. The annihilation of the Yi family was, in part, driven by the desire to eradicate any threats, but also to seize the coveted treasure map. Yi Fan stood at the entrance of the conference room, observing the chaos within, his brow furrowed. A sense of unease settled over him. He was now the last remaining core disciple of the Yi family, yet he was still trapped in a state of mental fog, unable to present himself normally to the assembly. Without visible hope for the Yi family, they would surely splinter into disarray. It was imperative to quickly unite the family and restore their confidence. Before arriving, Yi Fan had investigated Manager Yu and the legal department's deputy director, initially not expecting to use the information. However, as staunch loyalists of Su Jian, their continued defense of him posthumously left Yi Fan with no choice but to confront them. You are all quite loud. What wild dogs dare to run rampant on my family's territory? Yi Fan stepped into the hall, pulled out a chair, and fixed a scorching gaze upon Lu Qingyang. What is this? At the celebratory banquet, you still haven't had enough? Shall I demonstrate my skills once more? Lu Qingyang recoiled instinctively, intimidated by Yi Fan's aggressive demeanor, accompanied by the formidable presence of Guo Li and Wang Fugui. Lu Qingyang knew he could not easily dispatch Yi Fan and was compelled to endure. Yi Fan, you would do well to refrain from recklessness. I warn you, the Yi group has been acquired by me. It no longer bears the Yi name. You and your companions should vacate the premises. This is a business transaction, and even if you were to kill me, it would be futile. Yi Fan understood the implications of their treachery. I see now, you two scoundrels, colluding to sell the company at a pittance for your own gain. I saw you, Manager Yu, accepting bribes of several million in secret. And you, Deputy Director, I know you have kept 3 women in a certain place. 5 years ago, one even leapt to her death because of you. You are all despicable. Grandfather forbade me from speaking out, but now I shall expose you. Yi Fan ascended the stage, his words flowing with clarity, appearing nothing like the fool he had been deemed. The hundreds of shareholders and core members of the Yi group stared in bewilderment. Was the young master, thought to be daft for 5 years, finally able to communicate normally? His plethora of revelations was indeed remarkable. However, they were also aware that the renowned healer Lei Qianjue had arrived in Yun City, proclaiming that Yi Fan's condition could be treated and that he was already on the mend. If true, the Yi group might have a chance of resurgence. You slanderous fool. When have I ever accepted money from anyone? And what of the suicide? How is that related to me? Manager Yu and the deputy director trembled at Yi Fan's accusations. The prospect of millions in bribes could lead to a minimum 10-year sentence, while manslaughter was an even graver charge. If Yi Fan had spoken the truth, then the elder of the Yi family must be aware of the reality, yet had chosen to bide his time. It appears the time for reckoning has finally come. You must present evidence when making such claims. Yi Fan, as high-ranking members of the Yi group, they have fought tirelessly for the company's interests. To accuse them of disloyalty is a grievous insult. Lu Qingyang seized the opportunity to sow doubt in the minds of the assembly regarding Yi Fan's intentions. Though the Yi group was a family enterprise, years of development had seen the influx of external shareholders, and the internal unity was far from guaranteed. Lu Qingyang's words still held weight, as some individuals in the audience furrowed their brows while gazing at Yi Fan. 5 years ago, Yi Fan was a prodigious talent, excelling in cultivation and possessing unparalleled wisdom. His awakening and subsequent takeover of the Yi family conglomerate posed no issue, yet should his methods be inappropriate, garnering unanimous support would prove challenging. Evidence. I have some materials to share with you all. As he spoke, Yi Fan handed a USB drive to Guo Li, saying, Old Guo, my friend mentioned there are valuable items within. Please take a look. Guo Li, somewhat astonished, regarded Yi Fan, questioning whether this elder brother of his had truly awakened only in recent days. How had he acquired such extensive knowledge of the upper echelons of the Yi family? In truth, Yi Fan had commenced his investigation following Wang Chao's demise, intending to confront Su Dong. The inevitable confrontation with Su Jian and his son was merely a matter of time, yet Yi Fan had not anticipated such rapid developments. Manager Yu, here is 3 million. I entrust you with the steel factory project of the Yi family. Upon success, there will be an additional 5 million. Understood. Manager Yu responded eagerly. Our procurement channels have been stuck in the approval process. Could you assist in smoothing things over? Here are 200,000 for tea. The first video commenced playback on the screen, portraying a crystal-clear image. The procurement department's manager Yu had accepted a bribe of 5 million, according to relevant laws. He could now spend the remainder of his life on a sewing machine. Stop the playback. Manager Yu, witnessing the unfolding situation, collapsed into his seat. His face drained of color. He had been exceedingly cautious at the time. How could he have been captured so clearly? Was Yi Fan not a fool? How did he possess so much incriminating evidence? No need to panic, Manager Yu, Yi Fan remarked with a faint smile. My friend assures me there is much more excitement to come. Turning to another department head, he continued, Director Zhu, your segment is next. And it may be a bit eye-watering. Would you like to showcase your developed pectorals and gluteal muscles? Yi Fan's words left Director Zhu momentarily speechless. He understood the implications of such a statement. Most likely, he had been photographed during a rendezvous with his lover. If Yi Fan could obtain evidence of Manager Yu's corruption, acquiring information on his own indiscretions would be a trivial task. Was Yi Fan truly a simpleton, or had he awakened partially with the assistance of the renowned medical sage? Lei Qianjue? The mere hint of his capabilities had left everyone reeling. If Yi Fan were to fully awaken and unleash his potential, would not the adversaries of the Yi family face dire consequences? Realizing this, Director Zhu felt immense regret. Had he known the young master still harbored hopes of revival, he would never have allied with Su Jian. Yet, as events unfolded, he recognized that further discourse was futile. Young Master Yi, what do you wish for us to do? Director Zhu understood that Yi Fan's decision not to present the evidence to the police implied he required something from them. Well, what else could you possibly need me to say? Yi Fan replied with a subtle smile, a hint of mischief dancing across his features. Wang Fugui remained oblivious to the tension, but Lu Wuyang, observing Yi Fan's demeanor, felt a surge of joy, realizing his gamble had paid off. This prodigious young master of the Yi family had clearly awakened long ago, feigning ignorance to deceive everyone. He was quietly developing, and when he finally erupted, it would herald a resurgence for the Yi family. From Yi Fan's actions, Director Zhu deduced that he had indeed regained some lucidity. Although those present were momentarily slow on the uptake, they gradually came to understand. The young master is no longer stammering. He is on the path to awakening. Indeed, just observe the young master's earlier actions, decisive and swift, a feat many CEOs would struggle to achieve. The great Lei Shun has indeed performed wonders, rescuing the young master and, in turn, saving the entire Yi family and its conglomerate. Most attendees rejoiced at Yi Fan's revival, yet a few middle-aged men in the crowd wore expressions of discontent, muttering that this could not bode well. Those fools cannot even hinder Lei Qianjue. Just wait, now we are in trouble. Yi Fan's prodigious talent had astounded and instilled fear in all, and after 5 years of feigned incompetence, one could only wonder how far Yi Fan had progressed. Yi Fan suggested that Director Zhu reflect on the current situation. Upon exchanging glances with Manager Yu, Zhu calmly stated, If you do not wish to be on a sewing machine, then perhaps it is best to concede. Yi Fan's expectations were clear. They needed to avoid siding with Lu Qingyang. By neutralizing the two most significant threats Su Jian had planted, Yi Fan would find it far easier to contend with Lu Qingyang. Manager Yu, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the essence of Yi Fan's intentions. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed the shareholders of the Yi family, saying, It seems we have been somewhat disorganized in our thoughts. Some statements were misguided. In truth, Mr. Su and I did indeed meet with Lu Qingyang, but no contracts were signed. The contract presented by Lu Qingyang is a forgery. There was never any agreement to acquire the Yi family conglomerate, unaware of Yi Fan's further plans or contingencies. Their only course of action was to deny Lu Qingyang's claims and the legality of his contract, striving to stand in solidarity with Yi Fan. Lu Qingyang glared at the unfolding situation, his anger reaching a boiling point. You two have lost your minds. You were witnesses at the time. Do you think your denials hold any weight now? Look closely. The contract bears Su Jian's signature, fingerprint, and the official seal of the Yi family, along with notarized documentation. Your denials are futile. Lu Qingyang waved a copy of the contract, silencing the crowd once more. Indeed, the contract possessed legal validity. Despite Manager Yu and Zhu Ming's coerced betrayal, Their lack of support for Lu Qingyang would not change the outcome. All eyes turned to Yi Fan, who furrowed his brow in contemplation of the next step. Suddenly, Lu Wuyang stepped forward from behind Yi Fan, boldly declaring, "Young Master Lu, the document you possess is merely a copy, is it not? What use is a copy? What if your contract is forged?" Lu Wuyang? Lu Qingyang felt an ominous sensation as he witnessed Lu Wuyang's sudden appearance beside Yi Fan. Throughout their lives, Lu Qingyang had bullied Lu Wuyang, yet the latter had never cried, his gaze now fixed on Lu Qingyang with an intensity that felt almost predatory. Although he had sent this brother to Yun City, Lu Qingyang had always harbored a deep-seated apprehension. This trip to Yun City had not only been about dealing with Yi Fan, but also contemplating whether he should eliminate this brother, lest he lose sleep at night. "What do you mean?" Anticipating your skepticism, I have brought the original contract. Lu Qingyang called out to his bodyguard, who promptly produced a briefcase. Meanwhile, Lu Wuyang flashed a wicked grin. "Brother, I happen to have a briefcase as well. Now tell me, which one contains the original?" As Lu Qingyang beheld Lu Wuyang unveiling an identical briefcase, a profound sense of foreboding surged within him. His instincts warned him that this younger brother had undoubtedly been quietly developing his capabilities in Yun City, and he feared he might soon find himself ensnared by Lu Wuyang. "Quick, open it." Lu Qingyang's tone was somewhat urgent. He was apprehensive that today's operation might encounter unforeseen complications, which is why he had persistently instructed his bodyguard captain to keep the box close at hand, containing the acquisition contract. When the bodyguard opened the box, it did not contain any contract, but a set of red funeral garments. "What on earth? Where's my contract?" Lu Qingyang staggered back in shock, furious and livid. He glared at Lu Wuyang, his expression filled with ire. "Is this your doing?" Lu Wuyang replied coolly, "Lu Qingyang, 20 years ago, you murdered my mother. Now, this is a gift for you, which I trust you will find useful soon." As he spoke, Lu Wuyang opened his own box, revealing 3 acquisition contracts. Indeed, Su Jian had signed contracts with Lu Qingyang, but Lu Wuyang had long since bribed the bodyguard captain beside his elder brother to switch the documents, thereby undermining Lu Qingyang's plans. "Young Master Yi, all the contracts are yours to handle." Lu Wuyang respectfully presented the box to Yi Fan. "No, Lu Wuyang, you scoundrel, are you out of your mind? Those assets are worth trillions." Lu Qingyang was nearly driven to madness. He had boasted to Captain Chu that he would financially crush the Yi family today. Yet, in the end, he was betrayed by his own brother, sabotaging his final move. Where could he save face? "Trillions? What do you amount to?" Lu Qingyang spat. "Any asset pales in comparison to your life. Go and repent to my mother in the afterlife." Lu Wuyang coldly retorted. Though Lu Wuyang had the manpower and strength to take action against Lu Qingyang, he knew that killing him would leave him with no way to escape unscathed. However, Yi Fan had the support of the Yi family, as well as the Gua and Wang families backing him, unafraid of the impending storm of retribution. Yi Fan glanced at the contracts inside the box, confirming their authenticity in the presence of notarization. "Young Master Lu, all 3 originals are in my possession. Tell me, who does the Yi family belong to now?" Yi Fan fixed his piercing gaze on Lu Qingyang, a devilish smirk adorning his face. Lu Qingyang glared fiercely at Lu Wuyang, ready to devour him whole. "Lu Wuyang, you are indeed ruthless." Losing control over the Yi family infuriated Lu Qingyang, but he was even more incensed by his brother, who had hidden in Yunqing for so many years and seemed to have developed beyond his control. Lu Qingyang regretted assigning his brother to Yunqing in the first place. "We're leaving," Lu Qingyang declared, realizing that with the original contract stolen, his acquisition plan was doomed to fail. There was no point in lingering. He signaled to his subordinates, intending to exit the scene. "Stop. You think you can just leave?" Yi Fan's cold voice halted him. "My wife once said that if someone bullies me, they must pay a price. You caused a ruckus at the celebration banquet, and I haven't sought retribution yet. Now, it's time to settle the score." Yi Fan had no intention of letting Lu Qingyang off the hook. A shadow flickered in Lu Qingyang's eyes. He hadn't even sought trouble with Yi Fan yet, but Yi Fan was the one initiating conflict. "What more do you want?" Lu Qingyang asked, unease creeping into his gaze. Although Yu Linglong was not present, Yi Fan was flanked by the powerful masters Guo Li and Wang Fugui, along with additional bodyguards arranged by the Yi family. Yi Fan's intelligence seemed to have returned to normal, leaving Lu Qingyang uncertain about the restoration of his strength. If that were the case, Lu Qingyang would indeed be in trouble. "Young Master Yi, He possesses a transparent bone that emanates a profound ancient aura, said to be highly beneficial for cultivation. Perhaps you should ask him to hand it over. Before Yi Fan could respond, Lu Wuyang revealed Lu Qingyang's treasure. Lu Wuyang, are you trying to get yourself killed? That is the ancestral treasure of the Lu family, worth a fortune. Lu Qingyang clutched his chest in despair. Achieving mastery at just over 30 was largely due to the nurturing of that bone. Was he really going to lose it? Lu Qingyang felt a surge of indignation. It is indeed a treasure of the Lu family, but what does that have to do with me? Lu Wuyang replied indifferently. A smirk crossed Yi Fan's face. It was evident that Lu Wuyang harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Lu family. Without Yi Fan needing to speak, Wang Fugui and Guoli had already moved, flanking Lu Qingyang and restraining him with their formidable martial energy. Young Master Lu, hand it over. You're robbing me. Lu Qingyang's face turned ashen with fury. He attempted to channel his martial energy to resist. However, just as he began to summon his strength, he realized a disheartening truth. His martial energy was utterly unusable, and his strength was rapidly waning. Since being pricked by Yi Fan at Su Yixue's celebration banquet, it seemed a certain energy had been silently corroding his insides. The moment he exerted himself, he felt utterly drained. What is happening? Lu Qingyang gazed at Yi Fan in terror. Had Yi Fan truly awakened completely? The methods and strength of this prodigious genius were utterly unfathomable. We're robbing you. What are you going to do about it? You think you can seize the Yi family, but we can't take from you? Wang Fugui snarled, his temper flaring as he aggressively tore Lu Qingyang's clothing, yanking the semi-transparent bone from his person and handing it to Yi Fan. Brother, look. Yi Fan took the bone and his pupils widened in shock. Undying bone. He felt an intense astonishment within. From the information he had gleaned through the dragon pattern ring, he was aware that throughout history, some eminent beings had perished, existing beyond the pinnacle of martial arts. Their bones had crystallized into these semi-transparent artifacts, containing their immense martial arts knowledge and battle experiences. Any martial artist who bore such a bone could nurture and gain tremendous benefits. However, absorbing the energy and wisdom contained within these undying bones would yield even greater rewards. Fortunately, the notes within the dragon pattern ring detailed the methods for absorbing and transforming the undying bones. Young Master Lu, thank you. I accept this item. Yi Fan smiled as he stowed the bone away, reverting to his naive demeanor. Old Gua, old Wang. Look, he has voluntarily offered a gift. He is a guest. Why are you holding him like this? Quickly, let him go. Young Master Lu, I'll escort you out. As he spoke, Yi Fan's gaze returned to a dazed expression while he casually draped an arm around Lu Qingyang's neck, as if to escort him out. Others in the room assumed Yi Fan had returned to his foolish state, but only Guo Li and Xia Hao understood that Yi Fan surely had other plans. At that moment, Lu Qingyang felt as though his heart were shattering, each stab of betrayal piercing deeper. This was truly a heart-wrenching betrayal. He had come to seize the Yi family, yet he was on the verge of being stripped of everything. Brother, I'll accompany you to see him off. Wang Fugui exclaimed, noticing Yi Fan intended to leave with Lu Qingyang. He quickly stood up to follow. Guo Li promptly stopped Wang Fugui, saying, Old Wang, we still need you to maintain order here. Let Mr. Xia accompany him instead. At the celebration banquet, Lu Qingyang inadvertently revealed his direct involvement in the assassination of the Yi family members. Yi Fan, having a private conversation with Lu Qingyang, sought to uncover the truth of the events that transpired. If Wang Fugui were to accompany them, complications would surely arise. Xia Hao quickly understood the situation and instructed, Li Hu, bring some men to escort young Master Lu. Yi Fan smiled faintly and, as he exited the conference room, beckoned Lu Wuyang, saying, Young Master Lu, come along with me. Previously, at Su family's celebration banquet, Yi Fan had refrained from taking action. However, this time, with Lu Qingyang coming to Yi Group on his own accord, Yi Fan had no intention of letting him escape. More importantly, Yi Fan recognized Lu Wuyang's potential and aimed to extend a favor, intending to recruit Lu Wuyang to assist in managing his finances, thus granting Yi Fan more time for other pursuits. All right. Hearing that Yi Fan had declined the assistance of Wang Fugui and Guo Li, opting to face the situation alone, Lu Qingyang's pupils dilated in shock. With the presence of formidable experts like Wang Fugui and Guo Li, he dared not act against Yi Fan. Yet, in their private encounter, even with diminished strength, he believed there would be an opportunity to strike. As for Xia Hao and Lu Wuyang, Lu Qingyang dismissed them entirely. He knew that his subordinates were stationed in the parking lot below, and with their combined forces, Yi Fan would have no chance of escape. Yi Fan, you choose the path of folly. As Lu Qingyang, along with Yi Fan, Lu Wuyang, and Xia Hao, descended to the parking lot of Yi Group, he spoke first. Fool, since you've come, why not stay? With a snap of his fingers, a group of martial arts experts emerged from the surrounding vehicles, encircling Yi Fan, Xia Hao, Li Hu, and Lu Wuyang. Yi Fan, I cannot discern whether your folly is genuine or feigned. When you were with Guo Li and Wang Fugui, I treaded carefully, but now you recklessly approach me alone. Is this not a death wish? I suppose I must send you on your way. Lu Qingyang appeared confident, asserting, do not expect them to come to your rescue. Even if they attempt to intervene, it will take them a few minutes, plenty of time to end your life multiple times over. Lu Qingyang had brought only his elite forces. As the encirclement tightened, Lu Wuyang grew increasingly anxious. Young Master Lu, our master kindly offered you a way out, yet you insist on throwing yourself into danger. Do not blame our master for being ungracious. Xia Hao regarded Lu Qingyang coldly, having already sentenced him to death in his mind. The folly of Lu Qingyang was evident. Yi Fan's intentions were clear, and he sought revenge for Lu Wuyang. Ungracious? Ha! A foolish young master, alongside the head of the Xia family? Let me tell you. Xia Hao, I address you as head of the Xia family out of respect. Otherwise, I would simply call you Xia Dog, which would be a compliment. Do not rush. Once the Yi family is dealt with, it will soon be your turn. The higher-ups had already made it clear. Any family closely aligned with the Yi family would face dire consequences. Li Hu remained vigilant beside Xia Hao, prepared for any sudden developments. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as Lu Qingyang expressed his excitement, but Yi Fan made his move. He stomped his foot on the ground, unleashing a powerful aura that shattered the bluestone floor, sending countless fragments flying towards Lu Qingyang's subordinates. The formidable force overwhelmed Lu Qingyang's bodyguards, who were unable to resist and swiftly perished. Moments ago, Lu Qingyang had dozens of skilled fighters at his disposal, yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself utterly alone. His eyes widened in shock as he processed the unfolding scene. Yi Fan, you were feigning ignorance? You have awakened, haven't you? Now, only Xia Hao, Lu Wuyang, and Lu Qingyang remained. When Yi Fan had struck, Li Hu and his few subordinates had also been incapacitated. As the underground overlord of Yun City, Li Hu's reputation should have remained intact, but Yi Fan did not wish to expose himself before too many witnesses. Xia Hao was already aware of Yi Fan's awakening, and Lu Wuyang, as a future core member, posed no threat to Yi Fan's secrets. As for Lu Qingyang, dead men tell no tales. Now you understand? It's too late. Yi Fan stepped forward coldly. Answer my questions honestly to spare yourself further suffering. Lu Qingyang felt the overwhelming energy emanating from Yi Fan, far surpassing that of a martial arts master, likely reaching the level of a martial sovereign. Yet, the intelligence received by Captain Chu Feng indicated that Yi Fan had only attained mastery. If this assessment were erroneous, it could jeopardize Captain Chu Feng's operations. The most critical factor was that the intelligence had been flawed, with everyone planning based on the assumption that Yi Fan had not awakened. Now that he had, the situation could drastically change. Lu Qingyang, filled with trepidation, discreetly reached for his phone, intending to report the situation to Captain Chu Feng. However, before he could act, a tremendous force surged towards his pocket, shattering his phone. Even now, you think you have a chance to send a warning? You are mistaken. Yi Fan's invisible yet immense power pinned Lu Qingyang against the car, demanding, speak. Who is behind the Lu family? Is it Zhou Xiao from the capital or the Lone Wolf? Who else could have attacked my brother in the Xuanwu war zone, aside from your Lu family? According to Yi Fan's nature, he should have ended Lu Qingyang's life at the Su family banquet when Lu Qingyang had been so brazen. The only reason he spared him was to extract the truth. Following the clues, Yi Fan aimed to unearth the true culprit behind the plot against the Yi family. The Zhao family, the Li family, and the representative from the Lu family, Qin Tao, were all of lower status and possessed limited knowledge. Lu Qingyang, who had come directly with the big shot from the Northwest War Zone, would undoubtedly be more informed. Yi Fan, do you really believe that your awakening will alter the outcome? Dream on. The lone wolf big shot from the Northwest War Zone is already on his way, and time is running short. Soon, it will be the end for your Yi family. At that moment, Lu Qingyang realized that his premature confrontation with Yi Fan had been a grave mistake. He had likely forfeited any chance of escape. Resigned, Lu Qingyang adopted a defiant demeanor. Even if I know some secrets, I will never divulge them. Just wait for your demise. Ha ha. After your death, your wives will be left vulnerable, and many men will surely take turns to comfort them. With a swift motion, Yi Fan unleashed the 7-star soul extinguishing claw. This was a secret technique from the dragon pattern ring, capable of using energy to control spiritual power, infiltrating the target's mind, and tormenting them from the depths of their soul. As Yi Fan channeled his energy, Lu Qingyang felt as though his head were about to explode. What are you doing to me? Alas, how excruciating this pain is. Lu Qingyang gazed at Yi Fan with incredulity, feeling as if a knife were gnawing at his very brain, akin to a dagger piercing his soul, the agony rendering his consciousness scattered and beginning to plummet into despair. Now speak. Who, besides the Zhou family of the capital, stands behind the Lu family? What is their intention in striking against the Yi family? The 7-star soul destruction technique, though seldom employed by Yi Fan, had previously been unleashed a few times, and none had withstood its might. Lu Qingyang was no exception. Regarding the attackers, I cannot ascertain all, but the Lu family from the provincial capital and my own Lu family were indeed complicit. The liaison was Captain Chu Feng from the Northwest War Zone. While we remain uncertain of his exact affiliation, it undoubtedly stems from the military. As for Zhou Xiao from the capital, he does not belong to the Zhou family of that region. Yet he seemingly commands a formidable organization known as the Holy Envoy Organization. They are in pursuit of a map. Lu Qingyang, possessing a far greater insight, was privy to more information than Li Zhong and Qin Yao. At the very least, he recognized that the forces behind the assault on the Yi family are not singular. On one front, there lies the military. On another, the Holy Envoy Organization. They have evidently united for some vested interest, culminating in their successful strike. The military's breach lies with Chu Feng, while Zhou Xiao serves as the ultimate point of penetration for the Holy Envoy Organization. Confronting them shall be a matter for another time. For now, those who murdered my second brother must first pay the price. With a swift motion, Yi Fan unleashed a surge of energy that obliterated Lu Qingyang's entire meridian system, liberating him from the clutches of the 7-star soul destruction claws, allowing him to regain consciousness. The excruciating pain of bones and sinews rendered Lu Qingyang's existence akin to a living hell, and he cried out, "Kill me. Yi Fan, you dare to slay me." Yi Fan's lips curled slightly as he replied, "Indeed, I yearn to take your life, yet there exists another who desires it even more. Thus, your fate shall rest in his hands." As he spoke, Yi Fan retrieved a dagger from the ground and turned to the still-dazed Lu Wuyang, saying, "Lu Xiao, exact your revenge." Lu Wuyang, stunned by Yi Fan's earlier prowess, felt his eyes widen in astonishment. The figure before him, Yi Xiao, was indeed a prodigious talent. "Very well. Thank you." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Wuyang accepted the dagger from Yi Fan, brandishing it briefly before striding toward Lu Qingyang. "You, Lu Wuyang, what do you intend to do?" We are brothers, you cannot slay me." Lu Qingyang, unafraid of death in the presence of Yi Fan, trembled before Lu Wuyang. For Lu Wuyang, once the target of Lu Qingyang's bullying, now stood exalted, able to dictate his own fate. "Brothers? Lu Qingyang, do you possess any shame? Your conscience devoured by dogs. Did you consider our bond when you murdered my mother?" Lu Wuyang had endured for years, not a naive fool. With Lu Wuyang mere inches away, he hesitated not, driving the dagger into Lu Qingyang's chest with ruthless force. Thud! A gaping wound appeared in Lu Qingyang's torso, blood cascading forth, staining his garment crimson. You truly mean to kill me." Lu Qingyang gazed at Lu Wuyang. "If you slay me, my father will not spare you. You must cease at once." Yet, Lu Qingyang understood that any plea for restraint would bear no fruit. From the moment Lu Wuyang orchestrated the swap of his contract, he had resolutely sided with Yi Fan, seeking Lu Qingyang's demise. Still, Lu Qingyang clung desperately to the last vestige of hope. My father? Does he deserve such a title? Brother, do not fret. First, go to my mother and offer your penance. Soon enough, I shall ensure he kneels before her as well." Thud! "This strike avenges the humiliation you inflicted upon me." Thud! "This strike is for forcing me to scavenge amidst the wolves." Thud! "This strike recalls the day you made me crawl through filth and sub-zero temperatures." Unaware of how many times he had thrust the dagger, Lu Qingyang ultimately became a mere sieve, devoid of unscathed flesh. "Lu Xiao, enough." Yi Fan observed Lu Qingyang's lifeless form, reaching out to pat Lu Wuyang's shoulder. Lu Wuyang, awakened from his grief, knelt upon the ground, bowing thrice towards the provincial capital direction. Mother, have you seen? I have avenged you. The one who took your life has met his end, and tonight I shall finally rest easy. For years, Lu Wuyang had awakened nightly from dreams, haunted by the image of his mother being strangled by Lu Qingyang. Now, with Lu Qingyang departed to meet the king of hell, Lu Wuyang could finally lay to rest a burden of the heart. Master Xia, have you recorded the video? Yi Fan turned to Xia Hao, who promptly activated his phone, revealing footage of Yi Fan wielding the dagger against Lu Qingyang, juxtaposed with the latter's demise, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind that Yi Fan had slain him. Yi Shao, yet it was I who ended Lu Qingyang's life. Your actions suggest. Yi Fan replied coolly, in truth. The moment Lu Qingyang disrupted the celebration at the Su family banquet and I laid hands upon him, he was already a dead man. What transpired just now merely granted him his final breath to allow you your vengeance. Furthermore, should we declare that Lu Qingyang was slain by you? Do you possess the strength to withstand the Lu family's retribution? Especially from those loyal to Lu Qingyang's grandfather. Can you endure it? Yi Fan's gaze bore into Lu Qingyang. You have exerted considerable effort, gathering numerous allies to seek my aid. Is it not for this very purpose? Yi Fan's clarity in the human realm left Lu Wuyang somewhat flustered. Thank you, young Master Yi, for your assistance. In the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. Excellent. This is precisely what I was waiting to hear. What I desire is none other than you. Yi Fan's response, devoid of hesitation, momentarily left Lu Wuyang in a state of disbelief. Ah, this. Young Master Yi, you want me? But Lu Wuyang misinterpreted the sentiment, pondering how someone with so many beautiful wives and sisters could possibly harbor affection for men. Yet, recalling the significant favor Yi Fan had done for him, he gritted his teeth and declared, as long as young Master Yi is pleased, I am amenable to any position. Lu Wuyang's face flushed crimson as he barely managed to utter those words. Observing Lu Wuyang's demeanor, Yi Fan lightly tapped him on the head, exasperated. What are you thinking? I have no such inclinations. What I seek is your intellect. With your brilliant economic acumen, assist me in constructing a vast commercial empire. Ah, Lu Wuyang was once again disheartened. Was this really what young Master Yi meant? Come, from this moment on, you need not conceal your business plans. The Lu family will be your formidable backing. However, prepare yourself. I have yet to fully reveal my capabilities, and the Lu family may face considerable pressure for some time to come. Yi Fan turned to glance at the imposing office building of the Yi family conglomerate. The Holy Envoy organization sounded like a formidable entity, likely akin to the Tianji Pavilion that supported him. Alas, the path ahead was exceptionally arduous. Nevertheless, Lu Wuyang remained undeterred. No matter, since I am aligned with young Master Yi, I shall share in both joy and hardship. I have unwavering faith in your strength. 5 years prior, at the age of 15, Yi Fan had already attained master-level prowess. Now, after 5 years of apparent folly, it was clear that he had surpassed the limits of mastery, likely reaching the level of martial sovereign. With Yi Fan's extraordinary talent and strategic mind, the rise of the Yi family was merely a matter of time. Leaving Xia Hao and Li Hu to manage the scene, Yi Fan proceeded towards the Yi family conglomerate. In the Lu family estate within the provincial capital, Luzijiang, the head of the Lu family received a video from an unknown sender, which caused him to leap to his feet in shock. What? Lu Qingyang has been killed. This? The video depicted the scene of Xia Hao managing the aftermath, showcasing Yi Fan delivering a lethal blow to Lu Qingyang. How could that fool from the Yi family possess such strength to kill Qingyang? Lu Zijiang's voice trembled as he commanded, quick, call Qingyang immediately. Someone must be playing a prank. His subordinates hurried to act, but after considerable effort, they could not reach Lu Qingyang. Furthermore, none of the subordinates accompanying him could be contacted. Ultimately, an external driver reported, Patriarch, I saw the body of the eldest young master being disposed of. He was killed by someone from the Yi family. And I also saw the second young master. With the arrival of additional information from the scene, combined with the video evidence, Lu Zijiang collapsed onto the sofa, finally accepting the grim reality that his son had been slain by the very fool he had underestimated. But how could the fool, who had appeared to be daft, possess such formidable power to slay Qingyang? Moreover, Qingyang himself had already transcended the level of mastery. To kill Qingyang would require at least the pinnacle strength of a master. While mourning, Lu Zijiang swiftly analyzed the situation. Although the video only captured Yi Fan's silhouette, he instinctively deduced that others must have been present at the scene. It was implausible for a mere fool to kill his son alone. The Yi family had undoubtedly orchestrated a trap, resulting in his son's demise. Lu Zijiang was well aware of why Lu Qingyang had ventured to Yun City. Captain Chu Feng had personally ordered the Lu family to take action against the Yi family and to crush the Su family. Initially, Lu Zijiang had intended to oversee the operation himself. However, due to an important visitor from the east, he had refrained from attending. Now, with his son dead, he regretted not having gone in person. Quick, contact Captain Chu Feng. This news must be reported immediately. The Yi family had been suppressed to this extent yet dared to slay a master warrior from the Lu family. The death of Lu Qingyang might not seem significant to the Lu family or to figures like Chu Feng. However, if mishandled, the repercussions would be profoundly impactful. Previously, families like the Zhao, Li, and Wang clans that had attacked the Yi family had been eradicated, and everyone had accepted it. After all, while the Yi family had been suppressed, their foundation remained robust, capable of dealing with those smaller clans. Yet, the Lu family's foundation was dominant within the provincial capital, with clear backing from Chu Feng and others. One must consider the master when dealing with a dog. The Yi family had brazenly slain their own dog. A blatant affront. At Yun City International Airport, just as Chu Feng disembarked from his flight, he received news from Lu Zijiang. What? Yi Fan killed Lu Qingyang? What nonsense is this? Is Lu Qingyang a fool to be slain by a daft person? Upon receiving the news, Chu Feng's first instinct was to dismiss it as falsehood. Yet, the call was from Lu Zijiang, who would not joke about his son's life. While Chu Feng was still on the line, his subordinates began relaying various reports from Yun City. The video of Lu Qingyang's murder had begun to circulate online. It seemed the Yi family had no intention of concealing Yi Fan's involvement, despite his continued appearance of being simple-minded. But what did it matter? A fool could crush Chu Feng's subordinates. What was there to boast about? Moreover, Lei Qianjue had previously stated that Yi Fan's apparent folly had not damaged his nerves, leaving room for recovery. Should Yi Fan awaken fully, the doom of the Yi family's adversaries would be imminent. Several neutral families in Yun City, upon viewing the video, had already decided to pay a visit to the Yi family the following day. In the capital, multiple families had also shifted their stance, abruptly calling to postpone previously discussed collaborations, citing urgent matters to attend to. As Chu Feng continued his call with Lu Zijiang, he absorbed the reports of the unfolding situation, his expression darkening considerably. These cunning old foxes, what did it mean to push back their collaboration? It was painfully clear. They had discerned the revival potential of the Yi family and were hesitant to choose sides too soon. Everyone was acutely aware of the Yi family's profound foundation. Although the core disciples of the Yi family had been obliterated, the Tianlong army remained, as did Yi Fan. Should Yi Fan awaken and regain control of the Tianlong army, eliminating him would not be a simple feat. After digesting Lu Zijiang's news and the myriad reports from Yun City and the capital, Chu Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. Initially, he had believed that to deal with Yi Fan, his personal intervention would suffice. After all, with the assistance of the Pavilion Elder, Chu Feng's strength had reached the level of martial sovereign. Previously, the Yi family's strongest member had been at the martial sovereign level. Yet now the highest among them were likely only the Cold Peak and the elder of the Yi family, both masters. Even if 5 master warriors united, they would hardly stand against a martial sovereign. But now, Chu Feng's perspective had shifted. The Yi family, as one of the 6 prominent clans of the Great Xia, had maintained dominance for so long for good reason. He needed to remain vigilant. Head of the Lu family, the current situation concerning the Yi family is rather precarious. It would be prudent for you to arrange additional support for me. We must swiftly resolve the Yi family issue, lest we all face dire consequences. Although Chu Feng sought help from Lu Zijian knew he had no right to refuse. All right. However, Captain Chu, you are aware that my personnel are quite limited. The experts have already been taken away by Qingyang and likely eliminated by the Yi family. Furthermore, today a few associates from the Eastern Black Society have arrived, and they are also very interested in the affairs concerning the Yi family. Perhaps we could let them join you in your endeavors? Lu Zijian was not as straightforward as he appeared. Despite his connections with Chu Feng and the Holy Envoy, he maintained close ties with the East, seeking alternative support. Very well. Have them come to Yun City to find me immediately. Chu Feng frowned. Previously, when he intended to take action against the Yi family, Individuals from the Eastern Black Society had approached them, but at that time, the situation was favorable, and Elder Zhang had declined their involvement. However, the circumstances had now shifted, and allowing the Eastern associates to take the lead seemed a viable option. Just after hanging up with Lu Zijian, Elder Zhang called. Chu Feng, what is happening? How could the young master of the Lu family be killed by Yi Fan upon arriving in Yun City? Do you comprehend the severity of the repercussions this incident may cause? In a discreet courtyard in the northwest, Elder Zhang held the phone, his brow furrowed, his expression grim. He had just been reprimanded by higher-ups and was well aware of the dire situation. Days had passed since the Su family and Tianlong had declared their support for the Yi family, and yet the Su family was thriving, having successfully held a press conference. In contrast, Elder Zhang's arrangements with the Zhao, Li, and Wang families had all met with disaster, and the forces from the provincial city had been eliminated before they could even engage. The Yi family had audaciously allowed a fool to act, which was nothing short of provocation. Elder, please remain calm. Chu Feng is well aware of everything. I have arrived in Yun City, and I have agreed to the Eastern Associates' involvement. I believe I shall soon provide you with an explanation. I sense something is amiss with the Yi family. That foolish, prodigious talent may have awakened. I will ensure to relay any news to you promptly. In the courtyard, Elder Zhang ended the call, his facial muscles twitching. Alas, the stone cast into the depths may yield no insight, resulting in a fruitless endeavor. Elder, is the Yi family truly that formidable? Elder Zhang rubbed his temples, troubled. According to the calculations from his superiors, the Yi family was destined to produce a child capable of shaking the foundations of the Great Xia and even the global landscape. This was why the higher-ups had mobilized such extensive resources to eradicate the Yi family. Yet, they had overlooked the fool, Yi Fan. He sighed, wondering if it was still possible to rectify the situation. In Yun City, as Yi Fan and Lu Wuyang returned to the conference hall, Guo Li and Wang Fugui were addressing the attendees. You should have received the news. Su Jian and his son Su Dong are deceased. The Yi family ultimately belongs to my elder brother. Hence the old master has appointed me and the head of the Xia family as vice presidents to assist my elder brother in managing the Yi family. Additionally, we shall appoint another vice president, Lu Wuyang, the second young master of the Lu family, whom you have just met. He has rendered significant contributions to the Yi family and, despite being marginalized by the Lu family, has established a business empire worth hundreds of billions in a short time. Therefore, when Guo Li, the Xia family head, and I are not present, all matters concerning the Yi family will be under his purview. A sharp glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he spoke, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Do any of you have objections to my decision? He glanced at the crowd, symbolically inquiring. The attendees had witnessed Yi Fan's recent performances, though he had not publicly declared it. They could surmise that Yi Fan had likely awakened. With such unparalleled abilities, even as the Yi family faced potential disintegration, Yi Fan had managed to turn the tide. Does my elder brother's inquiry fall upon deaf ears? Wang Fugui, seeing the lack of response, slammed his hands on the table, creating a loud noise that startled the assembly. And no objections. We resolutely support young Master Ye's leadership. The crowd responded in unison. Young Master Lu, please take charge of the arrangements. You may proceed with the plan you proposed earlier. Feel free to execute it without reservation. You have full access to the company's funds. You are accountable to me, while any significant issues can be discussed with Guo Li and Mr. Xia. Yi Fan granted Lu Wuyang ample authority, and while Lu felt touched, the pressure weighed heavily on him. Thank you for your trust, young Master Yi. I will give my all. Navigating the business realm was Lu Wuyang's aspiration. Previously constrained, Yi Fan had now provided him with an extraordinary platform to unleash his talents fully. The Yi family would undergo a sweeping transformation, and personnel restructuring was no longer Yi Fan's concern. With Guo Li and Lu Wuyang at the helm, Yi Fan exited the conference room and entered an adjacent lounge. After closing the door, he retrieved the undying bone from Lu Qingyang. Channeling his energy, he began to absorb the pure vitality contained within, following the methods recorded in the dragon pattern ring. A gentle power began to emanate from the undying bone, as if something within had been activated. In the next moment, a colossal energy began to ripple from the lounge's center. Yi Fan felt a vibrant force surging through his veins, as if it had long been dormant, finally finding an outlet for release. Yi Fan, already at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm, began to gather ancient energy, nourishing and expanding his dantian. Even the flickering flame within his dantian was influenced, rapidly stirring and voraciously absorbing the energy from the undying bone. The once feeble ember brightened considerably in mere moments. Such potency! As Yi Fan sensed the immense energy within the undying bone, a wealth of intricate combat experiences flooded his mind, stirring exhilaration within him. If this pace continued, he would soon break through to the emperor level. In the entire realm of Great Xia, few could attain such a status. At that moment, even if besieged, they would not easily vanquish him, would they? The rise of the Yi family, who could stand in their way? Suddenly, amidst his thoughts, Yi Fan felt a rupture within his dantian, as though a barrier had shattered. The shackles of the martial sovereign realm had been broken, signifying that Yi Fan could once again ascend to the emperor realm. Without hesitation, Yi Fan continued to sit cross-legged, channeling all his energy towards this new breakthrough. After meeting with his old friends, Yi Changfeng, accompanied by Lei Qianjue, had just arrived beside the conference room of the Yi group when he sensed a formidable energy fluctuation emanating from the adjacent lounge. Yi Changfeng raised an eyebrow. Although he had his suspicions, he still inquired of the bodyguard at the door, "Who is inside?" "Old master, it is young master inside." The bodyguard, personally assigned by the elder Yi, was one of his direct descendants. The leader among them was a master-level expert, capable of perceiving the intense energy waves coming from within. It seemed the young master was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yi Changfeng nodded and sternly instructed the elite team leader and Cold Peak, "Seal this area. No one is to approach without my command." As his words fell, Yi Changfeng produced several red talismans from his person, channeling their power to create a formidable circle of flowing light, enveloping the lounge. This protective circle had been left to him by a high-ranking individual, designed to shield the situation within from external detection. Currently, Yi Fan's identity was still perceived as that of a simpleton by the outside world. If they were to discover he had reached the level of a martial emperor, the enemies of the Yi family would either cower in fear, retreating into the shadows, or rashly resort to extreme measures, potentially hiring foreign experts to eliminate Yi Fan in his cradle. Thus, Yi Changfeng understood the necessity of discretion, biding his time until he amassed sufficient strength. If Yi Fan had indeed awakened, with his extraordinary talent, it would not take long for him to ascend to the level of a martial saint. At that point, Yi Fan would stand at the pinnacle of the martial world, a realm where there would be no more than 10 such powerful beings globally, almost all possessing immortal bodies, wherein even the fiercest battles would result in a stalemate. However, unbeknownst to Yi Changfeng, despite his efforts to cloak Yi Fan's energy fluctuations with talismans, the extraordinary phenomena resulting from the breakthrough to martial emperor were too potent to conceal. Moments earlier, powerful energy waves had begun to coalesce above the Yi group, forming a vortex that dimmed the skies over Cloud City. In a secluded villa in the eastern suburbs of Cloud City, several elderly men clad in gray robes, upon sensing the energy fluctuations, activated a mysterious device, intently observing the levels of energy displayed. When they saw the reading surpass the final red mark, they couldn't help but leap with joy. Is it the undying bone? Has the power of the undying bone finally revealed the clues left by the master? Is the coordinate confirmed? Where is it? The master had vanished for many years, leaving behind the instruction to protect the soul organization and assist the young master. They had waited for 20 years, and now, finally, the coordinates had been pinpointed. At the Yi group, however, the energy lasted only a brief moment before it was concealed. What could this mean? It was not surprising, being the master's descendant. He would certainly possess some unique means. Achieving the strength of a martial emperor would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous martial artists, and concealing one's energy fluctuations was the wisest course of action. The practice of martial arts adhered to the laws of the Dark Forest. All martial practitioners were hunters wielding guns in the shadows, with no one knowing who would fire first. The most effective strategy was to shoot first and eliminate the competition. Wait, what coordinates did you just mention? After a few seconds, the elderly men seemed to regain their composure, their expressions filled with astonishment as they turned to the technician among them. The Yi group. What about it? The technician suddenly smote his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh, I just realized you mean the Yi family. That monstrous genius from 5 years ago. Could it be him? Yes, yes, yes. We noted that boy from the Yi family back then, but lacked evidence. Then he became simple-minded, and we paid him no heed. But now, it seems he can't escape our grasp. Haha, how wonderful. The person we seek has been right under our noses all along. Thankfully, we did not act impulsively, almost being swayed by others to take action against the Yi family. Quickly, alert the elders. The Soul organization must commence its operations. Since the Yi family is the descendant of the master, we cannot ignore their current plight. Nyo, you are already at the martial sovereign level. Come with me to see the young master. If he encounters any trouble, we can extend our assistance. Inside the Yi group's lounge, Yi Fan had circulated the energy within his body through 49 cycles, finally feeling that most of the energy had been absorbed. The energy contained within the undying bone was extraordinarily potent. Despite his body being enhanced by the dragon ring long ago, he still could not absorb all the energy. The remainder had been concealed within his meridians, awaiting further utilization. Yi Fan glanced at his hands. The undying bone had completely vanished, absorbed wholly into him. In his dantian, the flames burned even more vigorously, and the energy mass formed by the qi had become denser. His power at the martial emperor level had reached an alarming state. Merely releasing a hint of his perception allowed him to detect all movements within a radius of several hundred meters. The flutter of insects, the rustle of leaves, and even the sounds of seeds breaking through the soil were all within his grasp. He could sense the life energy of surrounding creatures and could even absorb it for his own use. He pondered whether absorbing the life essence of those beings was a unique ability he possessed. Yi Fan was also aware of his grandfather, who was guarding him outside. Although his grandfather's martial energy had stagnated at the master level due to injury, he could still utilize talismans to cloak his energy fluctuations. It appeared that the Yi family possessed many hidden depths unknown to him. Nevertheless, with his strength having breached this threshold and under the protection of Lei Qianjue, he felt it was appropriate to reveal some of his power to alleviate his grandfather's worries. Simultaneously, he sought a way to enhance his grandfather's strength, ensuring that even in his absence, his grandfather would possess the ability to protect himself. "Grandfather," Yi Fan called out as he opened the door. In recent days, the near annihilation of the Yi family had weighed heavily on Yi Changfeng, who had been in poor spirits. However, today, after learning of Yi Fan's secret, he appeared radiant. "My good grandson, I've wronged you. You've worked so hard." Without saying much, Yi Changfeng embraced Yi Fan tightly, tears of joy welling up in his eyes. Yi Fan looked at his grandfather, wishing to say something, but Yi Changfeng interrupted. "Xiao Fan, whatever you have to say, we'll discuss it when we return." Yi Changfeng's reaction left Yi Fan somewhat helpless. Given the recent turmoil in the Yi family and Yi Changfeng's role as the commander of the Tianlong army, he had likely sensed something amiss. With today's events, his grandfather must have already realized his awakening. He braced himself for another round of admonishment. Yet, thinking of his deceased brothers and uncles, Yi Fan felt a sense of happiness. Besides his missing parents, his grandfather was the last remaining family member in this world. Yi Fan cherished every moment spent with him. Yi Changfeng made an appearance with Yi Fan at the Yi group meeting, symbolizing his unwavering support for Yi Fan. With this, Guo Li, Xiahao Lu Wuyang, and others could execute their plans without any hindrance. After concluding these matters, Yi Changfeng hurriedly took Yi Fan home. In the car on their way back, Long Feng was driving, while Lei Qianjue and Yi Fan accompanied Yi Changfeng. "You old scoundrel, Lei. You've kept me in the dark for far too long. If I hadn't discovered it myself, how long did you intend to hide this from me?" Yi Changfeng playfully punched Lei Qianjue on the shoulder. Lei Qianjue looked at Yi Fan, seeking his approval. With a long sigh, Yi Fan replied, "At that time, I had not fully recovered and was afraid to reveal myself. Since Grandpa has already found out, there's no need for further concealment." With Yi Fan's permission, Lei Qianjue hastily spoke. "Old Yi, it's not that I didn't want to tell you, but Master forbade me from doing so. I've been holding it in just as much as you have. Every word was on the tip of my tongue, yet I had to swallow it back." "Master?" Yi Changfeng, upon hearing Lei Qianjue, glanced between him and Yi Fan before bursting into laughter. "What do you mean, Lei Qianjue? Are you calling my grandson your master now? Huh. Then you ought to address me as Great Master. Come on, let me hear it." Yi Changfeng, in high spirits, couldn't help but tease Lei Qianjue. Lei Qianjue sighed. "As much as I dislike it, according to our hierarchy, I indeed should call you that. I willingly acknowledge Yi Shao's prowess. He is the young medical sage who once dominated the Southwest and can surpass even the illustrious medical saint of the Great Xia. The 13 needles of Ghost Valley and the prescription for Shuiyan plaster supporting the Su family are monumental achievements." "All right, enough of the jesting." Yi Changfeng interrupted Lei Qianjue. turning to Yi Fan with a serious expression. Xiao Fan, when did you awaken? You truly kept this from Grandpa for far too long. Alas. As he spoke, tears began to well in Yi Changfeng's eyes. The Yi family, once a grand lineage, was now reduced to just Yi Fan and Yi Changfeng. The brevity of a single day's events was truly lamentable. On the very day our family was annihilated, I finally awakened. 5 years ago, due to a car accident while experimenting with talismans, I sealed myself for 5 years, hence my slumber. I'm sorry, Grandpa. Yi Fan recounted the details of his awakening to his grandfather. Since Yi Changfeng was already aware of Yi Fan's revival, Yi Fan felt no need to withhold any of his plans. Indeed, the Zhao, Li, and Wang families, including Su Jian, are all implicated in this. Truly, they are of my Yi family's blood. Well done, finally a breath of relief. According to Lu Qingyang and the accounts from the Zhao family, multiple factions had conspired against the Yi family, including an organization known as the Holy Envoy and military personnel. Lu Qingyang had participated in the operation to eliminate the second brother and had since been dealt with. Now, a formidable figure from the northwest was approaching, intending to directly target me and the Yi family, hence my urgency to break through. If they dare come from the northwest to confront the Yi family, their power must surely lie within the martial sovereign realm. Yi Fan's breakthrough to the martial emperor level was a precautionary measure. Furthermore, I plan to have Lu Wuyang establish a commercial group to provide substantial financial support. Additionally, we must form a combat support unit. If they wish to confront the Yi family and intimidate the other clans like the Su family and Yulinglong, then we shall systematically eliminate their minions, forcing them to reveal themselves and pay for their actions. However, until the true enemy appears, I must keep my identity as concealed as possible. After hearing Yi Fan's account, Yi Changfeng offered no further commentary. The heavens have spared the Yi family. It is said that the Yi family would give birth to a prodigy, and at long last, here he is. Tears streaming down his face, Yi Changfeng continued, Xiao Fan. After such calamity, I had lost all hope, but now, pursue your endeavors with vigor. Return home with Grandpa. Although I am aged, I can still lend you a hand. The Yi family's enduring legacy was not to be trifled with, not even by the royal family. Today, Yi Changfeng resolved to unveil the family's heritage before Yi Fan. Upon returning to the Yi residence, Yi Changfeng quintupled the family's protective forces. Even Wang Fugui's grandfather was summoned. Lei Qianjue, with his mastery over realms, also took on the role of a guardian, participating in the vigilance. After establishing the arrangements, Yi Changfeng led Yi Fan to the garden behind the Yi residence. Behind the estate lay a vast garden, home to an expansive lake. In his youth, Yi Fan had played amidst the artificial hills, and now, Yi Changfeng approached several of them, touching and prodding. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and a massive stairway entrance appeared in the garden. Let us go. Yi Changfeng beckoned Yi Fan to descend the stairs, leaving Yi Fan awestruck by the unexpected discovery beneath the garden he had played in for so long. Even with his current breakthrough to the martial emperor level, a mysterious force still obstructed his perception beneath the surface. Clearly, the garden was ensconced with restrictions to deter prying eyes. This was Yi Fan's first venture underground in the garden. After descending for over 100 meters, they arrived at a vast hall filled with memorial tablets. These honored the fallen generals of the Tianlong army, including captains and ordinary drivers. Grandfather remembers them all. As Yi Changfeng spoke, he lit an incense stick and handed it to Yi Fan. You should pay your respects to them. Originally, with the protection of uncles and brothers, Yi Fan had intended to live a life of ease, but given the current circumstances, he must shoulder the responsibility of the Yi family. After Yi Fan paid his respects, Yi Changfeng led him toward a large door on the side. Upon entering, Yi Fan was once again taken aback by the scene before him. Young master, we greet you. As soon as he stepped inside, 4 exquisite maidens rushed toward him, bowing respectfully. The 4 maidens emanated a powerful aura of martial prowess, all possessing the strength of masters. Are these prepared for me? Grandfather, when did you acquire 4 such stunning maidens? Even the servants are so formidable. Is the Yi family's foundation truly so terrifying? Others believe that by eliminating the core disciples of the Yi family, they can easily shake our foundations, but little do they know. What lies beneath the surface is merely the tip of the iceberg. If we are to undertake great endeavors, we must have reliable and loyal personnel. These maidens were not prepared by me, but were left for you by your mother before she departed. Yi Changfeng smiled. Your mother said that one day, you would need them. My mother? Yi Fan's pupils widened. He had never met his mother. How could she have foreseen events over 20 years ago and arranged his path? What kind of person was she? Indeed, your mother did not perish. She simply went to a distant place with your father. Before your mother departed, she instructed me to tell you that if you led an ordinary life, these things would be of no use to you. Yet the crux of the matter is that you have never been ordinary. Even at the tender age of 15, you had already reached the pinnacle of mastery. Had it not been for the accident 5 years ago, I would have shared these matters with you then. It is not too late to discuss them now. In addition to the forces hidden beneath the Yi family, your mother arranged for other contingencies in the Great Xia, many of which remain unknown to me. The specifics you must explore for yourself. Yi Changfeng continued to lead Yi Fan into the hall, respectfully greeting Elder Yi and the young master. Inside, a contingent of black-clad individuals was training. Upon noticing Yi Fan and Yi Changfeng's arrival, they promptly ceased their exercises and bowed respectfully. These are the 81 elite warriors selected by your mother from a young age, known as the Blood Guards, who have been nurtured for many years. They are entirely loyal and trustworthy. Should you wish to establish your own faction, you can expand upon this foundation. As Yi Changfeng introduced them, he quietly informed Yi Fan that these Blood Guards possess extraordinary physiques from a young age, and it seems your mother has placed certain restrictions upon them, ensuring their safety and loyalty. Yi Changfeng continued to guide Yi Fan through the subterranean hall, showcasing various connections, resources, assets, and treasures. This time, he revealed everything to Yi Fan without reservation. Furthermore, it is time to present you with the Tianlong military token. In the final, most secret chamber, Yi Changfeng produced a black dragon pattern token, vigorously rubbing it with his hand. A surge of energy swept across it, seemingly clearing something from its surface. In the next moment, Yi Changfeng used his energy to make a small cut on Yi Fan's fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the token. The Tianlong token is nourished by the vitality of 1,000,000 soldiers, possessing a unique connection to an army of that magnitude. The spirit of the Tianlong army can even lend you a hand in critical moments. This was something your mother helped design, though I still do not fully understand the underlying principles. Yi Changfeng solemnly handed the token to Yi Fan, saying, "Xiao Fan, the Yi family will rely on you from now on. You must not disappoint the Yi family or your sisters." After completing the tour of the underground hall, Yi Fan gained a renewed understanding of the Yi family's extensive connections. It turns out that the Yi family possesses such vast networks, both within and beyond the military, martial arts, and the unknown contingencies arranged by your mother, making it impossible for enemies to completely annihilate the Yi family. Xiao Fan, had you remained in your dazed state, I would have ceased my efforts. But now that you have awakened, the Yi family must strive once more. I may need to venture to the capital to secure a prosperous future for the Yi family. As for what you wish to do, pursue it freely. As long as Grandpa draws breath, no one dares to harm you. After conveying all the matters of the Yi family to Yi Fan, Yi Changfeng appeared significantly relieved and began to exude a sense of ambition. Yi Fan nodded subtly. "Grandpa, your health should be improving under Mr. Lei's care, shouldn't it?" Previously, Yi Fan had refrained from revealing much in front of his grandfather, allowing Lei Qianjue to utilize the 13 needles of Gigu to aid him. Much better. I was curious how old Lei, who possessed no remarkable medical skills before, suddenly became so proficient. It turns out it was all your instruction. Yi Changfeng expressed with excitement. If my health continues to improve, I may even break through to the martial sovereign realm in my lifetime. At that point, the influence of the Yi family will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Assisting his grandfather in enhancing his strength was also a consideration for Yi Fan. "Grandpa, let me show you." As he spoke, Yi Fan grasped Yi Changfeng's wrist, carefully sensing his pulse. Yi Fan could distinctly feel that the vitality within Yi Changfeng had stabilized considerably compared to before. It seemed that Lei Qianjue had been diligent over the past few days, using the 13 needles to significantly mend his grandfather's injuries. However, Lei Qianjue's own martial energy was rather limited, yielding only modest results with each application. Previously, when Yi Fan was merely at the martial sovereign level, he could not swiftly restore his grandfather's injuries. But now, having absorbed the undying bone from Lu Qingyang, Yi Fan had broken through to the martial emperor level, and with residual power from the undying bone, healing his grandfather's wounds would pose no challenge. "Grandpa, please sit tight. I should be able to assist in your recovery." Yi Fan signaled for his grandfather to settle into a chair in the secret chamber. unleashing the power of the martial emperor level while simultaneously drawing upon the unabsorbed energy from the undying bone, rapidly mending the hidden injuries within Yi Changfeng and rejuvenating the previously withered meridians. As Yi Changfeng felt the continuous restoration of his meridians and the strengthening vitality within him, a look of astonishment crossed his face. This Yi Fan, indeed, is not an ordinary person like his mother. Others' injuries, which seemed insurmountable, were so effortlessly healed in his hands. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Changfeng sensed that his body had undergone a remarkable transformation, seemingly returning to the vigor of his youth. Xiao Fan, I feel as though I am on the verge of a breakthrough. If only I had some elixirs to aid me. Yi Changfeng had already reached the pinnacle of mastery for an extended period. Had it not been for the lingering injuries from past battles, he would have surpassed the martial sovereign realm long ago. Now that his injuries had been restored, he exhibited clear signs of a potential breakthrough. Yi Fan smiled gently. You need not worry about the elixirs, Grandpa. I have been able to concoct vitality pills for myself since 5 years ago. As he spoke, Yi Fan retrieved a porcelain vial from his pocket and handed it to Yi Changfeng. Inside are 5 pills. Keep them for yourself. Besides your own breakthrough, consider promoting other core members of the Yi family who are worthy of advancement. They may also benefit from enhancing their strength. Should you need more, feel free to ask me. This. Yi Changfeng opened the vial, gazing at the fragrant vitality pills inside, utterly astonished. What kind of treasure is this grandson of mine? Is there anything in this world that he cannot procure? Elder Yi, young master. There has been a situation outside. Someone is attempting to force their way into the Yi family, and their strength is formidable. The guard team has already suffered significant casualties. Yi Fan furrowed his brow. Have they finally arrived? Before the arrival of the formidable Chu Feng in the northwest, Yi Fan had elevated his strength to the level of a martial emperor. Eager to discern the true prowess of this esteemed figure from the northwest, since Yi Fan is confronting him, he must crush him with absolute strength. Chu Feng is the crucial link to unraveling the true culprits behind the military's actions. What Yi Fan desires is dominance. Xiao Fan, perhaps you should take a moment to hide. Although Yi Changfeng was aware that Yi Fan had awakened and possessed considerable strength, he still harbored some concerns. After all, those intent on annihilating the Yi family were exceptionally formidable, both in power and influence. The fact that they had the audacity to send operatives directly to the stronghold in Yun City indicated that they had invested heavily in this endeavor. With Yi Fan being the sole heir of the Yi family, Yi Changfeng was determined to ensure his safety. Yi Fan, however, smiled gently and reassured him, "Do not worry. Grandfather, since I dare to step forward, I possess absolute confidence. Furthermore, if my prowess were to falter at the level of a martial emperor in the face of their might, then the prospect of the Yi family's ascendance would indeed be bleak." Hiss, a martial emperor, you say? Upon hearing Yi Fan's assessment of his own strength, Yi Changfeng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Although he had previously surmised the extent of Yi Fan's breakthroughs, hearing the revelation directly from Yi Fan's lips was nonetheless profoundly shocking. Excellent, 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 Yi Changfeng exclaimed thrice, and everyone present, did you all hear that? The young master of the Yi family has now attained the level of a martial emperor. Heaven shall not forsake the Yi family. Henceforth, I shall rely greatly on all of you for Yi Fan's future endeavors. Yi Changfeng bowed before the deceased warriors and Yi Fan's four maidens in the underground hall. Grandfather, please ascend. Yi Fan greeted Yi Changfeng and the four maidens, ascending the steps together. Upon exiting through the grand door, I remained the same foolish young master. Do you understand? Yi Fan was concerned that his grandfather and the four maidens might not comprehend the situation, so he took a moment to remind them as he was about to leave. Yi Fan's awakening was merely a prelude to his actions shrouded in secrecy. Handling many matters in a seemingly foolish manner would undoubtedly yield more favorable results. Indeed, the grand entrance of the Yi family has now been utterly devastated. Once an imposing gateway, it now lies in ruins, shattered into countless fragments, with stones scattered in disarray, creating a vast pit. Is this truly the esteemed Yi family? Is this all the power that the Yi family possesses? Chu Feng, accompanied by a band of subordinates, approached the Yi family estate with unyielding determination, revealing no intention to conceal their presence. Captain Lung Feng, leading the core guards of the Yi family, endeavored to thwart their advance. However, Chu Feng's prowess far surpassed that of a martial sovereign, and he was flanked by 5 or 6 formidable masters. For Lung Feng's men to intervene would be tantamount to courting death. Captain Lung Feng, do not waste your efforts. Your forces cannot impede my progress. Since you are a man of fortitude, step aside. I have come here for Yi Lao and Yi Fan. As long as the others do not resist, I shall spare your lives. Although the death of Lu Qingyang caused considerable distress and dissatisfaction for Chu Feng, upon arriving at the Yi family's estate with his companions and breaching the compound, Chu Feng suddenly realized that confronting the Yi family was not as formidable as he had anticipated. In the face of absolute strength, any extravagant maneuvers are rendered futile. Today, Chu Feng has brought forth a cadre of seasoned elites, each a battle-hardened veteran. They either do not come at all, or if they do, it is with the singular purpose of obliterating the Yi family. Although he is acutely aware that the assassination of the last two pivotal members of the Yi family, an elder and a child, would undoubtedly provoke a considerable uproar throughout the vast realm of Great Xia, Chu Feng has arrived fully prepared for the consequences. Having already embraced the inevitability of death, there is nothing left to fear. You worthless beings, hiding behind the shadows to strike at the Yi family. Do you truly believe you can annihilate them? I must inform you that the Yi family is not to be extinguished. Once the young master awakens, you shall all accompany the Yi family to the grave. Long Feng, the most loyal captain of Yi Changfeng's guard, has accompanied him for many years, forming a profound bond with the Yi family. Although he is aware that his men are no match for the likes of Chu Feng and others, he steadfastly stands at the entrance of the Yi family's inner courtyard, resolutely protecting it. Since you have brought this upon yourself, do not blame me for being ungracious. With a sweeping gesture, Chu Feng signaled to his 5 or 6 masterful subordinates to step forward, their martial energies beginning to surge with intensity. Here, including the old man Yi Changfeng, there are merely 3 masters of the highest caliber. On our side, the sheer number of formidable experts can utterly overwhelm you. To persist in futile resistance is nothing short of courting death. Before Chu Feng's arrival, he had thoroughly investigated all the strengths of the Yi family. The current Yi family is nothing more than a withered leaf falling in autumn, merely engaging in a final, desperate struggle. It is truly baffling why Lu Qingyang and the Zhao and Wang families, those worthless entities, are unable to deal with such a family on the brink of collapse. Sigh. As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, a group of individuals swiftly emerged from the backyard. Yi Changfeng and Yi Fan walked at the forefront, with 4 exquisite maidens encircling Yi Fan, each exuding the powerful aura of martial masters. Moreover, 2 deadly warriors, also of master-level strength, trailed closely behind Yi Fan. Who claims that my Yi family possesses only 3 masters of the highest caliber? Do they truly believe that my Yi family is devoid of formidable individuals? Yi Changfeng let out a heavy reprimand, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Chu Feng from head to toe. Although Yi Changfeng had some inkling about his archenemy, he did not recognize Chu Feng, as the latter was a rising star, and Yi Changfeng had not been involved much in practical matters of late. In an instant, 6 formidable masters of the highest caliber unexpectedly materialized beside Yi Fan. What on earth is happening here? Upon witnessing such a situation, Chu Feng's expression grew solemn. He turned to one of his subordinates and shot a piercing glare, questioning whether this was the intelligence they had gathered. Was it not said that after the core members of the Yi family were slain, the family was on the brink of collapse? How then did such a multitude of formidable individuals suddenly emerge? Moreover, observing the demeanor of those maidens and the loyal warriors towards Yi Fan, one can discern a profound reverence and meticulous caution, akin to worship and unconditional protection. The prowess they exhibit in battle undoubtedly rivals that of one's own forces. With the emergence of the 4 esteemed maidens by Yi Fan's side, a balance of power was swiftly established between both parties. When I was vanquishing foes on the battlefield in my prime, you were likely still in your infancy, clad in infantile garments, were you not? Are they covertly plotting against my Yi family, intending to spare not even the last descendant of the Yi lineage? Yi Changfeng fixed his gaze upon Chu Feng and continued. Inform your master that if he possesses any courage, he should come forth and confront me in person. Chu Feng was rendered speechless by Yi Changfeng's retort. Throughout the vast expanse of the Great Xia, none can deny the remarkable contributions rendered by the Yi family to the entirety of the realm. Veritably, the Yi family's legions were instrumental in the conquest of a substantial portion of the Great Xia's dominion. The present actions are merely a manifestation of apprehension stemming from the Yi family's formidable power, perceived as a menace by those who now seek to undermine them. Nevertheless, Chu Feng is indeed a capable aide to the esteemed elder Zhang. Just a momentary lapse of focus, and he quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "Elder Yi, the Yi family's fate is sealed. I had intended to grant you a dignified end, but you insisted on courting your own demise. Therefore, I am left with no choice but to personally escort you to your doom. Even if you possessed 6 formidable masters, what of it? I have already reached the pinnacle of martial prowess. I shall eliminate that fool Yi Fan and old Yi. Can you stop me?" This is the confidence of Chu Feng. Having already reached the pinnacle of martial prowess, when one gazes across the vast expanse of the great Xia, it becomes evident that apart from a few ancient beings, no one else can possibly thwart Chu Feng. In other words, Chu Feng has utterly annihilated the Yi family today. Even if the vassal families and forces of the Yi family seek revenge against Chu Feng, they would be powerless to affect him. If Yi Fan had not awakened and elevated his strength to the level of a martial emperor, today, the Yi family has likely revealed all their trump cards, making every effort to thwart Chu Feng's actions. Yi Changfeng raised an eyebrow. If it had been earlier, he might have felt some trepidation, but now, having understood Yi Fan's strength and circumstances, he remained utterly composed. Observing Chu Feng's expression was akin to looking at a fool. Yi Fan was currently investigating the truth behind the downfall of the Yi family, and this individual had conveniently delivered himself to their doorstep, providing an excellent opportunity for deeper inquiry. Standing beside Yi Changfeng, Yi Fan smirked slightly, taking a moment to appraise Chu Feng. Facing a peak martial artist was not a daunting task for Yi Fan. Moreover, after devouring the undying bones, he had activated an extraordinary ability, teleportation. This allowed him to instantaneously project his thoughts and move several meters away. In a duel between experts, even the slightest miscalculation could be fatal, let alone Yi Fan's life-saving ability to vanish in an instant. At critical moments, he could either strike decisively or evade danger, rendering it an ultimate technique. Before Yi Fan could utter a word, a surge of potent martial energy resonated from the entrance, heralding the arrival of another group of formidable warriors in the Yi family courtyard. "Who dares to harm our young master? You must first contend with old Niu." With a cacophony of footsteps, at least 30 powerful figures materialized, encircling Chu Feng and his subordinates. "The members of the Spirit Wanderers? What business do you have here?" Chu Feng recognized the leader, Niu Air, who seemed to be a prominent figure within the Spirit Wanderers, causing his pupils to tighten in alarm. The martial arts of the Great Xia had developed over many years. In addition to major superfamilies, there existed traditional sects like the Buddhist, Taoist, Confucian schools, and Shaolin, among others. Furthermore, various organizations had formed, including the state-affiliated Jinwu Division and civilian martial arts alliances such as the Spirit Wanderers and Blade Edge. Among them, the Spirit Wanderers held significant influence, with reports of establishing hundreds of branches globally. Some foreign dignitaries considered it an honor to join the Spirit Wanderers. However, a sudden internal upheaval had forced the organization into the shadows. Yet, no one dared underestimate the formidable power of the Spirit Wanderers. It was known that mighty emperors of martial arts were stationed within. When Elder Zhang and his associates contemplated targeting the Yi family, they had secretly forged certain agreements with the Spirit Wanderers. While the Spirit Wanderers would not offer support, they would at least refrain from obstruction. Now, with the Spirit Wanderers suddenly appearing and professing to protect the young master, the situation had become quite complex. Did I not make myself clear? I am here to safeguard my young master. If you wish to confront the Spirit Wanderers, try moving even a finger. Niu Air, evidently irate, confronted Chu Feng with harsh words. Chu Feng, a high-ranking secretary and right-hand man to Elder Zhang, could hardly endure such humiliation. You lot think you can stop me? Do you really believe I came here with only this minimal force? Chu Feng had not intended to reveal his full strength, but with the Spirit Wanderers present, he had no choice but to unleash his might. Since he intended to eradicate the Yi family today, he had to go all out. Failing to seize this opportunity would mean losing control over the Yi family altogether. Clapping his hands lightly, a throng of masked warriors, armed with katana, emerged from beyond the Yi family's walls, quite a formidable force. The courtyard, initially spacious, felt constricted with the influx of these warriors. Martial artists from the Eastern Black Society? You scoundrels, have you colluded with the Eastern Dogs to attack the Yi family? Do you have no shame? Niu Air exclaimed, incensed upon seeing the Eastern warriors. Have you forgotten how they ravaged our land in the past? If I do not slay you today, I will take your surname. Chu Feng paid no heed to Niuer's vitriol. Shane? Humph. Can it be consumed as food? Today, the Yi family must perish. Chu Feng coldly surveyed the gathering, offering them one last chance. Aside from Yi Fan and the old man Yi Changfeng, he would spare the others if they departed immediately. Otherwise, it would be a merciless slaughter. What infuriated Chu Feng was that upon finishing his ultimatum, not a single person showed any intention of leaving. Their eyes burned with hostility, as though they longed to devour him alive. Attack! Gritting his teeth, Chu Feng issued the command to his subordinates and the Eastern Black Society warriors. As the leader of the Black Society approached Chu Feng, he coldly remarked, "Captain Chu, we act together today. Do not forget our agreement afterward. Kill." On the Yi family's side, all martial artists, summoned by Lung Feng, brandished their weapons, ready to engage the enemy. Yet at that critical moment, Yi Fan whispered to his grandfather, instructing him to withdraw everyone to the underground chamber. "Today, I shall unleash a massacre." Yi Fan had endured for too long. Chu Feng was likely the first formidable adversary to attack the Yi family. The most detestable aspect was his collusion with the Eastern warriors, which only added to his wickedness. Yi Fan had never intended to spare Chu Feng, and now even more resolutely sought his demise. A group of peak martial masters was nothing compared to Yi Fan's emperor-level prowess. He could easily crush them with a single hand. "All of you, heed my command. Withdraw." Yi Changfeng's sudden order left all the Yi family's bodyguards and martial artists in a state of confusion. The spirit wanderers were equally perplexed. What was happening with the Yi family? Did they not possess the strength to fight alongside the spirit wanderers? Obeying the command, the well-trained Yi family protectors began to retreat. Albeit bewildered, Yi Changfeng called out to Niuer and the others, "Everyone, follow my lead. The matters outside will be resolved in due course." Everyone swiftly retreated to the entrance of the inner chamber, yet Yi Fan remained outside with his 4 maidservants, seemingly unwilling to enter. Niuer and his companions had sensed the powerful energy fluctuations and come to investigate. Witnessing the unfolding scene, their eyes gleamed with anticipation. Is the young master preparing to take action himself? During their observations in the base, they had already surmised that the previous martial energy fluctuations from the Yi family were at least at the emperor level. The young master, being of the direct bloodline, surely possessed formidable strength. "Let us go. Withdraw." If the elder was confident enough to leave the young master outside, he must have known something significant. Despite the young master being labeled foolish, one should not forget his extraordinary talent 5 years ago, which was beyond comprehension. As everyone retreated, the martial artists preparing to engage from Chu Feng's side were left bewildered. They had intended to strike, but found their opponents had vanished. What was there to fight? "Captain, what is happening?" Chu Feng's subordinates looked towards the direction of Yi Changfeng and the others, perplexed. What was the Yi family playing at? If they intended to retreat entirely, they should have taken Yi Fan with them. Leaving him behind, what could that possibly mean? "Huh, fool, your grandfather has retreated, leaving you behind as a pawn. Do you not feel the sting of betrayal? Allow me to liberate you." Chu Feng's eyes narrowed, fixated on Yi Fan as if he were dissecting him, planning to reduce him to mere fragments. With a wave of his hand, several subordinates advanced towards Yi Fan from all directions. Beside Yi Fan, the 4 exceptionally beautiful maidservants began to exude a restless aura of martial prowess, preparing for battle at any moment. Yi Fan calmly placed his hand on the shoulders of the maidservants, reassuring them, "There is no need for tension. Your presence here is to assist in managing the scene." "Yes, young master." Although the 4 maidservants had never witnessed Yi Fan's true strength, they were well aware of his extraordinary martial talent from 5 years ago. Moreover, during their time in the basement, they had heard Yi Fan declare that he had already reached the level of a martial emperor. Such power made it trivial to handle the situation at hand. Upon hearing Yi Fan's composed words, Chu Feng felt a sense of bewilderment and looked sharply at Yi Fan. "Are you feigning ignorance?" Chu Feng scrutinized Yi Fan, a sudden ominous feeling surfacing in his mind. "So, all the dealings with the Li family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, and Lu Qingyang, was it all orchestrated by you in secret?" Chu Feng's mind raced as he pieced everything together. He had previously questioned why the Zhao, Wang, and Li families struggled so much to contend with the Su family, ultimately achieving nothing and leading to their own demise. Clearly, the Yi family was on the brink of collapse. Yet there seemed to be powerful hands guiding events to favor Yi. Furthermore, Lei Qianjue, the Xia family from the provincial city, the Guo family, and old Pang from the Jojo group were all willing to support the Yi family. What was the reason for this? At that moment, Chu Feng seemed to grasp it all. If the foolish young master of the Yi family, with his monstrous talent, had awakened and his strength had ascended once more, then Yi Fan alone could match the potential of all the Yi family's disciples. No superpower would relinquish the opportunity to ally with such a golden figure. They would risk their entire family's fate to do so. Everyone had been deceived by Yi Fan. But since Yi Fan had maintained this facade for so long, why was he now revealing himself? Unless, Chu Feng suddenly realized, unless Yi Fan was absolutely certain that he could silence everyone present. Only the dead would remain voiceless. With this thought, Chu Feng immediately reached for his communication device, eager to relay the news. Yi Fan has awakened. This was undeniably explosive news that needed to be conveyed to Elder Zhang and his backers. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly fall victim to Yi Fan's schemes. However, to Chu Feng's shock, just as he reached for his walkie-talkie, it suddenly levitated under the influence of an immense force. Not only his device, but also those of his subordinates, and all the Eastern martial artists present were lifted from their bodies, suspended in midair. With a series of explosive sounds, the devices shattered into dust. Now at the martial emperor level, Yi Fan could hear the slightest movements within a radius of 500 meters, easily perceiving the communication tools of these formidable fighters. In a mere thought, he obliterated all of them. You have surpassed the martial emperor level? Chu Feng gazed at the unfolding scene, suddenly confronting a terrifying realization. Yi Fan could simultaneously control and destroy so many devices with such precision. Such mental acuity and mastery over martial energy could only be achieved at the martial emperor level. Chu Feng's face turned pale, his body staggering as if he might collapse to the ground. He had believed he had reached the pinnacle of martial sovereign and could easily crush Yi Fan. Yet, Yi Fan's strength had surpassed him by several realms. He was an existence that even 10 of Chu Feng could not contend with. Indeed, I possess the strength of a martial emperor. Yi Fan stepped forward, coldly fixing his gaze on Chu Feng. I have been waiting for you for a long time. You have finally arrived. With each step Yi Fan took, an immense, invisible pressure descended, warping the very air around them, making Chu Feng's breaths increasingly labored. It felt as though a colossal hand gripped his throat, hastening his breathing. In that moment, Chu Feng comprehended that the current situation, which appeared to be a plot against the Yi family, was actually a meticulously laid trap by Yi Fan, waiting for him to walk into it. Today, whether it was himself or Elder Zhang, there was no path of retreat for anyone who arrived. Only the path to death remained. Impudent. A fool dares to act wildly here. I shall kill you. Nearby, 2 furious martial masters observed Chu Feng's terror and, out of disbelief, shouted as they swung their blades violently toward Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan's muscles twitched imperceptibly as he merely turned to glance at the 2 masters, his martial energy surging. In an instant, an invisible wall seemed to form in the air, effectively blocking the 2 martial masters mid-strike. Crack! Crack! The blades shattered into fragments, falling to the ground as a powerful wave of martial energy surged toward their arms, chests, and abdomens. With a series of gruesome sounds reminiscent of slicing through melons, both martial masters' bodies erupted, transforming into a mist of blood that dissipated into the air. Hiss! Such a scene left all present in shock, their pupils dilating. Was this the terrifying nature of a martial emperor? They had not even seen Yi Fan make a move. Yet the 2 martial masters had perished without so much as brushing against him. The deaths were so swift and decisive. What was there to fight against? Baka! Retreat! The first to react were the Eastern martial artists, realizing the dire situation and immediately seeking to escape. Under the lead of their captain, dozens of Eastern martial experts wished fervently that they had been born with extra legs, fleeing for their lives in a frenzy. However, from the moment Yi Fan revealed himself, none would have the chance to escape. Yi Fan would never allow any of them to leave. Whoosh! Yi Fan moved, activating his teleportation ability, his form transforming into a myriad of phantoms that darted among the Eastern martial artists. From above, one could see the scattered figures of the Eastern warriors, seemingly followed by an illusory shadow that darted about. Thud! In mere seconds, the fleeing Eastern martial artists froze in place, massive gashes appearing in their chests, blood gushing forth as their life force rapidly dwindled, their powers dissipating. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, they collapsed to the ground, convulsing momentarily before falling still. Among the dozens of Eastern martial artists, at least 5 were of the master level, yet they hadn't even glimpsed Yifan's face before being slain in mere moments. The last remaining captain of the Black-Clothed Society surveyed the chaos with terror, his weapon clattering to the ground. Yamar, no. As one of the most formidable martial organizations in the Eastern realm, the Black-Clothed Society's members were rigorously trained and possessed an indomitable fighting spirit. Yet at that moment, the squad leader, Wudo, found himself devoid of any will to fight, lacking even the courage to consider suicide or escape. How can one possibly escape? On this side, there exists a combat squad, one of the 5 formidable forces that have stealthily infiltrated the Great Xia. Without any merit, they have already suffered total annihilation. A martial emperor powerhouse. Any resistance is utterly futile. Bang! Yifan advanced and delivered a heavy punch to Wu Teng's chest, causing him to spew blood violently before collapsing unconscious. Yifan coldly regarded Wu Teng. Those powerful figures from the Eastern Islands had already infiltrated the Great Xia with numerous martial arts experts. What were their intentions? Before Wu Teng met his demise, Yifan intended to extract some information from him. After discarding Wu Teng like a lifeless dog, Yifan strode towards Chu Feng. Yifan, you. Chu Feng instinctively attempted to move his body, only to find his legs as heavy as lead, rendering him utterly immobile. Feeling the immense pressure akin to Mount Tai, Chu Feng understood that falling into Yifan's hands would be tantamount to a fate worse than death. With this thought, a fierce glint flickered in Chu Feng's eyes as he summoned his martial energy, contemplating ending his own life. Yet, as a martial sovereign expert, he was nothing more than refusing Yifan's eyes. With a mere flick of his finger, Yifan unleashed a surge of martial energy, effortlessly sealing all of Chu Feng's vital points, leaving him rigid and helpless, watching as Yifan approached step by step. Chu Feng still had one last resort, intending to crush the poison hidden between his teeth. However, Yifan was evidently more astute. Before Chu Feng could act, a blast of energy surged forth, extracting all 4 of his molars, along with the poison capsule hidden behind them. Witnessing this, despair enveloped Chu Feng completely. In the presence of a martial emperor, did he now lack even the right to die? What do you intend to do? Chu Feng gazed at Yifan, and upon realizing his inability to escape, he felt oddly calmer. From the moment he targeted the Yi family, he knew that toppling them would not be as simple as he had imagined. Furthermore, during his journey to Yun City from the northwest, although Elder Zhang had not explicitly stated it, Chu Feng was not foolish. He had been cast aside like a stone, with Elder Zhang using him to probe the waters. It was clear that Chu Feng had little hope for a favorable outcome. Yet, a soldier lays down his life for a true friend, aware of his impending doom. He nonetheless pressed forward with his subordinates without hesitation. Yifan harbored no doubts either. He had no intention of employing conventional methods against Chu Feng. Experts of such caliber had been thoroughly brainwashed, rendering normal interrogation techniques utterly ineffective. Have you heard of the 7-star soul-extinguishing technique? Yifan stepped closer, fixing his piercing gaze on Chu Feng. Just a single utterance drained the color from Chu Feng's face. Ah, you dare to employ such malevolent methods. Do not touch me. Chu Feng's face was a canvas of repulsion. As a core member close to Elder Zhang, he was naturally aware of the notorious 7-star soul-extinguishing technique. It was said that this technique could obliterate the target's thoughts on a spiritual level, dismantling their willpower and forcing them to divulge all secrets. Those under Elder Zhang had long sought the cultivation method for this technique but had yet to succeed. Now that Yifan mentioned it, it was evident that he was likely proficient in this art. Bang! Yifan disregarded Chu Feng's resistance. A glimmer of light appearing on his wrist as he placed his palm upon Chu Feng's head. As the light permeated Chu Feng's mind, he began to thrash violently. It hurts. Please. No, it hurts so much. Chu Feng's veins bulged as he writhed, but his defiance proved insufficient. Within mere seconds, he fell silent, his eyes wide open yet vacant. Speak. To whom are you loyal? Who sent you? Yifan coldly scrutinized Chu Feng, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Yifan had feigned ignorance for so long, awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. As a martial sovereign, Chu Feng had reached a level where Yifan believed he was drawing closer to the truth. The major players behind the schemes against the Yi family were beginning to surface. It was Elder Zhang from the northwest. Elder Zhang is the one orchestrating the actions against the Yi family. All assassination operations targeting the Yi family's offspring were planned by Elder Zhang. with the Northwest operations primarily under his purview. At this moment, Chu Feng's soul was under Yi Fan's control, instinctively revealing numerous secrets. Elder Zhang? Yi Fan's brow furrowed. Was he referring to that Elder Zhang, one of the 9 great elders of the Great Xia? He was primarily responsible for military affairs in the Northwest. To confront the Yi family, merely peeling back the surface of the secret revealed such a formidable figure. From Chu Feng's tone, it seemed that Elder Zhang was merely a cog in the grand scheme, not the ultimate mastermind. Who, then, was above Elder Zhang? Beyond him, only the royal family of the Great Xia could wield such power. Could it be that the royal family intended to take action against the Yi family? If so, Yi Fan would not hesitate to let the Great Xia undergo a transformation. Yi Fan once again pressed Chu Feng for information, initially hoping to extract details about the influential figure behind Elder Zhang. However, it appeared that Chu Feng was genuinely unaware. Blood streamed from all 7 orifices of his face. And ultimately, the immense psychological pressure caused him to collapse, leaving no other useful information. Nonetheless, Yi Fan learned that Elder Zhang was indeed a significant player, and that information was sufficient. With Elder Zhang's identity revealed, Yi Fan would not allow him to linger until the new year. With crucial leads now opened, he resolved to pursue Elder Zhang, ensuring that the other major players would not escape. They must all be eliminated. Yi Fan instructed the 4 maidservants beside him to deal with Chu Feng's stunned subordinates. Meanwhile, he approached Wu Tong, the captain of the Black Cloak Society, employing the 7-star soul-extinguishing technique to interrogate the Eastern Dog's plans. It was only upon questioning that he discovered the Eastern Dogs had infiltrated the Great Xia with 5 formidable forces, intent on assassinating high-ranking officials and attacking talented individuals to incite chaos. At that moment, Yi Fan immediately thought of Lineage, his beloved wife. Stationed at the forefront of the southeast, possessed peak master-level strength, and if she encountered these Eastern combat squads, she could be in trouble. He needed to find a way to warn her. Ideally, he could assist Lineage in enhancing her power. The quickest way for Yi Fan to help her gain strength was through intimate contact, allowing his warm energy to benefit her. Within the Yi family's secret chamber, Yixue Feng had evacuated everyone to the inner sanctum. The oblivious Cold Peak and others were in a state of panic. Old Yi, why did you leave the young master and the 4 maidservants outside? The young master has yet to awaken. Indeed, Old Yi, the young master is the last hope of the Yi family. Nothing must happen to him. The core members of the Yi family genuinely worried for Yi Fan's safety. In truth, Yixue Feng himself was equally anxious. Had he not seen Yi Fan's arrangements, he would not have so decisively allowed Yi Fan to face those individuals alone outside. Neo Air and his cohorts from the Soul Wanderers were somewhat reassured, having preemptively monitored Yi Fan's strength. Connecting this with the fact that Old Yi had brought so many people into the secret chamber, Neo Air quickly deduced the situation. The young master was feigning ignorance to act personally, without revealing his true strength, deliberately clearing the area to create an opportunity for himself. Realizing this, Neo Air promptly declared, "Everyone rest assured, we at Soul Wanderers have other experts stationed outside. Their strength may well reach the martial emperor level. The young master will be safe. Furthermore, you must trust the young master's abilities. Before the accident, he was an exceptional genius, having already attained master-level strength. 5 years have passed. Perhaps the young master has experienced a breakthrough?" Neo Air's sudden remarks alleviated Yi Changfeng's awkwardness. Lei Qianjue, who stood beside Yi Changfeng, quickly concurred, Yes. Based on my estimations, the young master's martial prowess should have recovered. Old Yi's decision to keep Yu Fan outside is also a means to test him. Moreover, there are Soul Wanderers experts outside, so he will be fine. The group harmonized their thoughts, though Cold Peak and others still felt something was amiss. Even though they were in the underground chamber, Yi Fan could clearly overhear the conversations about it after concluding the battle, with Neo Air interjecting. Claiming that the Soul Wanderers had dealt with Chu Feng's assassination squad, it seemed the matter could be concealed. After the 4 maidservants had nearly cleared the battlefield, Yi Fan knocked on the large door of the chamber, resuming his act of foolishness, muttering, "So many people have died. What a formidable old man." He feigned shock before glancing meaningfully at Neo Air. That profound gaze, sharp and discerning, hardly resembled that of a fool. The young master was indeed impressive. After enduring for so many years, he now displayed strength at the martial emperor level. Although it was he who had eliminated Chu Feng and his group, he sought to pin the blame elsewhere, enabling him to continue his guise as a simpleton, playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. All right, It must have been Elder Wu from our soul wanderers who took action. I knew it. Such trash could never pose a threat to the Yi family. As the group emerged from the secret chamber, they surveyed the Yi family courtyard. Aside from the lingering scent of blood in the air, everything appeared normal, as if Chu Feng and his associates had never been there at all. Had it not been for Chu Feng's earlier arrogance in threatening to annihilate the Yi family, Yi Fan would not have stood here so unscathed. Had the experts from the Soul Wanderers truly eliminated Chu Feng and his crew? But why did they avoid leaving witnesses from the Yi family? Although the core members of the Yi family felt perplexed, the situation had unfolded as it had, and everyone prudently refrained from asking further questions. Their gazes toward Yi Fan were filled with curiosity. Perhaps this young master was no longer the same as before. Niu Air had come today to pay his respects to Yi Fan. With the crisis for the Yi family now averted, Niu Air bowed respectfully to Old Yi, saying, "Old Yi, I wish to speak with the young master privately. What do you think?" Yi Changfeng glanced at Yi Fan and replied, "Come with me." He led Niu Air and Yi Fan back into the secret chamber, closing the door behind them. Niu Air then knelt before Yi Fan, saying, "Subordinate Niu Air, captain of the 38th team of the Soul Wanderers, pays his respects to the young master. I beg for your forgiveness. It took us so long to confirm your existence." "Captain Niu, what is the meaning of this? The Yi family and the Soul Wanderers have had little interaction. Why do you refer to Yi Fan as the young master? Is there some misunderstanding here?" Yi Changfeng, noticing Yi Fan's silence, voiced his concerns. "Old Yi, this is a token left to us by the master before his departure. He said that upon seeing this, the young master would naturally believe." Niu Air spoke as he produced a fragment of a jade pendant and handed it to Yi Changfeng. Upon seeing the jade fragment, Yi Changfeng's expression changed. "This is the fragment of Xiao Zhu's jade pendant? How did it come into your possession?" As he was astonished, he took out the other half of the pendant fragment from his own belongings. When the two pieces were joined, they fit perfectly, forming a complete jade pendant. "I do not know the specifics. The master entrusted this to us during our last meeting and instructed us to ensure that the Soul Wanderer's legacy is passed on to the young master." Yi Changfeng nodded and turned to Yi Fan, saying, "Xiao Fan, this is genuine. It is indeed your mother's arrangement. It appears that in addition to the forces of the Yi family, your mother has made other preparations." After receiving his grandfather's confirmation, Yi Fan finally spoke calmly, "Rise." Yi Fan had previously heard of the formidable power of the Soul Wanderers. Now, aside from the mysterious Tianji pavilion inherited from the dragon pattern ring, he had gained another significant ally. This instilled him with more confidence in confronting the adversaries of the Yi family. "Few know of my awakening at present, and you are among those who do. For the sake of my forthcoming plans, it is imperative that this remains confidential. Do you understand?" Although Niu Air had mostly grasped Yi Fan's intentions, Yi Fan reiterated the request, "Yes. I will ensure strict confidentiality. If the young master has matters that cannot be handled by the Yi family, we can take care of them. Our director has stated that the young master can fully trust the Soul Wanderers." Niu Air respectfully replied that the dean had nearly resolved matters in the capital and would personally visit the young master in a few days to conduct the handover ceremony at the young master's convenience. There was no rush. However, speaking of tasks at hand, there was indeed one matter that required your attention. During my interrogation of Chu Feng, I uncovered a certain individual. As Yi Fan spoke, he turned to glance at his grandfather, revealing that behind Chu Feng was the esteemed Elder Zhang, responsible for the military affairs of the Northwest. The death of the elder brother was directly orchestrated by them, yet from Chu Feng's words, it could be inferred that there were others behind Elder Zhang giving instructions for their actions. I suspect that the royal family casts its shadow behind Elder Zhang. This matter requires you, the Yuan, to investigate and obtain a definitive result as soon as possible." Yi Changfeng sighed deeply. It was indeed him. Alas! In truth, whether or not to investigate was of little significance. There are only a handful of individuals in the upper echelons of the Great Xia who would wish harm upon my Yi family. Everyone is well aware of this. It is just that I did not expect their actions to be so ruthless and clandestine. In a single night, they managed to annihilate all 10 core members of my Yi family. Yu Changfeng's eyes turned crimson. They truly exhibited no regard for past affections. Initially, the old man had intended to resign to fate, but now, the two of us shall join forces to exact a blood debt in return. Excellent. The Yuan will spare no effort to support the young master. However, in dealing with Elder Zhang, we must proceed with meticulous planning. Currently, their foothold in Yun City has been nearly uprooted. Next, we must dismantle their arrangements in Tianlong province, ensuring they lack the power to act against Yixue and Linglong. Afterward, we shall launch a full-scale assault on their stronghold. Yi Fan concurred with his grandfather's proposal. His 7 sisters-in-law had made such great sacrifices for the Yi family. I will mobilize all available resources to elevate their family into one of the top aristocracies of the Great Xia. Yet, outwardly, I shall still appear as that foolish boy. As long as you, Grandpa, understand the situation, that will suffice. When the group emerged from the secret chamber, Yi Fan reverted to his previous foolish demeanor. The sky had grown dim, and Su Yixue's business affairs were also drawing to a close. Concerned for Yi Fan, she personally drove to pick him up. Zhao Fan. Thank you. In the car, Su Yixue glanced at Yi Fan with a face full of gratitude. Had it not been for Yi Fan's meticulous arrangements, the Su family might have faced dire consequences today, likely falling victim to a takeover by the Li family. Yixue, my dear wife, you are my spouse. We are destined to have a chubby little boy together. There is no need for gratitude between us. Yi Fan gazed at the stunning beauty beside him, his heart swelling with warmth. Such an extraordinary girl chose to marry him during the most challenging times for the Yi family. All enemies of the Yi family must be eradicated. It is imperative to protect these girls in order to honor their affections. Zhao Fan, have you awakened? Are you all right? Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Su Yixue's face lit up with anticipation as she looked at him. Wife, what are you saying? Yi Fan understood Su Yixue's eagerness to confirm his condition, but he was aware that too many had already discovered his current state. If he continued to reveal it, his plans would be jeopardized. Thus, he resolved to keep the truth hidden from Su Yixue. Moreover, he had not yet figured out how to confront his 7 sisters-in-law. If he were indeed awakened, would the other 6 wives still choose to marry him? Chu Feng led numerous powerful individuals to attack the Yi family in Yun City, even allying with martial artists from the East Japan. Although their plan was kept secret, the watchful eyes of those with ulterior motives remained ever vigilant. In the northwest, within a certain courtyard, Elder Zhang anxiously drummed his fingers on the table, observing the darkening sky with furrowed brows. What is happening? Is there still no news from Yun City? Chu Feng, whom he had personally trained and whose strength now surpassed that of a martial sovereign, was tasked with dealing with the crumbling Yi family. There should be little difficulty. And regardless of success or failure, almost a day had passed. There ought to be some news by now. Elder, there is still no information. Moreover, we are unable to reach Captain Chu Feng. Our dispatched spies have also inexplicably lost contact. The assistant beside Elder Zhang, glancing at the endless stream of messages on the tablet, felt a rising panic. To counter the Yi family, they had stationed the Li, Wang, and Zhao families as vassal clans in Yun City, along with a multitude of spies. The Zhao, Wang, and Li families had mysteriously perished, but now, the spies they had deployed were disappearing one by one and could not be contacted. The last message received was in the afternoon, reporting that they had seen Captain Chu Feng arranging for individuals to enter the Yi family's courtyard, but simultaneously, they observed experts from Yuhan also heading there. What? Yuhan is also involved in the Yi family's affairs. Aren't they supposed to remain neutral? This is disastrous. Upon hearing that Yuhan had entered the Yi family's courtyard, Elder Zhang's expression changed immediately. Indeed, the next moment, news finally arrived from Yun City. Elder, the assistant's voice trembled. There is news from Yun City. Captain Chu Feng and all his subordinates have been entirely wiped out. It is said that it was Elder Wu of Yuhan who took action, and all martial emperor-level experts were silenced, leaving no survivors. Ah, damn it. Elder Zhang, filled with fury, swept a teacup off the table, scolding angrily. What do those scoundrels from Yuhan intend to do? What on earth did the Yi family employ to compel Yuhan's intervention? This is troublesome. It seemed that annihilating the Yi family this time would be exceedingly difficult. Future attempts to eradicate them would likely prove troublesome. Elder Zhang was exceedingly irate. Furthermore, he was deeply concerned that all of Chu Feng's men had been completely wiped out. How could it end so thoroughly? Even if Yuhan had acted, did Chu Feng not have the foresight to arrange for others to provide support? Nearly 100 powerful individuals, so many martial masters, and not a single one returned alive. This was highly irregular. While Chu Feng was undoubtedly loyal, if he were to inadvertently expose the true power behind him, his identity would be revealed. And those truly significant figures behind him would be implicated, causing tremors throughout the Great Xia. Should the Yu family launch a full-scale counterattack, and the Tianlong army begin to stir, the situation would spiral out of control. What should we do now? The assistant was also somewhat flustered. Yuhan aligning with the Yi family was a clear and alarming signal. The Jiuzhou group had already sided with them, and with Yuhan's influence and Lei Qianjue's mediation, many who previously disregarded the Yi family's strength would likely rally to their support. Continue the assault. Immediately arrange for several families in the provincial capital to comprehensively suppress the Su family group. We must not allow the Yi family and those around them to thrive. If they prosper, we shall not. Elder Zhang's expression grew increasingly unsettled. Additionally, instruct our people to thoroughly probe Yi Fan. I need to ascertain whether that fool is genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. Elder Zhang sensed that something was amiss. So many events had transpired within the Yi family recently, yet all were handled with remarkable proficiency, ultimately benefiting the Yi family. It seemed as though an invisible hand was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Furthermore, the master of that hand appeared exceedingly astute, with a meticulous mind. None of this seemed to align with Yi Changfeng's capabilities. But if it were not Yi Changfeng, then who could it be? After issuing a series of commands, the entire southwestern region appears to have ignited with fervor. All families and factions associated with Elder Zhang have received orders to launch a comprehensive assault against the Su family conglomerate, particularly targeting the families of the 7 granddaughters-in-law of the Yi family. This is no longer a covert struggle, it is now laid bare for all to see. If Elder Zhang and his associates do not take decisive action, they will find themselves in an exceedingly passive position. After dismissing his assistant from the room, Elder Zhang retrieved an old mobile phone and dialed an encrypted number. Boss, the situation has changed. My assistant was eliminated by members of the Soul Wanderers while dealing with the Yi family in Yun City. We managed to keep this news under wraps for an entire afternoon, and we have only just received the information. Why are the Soul Wanderers getting involved? Wasn't it agreed that the Yi family was already severely weakened, left with just a fool and an old man, and could be ignored? Why have you suddenly resumed your activities? The voice on the other end expressed surprise and irritation at the Soul Wanderers' interference. Boss, the situation is more complex than we anticipated. Although the Yi family has suffered significant losses, they have recently shown signs of revival. The fool of a young master from the Yi family must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will always remain a threat. Please make a decision. I understand. I will consider this. You should maintain a low profile for now. Refrain from making too many moves. The situation in the southwest is exceedingly intricate. One misstep could entangle you, and you might not even know how you met your end. Additionally, regarding Chu Feng, ensure you clean up after yourself. If anything goes awry, I cannot guarantee your safety. Understood. Aside from Elder Zhang's focus on matters in Yun City, the Lu family in Huadu, Tianlong province, is also closely monitoring the situation. Upon receiving news from Yun City, both family heads reacted similarly. What? Captain Chu Feng was actually taken out by the Soul Wanderers? Not a single survivor? Exclaimed Lu Ran. Is the Yi family really that fortunate to have the Soul Wanderers at their beck and call? Especially for Lu Zijian, whose eldest son, Lu Qingyang, had perished at the hands of Yi Fan. He had relied on Captain Chu Feng to annihilate the Yi family and avenge his son. But now that Captain Chu Feng himself has fallen, vengeance seems futile. According to Lu Zijian's intelligence, the illegitimate son he had previously dismissed appears to be gathering funds, seemingly planning to strike against the Lu family and seize control completely. The Yi family's luck is astonishing. With the Soul Wanderers involved, we are in a bit of trouble. With the Yi family's backing, if the Lu family fails to garner support from other forces linked to Chu Feng, they will be incapable of withstanding Lu Wuyang's assault. Upon learning the news, Lu Ran wore a sorrowful expression. Damn it, why is dealing with the Yi family so troublesome? The Zhao, Wang, and Li families have all fallen. Lu Ran's eyes flashed with depth as he turned to his son, Lu Hao. Howard, you must travel to Yun City tomorrow. Use alternative methods. But be careful not to engage the Yi family directly. It was not Lu Ran's desire to confront the Yi family. Rather, after the downfall of the Zhao, Li, and Wang families, the Yi family would soon discover the Lu family's connection to the 3 major families. If the Yi family regains its footing, they will undoubtedly retaliate against the Lu family. Taking advantage of the Yi family's current vulnerable state, it is imperative to strike first. Yes, Lu Hao responded. I recall that the Lu family and the Su family had previously signed a contract, but we never executed it due to the Yi family. However, it may now serve a purpose. After his son's reminder, Lu Ran's eyes brightened. It was indeed a viable strategy. But you must exercise caution. Lu Qingyang possesses contracts left behind by Su Jian and Su Dong, and they did not fare well. Xia Hao Guoli and Wang Fugui are not to be trifled with. Understood. Lu Hao's eyes revealed a glimmer of determination. In his heart, he still scorned Yi Fan and Su Yixue. A fool and a small family from Yun City could hardly stir significant trouble. As long as they avoid provoking the formidable soul wanderers, there should be little concern. In the Su family villa in Yun City, after a night of tumult, Su Yixue lay languidly in Yi Fan's embrace, her eyes dreamy as she gazed at him. Curiosity filled her mind. How could Yi Fan, who still seemed dazed, possess such vitality? The warmth she felt during their intimate moments had bestowed upon her numerous benefits in a mere few days. Her physical constitution had strengthened, and she had even attained martial prowess nearing that of a master. If this continued, an ordinary person like her, who had never trained, might soon become a formidable force. Yi Fan also sensed the shift in Su Yixue's energy. Cradling her, he pondered the necessity of finding a skilled martial artist to offer her guidance. Captain Niu of the Soul Wanderers seemed like an excellent candidate. Though Su Yixue had been thoroughly exhausted the previous night, she awoke at the break of dawn the next day. Initially intending to rise quietly, her movement stirred Yi Fan, who opened his eyes to fixate on her, causing her to feel a bit bashful. Xiao Fan, you're awake? I have work at the company today. Will you be all right at home? Su Yixue wished to accompany Yi Fan, but the pressing matters of the company loomed large. With the miraculous effects of the Shuiyin beauty balm from Lei Qianjue and the support from the Xia family, the Su family conglomerate was on the cusp of significant growth. Yixue, I want to go with you. What do you have to do? Yi Fan's current plan was to nurture the Su family conglomerate. He would do everything in his power to assist with its challenges. As Su Yixue addressed, she sighed heavily. Alas, the Su family has already announced the miraculous effects of the Shuiyin beauty balm and received numerous orders. However, we face a hurdle. To officially commence production, we need to obtain a manufacturing permit from the Medical Association. But the president of the Southwest Medical Association, Yu Chang, is notoriously difficult to please. Even the renowned Dr. Lei's intervention has been ineffective. His sole interest lies in antiques and calligraphy. I intend to visit the antique street to purchase a couple of pieces and then pay a visit to Yu Chang in hopes of expediting the Su family's production permit. This permit is in high demand, with only one available for the entire southwestern region this year. The Su family's rival, the Jin family, is also vying for it. Should they secure the permit, the Su family would face dire consequences, unable to fulfill the multitude of orders and incurring significant penalties for breach of contract. Unconcerned whether Yi Fan understood, Su Yixue detailed the situation to him. The president of the Southwest Medical Association, Yu Chang? Yi Fan found the name vaguely familiar. His mind raced as he recalled seeing Yu Chang's name on the list of core members of the Tianlong Pavilion within the Dragon Pattern Ring. On the surface, Yu Chang is the president of the Southwest Medical Association, but in reality, he is the head of the Assassination Division of the Tianlong Pavilion, possessing formidable strength. According to the information within the Dragon Pattern Ring, the Tianlong Pavilion has remained somewhat dormant since the incident involving its former leader. For the sake of the Su family conglomerate, Yi Fan had previously alerted Pang Hai, thus seizing the opportunity presented by the antique gift. He could also make contact with Yu Chang. After all, Yi Fan needed more allies to combat those truly responsible for targeting the Yi family. I want to go with you. I have a keen interest in antiques and calligraphy. Yixue, I have a knack for selection. Please take me with you. Upon activating the Dragon Pattern Ring, Yi Fan's eyes underwent a peculiar transformation. Activated a function akin to the magical eye, though the term X-ray vision may be somewhat exaggerated. Yi Fan is capable of perceiving certain phenomena invisible to others by channeling his qi around his eyes. The last time he visited the underground trading market in Yun City with Wang Fugui, it was his unique ocular ability that enabled him to uncover the vitality pill encased within a stone. Very well, since you wish to accompany me, I shall take you along. However, you must behave and not wander off, understood? Su Yixue cast a deep glance at Yi Fan. The Thunder Doctor had advised that in Yi Fan's current state, it is crucial to provide companionship and revisit places familiar to him, as this might stimulate his awakening. Previously, Yi Fan and Wong Fugui favored an antique street, and perhaps a visit to such locales could trigger some memories and aid in his recovery. The antique street in Yun City is renowned throughout the Great Xia. It boasts an expansive scale and an abundance of fine treasures. Although it was merely around 9 in the morning, the street was already teeming with people. The Wanbao Pavilion, a standalone 9-story edifice adorned in resplendent gold, stood apart from the surrounding architecture. Su Yixue led Yi Fan directly to this establishment. Since they were going to pay a visit to Yuchang, it was only fitting to bring along some valuable items. However, just before entering the building, Yi Fan's keen eyes were drawn to a small antique shop nearby, where two middle-aged men were furtively attempting to sell a painting to the shopkeeper. Yi Fan, possessing the perceptive acuity of a martial emperor, could sense all movements within a 500-meter radius. With a mere narrowing of his gaze, he discerned the ancient aura emanating from the painting. That artwork is indeed a remarkable find. Hello, I am looking for Manager Wu. I wish to purchase a couple of fine items. Could you relay this message? Su Yixue was already familiar with the manager of Wanbao Pavilion and had contacted him prior to their arrival. The receptionist, having received word from the manager, warmly greeted Su Yixue. Miss Su, Manager Wu mentioned that if you arrived, he would like to take you to the inner chamber. Please follow me. Excellent. Su Yixue beckoned to Yi Fan and prepared to follow the receptionist into the back. At that moment, however, Yi Fan's acute hearing caught wind of a conversation in the adjacent shop, where the two men were attempting to sell the painting for a mere 1,000 yuan. Based on Yi Fan's assessment, that painting was worth at least 10 million. Selling it for just 1,000. What a fortuitous opportunity to seize. With this thought, Yi Fan turned to Su Yixue and said, Dear Yixue, you go ahead. I need to use the restroom and will join you shortly, all right? Su Yixue hesitated. In her mind, Yi Fan still seemed somewhat daft, and if he were to get lost amidst the crowd, she could not bear the consequences. Do not worry, my dear. I won't stray, and I am more than capable now. Yi Fan gazed earnestly at Su Yixue. After a moment's contemplation, given Yi Fan's recent progress, she felt reassured that he would be safe within Wanbao Pavilion. Very well, but if anything happens, you must call me. As Su Yixue followed the receptionist inside, she reminded the other receptionists, Ladies, please keep an eye on my husband. His intellect is somewhat. Miss Su, rest assured, nothing will happen in Wanbao Pavilion. Once Su Yixue entered the inner chamber with the receptionist, Yi Fan swiftly made his way toward the restroom, and upon rounding a corner, he utilized a swift movement technique to appear in front of the adjacent shop. At that moment, the shop owner was engaged in negotiations with the two men, stating, We have a deal then, 1,000 yuan, cash for the painting, and once the transaction is complete, there will be no regrets. The shop owner, Ma San, struggled to contain his excitement, aware that he could not ascertain the authenticity of the painting. Yet, even if it were a forgery, it was of a commendable quality. Accepting 1,000 yuan, he figured that should he encounter a na-ve buyer, he could easily profit by several tens of thousands. Yi Fan stood aside, discreetly recording the scene with his mobile phone. The two men, having received 1,000 yuan, hurriedly left, still muttering about their profitable transaction. Damn it, 50 yuan from an old lady, and we sold it for 1,000. Not a bad deal. Haha, how wicked they are, Yi Fan remarked, feeling no remorse since they were all unscrupulous characters. As soon as the two men departed, the shop owner, Ma San, eagerly unrolled the painting to scrutinize it once more. This artwork appeared vigorous and bold, with distinct lines and profound artistic conception, signed by Wu Daozi. It depicted a fierce tiger descending the mountain. All aspects seemed commendable. However, the painting's colors were too worn and lacked visual appeal. It was a pity that the craftsman who forged this piece had aged it excessively. But it was still passable. Ma San lifted the scroll and prepared to display it prominently in the shop. For the untrained eye, the brushwork could easily entice someone to part with their money, and he wouldn't lose anything in the process. Boss, I'll take this painting for 1,500. Before Ma San could turn around, Yi Fan had already slipped to the shop's entrance, smiling at Ma San. Taken aback, Ma San pondered, 1,500? This young man has a keen eye. I bought it for 1,000. Is he really offering 500 for the trouble? Are you joking? This is an authentic piece by Wu Daozi. I painstakingly acquired it for 1,000,000. If you aren't serious about buying, please don't disrupt my business. Ma San feigned seriousness, as if he had indeed spent 1,000,000. If you truly wish to purchase it, I can offer you a sincere price of 300,000. I would part with it reluctantly. Ma San exhibited a pained expression while keenly observing Yi Fan's reaction. In the antiquities trade, gauging a person's response is paramount. Antique dealers may lack in other areas, but they possess acute insight into human behavior. After a round of probing dialogue, Ma San attempted to gauge Yi Fan's reaction. If Yi Fan seemed unfazed by the 30,000, Ma San might not lower his price. Unfortunately for Ma San, he encountered Yi Fan, who had recorded the entire transaction between Ma San and the two men. How could he be deceived by Ma San? Boss, don't be too greedy. Just take a modest fee for your trouble. Perhaps you should first watch something. As Yi Fan spoke, he smiled and opened the video he had just recorded on his phone. It clearly documented the transaction between Ma San and the two men, including the price. You. A sharp glint flashed in Ma San's eyes as he fixed a piercing gaze on Yi Fan. What do you intend to do? Ma San's reputation on this street was notoriously bad. He was well known for his unscrupulous dealings. Despite his desire to improve his image, whenever he encountered valuable items, he instinctively sought to exploit others. Recently, business had been slow, and if the video in Yi Fan's possession were to be exposed, Ma San would likely find himself out of business in Yin City. I already stated my intent to buy the painting for 1,500. You can take 500 as a fee, and you won't lose anything. Yi Fan understood the true value of the painting. It was worth not just 1 million, but even 10 million. However, Ma San was too unscrupulous, and Yi Fan had come to teach him a lesson. I'll give you that. Ma San glared fiercely at Yi Fan. Behind him, several burly men had gathered, casting unfriendly glances at Yi Fan. However, as Ma San showcased the painting, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, eager for entertainment. In the antiques market, people relish the thrill of finding a bargain or witnessing others do so. 10,000. Take the painting, and we won't haggle further. Ma San had initially considered having his men drive Yi Fan away, but with so many witnesses present, he had to be mindful of his reputation, so he begrudgingly continued to negotiate. 1,500, you can think for 10 seconds. With today's technology, if this goes viral, your losses will far exceed a few thousand. Yi Fan's demeanor suggested he had the upper hand, which irked Ma San. Yet he had to concede that Yi Fan was correct. If Yi Fan shared the video online, it could spell disaster for Ma San's business. You, kid, are you deliberately seeking trouble? My boss is Wu Laolang. You better think carefully. If you want to buy the painting, offer me 10,000, and you can take it. Otherwise, tearing the facade will benefit no one. Ma San leaned in closer to Yi Fan, whispering threateningly. Wu Laolang. Yi Fan paused momentarily. Initially, he felt a twinge of guilt for confronting Ma San. However, upon hearing Ma San mention Wu Laolang, he felt relieved. Wu Laolang was the man who had nearly harmed Su Yixue. He was no good. Moreover, since Wu Laolang had been dealt with by Hao and Li Hu, and the Tiger Hall had disbanded, how could Ma San still wield Wu Laolang's name to intimidate others? Go ahead and try. I'll count down from 3. 3, 2, 1. Yi Fan showed no sign of retreat, boldly initiating the countdown. His assertive demeanor nearly drove Ma San to madness. The young man before him felt oddly familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. As Yi Fan reached the final count, Ma San clenched his teeth. All right, you win. Yi Fan was willing to gamble, but Ma San was not. With a cold tone, Ma San shoved the painting into Yi Fan's arms. Now pay up. Yi Fan smiled faintly, producing 15 red bills and handing them to Ma San. In future business, have a bit of conscience. I'll remember you, kid. You'd better watch your step. Ma San took the money and stormed back into the shop. He had intended to make a substantial profit from the painting, but ended up revealing his scheme and only pocketing 500, a bitter disappointment. As Ma San threatened Yi Fan, a girl's playful voice suddenly broke through the crowd. Handsome, can I buy that painting? I'll offer 8 million. Gasps rippled through the crowd at her words. Just moments ago, the painting was purchased for 1,500, and now it was being offered for 8 million? Were these two merely putting on a show? The onlookers turned to gaze at the girl. Dressed in a flowing green gown with a yellow belt accentuating her slender waist, she exuded charm with her alluring curves. Was she Ren Shuiying, the daughter of the Ren family from the provincial capital? It was said that she was also an expert in antiques. Her willingness to offer 8 million certainly had its reasoning. Had they truly witnessed a monumental bargain today? Ma San, who had just reached the shop's entrance, stumbled upon hearing the 8 million offer. He halted and turned to see Ren Shuiying, bewildered as he stammered, Miss, you're not joking, are you? If this painting is truly worth 8 million, you would be a fool. The opportunity for immense wealth had been snatched away by that young man. Do I look like I'm joking? Ren Shuiying replied coolly, turning her gaze back to Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Yi Fan ignored Ren Shuiying and instead took out a bottle of mineral water, splashing it onto the surface of the painting. The crowd was left stunned. Young man, what are you doing? They exclaimed. That beautiful lady just offered 8 million. Aren't you ruining the painting? They sighed collectively. But only Ren Shuiying's eyes sparkled with intrigue at Yi Fan's actions. It appears that today I have encountered a connoisseur. Handsome, how about I offer 10 million? Unexpectedly, Ren Shuiying raised her bid by another 2 million, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Clearly, Ren Shuiying has discerned something significant. Otherwise, as a member of the prominent Ren family in the provincial capital, it would be illogical for her to raise the price without reason. With a sudden motion, Yi Fan remained silent, waiting for the painting to be sufficiently soaked. As the energy surged, he grasped a corner of the scroll and tore it forcefully. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he stripped away a thin layer from the surface of the scroll, revealing it as if a layer of adhesive film had covered it. As that film was peeled away, the authentic artwork within was instantly unveiled. Vibrant colors, clear strokes, and more pronounced lines, with Wu Daizi's seal appearing even more distinct. Hey, I realize now, this is the legendary. The outer layer was merely a sheepskin protective film, while the true masterpiece lay within. My goodness. This is indeed Wu Daizi's genuine work. What a tremendous fortune. One need not mention 10 million. It could easily fetch 20 million. Handsome. I offer 15 million for this painting. How about that? Cash transaction. I bid 18 million. The crowd erupted in excitement. This was indeed sensational. A painting purchased for a mere 1,500 was now being offered at 20 million. Such exorbitant profit, exceeding 1,000-fold. Yi Fan's lips twitched slightly. At the moment the membrane was torn, the ancient aura flowing from the scroll was entirely absorbed by him, drawn in by his energy. He could distinctly feel that as this ancient essence was absorbed into his dantian, the flickering flame within seemed to grow more vigorous, the fire becoming brighter. It was as if the ancient essence from the scroll nourished that mysterious flame within his body. For Yi Fan, whether it was 20 million or 2 billion. While the sum was indeed substantial, it was merely a number to him. With the Yi family group, the Wandering Souls organization, and the yet-to-be-fully-revealed Tianji Pavilion backing him, Yi Fan could shake an entire nation with just a flick of his finger if he desired wealth. His interest in this painting stemmed primarily from his need for the ancient aura encapsulated within it. Now that he had absorbed that essence, the significance of the painting to him had diminished considerably. However, for Ma San, a loss of 20 million from this painting would be more excruciating than death. Ma San stood dazed at the door for a few seconds before finally regaining his composure. He hurried to Yi Fan's side, seizing his arm and declaring, "Return the painting to me. I shall not sell it." As he spoke, Ma San reached for the scroll. Yi Fan's body shifted, and he coldly retorted, "Boss, are you attempting to rob me? What do you mean by this? The scroll has already been sold. You think you can just take it back? That's rather unlikely. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Who dares to snatch food from a tiger's mouth in Yin City? Few would dare compete with me, Ma San." Ma San glared at Yi Fan, continuing, "You best return the scroll to me. Otherwise, I shall make your life a living hell." As Ma San's words grew increasingly ominous, several burly men encircled Yi Fan. Yi Fan's lips twitched again. "Boss, you seem to be unaware of the situation, don't you? Setting aside other matters, your older brother, Wu Laolang, is dead. You must know this, right? Furthermore, I can inform you that it was I who took him down. Do you wish to join him?" As he spoke, a strong aura of killing intent radiated from Yi Fan, causing Ma San's heart to tremble violently. He was indeed aware that Wu Laolang had met with misfortune. However, at his level, he only knew that Wu Laolang had seemingly offended the young master of the Yi family and the Su family, leading to his downfall. The specifics remained unclear. With Yu Fan's reminder, Ma San scrutinized him once more, as if recalling who Yu Fan was. Isn't this the fool from the Yi family? Why does he seem anything but foolish at this moment? What on earth is happening? Handsome, would you sell this painting to me for 30 million? Ren Shuiying squeezed through the crowd, grasping Yi Fan's arm and gently shaking it. My grandfather's birthday is approaching, and I am at a loss for a gift. Would you fulfill my wish? As she swayed, the neckline of her dress shifted, exposing a portion of her fair skin. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, Yi Fan's pupils dilated. A phoenix pattern? Just below Ren Shuiying's collarbone, he distinctly saw a flash of a golden phoenix design. 6 years prior, while executing a secret mission in the provincial capital, he had nearly met with death, only to be saved by a girl. At that time, in the depths of night, he hadn't clearly seen her face, but had caught a glimpse of that golden phoenix pattern at her neckline. 6 years later, to encounter the girl who had saved his life in Yun City? What a serendipitous twist of fate. A life saved deserves a debt of gratitude. But now, having 7 wives, he could not promise anything. Since Ren Shuiying desired this scroll, he would gift it to her. Beautiful women do indeed possess a kind heart. Thus, this scroll shall be yours. While speaking, Yi Fan pressed the scroll into Ren Shuiying's hands. What? Ren Shuiying was taken aback. Handsome you. The surrounding crowd was equally bewildered. A scroll worth 30 million was simply given away. What extravagance! The most frustrated was Ma San, who had been willing to spend 1 million to buy it back, only to see Yi Fan gift it to a beautiful woman. Was this an intentional affront? Damn it! Ma San had intended to curse, but upon recalling Yi Fan's identity, the words caught in his throat. He greedily eyed the painting in Ren Shuiying's hands, wishing to demand it from her, yet lacking the courage. The Yi family and the Ren family were both forces he could not provoke. Crucially, his older brother had already fallen, and Wu Laolang had indeed met his end at Yi Fan's hands. Although Ma San had suffered a grave loss, he dared not express any complaints. Boss, is this how it ends? That's 30 million. Ma San had given up, but his bodyguards nearby were perplexed. If they allowed them to leave, they would have no chance to act later. Are you fools? Do you think we have a chance here? Do you know who they are? One is the only young master of the Yi family, and the other is the daughter of the Ren family. Try touching them and see what happens. Ma San glanced around. Although only Yi Fan and Ren Shuiying appeared outwardly, countless strong protectors lurked in the shadows. Ma San watched helplessly as 30 million slipped through his fingers, utterly helpless. Ren Shuiying gazed at the scroll in her hands, still in shock. Handsome, did you truly just gift this to me? This is 30 million, after all. Why? As she looked at Yi Fan's countenance, she felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not recall where she had seen him before. But to receive a scroll worth 30 million as a gift left her feeling rather guilty. Yes, it's a gift for you, because you are a good person, and good people deserve rewards. With that, Yi Fan turned to leave, realizing he had been away for too long. If Su Yixue could not find him, she would surely be anxious. Good deeds are rewarded? Ren Shuiying listened thoughtfully to Yi Fan's words. As she saw Yi Fan about to leave, she hurriedly called out to him, "Wait a moment, handsome." While speaking, she removed a close-fitting jade pendant from her chest and intended to hand it to Yi Fan. Beside Ren Shuiying, a girl dressed in jeans quickly interjected, "Miss, please think twice. That pendant was a gift from the old master as part of your dowry." Ren Shuiying hesitated for a moment, but continued to extend the pendant. "I dislike owing anyone anything. This jade pendant belongs to my family and must be a valuable item, so I shall give it to you." After a brief pause, Ren Shuiying's cheeks flushed slightly as she added, "If you are free next month, I would be delighted to have you attend my grandfather's birthday banquet at the Ren family." Upon finishing her words, the flush of embarrassment reached her neck. Yi Fan held the jade pendant that Ren Shuiying had given him. It was still warm, imbued with her body heat and a hint of an enchanting fragrance. Observing Ren Shuiying's bashful demeanor, he was reminded of that fateful night 6 years ago when, during a harsh winter, he had nearly succumbed to danger, only to be warmed by this very girl's body. He had always cherished that bond in his heart. Back then, he had already been engaged to Xian Yufei. But now that their engagement had been annulled and he had unexpectedly acquired 7 wives, another addition seemed inconsequential. All right, I shall definitely come. Yi Fan gazed deeply at Ren Shuiying, unwilling to disappoint someone who had shown him such kindness. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he noticed several dark tendrils entwined around her forehead, intermingled with a crimson hue. Is it a blood calamity? Yi Fan realized that Ren Shuiying had fallen victim to some sinister scheme, and the impending danger was quite grave. Furrowing his brow, he resolved that since he had encountered this situation, he could not remain indifferent. He glanced at Ren Shuiying's wrist, where she wore a bracelet. "Miss, may I see your bracelet?" As he spoke, he grasped her wrist and removed the jade bracelet, channeling his energy to inscribe several intricate patterns upon it. "For the next half-month, keep this bracelet on at all times and avoid water. It will protect you." This was a protective talisman that Yi Fan had gleaned from his mastery of dragon patterns, having tested its efficacy multiple times. Before the departure of Tianlong, he had discreetly inscribed several talismans on her personal belongings, though she remained unaware of this. He hoped she would never need to utilize them. All right. Although Ren Shuiying did not fully comprehend Yi Fan's actions, she sensed his genuine concern for her. "Goodbye." Yi Fan, clutching the jade pendant, swiftly made his way to Wanbao Pavilion, vanishing from Ren Shuiying's sight in the blink of an eye. Ren Shuiying watched his departing figure, her brow slightly furrowed as she murmured to her maid, "Why do I feel like that handsome man seems so familiar?" It feels as though I've seen him somewhere before. Miss, are you smitten? You even gave away your treasured jade pendant. You know you wear that pendant every day. Flushed with embarrassment, Ren Shuiying playfully retorted, only to suddenly feel a wave of warmth surging from the spot where her wrist had touched Yi Fan's. Warmth? Realizing this, Ren Shuiying's pupils constricted as memories of the boy from 6 years ago flooded back. That night, while embracing him, she had also experienced a similar flow of warmth that had significantly enhanced her martial energy. Is it him? It's really him from 6 years ago. Understanding everything, Ren Shuiying felt a surge of excitement and whimsy. Xiaoqing, investigate who that handsome man is immediately. I want to know all about him. Yes. The maid, aware of the events from 6 years prior, recognized that Ren Shuiying had not interacted with any boys throughout the years, always searching for that boy from her past. Now that she had found her heart's desire, the maid genuinely rejoiced for her, exclaiming, "Congratulations, miss. You cherish the same person now as you did then." Ren Shuiying's face radiated with excitement, tinged with a hint of shyness. Humph, that rogue must have recognized me. I knew he wouldn't just send me a 30 million painting for no reason. How infuriating. At the same time, Ren Shuiying silently vowed, "Next month, at my grandfather's birthday banquet, you must come. If you do, half of my troubles will be resolved." As Yi Fan re-entered the Wanbao Pavilion, he found Su Yixue and Manager Wu emerging from the inner chamber. Su Yixue held 2 wooden boxes in her hands, exuding an aura of antiquity. "Manager Wu, I truly feel embarrassed. Such valuable items, and you are giving them to me without even asking for payment." Su Yixue expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards Manager Wu. Yi Fan gathered that Manager Wu had selected 2 precious items to gift Su Yixue, without any intention of receiving monetary compensation. Judging by the aura of antiquity, it was evident that these items were indeed treasures, likely worth millions. "Su, please do not be so modest. We have all witnessed the noble actions of you and Miss Yu Linglong. Your unwavering support for the Yi family during that time is something our boss greatly admires," Manager Wu remarked, and upon noticing Yi Fan's arrival, he hurriedly bowed and addressed him, "Young Master Yi, our boss has instructed me to convey that although we cannot publicly show our support for the Yi family, we are still willing to assist you in any way possible. Consider these 2 items as tokens of our meeting." It was clear that Wanbao Pavilion was extending an olive branch to both the Yi and Su families. Su Yixue understood that Manager Wu's gesture of gifting her antiques was not merely out of respect for her, but rather for Yi Fan. Recent events in Yun City, although much of the information had been suppressed, could not be entirely concealed. The Zhao, Li, and Wang families had all met their demise, and prominent figures like the Liu family steward had also fallen in Yun City. Moreover, the upheaval during the Su group's new drug launch, where the renowned Dr. Lei lent his support, alongside other influential individuals, indicated that the Yi family was not as weak as many presumed. The convergence of various mysterious forces towards the Yi family suggested that there were aspects unknown to outsiders, perhaps even that Yi Fan had awakened. It was not too late for Wanbao Pavilion to ally itself with the Yi family. "Thank you. Those who assist my wife are truly good people," Yi Fan responded with an air of normalcy, rather than displaying any foolishness. Dr. Lei had previously laid the groundwork for Yi Fan's gradual awakening, so his intellect evolving from that of an 8-year-old to a 10-year-old was entirely understandable. "Manager Wu, you should be aware of my husband's situation. Please be understanding," Su Yixue briefly explained to Manager Wu, who regarded Yi Fan with a knowing gaze, replying, "No worries. Young Master Yi was once a prodigious talent, and given time, he will surely return to his former glory." After exchanging pleasantries, Su Yixue was eager to visit Yu Chong, intending to take her leave. However, at that moment, a group of individuals stormed into the Wanbao Pavilion with an overwhelming presence. Isn't Wanbao Pavilion impressive? Today, I shall see just how formidable you truly are. Last time at the appraisal conference, you defeated my brother, which led to his severe injuries from jumping off a building. Today, you must pay the price. The leader of the group, clad in a flamboyant shirt, strode into the hall while simultaneously broadcasting live. "Dear viewers, take a good look. This is the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion, and we are here to challenge you. Let's see if Wanbao Pavilion has the audacity to accept our challenge." Upon witnessing the intrusion, Manager Wu frowned, recognizing the persistent troublemakers. "What is going on?" Su Yixue inquired, sensing the tension. "They are from the Sun family in the provincial capital. Last year, during the appraisal conference, When we competed, they encountered my brother in the finals. He misjudged the era of a vase, resulting in our victory. Unable to bear the defeat, he jumped from the second floor and broke his leg. Since then, the Sun family has been fixated on Wanbao Pavilion, frequently seeking trouble. Manager Wu continued. Initially, we did not take them seriously, but their actions have become increasingly outrageous. Clearly, they have some backing, attempting to stir up trouble. For years, our reputation has overshadowed their jewelry shop, and they believe that by suppressing us, they can finally emerge. With a slight smirk, Manager Wu assured, "No worries. Such petty antics are no match for me." As a distinguished expert in the antique industry, Manager Wu had seldom faltered during his tenure at Wanbao Pavilion. He stepped forward and addressed Sun Dishing. The young master of the Sun family, young master Sun, the appraisal conference was a matter of skill. It has been quite some time since then. Can the Sun family not accept defeat? The viewers are astute. They can certainly judge for themselves. As the longtime head of Wanbao Pavilion, Manager Wu had his wits about him and managed to shift the narrative slightly in their favor. Sun Dishing, momentarily speechless, was caught off guard. Seizing the initiative, Manager Wu declared, "Since Wanbao Pavilion is here, we fear no challenge. Young Master Sun, since you have brought your entourage today, let us make this interesting. How about a wager? If I win, I would appreciate it if you could refrain from these underhanded tactics in the future, and we can compete fairly in the open." Upon hearing Manager Wu's agreement to the challenge, Sun Dishing's face lit up with delight. "Excellent. Today, we shall make this a grand affair. If Wanbao Pavilion wins, the Sun family's jewelry shop will withdraw from Yun City entirely and cease all competition with you. But if I win, you must also leave Yun City. Do you dare?" Sun Dishing cunningly maneuvered to place Wanbao Pavilion in a precarious position, given that the jewelry shop's scale and business were already inferior to Wanbao Pavilion's. Their withdrawal would be inconsequential. However, it was uncertain whether Wanbao Pavilion would dare to take the plunge. Manager Wu frowned, his expression revealing indignation as he regarded Sun Dishing. It was evident that this young master had ulterior motives, pushing them into a corner. Accepting the challenge would be problematic, but refusing would also be detrimental to their reputation, especially with over 1 million viewers tuning in. Very well, it is settled. Despite his confidence, Manager Wu felt a twinge of anxiety as he observed several porcelain vases being brought in from outside. He scrutinized them closely, realizing he could not determine their age at first glance, which was quite vexing. Meanwhile, Su Yixue, witnessing the sudden turn of events, felt torn about whether to stay or leave. "Yixue, let us stay a while longer. I believe I have recalled something important," Yi Fan remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips as the porcelain vases were carried in. Sun Dishing was indeed devious. Those vases had been tampered with, and ordinary identification methods would be insufficient to detect the alterations. If Yi Fan did not intervene, Manager Wu was bound to lose today. Considering Manager Wu's earlier generosity in gifting him 2 antiques, Yi Fan resolved to take action. Zhao Fan, have you remembered something? Well then, let us stay and observe." Su Yixue's face lit up with joy at the prospect of Yi Fan regaining his memory and intelligence, rendering all other matters secondary. In the center of the hall, Sun Dishing had arranged 5 porcelain vases neatly on the table, looking triumphant as he faced Manager Wu. Today, Sun Dishing had come prepared. He was unafraid of Manager Wu's various identification methods. His greatest fear was that Manager Wu would refuse the challenge, as that would leave him with no means to inflict real harm on Wanbao Pavilion. "Manager Wu, these 5 bottles were procured by me from an antique market. However, their exact ages are currently unknown. I would greatly appreciate it if you could assist in determining their origins. If you can accurately identify the age of just 3 of these bottles, how about we consider it a victory for you?" Sun Dishing exchanged glances with his subordinates, their eyes brimming with arrogance. These 5 porcelain vases were meticulously replicated by top foreign artisans at a considerable cost, taking 3 months to complete. While it would be inaccurate to label them as entirely fake, as each fragment used is genuine, it would equally be misleading to claim they are authentic. Each vase is, in fact, composed of numerous shards pieced together, expertly restored on the exterior to conceal their fractured state. In reality, the fragments utilized in a single vase were sourced from 5 different dynasties. No matter how skilled Manager Wu is, should he determine the age of any one shard, Sun Dishing could easily counter with another piece to refute his claim. Thus, from the moment Manager Wu accepted this challenge, the Wanbao Pavilion was already destined to lose. This gamble was akin to a game of rock, paper, scissors where one party reveals their choice first, allowing the other to adapt their response accordingly. How could victory be feasible? As a luminary in the antique realm, Manager Wu's prowess is no mere embellishment. From the instant the 5 vases were presented, he meticulously examined them, even inhaling their essence. Yet, upon inspecting just one, his expression shifted dramatically. He discerned a chaotic, unstable aroma reminiscent of the Song, Tang, and even Ming and Qing dynasties. This caught Manager Wu completely off guard. Ordinarily, if a vase has undergone restoration, it is not uncommon. However, it is unusual to amalgamate fragments from multiple dynasties. Moreover, upon lifting the vase for closer scrutiny, even employing a magnifying glass, he found no evidence of repair whatsoever. The first vase presented this way, the second vase similarly. After examining all 5 vases for over 10 minutes, Manager Wu remained silent, hesitant to voice any judgment. Internally, he had formulated a tentative hypothesis. The vases brought by Sun Dishing likely were replicated by a master craftsman, devoid of any signs of restoration. The use of shards from various dynasties was a self-constructed pitfall. No matter which dynasty he claimed, Sun Dishing could easily refute his assertion. It was a trap. Manager Wu had begun to grasp the intricacies of the ruse. Yet, this was a blatant scheme. Even if he were to announce his findings before millions online, no one would believe him. Have you discerned the truth, Manager Wu? Let us witness your profound knowledge as you enlighten us about the origins of these vases. Observing Manager Wu's prolonged silence, Sun Dishing flaunted his triumph. Deliberately gesturing toward the livestream camera, everyone, take note. This is Master Wu of the Wanbao Pavilion appraising the 5 vases I brought. Alas, I must admit, it's somewhat disappointing. It appears the Wanbao Pavilion is not as formidable as I presumed. Please, do not leave. We require witnesses. We have a wager, after all. Sun Dishing continued to gloat, while the Wanbao Pavilion staff gathered around, seething with indignation, yet feeling powerless to confront him. Fraud. A despicable fraud. How shameful to deceive Manager Wu with counterfeit items. Just as the tension escalated and beads of sweat dotted Manager Wu's forehead, Yi Fan emerged from the crowd, vehemently accusing Sun Dishing. His words instantly captured the audience's attention, especially in the live stream, where viewers erupted in a frenzy. Who is this? How dare he call a young master son a fraud? I still believe in Master Wu. The carefully cultivated atmosphere shattered in an instant, and Sun Dishing, infuriated, pointed at Yi Fan. Who the hell are you? What concern is this of yours? Get him out of here. Sun Dishing had come with the intent of dismantling the Wanbao Pavilion and would not tolerate anyone jeopardizing his scheme. With Manager Wu already ensnared, he only needed one final move to expel the Wanbao Pavilion from Yin City. Once they departed, the majority of business in the antique market would inevitably gravitate toward his own jewelry establishment. From behind Sun Dishing, several bodyguards surged forward, intent on confronting Yi Fan. With a smirk, Yi Fan had previously utilized his mystical vision to discern the reality of the vases upon their presentation. He understood that those vases had undergone specialized restoration, employing shards from various dynasties. No matter how adept Manager Wu was, identifying such a multitude of fragments simultaneously would be an impossibility. No, I refuse to leave. I must expose this grand deception. Yi Fan chuckled softly, swiftly evading the grasp of the bodyguards. The 2 burly men, embarrassed by their inability to capture a seemingly frail youth, hastened their efforts. Seizing the opportunity, as he eluded their attempts, Yi Fan unleashed a wave of energy from his wrist, inadvertently causing one of the bodyguards to bump into a vase, sending it crashing to the ground. With a resounding crash, the porcelain shattered into countless pieces. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers in stunned silence. The very object meant for appraisal had been shattered, and it was Sun Dishing's own bodyguard who had caused the mishap. Who could be blamed for this? As the crowd remained perplexed, Yi Fan swiftly snatched the live-streaming phone, directing the camera toward the debris, and exclaimed in feigned astonishment, "Ah, I recognize this shard. It belongs to the Tang dynasty. This one is from the Song dynasty. And this piece is from the Ming era. Oh, Master Wu, how is it that a single vase contains fragments from so many dynasties? Look, the outer layer of these shards is covered in a mysterious substance. Once peeled away, the truth shall be revealed." As he spoke, Yi Fan grasped one of the shards and, with a flick of energy, tore away the deceptive outer layer, exposing the glued fragments beneath, revealing them to the viewers in the live stream, as well as to Manager Wu and the onlookers gathered around. observing the scene before him. Manager Wu wiped the sweat from his brow. In truth, he had already surmised the condition of the vases, aligning with Yi Fan's assertions. The crux of the matter was that he could not directly articulate his findings. However, with Yi Fan's sudden appearance, revealing Sun Dushing's deceit, and the fact that it was Sun Dushing's own bodyguard who had toppled the vase, Sun Dushing would find it impossible to pin any blame on the Wanbao Pavilion. The livestream audience erupted in outrage. What a despicable act. I suspected something was amiss. How vile. The Sun family employs such underhanded tactics. I shall never purchase from them again. The earlier supporters of Sun Dushing swiftly shifted their allegiance, rallying behind Manager Wu in the Wanbao Pavilion. Young Master Sun. This is rather underhanded. The tension in Manager Wu's expression began to ease as he regarded Yi Fan with gratitude. He was now nearly certain that Yi Fan was no fool. If Yi Fan were truly Navi, would he have fortuitously arrived at such an opportune moment? With such impeccable timing to have Sun Dushing's bodyguard topple the table? Such a scenario was utterly improbable. Sun Dushing hesitated for several seconds before realizing that the live-streaming phone had been snatched away. Damn it! Who dares to take my phone? You fools! What are you standing there for? Get the phone back. Sun Dushing was nearly driven mad. The live stream was filled with countless netizens witnessing today as provocation. If he failed, the jewelry shop would have to withdraw from Yun City. Moreover, if this incident escalated, even if the jewelry shop did not withdraw, the already meager business would be virtually non-existent. Who dares to touch my elder brother? Before Yi Fan could make a move, a roar erupted from the crowd, and the imposing figure of Wang Fugui appeared on the scene. Without any hesitation, Wang Fugui grabbed one of the two approaching bodyguards in each hand and slammed them together with tremendous force, knocking them unconscious and sending them flying. Bang! Bang! Though Sun Dushing's bodyguards were also martial arts experts, Wang Fugui had already reached a master level, making it child's play to deal with them. In the blink of an eye, all of Sun Dushing's bodyguards had been knocked out. What? What do you want? You can't win. So you intend to use force? Sun Dushing, aware of his disadvantage, attempted to feign pity to sway public opinion. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Sun family from the provincial capital. You had better not touch me. Aha. Do you know who my elder brother is? He is Yi Fan, the only young master of the Yi family. If you dare to touch him, aren't you afraid? Wang Fugui revealed Yi Fan's identity, causing Sun Dushing to be momentarily stunned. The fool from the Yi family? No wonder he looked so familiar when I saw him earlier. Damn it. How unlucky can I be to encounter a fool causing trouble? Even if I am in the right, I cannot explain myself. Furthermore, even if I could clarify things, provoking the Yi family now would yield no chances of victory for the Sun family. It's all fake. It's all a lie. Upon seeing Wang Fugui, the large fool, becoming bolder, Yi Fan pointed at the remaining porcelain bottles and addressed Sun Dushing, with one shattered porcelain bottle as evidence. The subsequent matters would be easy to negotiate. Manager Wu also seized the initiative, saying, Young Master Sun, do we need to break open the remaining four to verify? Sun Dushing was all too familiar with what those porcelain bottles looked like. Breaking them would only serve to slap his own face. You were ruthless. Sun Dushing realized he had fallen today, and yet it was at the hands of a fool. He truly did not know whether Yi Fan had fortuitously ruined his plans or had intentionally come to do so. While speaking, Sun Dushing reached out to grab the phone from Yi Fan's hand. Yet, Yi Fan refused, stating, the wager you just made. You deceitful scoundrel, if you lose, your jewelry shop must leave Yun City. Isn't that right, my dear viewers? As Yi Fan chastised Sun Dushing, he also engaged the millions of netizens in the live stream. Since Wanbage had chosen to support the Yi family, Yi Fan would naturally ensure they did not do so for free. This encounter would serve to suppress the jewelry shop to the utmost. Yes, a man should honor his commitments. The wager we made was witnessed by millions of netizens. Don't even think about backing out. The public sentiment in the live stream began to boil, and Sun Dushing gritted his teeth in frustration, yet felt powerless, for he had indeed established a wager. Though this was merely a verbal agreement, and no one would pursue its execution, it was the age of the internet, and the power of netizens was formidable. Sun Dushing, despite his reluctance to admit it, had to show his face. Manager Wu, you have won. Our jewelry shop accepts the bet and will promptly leave Yun City. Sun Dushing helplessly reiterated his promise to the camera, casting a sullen glance at Yi Fan and saying, Is this satisfactory? Yi Fan turned to Wang Fugui beside him and asked, Old Wang, do you think this is acceptable? Wang Fugui, with a somewhat foolish demeanor, proclaimed, "Words alone are useless. 3 days from now, I shall bring several bulldozers over. If I see the jewelry shop still standing, it will mean the netizens have pushed them out. Wouldn't you agree?" Wang Fugui thrust his massive face towards the screen, bellowing at the audience. This immediately incited another wave of uproar among the netizens in the live stream. Good, good, good. Not only the viewers in the live stream, but also the crowd gathered outside began cheering enthusiastically. Sun Duxing took the phone from Yi Fan and, feeling utterly defeated, closed the live stream before hastily retreating with his subordinates from the Wanbage building. Today, he had suffered a tremendous loss of face, initially coming with confidence to trouble Wanbage, only to leave empty-handed, having been thoroughly humiliated. Sun Duxing, what have you done? Did you not claim you would take down Wanbage today? Why did I receive calls stating that all collaborations with my jewelry shop must be terminated? What is this live stream about? Ah, fool. Just as Sun Duxing exited the Wanbage building, he received a call from his father. Dad, come back immediately and explain. How am I supposed to report to the board? They will kill us, you fool. Sun Duxing was nearly deafened by his father's voice on the phone. With a long sigh, he could only hurriedly head back to the Sun family. Meanwhile, inside the Wanbage building, after Sun Duxing's departure, Manager Wu exchanged a meaningful glance with Yi Fan, respectfully bowing to him and saying, "Young Master Yi, thank you for your timely assistance today." Manager Wu felt fortunate for his actions today, having directly gifted Su Yixue 2 antiques. Although those 2 antiques were indeed worth over 10 million, the value of Yi Fan's assistance had far exceeded that. If Wanbage had truly fallen into Sun Duxing's trap today and lost its credibility, the losses would have amounted to at least several billion. Moreover, if Wanbage had been completely ruined, the losses would have exceeded 100 billion. More importantly, Wanbage's existence served a far greater purpose, one that could not be measured in monetary terms. Manager Wu expressed his gratitude, saying, "You helped my wife. It is only right for me to assist you." Yi Fan responded with a faint smile. The logic was sound, and the phrasing clear. Yet Su Yixue standing beside them felt somewhat perplexed. Was Yi Fan in a clear state of mind, or still in a foolish state? Su Yixue was at a loss. However, with so many people present, she refrained from asking too many questions. Before Manager Wu could speak again, a staff member suddenly approached him swiftly and whispered in his ear, "Manager Wu, the young lady said that item can be brought out now." Yes. Upon hearing the words of his subordinate, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Manager Wu's eyes. The young lady was indeed astute, having recognized Yi Fan's potential. Though the Yi family had suffered a severe blow, as long as Yi Fan was alive, their future potential would remain limitless. Now that Yi Fan had awakened, those who sought to undermine the Yi family would likely be losing sleep. "Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. You have done such a tremendous favor for Wanbage. We must express our gratitude." As he spoke, Manager Wu swiftly entered the inner chamber and returned holding an ancient wooden box. "Young Master Yi, this item has been in our shop for quite some time. Though I have studied it for many years, I have never been able to discern its purpose. Young Master Yi, being a prodigious talent, will surely find it useful once you awaken, allowing this item to realize its maximum value." As he spoke, Manager Wu respectfully handed the box to Yi Fan. Although Master Wu had already surmised that Yi Fan had awakened, since Yi Fan chose not to reveal himself, Master Wu decided to play along with the charade. "Oh, thank you, Master Wu." Yi Fan merely extended his perception to sense the contents of the box, and his expression began to grow grave. Possessing the magical eye, Yi Fan could almost see through and investigate all matters. However, upon careful examination, he was abruptly struck by the realization that his spirit power, at the level of a martial emperor, was utterly incapable of discerning what lay inside the box. It appeared as though the items within were shrouded by a layer of mysterious aura, which Yi Fan's current mental and perceptive abilities could not penetrate. Fortunately, he could sense a certain familiarity emanating from the contents of the box. As Yi Fan and Su Yixue departed from the Wanbao pavilion, Master Wu gazed at their retreating figures with a contented smile. The Yi family was destined to rise. Alas, those who dared to act against the Yi family truly lacked foresight. With that, Master Wu swiftly entered a hidden chamber, dialing a secure line. "Miss, I have delivered the items you instructed me to hand over. However, that is the most crucial possession of yours, one that pertains to the fate of the entire family. Is it not too risky to entrust it to Yi Fan?" At that moment, within a graceful courtyard nestled in Kunlun Mountain, a barefoot maiden reclined in a rattan chair, tablet in hand, watching the surveillance feed while answering Master Wu's call. Old Wu, I have faith in my judgment. If Yi Fan cannot protect my family, then the Yuan family has no hope for revival. Remember, since we have chosen Yi Fan, we must unconditionally trust him. From now on, whenever he requires assistance, the Wanbao Pavilion must help at all costs. After all, he is the man I have set my sights on. As she ended the call, the young woman gazed at the lush greenery beyond the courtyard and murmured, Yi Fan, our destinies are intertwined from a past life. I hope you awaken soon. The ancient martial world already has a place for the Yi family. I sincerely wish for your rise. This is all I can do to assist you. Meanwhile, in Yin City, after Yi Fan and Su Yixue exited the antique street, Su Yixue glanced at Yi Fan with a hint of confusion. Xiao Fan, are you truly awake or still in a daze? I can't quite comprehend. While it was said that Yi Fan was daft, all his recent actions had seemed exceptionally logical, even brilliantly cunning, leaving Sun Dushing feeling frustrated and at a loss. Yixue, my dear, I am rather perplexed by your words. Yet I sense my mind feels clearer than before, and I seem to recall certain things, as if I once possessed considerable prowess. Many of my actions appear instinctual. Perhaps, in the near future, I will fully remember the past. Yi Fan understood Su Yixue's concerns and, in order to alleviate her worries, he spoke vaguely about his condition, while simultaneously offering her a glimmer of hope. This was in alignment with what Lei Qianjue had said, that he would require time to awaken fully. Ah Xiao Fan, have you finally regained some clarity? That is splendid news. As the Yi family is in dire need of you if you do not awaken soon, I fear whether Linglong and I can endure. Su Yixue excitedly halted the car by the roadside, embracing Yi Fan's face and planting a firm kiss on his lips. Then, as if recalling something, she felt a flush of embarrassment at their current proximity, given her prior role as Yi Fan's sister-in-law. Xiao Fan, about last night. Su Yixue inquired shyly, eager to discern if Yi Fan had genuinely awakened. Yi Fan, fully aware of her thoughts, responded playfully, Yixue, what transpired last night? Did you not sleep well? Did I behave poorly? Yi Fan reverted to his previous day's demeanor, leaving Su Yixue bewildered, pondering whether he had indeed slipped back into a state of confusion. Ah, it is nothing. Let us go find Mr. Yuqiang. I hope he will appreciate the gifts we bring today. Su Yixue glanced at the two antiques provided by Master Wu, a renowned painting from the Song dynasty and a jade qilin. Yi Fan smiled faintly, pondering that if Yuqiang were truly the head of the assassination division of the Tianlong Pavilion, these two gifts would hold little value in his eyes. Perhaps, Yuqiang was merely awaiting his appearance. In a standalone building in the southern suburbs of Yin City, the Southwest Medical Association was convened. This institution, a collaborative effort of all medical magnates and official organizations in the region, operated as a semi-official, semi-private medical body. Although it maintained a low profile, any pharmaceutical company wishing to produce a new drug or expand its operations required its approval. Thus, the position of president of the Medical Association held immense significance, becoming a coveted role for many. However, it was frustrating that since Yuqiang assumed office 20 years ago, the presidency had remained unchanged. Despite various attempts, including leveraging connections in the capital to oust Yuqiang, no success had been achieved. This only heightened the general apprehension regarding Yuqiang's background and influence. Consequently, numerous companies were left to curry favor with him. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the waiting area outside Yuqiang's office was already teeming with people. With only one new drug production quota available for the second half of the year, companies were exerting every effort to win Yuqiang's favor. Yuqiang, unashamed of his preferences, judged all by the quality of the calligraphy and paintings presented to him. When Su Yixue entered the lounge with Yi Fan, all eyes turned toward them. Isn't that the fool from the Yi family? Indeed, Su Yixue is quite bold to keep this fool by her side. But did you see the new drug conference hosted by the Su family yesterday? They truly developed an astonishing beauty ointment. That's remarkable. It appears the Su family is also here for that quota. Alas, we are likely to be mere cannon fodder. Not necessarily. The Su family's archrival, the Jin family from the provincial capital, is also vying for that quota, and their influence far surpasses that of the Su family. As the crowd conversed, their gazes shifted toward another corner of the lounge. There, a young man clad in a suit sat with several assistants, surrounded by empty seats. As no one dared approach him, it was none other than Jin Yang, the heir of the Jin family. Upon seeing Su Yixue enter, a wicked smile crept across Jin Yang's face. Yixue, long time no see. I knew you would come today. You look exhausted. You've lost weight. As he spoke, he reached out to caress Su Yixue's cheek. Su Yixue's expression darkened. Jinyang, please show some respect. I have a husband. Observing Jin Yang's demeanor, Yi Fan furrowed his brow. It appeared that there was some history between Jin Yang and his wife. Previously, Yi Fan had only heard vague whispers about Su Yixue's tenacious suitor before her engagement to the seventh son of the Yi family, a pursuer more relentless than Zhao Tianlong. However, he had not delved deeper at the time, and now it seemed that this very Jin Yang was indeed the one. Jin Yang's arm was brushed aside by Su Yixue without a trace of anger. Instead, he looked at Yi Fan with disdain. Husband, Yixue, are you referring to the deceased seventh son of the Yi family, or this fool standing before me? Previously, I remained silent while you entered the Yi family. But now that the Yi family's seventh son is gone and the family is on the verge of collapse, why do you persist? Jin Yang then retrieved a bouquet of roses from behind him, extending it towards Su Yixue with both hands. Yixue, be my girlfriend. You know, I've been pursuing you since high school, and now nearly a decade has passed. We share a foundation of affection, and besides, you must have come here today for the pharmaceutical production quota, right? If you agree to be my girlfriend, I can forego competing for that quota, allowing the Su family to secure it. At that point, your family will soar to new heights. With my Jin family and the pharmaceutical industry in the southwest, who could possibly rival us? Jin Yang spoke with sincerity, almost convincing Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan also realized that Jin Yang was the suitor of Su Yixue from before. However, it seemed that Su Yixue was not interested in Jin Yang at all. Jin Yang, could you please refrain from such childishness? I have told you countless times that I am not interested in you. Stop pestering me. I am married. To Yi Fan, no matter what he is like, I will bear him many children. So spare yourself the embarrassment. Su Yixue firmly grasped Yi Fan's wrist. Xiao Fan, please don't be angry. I had nothing with him before. I am your woman, and I will always be your woman in this lifetime. Yi Fan felt warmth in his heart. These exquisite girls were so loyal to the Yi family, and he must become stronger to protect them. Did you hear that? My wife said I am her husband. Do you have any shame clinging to someone else's wife? Yi Fan glared at Jin Yang, a murderous aura subtly emanating from him, sending a deep spiritual force that made Jin Yang tremble. With a swift motion, Yi Fan snatched the roses from Jin Yang's hands, smashing them to the ground and trampling them into a pulp. My grandfather once said, "Whoever bullies my wife, I shall retaliate." In the next moment, Yi Fan truly raised his hand and struck Jin Yang across the face, leaving it red and swollen instantly. How dare you? You foolish idiot. You actually hit me? You're courting death. Jin Yang was furious, having been struck without warning, and he shouted at his subordinates, preparing to retaliate against Yi Fan. Who dares lay a finger on my brother? Have you forgotten who he is? The sole heir of the Yi family, and though the family has suffered a severe blow, it is not something you lowly scum can bully. If you aren't afraid of death, then try. Wang Fugui bellowed, stepping forward from the entrance. His powerful martial energy stirred the atmosphere within the room. A master-level warrior? Jin Yang and his aides were stunned, as the Wang family was a vassal of the Yi family, with Wang Fugui's grandfather being the deputy general of Yi Fan's grandfather. Wang Fugui's father was also a capable aide to Yi Fan's generation. Although the Yi family was currently weakened, Wang Fugui's father still managed to stabilize the situation within the Heavenly Dragon Army. Even if the Yi family fell, the Wang family's influence remained formidable. Why you? Jin Yang was filled with resentment, yet faced with Wang Fugui and Yi Fan and Appo's status, he dared not act recklessly. At least on the surface. He knew he had to be discreet. What are you doing? Are you all so brazen? You wish to obtain the pharmaceutical production quota, yet dare to fight here? A bespectacled male secretary stepped out of the office, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone, instantly dissolving the tense atmosphere suppressed by Wang Fugui. Yi Fan's brows furrowed. A mere secretary possessed the strength of a martial lord? Although the secretary had concealed his aura deeply, Yi Fan had sensed it in that fleeting moment. In that case, the identity of Yu Chong, the head of the assassination hall, must be indisputable. The appearance of this secretary diffused the tension in the room, and Jin Yang found an escape route. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. Jin Yang glared at Yi Fan, delivering a harsh warning, then resentfully turned to Su Yixue, saying, Su Yixue, you better not regret your decision today. Dare to reject me, Jin Yang, and I guarantee you won't acquire that pharmaceutical production quota. Even if you possess a miraculous beauty ointment, what good will it do if you cannot produce it? Don't come begging me later. Yong coldly fixed his gaze on Su Yixue, exuding an air of confidence. To secure today's pharmaceutical quota, Yong had spent a fortune to retrieve 2 treasures from the realm of antiques. According to the master, they were imbued with a profound ancient aura. Moreover, the most crucial piece of information Yong had gathered was that the antiques Yuchang was interested in also radiated a mysterious ancient energy. The ones devoid of such energy were immediately dismissed by Yuchang. Earlier, Yong noted that the 2 antiques brought by Su Yixue, while possessing an ancient aura, were not of the kind Yuchang desired. Thus, Yong concluded that Su Yixue was destined to lose. Su Yixue surveyed the room, filled with people, anxiety creeping in. After all, she had previously enlisted the legendary healer Lei Qianjue, yet Yuchang remained unyielding. Now, could she truly pry open Yuchang's door with just the 2 antiques in her possession? How can a worthless fool, who covets another's wife, be so certain of securing the quota? Yi Fan coldly regarded Yong. On the contrary, I believe the pharmaceutical quota today is already secured for the Su family. As he spoke, Yi Fan gently patted Su Yixue's wrist. Wife, don't worry. I will ensure you obtain today's pharmaceutical quota. Knowing that Yuchang was indeed the head of the assassination hall, Yi Fan was now fully confident in securing that quota. Based on the information relayed through the dragon pattern ring, Yuchang, the head of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's assassination hall, was an unwavering confidant of the old pavilion master. Someone trustworthy. As long as he presented the token and the secret phrase as a candidate for the new pavilion master, Yuchang would have no reason to oppose him. Humph. A worthless fool. Just you? What do you intend to use? Your words? Yong sneered at Yi Fan, suddenly recalling that Yi Fan had strikingly taken advantage of his inattention to slap him. Yong was also adept in martial arts, nearing the mastery stage. Yet he had failed to evade Yi Fan's strike. This indicated that Yi Fan's strength, despite being seemingly foolish now, still surpassed the mastery stage. Fearful of being slapped again, Yong hastily covered his cheek. Enduring one slap was bearable. A second would be utterly humiliating. If word got out that he had been struck by a fool, he would have no defense. Yet, while Yong could cover his face with his hands, he couldn't shield his lower regions. Before Yong could react, Yi Fan had already struck, delivering a brutal kick to his groin. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattered eggs resonated, causing Yong to collapse to the ground, his body curling up like a shrimp. Ah, what the hell, my Yi Fan, you're courting death. The feeling of his eggs being crushed turned Yang's face crimson, the pain causing his entire body to spasm, ultimately leading him to faint. Lying on the ground like a dead dog, the bodyguards surrounding Yong looked on with trepidation at Yi Fan. Hesitating for a moment, they hurriedly assisted Yong and rushed him to the hospital. With Yang's departure, the atmosphere in the room shifted once more. The first time Yong was struck was a matter of coincidence, as he had been caught off guard. But the second time, despite his vigilance, he had been thoroughly beaten by Yi Fan, to the point of losing consciousness. Who claims that the young master of the Yi family is a fool? Clearly, he is quite astute. He even understands the art of diversion, having so thoroughly bested Yong. It is well known that Yong possesses strength on par with a master, yet Yi Fan was able to overpower him, indicating that Yi Fan's prowess must exceed that of a master. After 5 years, despite appearing somewhat simple-minded, the prodigious talent of the Yi family's young master seems undiminished. The gazes of the onlookers towards Yi Fan shifted dramatically. Representatives from numerous families lamented that even if the Jin family failed to secure the position, it was unlikely to fall to any other family. After all, the Su family, backed by the Yi family, still stood in contention. Among the crowd, the most astonished was the secretary of Yuchang. Although he wore glasses, he was not at all visually impaired. The eyewear merely served to conceal certain truths. Moments ago, he had been in the room, close enough to Yi Fan, yet his martial prowess had failed to detect Yi Fan's sudden strike. Nor had he even sensed how Yi Fan had acted. Such an event could only lead to 2 conclusions. Either Yi Fan had not employed his martial energy, or his strength had surpassed that of the secretary, rendering him oblivious. Are you also vying for that position? Present your items. The secretary, initially irate, softened his demeanor upon sensing Yi Fan's abnormality. Thank you. Here are the items. Su Yixue respectfully handed over the artifacts to the secretary. After the secretary accepted the antiques from Su Yixue, he glanced at his watch and surveyed the gathering, announcing that the time was nearly at hand. The Su family's pharmaceutical items were the final contribution, and the identity of the recipient would soon be revealed, so he requested everyone to wait. Upon concluding his statement, the secretary swiftly retreated into the inner chamber. In less than 5 minutes, he emerged, cradling a substantial collection of items. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. The medical production quota has been awarded to the Jean family. The rest of you, please retrieve your items in order. Mr. Yu has asked me to express his gratitude for your goodwill. A collective sigh of disappointment swept through the assembly. With only one quota available, many had merely come to test their luck. Su Yixue appeared crestfallen as she approached to reclaim the antique she had presented, turning to Yi Fan and saying, "Darling, let us return." Yi Fan smiled gently and inquired, "Wife, may I see the antique you have?" Su Yixue, somewhat puzzled, replied, "You want to see it?" At that moment, Wang Fugui interjected, "Sister-in-law, let my elder brother take a look. He is quite remarkable. He discovered a treasure last time." "Oh," Su Yixue acquiesced, handing the antique to Yi Fan. In an instant, as Yi Fan received the antique, his wrist flicked deftly, and he inscribed a mysterious pattern within the antique box using his energy, a secret directive from the Tianji pavilion. The moment Yi Fan acted, the secretary of Yuchang seemed to sense something, casting a sharp glance towards Yi Fan, yet he discerned nothing amiss. After observing for a moment, Yi Fan returned the antique to Su Yixue, saying, "Yixue, the true value of this antique lies in the box. Perhaps you should have them examine it again? The box is more valuable?" Su Yixue frowned, unsure if Yi Fan was merely speaking nonsense or if he had indeed made a genuine discovery. Although she did not fully comprehend, she hesitated, recalling Yi Fan's earlier display of skill. Meanwhile, Wang Fugui grew impatient, urging, "Sister-in-law, you must trust my elder brother. He is truly extraordinary. Previously, he led me to discover a magnificent treasure at the antique market. Come on. Sister-in-law, hand it over." As he spoke, Wang Fugui seized the box from Su Yixue and approached the secretary of Yuchang. "Brother, could you take another look?" Initially, the secretary had no intention of continuing his examination, as the quota had already been determined, rendering further scrutiny pointless. However, recalling the fleeting sensation of martial energy he had detected moments earlier, he was compelled to reconsider. Could that energy have emanated from Su Yixue's seemingly simple-minded husband? "Humph. What are you looking at?" "Su Yixue, the quota has already been decided. What more do you wish to achieve? Do you believe that the items you brought can compare to those I have presented?" Before the secretary could respond, Jinyang unexpectedly re-entered the room. Despite his recent injury, he had merely bandaged himself and appeared in a rather comical state. Jinyang was confident in his antique and did not wish to miss the announcement of the quota. As he spoke, he instinctively reached for the antique box in Wang Fugui's grasp, but recoiled upon sensing the martial energy radiating from Wang Fugui. "Secretary Zhang, I suggest you refrain from wasting time. The quota has been confirmed. Can we expedite Mr. Yu's signature?" Jinyang smugly advised the secretary of Yuchang. Turning to Su Yixue, he sneered, "I have already warned you. The moment you found yourself in need of my assistance, the quota was sealed. Your Su family has no further opportunity. No matter how exceptional your beauty cream may be, without a production license, what can you do?" Having berated Su Yixue and Yi Fan, Jinyang noticed Yi Fan's expression shift, prompting him to quickly silence himself. Yi Fan's abilities were unsettling to him. Just moments earlier, Jinyang had contacted his family, requesting a more formidable protector, and until that expert arrived, he dared not act too recklessly. "Secretary Zhang, why have you not moved yet?" Jinyang observed that Secretary Zhang seemed disinclined to leave, his gaze fixated on the box in Wang Fugui's possession. "Are you instructing me on how to perform my duties?" Secretary Zhang's sharp gaze flickered, casting a scornful glare at Jinyang. While the quota had indeed been announced, it was not beyond alteration. Secretary Zhang's words sent a jolt of apprehension through Jinyang. Secretary Zhang, a sense of foreboding began to take root in Jinyang's mind, as Secretary Zhang approached Wang Fugui, taking the box from his hands. He then glanced at Yi Fan, finally resting his gaze on Su Yixue. "Miss Su, I will take this box inside for Mr. Yu to reconsider. Though I cannot guarantee the outcome following the announcement of the quota, representatives from various families had intended to depart. Yet, with the unexpected turn of events, the antique from the Su family was to be reviewed once more, offering a second chance. The situation began to grow intriguing. The crowd resumed their positions, eager to witness how the events would unfold. "I have stated that today's quota belongs to my wife. You shall have no opportunity," Yi Fan declared, casting a cool glance at Jinyang. Wang Fugui chimed in, "My elder brother has said the quota is for the Su family, and it is indeed for them. If you dare to snatch it away, I would not hesitate to ensure you are left unrecognizable." Humph. Wang Fugui, do you think our Jin family fears yours? Although the Su family's items have been taken back for review, do you believe you stand any chance? Dream on, Jin Yang retorted defiantly. However, no sooner had he spoken than the moment of reckoning arrived. The door swung open abruptly, and Secretary Zhang emerged, his expression grave as he approached Su Yixue and Yi Fan, even bowing slightly. "Ms. Su, young Master Yi, young Master Wang, Mr. You request your presence for a detailed discussion." Su Yixue gazed incredulously at Secretary Zhang, utterly astonished. Over the years, those familial representatives vying for a quota would be fortunate to merely meet Secretary Zhang, let alone have the opportunity for a private discussion with Elder Yu. The significance of such a private conversation was abundantly clear. "Secretary Zhang, what shall we do about the quota from earlier?" Jin Yang was left utterly bewildered. The current situation. Even a fool could discern some underlying clues. The earlier quota is now void. "Everyone, please take your leave." Secretary Zhang calmly announced the outcome, a result that had already been surmised by many based on his previous actions. This Jin Yang's complexion turned pale as he realized the implications. The Jin family had expended considerable effort for this quota, not just financially, but also in terms of connections, incurring substantial costs with the objective of launching a new drug. Missing out on this quota would not only render all of Jin family's previous efforts futile, but also jeopardize their ability to produce the new drug on schedule, potentially leading to a financial breakdown or even bankruptcy. Secretary Zhang Jin Yang sought to negotiate further, but Secretary Zhang was already leading Yi Fan, Su Yixue, and Wang Fugui toward the private room. Several formidable bodyguards from the Yu family blocked Jin Yang's path, coldly stating, "Mr. Jin, please leave." This Jin Yang was utterly flabbergasted. Just moments ago, he had seemingly secured the quota, yet the Su family had inexplicably allowed Yu Chang to examine the antiques again, with Yu Chang subsequently reaffirming the antiques and inviting Su Yixue and others inside, thereby granting the Su family the quota. What tactics had the Su family employed? Had the Jin family been bested? It was astonishing. "Are you all leaving? I still wish to witness what transpires," he thought, observing the murmurs among the representatives of surrounding families. Look at Jin Yang, so smug just moments ago, now humbled, listening to the whispers around him. Jin Yang felt a deep discomfort akin to consuming poison. How had the outcome turned out this way? Staring at the closed door, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. What did it matter if the Su family obtained the quota? The current Yi family was akin to a tiger with its teeth extracted, while the Su family was hardly worthy of concern to the Jin family. Inside the private room, Yu Chang regarded the antique box before him with reverence, his face a mask of astonishment. He had previously examined the antique and found it lacking in the ancient aura he sought. However, upon its return, an intricate pattern had mysteriously appeared on the box. This pattern was the secret decree of the head of the Tianji Pavilion. Years ago, before the former head vanished, his last command was for Yu Chang to await the arrival of the new head in Yunqing. Yu Chang had waited nearly 2 decades for this moment. Now, the head's command had resurfaced. Did this signify the emergence of the new head? As the leader of the most powerful assassin faction within Tianji Pavilion, Yu Chang had maintained order among his ranks despite the chaos that had ensued following the disappearance of the former head. His loyalty lay solely with the head of the Tianji Pavilion. Prior to the antique's initial entry, there had been no markings on the box, yet upon its second entrance, the intricate pattern had manifested, indicating that the markings were inscribed in that very moment. The new head must be present in the reception area. With the command's markings being exclusive to the head, no other individual would possess the ability to inscribe them. Creak. As the door swung open, Secretary Zhang emerged with Su Yixue, Wang Fugui, and Yi Fan. Yu Chang quickly rose, respectfully stating, "General Su, I apologize for the previous oversight in hospitality." As he spoke, Yu Chang's sharp gaze scanned Su Yixue and Wang Fugui. Su Yixue exuded a martial energy beyond the transformation level, yet the intensity of her energy fluctuations was mild, suggesting she had merely cultivated martial energy, thus rendering her an unlikely candidate for the head of Tianji Pavilion. Wang Fugui, known as the heir of the Wang family in Yunqing, had achieved a commendable mastery level, but to command the entire Tianji Pavilion, he still lacked the necessary refinement. Thus, the only remaining candidate was the young master of the Yi family, the well-known fool, Yi Fan. Yi Fan had displayed astonishing talent in martial arts since he was 5, breaking through to mastery by the age of 15 and nearing the level of a martial emperor. His exceptional prowess had indeed caught Yu Chang's attention. As the timeline of Yi Fan's rise coincided with the former head's disappearance, Yu Chang had once speculated whether Yi Fan had inherited the former head's legacy, which accounted for his remarkable abilities. However, when Yi Fan suffered an accident that rendered him foolish, Yu Chang's investigation had ceased. Now, Yi Fan had reappeared before Yu Chang. Accompanied by the decree of Tianji Pavilion, Yu Chang found himself compelled to scrutinize Yi Fan. As Yu Chang's formidable perception swept over Yi Fan, he was immediately struck by a profound, rich, and somewhat familiar martial energy. It bore the weight of a mountain, an overwhelming presence. Martial Emperor level? Yi Fan's exhibited martial prowess suggested he was at least a third-tier martial emperor, while Yu Chang had only recently achieved martial emperor himself. Just as Yu Chang intended to delve further, a powerful mental force surged forth, forcing him to stagger back. This mental energy seemed to scorch the very depths of Yu Chang's soul, causing his body to tremble violently. Yu Chang recognized this as a warning from Yi Fan, signaling that his probing had crossed a boundary. Yet, he remained curious. Given that Yi Fan was the head of Tianji Pavilion and appeared to be fully conscious, why did he still present himself as foolish? However, since Yi Fan had orchestrated this, there must be a reason behind it. Elder Yu, you are too kind. We are sincerely grateful for the quota you have granted to Su Group. I cannot express my appreciation adequately. Su Yixue expressed her gratitude to Yu Chang, genuinely curious as to why her earlier submission of the antique had been rejected. Merely returning it had altered Yu Chang's decision. Why was that? General Su, there is no need for thanks. You have already received what is due. As your husband mentioned, the contents of the box are of little consequence. The box itself holds greater value. As he spoke, Yu Chang glanced at Yi Fan. General Su, should your group require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. General Su, young Master Wang, may I have a private word with young Master Yi? Yu Chang had nearly confirmed that Yi Fan was indeed the head of Tianji Pavilion, yet he sought further verification. This, Su Yixue regarded Yi Fan with concern, while Wang Fugui wore a wary expression. Elder Yu, is that appropriate? Wang Fugui was acutely aware that Yi Fan still exhibited signs of foolishness and remained vigilant regarding his safety. Yi Fan understood that Yu Chang wished to speak with him privately, and he too had matters to discuss with Yu Chang. After all, with the vastness of Tianji Pavilion, his knowledge was still quite limited. To fully command Tianji Pavilion, Yi Fan could not rely solely on himself. In seeking vengeance for the Yi family, while he possessed the resources left by his mother, gaining the support of Tianji Pavilion would be invaluable. Yixue, dear, it's all right. You all wait for me outside. I can protect myself. As Yi Fan spoke, he reached out and grasped Su Yixue's hand. Su Yixue felt a twinge of confusion, yet she keenly sensed that Yi Fan seemed to have improved significantly compared to before. His memory and intellect appeared to have recovered considerably. Perhaps allowing Yi Fan to interact more with others would greatly aid in his recuperation? Then, Fugui, let us depart. Xiao Fan should be all right. Su Yixue called to Wang Fugui, nodding at Yi Fan before swiftly exiting the doorway. Unbeknownst to her, the source of her confidence lay in an unwavering belief in Yi Fan. She was certain he would manage everything adeptly and would ultimately be well. No sooner had Su Yixue and Wang Fugui crossed the threshold than Yu Chang sprang into action. 13 flying daggers, infused with a formidable energy, hurtled toward Yi Fan from 8 treacherous angles. The sound of the blades slicing through the air tore the silence, resonating with a dreadful wail. The intense fluctuations of energy indicated that the daggers, propelled by Yu Chang, bore the might of a martial emperor's prowess. Moreover, the attack was a lethal one. Yi Fan understood that this was both a test and a lethal strike. If he truly was the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, he should be able to effortlessly catch these flying daggers. However, if he was merely impersonating the master, Yu Chang would show no mercy in his attempt to eliminate him.